Originally, with the plum leopard's carcass, Yue Yang thought that he could attract the attention of the enemy, allowing him and the 4 girls to hide. Who would have known that these 2 people were actually the killers of the plum leopard? One of the pair, a young man with a pretty face, twitched his nose a little. A flash of ridicule went across his purple eyes. I say, why is there a strange smell? Seems like a few small rats came in here. It's been a long time since I could catch some rats to play around with. It's still the old rules, the women are yours, and the men are mine. The other person was a bearded muscular man who was muscular beyond compare. The pretty-faced man summoned a platinum grimoire, and called out a peculiar little beast whose body was completely snow-white. It seemed like a mix between a rabbit and a fox, and its sense of smell was extremely acute. It easily found where Yue Yang and the 4 girls were hiding. Luohua City Mistress's 3-tailed snow fox became extremely agitated at the appearance of this peculiar beast. The snow fox, which was usually well-behaved and quiet, was actually so furious that it wanted to shred the peculiar beast into pieces. That beast also hissed sharply at a low pitch. It seemed like it also had the desire to kill the 3-tailed snow fox. The young man and the muscular man, whose bodies were flashing with majestic golden lights, appeared at the entrance of the cave, full of smiles. The smile became even sweeter on the pretty man when he saw the 4 girls behind Yue Yang. 4 virgins, and all of them of top quality too. Not bad. I'm already sick of those low-quality women who pretended to be virgins. I didn't think that I would get such a huge harvest today, 4 top-quality goods in a single shot. TCH, I can't wait to taste your blood already. Compared to women who are born traitors, I like top-quality males more. It's difficult to get the body and heart of males, but once you get it, they will be completely faithful to you. They're really unlike those women who are like water, easily embracing someone else. The bearded muscular man looked at Yue Yang, swallowing his drool. Originally, Yue Yang was a person who was not scared of anything. However, this fellow really caused his heart to shiver and fear for his ass. He was really speechless, meeting these 2 big perverts. Originally, Yue Yang had even prepared to say a few words to this pair, but it seemed unnecessary now. The faster these 2 people were killed, the cleaner the world would be. The 4 girls' expressions were as cold as ice. They knew the level of strength that these 2 people were at. They were both innate rankers. However, this did not mean that they would be scared of them at all. Of course, Yue Yang was only abnormal in terms of strength. He was still quite normal when it came to his sexual orientation. Almost at the same time, the girls all moved 1 step forward and stood behind Yue Yang. With him at the center, they drew close to him, relaxing his mind, allowing his innate chi to flow freely around his body. This brat was an expert in body fusion. If one let loose of their control and cooperated with him, then their combat ability could increase by at least a few times. Facing foes that were psychologically perverted, even though the 4 girls would be petty with Yue Yang normally, they wouldn't be at odds with him at times like these. Luohua City Mistress gently held Yue Yang's left hand. Her pure white fingers locked with his hand. Princess Xian was at the right side of Yue Yang. Her hand was lightly clenched into a fist, but was wrapped around by Yue Yang's hand. The sickly beauty Wu Hen was behind Yue Yang. She embraced Yue Yang's back with a hint of embarrassment. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia was in front. In a half-hugging manner, she was in Yue Yang's embrace. One of her palms was on Yue Yang's heart, and the other was turned slightly outwards, having a faint stance of defense. Although it could not be seen on the surface, but Yue Yang's innate chi trickled into the bloodstream of their bodies. That young man who loved to feast on the fresh blood of virgins did not know that Yue Yang could transmit innate chi, completely ignoring the intimate actions between Yue Yang and the 4 girls. He giggled and laughed. Mr. Duan Mu, women are born lewd and fickle-minded. But, as long as you can find a virgin, you can kill them as you pop their cherry, and drink their blood dry. That way, their beauty and loyalty will forever be yours. That way, you won't have to worry about them betraying you. Lord Lu He, everyone has their own preferences. I like anuses. Would this treasure be any worse than the things that you like? The bearded muscular man was slightly displeased, and pointed, the 4 girls are yours. I like this little boy, don't hurt him. Mr. Duan Mu, rest easy. How would I be such an unpleasant person? The young man shook his head. His eyes sized up Princess Xian and the others in an immoral fashion. You'd better not get in my way. The bearded muscular man looked at Yue Yang in the same manner too. Facing such top-quality goods, I can't wait any longer to partake in this feast. Mr. Duan Mu, get your little boy, I'll get my own little virgins. That young man completely disregarded Yue Yang and the 4 girls, as if they were meat up for slaughter. He suddenly summoned his platinum grimoire, summoning a golden figure in an extremely fast manner. In an instant, the golden figure shattered like a mirror, light rays shining all over. Luohua City Mistress tried to summon her own grimoire, but unexpectedly, she started feeling dizzy. Her concentration to summon her grimoire seemed to be disturbed by some kind of power. It looked like it was possibly the effect of the light rays after that golden figure had been smashed. The golden rays were scarier than the pollution chi aura that was released last time. At most, it had only cut off the summoning grimoire, and did not have a strong effect. Now, this shattered figure not only disturbed their concentration, when Luo Hua tried to summon her grimoire, a sharp pain stabbed into her head. The young man laughed. Little beauties, stop struggling. Come with me obediently, so your pretty faces don't get wounded. That will pain my heart. Peerless beauties like you are definitely going to be some of the greatest treasures in my collection. Even a little scratch on your bodies will make my heart ache so much. My greatest pursuit is to strip your skin perfectly, then craft an artwork out of it. That must be the purpose of your existence in this world. As long as you do your utmost to serve me, I guarantee that I won't kill you before I'm tired of you. At the very least, I'll let you live a year. How is that? You have to know, I've never been so kind before. You are far too beautiful, I almost can't bear to kill you all. Come, be good girls. There's no point in fighting against an innate level 3 ranker. Come and wait on me, I assure you that I'll give you the greatest pleasures. Pui. Princess Xian's answer was very simple. She lightly spat on the ground. As for the mysterious beauty Wu Xia and the sickly beauty Wu Hen, they regarded this Lu He as a clown, and completely disregarded him. Luo Hua suddenly extended her hands boldly and held Yue Yang's face. She quickly kissed his cheeks, saying, "My dear bodyguard, this is the reward that this city mistress gives to you. Hurry up and shut that damned crow up. I hate these croaking crows the most. They're really unlucky." Princess Xian encouraged him on the other side. "It's not enough to turn him into a dumb crow. Pluck all his feathers out too." Yue Yang was sweating all over as he heard this. Plucking the feathers seemed to be quite difficult. He wiped his sweat hurriedly and said, "Your Highness, I think it's best to forget about plucking the feathers. Can't you just roast the little bird? Where would I find the time and effort to pluck his feathers one by one? Speaking of barbecued chicks, I can make a mean dish, it can probably be considered a must-try. If you want me to, I'll demonstrate it for you." "Who asks you to do that? Your thoughts are too dirty. I was telling you to cripple him. Cripple him as much as possible. Stop spouting nonsense." Hearing the ambiguity in that sentence, Princess Xian's face reddened. Her small fists punched him a little. If not for fearing that she would affect his upcoming battle, she would have beaten him into a pulp. "Roger." Yue Yang acted like a soldier, rushing towards that Lu He, saying, "You can lie down now." "What did you say?" Lu He's face grew cold. "I said, you can lie down and wait for your death now." As Yue Yang finished talking, that Lu He's fist had already come at lightning speed towards him. Following which, a protective shield expanded from Yue Yang's body, forcefully repelling Lu He's fist. Yue Yang furrowed his eyebrows. The self-proclaimed innate level 3 Lu He was unable to break the protective barrier. Although he did not use all of his strength, this proved that this fellow still had some ways to go compared to Demon King Xian. Since the protective barrier could defend against his attacks, then he did not need to worry over the four girls' safety. He could fight without any worries. Seeing that Yue Yang could still summon his grimoire, the bearded muscular man's eyebrows nodded. "You can summon a silver grimoire in the midst of the disturbing golden neural light. How strange." Yue Yang had a thief-like smile on his face. "There are many more strange things in the world. If you go down to hell, you can ask Satan all about it." At Yue Yang's left, Luo Hua city mistress, who was originally unable to summon her grimoire, had a protective barrier come out from her body as well. She then combined her barrier with Yue Yang's barrier. At the same time, Princess Xian, Wu Xia and Wu Hen summoned their grimoires. In a natural way, their barriers fused together as well, forming a 5-layer rainbow barrier that was completely perfect. In the sky, as their energies fused, a rainbow light sprung forth. The ancient runic circles that Yue Yang had been hiding slowly floated on the outer surface of the barrier, rotating around as if it were alive. Seeing that there was a barrier blocking them, that Lu He sneered. "I'm waiting here. Let's see how long you can last." The bearded muscular man also slowly nodded his head. "Leave it to me. Under my attacks, I believe that this 5-layered barrier will collapse within 5 minutes at most." 5 minutes? Think again. Yue Yang laughed. The runic patterns that were originally hidden quickly floated out. Its power exploded. Yue Yang did not even need to use his Huijin magic blade that he normally used. Instead, he rushed out of the barrier directly. At the same time, he unsealed and unleashed his innate level 1 powers lightning fast to try and kill him. Nirvana's flame suddenly sprouted from Yue Yang's right hand. Ever since the previous time where he had killed Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan, his body, whose power was constantly suppressed, reverted back to the innate level in just a millisecond. The power in his body exploded 1,000,000 times again. Nirvana's flame raged about. As if it was alive, it wrapped around Yue Yang's body. The clothes he was wearing instantly turned into ash. However, under the unsealed innate state, his body did not explode from the loss of control of Nirvana's flame, but had rather strengthened him at an incredible pace. Before that Lu He's fists had reached Yue Yang's face, it had already been tightly caught by Yue Yang's right hand. Lu He was shocked as his face paled. Nirvana's flame was the thing he feared the most. That bearded muscular man was also shocked, roaring, "That's Nirvana's flame, hurry up and run." Yue Yang did not speak, but his eyes that was filled with killing intent told Lu He of a fact, and that was, his death was imminent. Lu He frantically exploded his strength. He tried to raise himself to innate level 3 to break free of Yue Yang's hand. Under the extreme and excruciating heat, he could see in his despair, a runic pattern of the world exterminating wheel. It shone brilliantly, coming nearer and nearer towards him. He had never seen death flashing through his mind before, but he saw his life's flashback at this moment. He was finished. It was Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel. This time he was definitely finished. If the muscular man with curly sideburns didn't rush forward and save Lu He on time, he would definitely be dead. The curly sideburn muscular man pounced with lightning speed, and in that decisive moment, he pulled Lu He by his hair with all of his strength. Lu He, on the other hand, was still standing dumbstruck, unable to react in any way. The curly sideburn muscular man's other hand, which was holding an incomparably sharp sword, ruthlessly hacked onto Lu He's arm that was burning with Nirvana's flame. That arm, which was held firmly in Yue Yang's right arm, separated from the shoulder down immediately, splattering blood everywhere. Lu He was in extreme pain, but his senses still remained. He shot out his leg and kicked right at Yue Yang's chest. The purpose of this kick wasn't to attack Yue Yang, but to use the impact from the kick to escape from him. Yue Yang's left hand, which was holding the world exterminating wheel, slashed forward, easily cutting off both of Lu He's legs. Yue Yang then threw the world exterminating wheel towards Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man. Although the curly sideburn muscular man saving Lu He was a little out of Yue Yang's expectations, under the onslaught of world exterminating wheel and Nirvana's flame, the curly sideburn muscular man would end up dead at the end anyway. There wouldn't be any chance for them to escape. Yue Yang thought that even if the two fellows avoided the world exterminating wheel, they wouldn't be able to avoid the Nirvana flame that's coming right after. Almost at the same time, Lu He and the muscular man summoned their platinum grimoire and erected their shields. However, it didn't seem like it was able to stop the onslaught of the world exterminating wheel. The world exterminating wheel passed through the shield like sunlight passing through glass. There was almost no resistance at all. It didn't have any kind of power clash with the protective shield at all. It was as if they were made out of the same material. It smoothly and soundlessly passed through the shield, its speed not decreasing even a little bit as it shot straight towards Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man. Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man swept onto the ground at the same time, battered and completely miserable, the world exterminating wheel sweeping across their heads. It flew 200 meters away and slowly disintegrated into countless ancient runes, floating back right into Yue Yang's body. "Fire, fire, your arm is already infected by the Nirvana's flame." Lu He realized that the curly sideburn muscular man's arms, which was pulling his hair earlier, were ablaze with the undying flames of Nirvana's flame. He immediately shouted in alarm. One usually wouldn't suffer any kind of harm when one hit inside one's protective shield. However, this does not include Nirvana's flame. Even inside the protective shield, the Nirvana's flame that could cleanse every single thing in this world was like the world exterminating wheel, unaffected by the protective shield at all. The curly sideburn muscular man knew that he had been infected when he tried to save Lu He just now. If he didn't cut his arm quickly, this Nirvana flame would get bigger and bigger with time, and spread to his upper arms, shoulders, and his whole body. Finally, it will completely burn him until nothing is left. He gritted his teeth and used his other hand to materialize a sharp ray of blade and swung it to cut his other arm off. With a single move, the two high-leveled innate rankers Lu He and curly sideburn muscular man had turned into two bloody mess, disabled people whose whole bodies were heavily injured. Under the world exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame attacks, they, whose powers was at innate level 3, were completely unable to resist nor defend themselves. Lu He only had one left arm left. Of course, his life had been snatched back from the hands of death by the curly sideburn muscular man who had risked his life to do so. Otherwise, he would already be dead long ago. The curly sideburn muscular man had also had to cut off his own right arms, which was infected by the Nirvana flame. At this time, the two people were completely drenched with blood from head to toe, looking extremely miserable. "This is so painful." Lu He was in so much pain that his face distorted in agony. He tried to calm down from his panicked state as he placed his left hand on his platinum grimoire. He summoned a ball of light and pressed it to his open wounds, trying to stop them from bleeding. He also summoned an octopus beast and forced it to fuse into his body, turning it into a temporary tentacle-like arm and legs. "Elder, we seek your forgiveness. The two of us didn't know that you are actually one of the peak rankers who had disguised himself. We thought that you are one of the younger generation from the Soaring Dragon Continent. Elder, if our words have offended you, we seek your gracious forgiveness and beg you to spare our lives." If you could spare our little lives, we are willing to bow and worship you for your graciousness. The curly sideburn muscular man couldn't care about his bleeding wounds anymore, he immediately asked for Yue Yang's forgiveness. Your surname is Duan Mu, what's your first name? Yue Yang knew that these two fellows had misunderstood him. He must as well beat them in their own game. This junior's name is Duan Mu Fei Wei, I'm the younger brother of the current Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longcheng. My late ancestor is Duan Mu Ke. This Lu He's late ancestor was Wan Qi Li Mi, one of the founders of the Green Summit sect, like my ancestor Duan Mu Ke. The curly sideburn muscular man reported to Yue Yang his real name and family background. In the world of innate rankers, power is everything. The strongest one will be able to do whatever he likes. For those without enough powers, however, their family backgrounds become the most important factor. If there were famous people amongst their ancestors, maybe the enemy would honor them a little if they told him about their ancestors. I don't know them. Yue Yang spoke truthfully. He indeed didn't know anyone called Duan Mu Ke or Wan Qin Li Mi. He had only heard that these two fellows were traitors from the Yu clan. His words made the curly sideburn muscular man and Lu He both scared to death. In their eyes, someone who didn't know their ancestors Wan Qin Li Mi and Duan Mu Ke but had the ability to summon Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel must be a warrior from thousands of years ago. Maybe, this fellow who had disguised himself as a young person was a drifter from the outer realm of Tongtian Tower. Maybe he never came to Soaring Dragon Continent before, nor participate in the Innate Alliance. He belonged to those free, godly, and immortal beings who were always wandering about. The curly sideburn muscular man and Lu He thought in their minds. Indeed, they had never heard of a ranker who could use World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flames before. Some of the extremely strong rankers might be able to use World Exterminating Wheel, but as for Nirvana's Flame, even amongst the strongest innate rankers, it was only a legend. No one had ever possessed Nirvana Flames before. A few of peak rankers might have flames that was close to Nirvana Flame, such as Holy Flame, Skyfire Flame, Hell Flame, and Demonic Flame. There were even rankers who possessed the War God's true flame. But no matter how strong, they were all incomparable to the Nirvana's Flame. Nirvana Flame only belonged to legends. Today, this Nirvana Flame had actually appeared in the hands of this peak ranker, who could even disguise his old age and erase his wrinkles. The curly sideburn muscular man and Lu He knew that they had bumped into a dead end. Offending an elder who was so strong that they couldn't even start to imagine, the curly sideburn muscular man and Lu He both felt despair like their head was about to explode. It was a well-known fact that innate rankers acted as they pleased. Let alone getting offended, even when they find something unpleasant to their eyes, they could kill it immediately. This was something very normal. Right now they could only rely on this elder's mood. If he was in a bad mood, they were definitely dead. The curly sideburn muscular man plopped and kneeled on the ground, prostrating himself very respectfully. Elder, please spare our lives. This junior is willing to offer all of my wealth to you in order to atone for our crimes. This junior is also willing to offer you all of my precious treasures. Lu He couldn't kneel, so he bowed his head as he secretly observed Yue Yang and the four girls. He felt that something was wrong somehow. This young man might be an elder who had disguised all of his old age and wrinkles, but these four girls couldn't possibly disguise themselves as none of them were innate rankers. Also, none of their beasts' disguise skills would be able to fool innate rankers like them. These four girls were all so young, and they were even still virgins. What relationship do they have with these elder? Why had they appeared so conveniently in the ancient passage just as the eastern goblin tribe finished ambushing the Soaring Dragon Continent? Lu He was quite sure that these four girls had come to the ancient passage because they were the descendants of the Soaring Dragon Continent's warriors that were captured and was trying to chase after the eastern goblin tribe. This elder might even have relations with them too. Of course, there was also the possibility that they had accidentally met this pervert elder who liked to disguise himself as a youngster in this ancient passage. There was a higher possibility that this man was a pervert elder who disguised himself as a youngster, because they had never heard such a young innate in Soaring Dragon Continent before. More importantly, they have never heard of a 20-year-old innate being able to use World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana's Flame, who could almost instantly kill two innates with just one single move. Lu He really regretted meeting this mysterious figure who they couldn't figure out. If only they had spent some time understanding the situation in Soaring Dragon Continent. Who would know that they would encounter such a strange thing right after getting back from the Magic Orchid Continent in the Outer Realm? 20 years old innate. Was he an exceptionally talented genius or an old geezer elder in disguise? We thank Elder for your favor in sparing our lives. The curly sideburn muscular man didn't think too much. He was a standard innate, he respected those stronger than him. No matter what kind of person his opponent was, as long as he had the ability to kill himself instantly, then that person was a peak ranker, an elder worthy of his respect. The curly sideburn muscular man would never imagine that a 20-year-old innate could kill them in an instant, let alone think that a 20-year-old innate could use World Exterminating Wheel that requires the control of innate level 5 or above, and the Nirvana Flame, which only existed in legends. There were many innate rankers who could use flame similar to Nirvana's flame. But with regards to this true Nirvana's flame that was forever inextinguishable, that could burn everything, the curly sideburn muscular man had only seen it from this young man's hands before. Legends said that if one had even a shred of evil on his body or his soul, he would be burnt by the Nirvana's flame alive. Only a godlike ranker who did not have any evil intention in his soul or could transcend sins in his body or soul would be able to wield the Nirvana's flame. Fighting against an innate ranker who could wield Nirvana's flame and world-exterminating wheel? Only a fool would do that. The curly sideburn muscular man very obediently offered his most precious treasure, but that Lu He did not. Lu He was scheming in his heart. It didn't matter if this elder was a peak ranker or not, he would need to protect the 4 girls. As long as he could escape from this ancient passage, he could leave from the ancient teleportation portal. This old fellow would definitely not abandon the 4 girls and chased after him. Especially when he himself could do that. He pretended as if he were about to offer all of his precious treasures, but he was actually summoning a black-winged angel. At the same time, her octopus-like hand and 2 legs whipped forward and lashed at that curly sideburn muscular man's defenseless back, sending him flying towards Yue Yang and the others. Lu He took the opportunity and flew towards the sky. The black-winged angel that he had just summoned fused with Lu He's body in mid-air. Huge black wings sprung out from Lu He's back. After equipping the black wings, Lu He's originally quick flying speed became 10 times even faster. However, it was as if Yue Yang had already thought that Lu He wanted to escape. Just like Lu He, a phoenix-like flaming wings sprouted out from Yue Yang's back at the same time, made out of pure Nirvana's flame. With just a flap of the flaming wings, he managed to catch up right behind Lu He. When Lu He tried to attack Yue Yang in panic, he realized that his body had been bound by an unavoidable force. Although it only lasted for 3 seconds, it was enough for Yue Yang to wrap his right hand, which was blazing with Nirvana flame, around his neck, clutching him like he was a little chicken and throwing him right under the curly sideburn muscular man's feet. Why? Your father asks me to take care of you, and we are as close as real brothers. In these 200 years, I have been protecting you even at the risk of my life, I have even lost an arm because of you just now. Wanqi Lu He, why did you do this to me? The curly sideburn muscular man vomited blood from his mouth, but the injuries on his body was incomparable to the pain in his heart. His comrade whom he had saved many times at the risk of his own life had betrayed him. He viewed this comrade as his younger brother, and had even saved him without caring for his own life just now. Furthermore, at the brink of life and death, his comrade had even delivered a critical attack to him, sending him flying towards the opponent and tried to escape on his own. I was wrong, I was wrong. It's so painful, save me, save me. Lu He's neck and chest was burnt slowly by the Nirvana's flame. With his death imminent, his innate powers had no effect towards the Nirvana's flame. If you know this would happen, why would you do that just now? The curly sideburn muscular man painfully raised his arm that wasn't cut off, prepared to end Lu He's life and grant him a quick death. Who would know that Lu He would actually flew towards the curly sideburn muscular man and hugged him tightly. In just a moment, he spread the Nirvana flame on his body all over the curly sideburn muscular man's body. His eyes looked extremely sinister as he said, if I die, you, my servant, will also have to accompany me to death. Your Duan Mu clan is just our Wanqi clan dog. Do you think that just because my father gave the sect leader position to your brother, Duan Mu Longcheng, it will change your Duan Mu clan low-class status? Damn bastard dog slave, if I can't live, don't even think you can continue living. Come, let's die together. The curly sideburn muscular man became very agitated and furious, a streak of heartrending expressing flashed across his face. My Duan Mu clan believed that by diligently and respectfully supporting your Wanqi clan, we can be considered equals and become brothers with your Wanqi clan. Who would know that after doing so much for you, you still take us as your servants, you even called us dogs? Haha, my ancestors in heaven, if you could see what happened today, what will you say? Ancestors, ancestors, why didn't you become loyal brothers to your clans? Why did you become traitors who betrayed your brothers? Did you know that even after 1,000 years later, your descendants still couldn't wash away this shame of being a traitor's descendant? Until today, your diligent and loyal descendants were still regarded as dogs by others. Why did you walk that path? Why? Yue Yang raised his hands, and all of the Nirvana flame on the curly sideburn muscular man's and Lu He's body returned to him immediately. Having a fast death by burning in Nirvana's flame? That would be too much of a comfortable way to die. These 2 people were both descendants of traitors. Yue Yang decided to make them kill each other, because should be the kind of miserable death to end a traitor's life. You don't want to stay as a servant, right? I'll give you a chance. Yue Yang smiled widely, his smile looking even scarier than a demon's. You want to kill me? Dream on, you will be the one who die. Lu He was heavily injured from the flames, his appearance looked like a ghost. He raised his tentacle-like hand and locked his hands onto the curly sideburn muscular man's neck in a death grip. He also turned his tentacle-like legs into sharp swords, piercing them right into the curly sideburn muscular man's chest. The curly sideburn muscular man almost looked like he was about to laugh out loud, but his neck was being choked until he couldn't breathe and speak even a word. However, his red face was filled with a terrifying smile. He opened his mouth wide and revealed his white teeth, before biting onto Lu He's disfigured face, nose, ears, and neck from the fire. Bite by bite, he bit Lu He to death. He bit off Lu He's head from his neck. Finally, after spitting out flesh from his mouth, the curly sideburn muscular man who was nearing his death kneeled respectfully in front of Yue Yang. He then kowtowed and turned his left hand into a sharp blade, cutting his own head off. Their 2 platinum grimoires dropped out of the empty air with a loud bang. The black-winged angel, octopus, and other beasts also died. That fox-rabbit little beast which had deserted its master was caught by the 3-tailed fox right at the cave's entrance, bitten right at its throat. The fox-rabbit's body twitched relentlessly before it was quickly killed by the 3-tailed snow fox. Although it had betrayed its master, it had also died together with him. What goes around comes around. Yue Yang spat on Lu He's corpse. When Yue Yang was killing Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man in the ancient passage, in Champion Island, the old fox was leading Yu Bing, Yu, Yinan, and the other students away from the Champion Stadium, hoping that they could get out from the area of effect of the teleportation restriction, leave the place safely and return to the Ivy Academy. The students from Ivy, Shangjing, Fragrance Academy, and other academies all followed closely behind the old fox. A few teachers and around 100 silver armored guards followed behind the students to protect them. On the other side, there were also teachers, referees and silver armored guards to protect more students and audiences as they escaped from the Champion Stadium. In the midst of chaos, countless mercenaries tried to go to some building and hid themselves temporarily, thinking that they could escape danger that way. However, only a blind person would not be able to tell the dangerous situation that was happening outside. That was because, outside, the whole sky had suddenly turned eerily bloody red. Move faster. This is the demon's bloody light sacrifice. The old fox was very familiar with demon abyss matters. He had many experience. With one glance, he was able to tell that this light was the sign for demons' imminent invasion into the Soaring Dragon Continent. With such an enormous sacrifice, the old fox estimated that at least 100,000 of demons had been sacrificed in the Bloody Pond altar at the Demon Abyss. Furthermore, there must at least be 1,000 demon apostles in Soaring Dragon Continent sacrificed as guides. The fact that the Demon Legion from the Demon Abyss came to attack them right after the Eastern Goblin tribe's invasion meant that all of this was definitely a premeditated plan. If there were no traitors in the Soaring Dragon Continent, no demon apostles causing troubles, then no matter how strong the Demon Legion and Demon Abyss were, they would not be able to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent. This was definitely not only a matter of a few demon apostles, it looked like there was an enormous power behind pulling the strings, an organization who could afford to become the intermediary for Soaring Dragon Continent and Demon Abyss. It might be Demon Palace, Thousand Goblin Sect, Western Lion Pagoda or Green Summit Sect. It might even be Zi Jin Kingdom. When the old fox thought of this, dark clouds loomed over his face. If no one stopped the invasion of the Demon Legion, the Champion Island would become the base for the Demon Legion to invade Soaring Dragon Continent in the future. It would then be the end for humanity. Kids, leave this place quickly. Quick! Soldiers, follow me. The head referee knew that with only himself and 100 over elite soldiers, they would never be able to stop a Demon Legion invasion. But he understood clearly that the future of humanity lies on these students. If they allowed the Demon Legion to use these students' lives as sacrifice for their teleportation portal, the head referee and the others would become sinners that would be remembered for thousands of years. These students were all elites, but they were all still young and have yet to mature. If they were to fight against the Demon Legion, they would undeniably be throwing away their lives. Now, the most important thing was to do all they can to stop the Demon Legion invasion and allow the students to leave safely. The head referee and the 2 vice-head referees turned around, leading several silver armored guards and rushed towards the place where the blood light was the brightest. The Demon Legion from Demon Abyss had not arrived yet. However, they would arrive in full wave at any time. There must be someone who could stand up against them and stop them. In a small building in Champion Island, over 1,000 mercenaries had been ruthlessly murdered. Corpses lie everywhere as fresh blood slowly floated up into the air. Dozens of demon apostles started killing themselves one after another, exchanging their life and soul to serve as a teleportation point for the Demon Legion. Some powerful figures stood on the side as they watched through the whole scene coldly. These were all planned by them. When they saw the head referee bringing some people over, they immediately ordered a few people to stop the head referee. At this time, inside the tournament building, a 20-meter-tall crimson-colored teleportation gate suddenly rose up. Under the crackling of black-colored thunder in the sky, the bloody light covering the sky formed a terrifying-looking vortex, extending down towards the teleportation gate. Countless demons then flooded out of the teleportation gate suddenly, like a giant tsunami wave. They were mostly green-skinned goblin or round-horned demon, there were also yellow-skinned fire monster and fierce-toothed spirit. In every 1,000 demons that poured out, there was a demon general. From within the teleportation gate, there were still black-colored fallen flying dragons and flaming crows rushing out. On the backs of a few of the flying dragons, there were elite demon knights and demon commanders. The sickle demons that were well known amongst humans had also appeared. The sickle demons were usually known as the elite bodyguards of demon kings. Their appearance signified that a demon king would descend upon the Soaring Dragon Continent. When the head referee saw the figures of sickle demons flying in the sky, he felt bottomless despair. The Soaring Dragon Continent was now in grave danger, both internally and externally. They were in the brink of crisis. The innate rankers that were supposed to protect them had secretly left, trying to clear the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. In this critical moment, the traitor amongst them had first provoked the Eastern Goblin tribe to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent and capture the strong warriors on both Xia and Tianluo Kingdom, then called forth the Demon Legion to Soaring Dragon Continent. Kill. When the head referee saw the human traitors that had come to stop them, he felt extremely furious and howled loudly. This was because amongst the traitors, there were two whom he had known personally, his own friends. Those human traitors who had guided the Demon Legion invasion started laughing out loud. They didn't have the intention to fight to their deaths like the head referee. They had summoned their flying beasts beforehand and was avoiding the head referee's attack in the sky. They didn't have any intention to fight the head referee and the others. Awoo! Countless monsters from the demon abyss suddenly rushed out from the sky and the ground, swallowing the head referee and the 100 over silver armored guards whole. At this time, in front of the old fox, there was the 100 transformations demon elder who was previously locked up inside the Xia prison. Shiro, Chapter 185, it was unknown when she was rescued out of the prison. Not only that, she had also recovered all of his powers. Beside her, there were 3 other demon elders from the 1000 Goblin sect who had just been promoted. After Yue Yang killed the 100 Wings and 100 Claws demon elders, the 1000 Goblin sect promoted a few other demon elders to make up for the loss they have suffered in Xia. Of course, the recently promoted demon elders were all far weaker than their predecessors. If Yue Yang was here, he could kill them instantly anytime. The problem was that Yue Yang was not here. There was only the old fox who also had to protect hundreds of other students. 100 transformations demon elder swayed her waist flirtatiously as she smiled. Lord Vice Principal, it's really good to see you. I thought you were also caught by the Eastern Goblin tribe. If you were caught, how could I take my revenge for all the insults you have given me in the past? So you are the troublemaker behind all this. The old fox immediately summoned his grimoire. No, you're wrong. Although we, the 1000 Goblin sect, like to have internal strifes every now and then and make life difficult for other people, we wouldn't go as far as to ask others' help. Furthermore, our relationship with the Eastern Goblin tribe in Tongtian Tower was not that good. We don't have any relations at all to them, and we are also at odds with the beings from the Demon Abyss. No one in our sect, from the sect leader down to the lowest disciples, would ever conspire with these 2 other organizations. However, if you ask us the reason why we have come today, of course we have come to pick on an enemy who is down. Ha ha ha, I am born to be a bad person. I may not be an expert in other things, but bullying an enemy is definitely my expertise. I hate Xia, but unfortunately, with my strength alone, I wouldn't be able to topple Xia, a country with deep-rooted foundation. Now that we have a chance to do it, of course we wouldn't let the chance slip through our hands. Lord Vice Principal, if you are willing to surrender the younger sister of the 2 Hua sisters, that 4th mother who was pretending to be the Yu clan 4th mistress, I will allow THSE students to live. Truthfully, I also couldn't bear to see all these kids being eaten alive by demons and monsters, but what other choice do I have? I'm not the mastermind, I'm just trying to take advantage of you in your predicament. If not for the sake of getting 4th mother, we would never risk letting you go and making enemies out of the other strong powers out there. The 100 transformations demon elder spoke very arrogantly. However, she didn't dare to assume victory, because she knew how powerful the old fox was. Dream on. The old fox's reply was clear-cut and concise. Then we can only apologize for our rude manners. The 100 transformations demon elder waved her hands and the 3 newly promoted demon elders immediately summoned different kinds of strong beasts, stopping the students from leaving. You guys, escape quickly. The old fox didn't look at Yu Bing, afraid that the enemies would notice her. Right now, Yu Bing was disguised as an ordinary-looking female thief, blending into the crowd with Yinan, who was similarly dressed as a thief. She was very safe. When Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers saw that the old fox and a few other teachers had decided to stay back and fight against the 100 transformations demon elder, they quickly lead the crowd of students away. Right now, without the guards or their teachers, they could only rely on themselves. In the sky far away, they could already see demons with wings flying towards them. Ye Kong yelled loudly, "Move, let's leave this place." He summoned his King Kong demon ape and fused it with his body. He then summoned his huge Herculean rhinoceros beetle to open the path in front for them. The Li brothers also summoned their gold ant soldiers and fused it with their bodies, following closely behind Ye Kong. Fatty Hai didn't lead in front like the others. Instead, he hid within the crowds to protect Yu Bing, Yinan, and Yu Yu. Students from Ivy Academy, Shangjing, and Fragrance Academy, together with the Prince of Tianluo and his Pink Rose fan group, proceeded forward calmly although everyone's expressions were filled with panic. Everyone advanced quickly all together, following their classmates that they had believed in. Ye Kong led everyone to escape from the large area of effect of the teleportation restriction space. When he saw that the Demon Legion had not managed to catch up to them yet, he sighed in relief. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to quickly leave. The students all started to become frantic in their anxiousness to return to their home. Under Ye Kong's and the others' protection, they could finally teleport away safely. We should also leave, right now. Ye Kong knew that if they did not leave now, the old fox would be in greater danger. Yu Bing glanced back at the champion stadium in a distance, then pulled Yu Yu and Yinan towards the teleportation gate, trying to leave quickly. However, when the light from the teleportation gate subsided, to her surprise, she found that there was something wrong with the teleportation destination. The place that appeared before her eyes turned out to be an enormous valley, and in front of them, countless waves of demon troops were waiting for the students to arrive. The first wave of students had already summoned their beasts and started fighting against the demons closest to them. This is bad, we have fallen into their trap. Yu Yu finally came back to her senses from her initial shock. Sister Yu and Sister Yinan, don't be scared. Although brother is not here, I will protect you both. I promised brother that I will be strong when we are in danger. I will definitely defeat all the enemies and rescue everyone back. Yu Bing's eyes glowed with unwavering determination. She immediately summoned her grimoire and called forth 200 years old Treant defenders almost at the same time. Her small figure jumped on top of one of the 100 years old Treant defenders' shoulders, and together with the Treant, they jumped right into the middle of the crowd of demon monsters. Countless tree thorns suddenly shot out from the ground under Yu Bing's order, skewering all the demon monsters around her Treant defender. The tree thorns this time were a little different than the usual. These tree thorns were imbued with Yu Bing's deadly anti-aeris. Even when the demons were only grazed by the thorns, they were immediately poisoned to death and fell onto the ground. The two gigantic 100-years-old Treant defender raised their giant tree arms and swept it through the crowd of demons, ruthlessly beating the surrounding, unfortunate demons. In an instant, the demon troops were thrown into chaos. Yu Yu and Yinan looked towards each other, shock written all over their face. Seemed like after clearing the 12 zodiac temples, Yu Bing had really grown up. Her combat power and battle senses had improved so much to the point that it was hard to believe that she was the same person. Yinan nodded, acknowledging Yu Bing's power. At the same time, she also summoned her grimoire, not wanting to lose out. She also wanted to participate in the battle. As for Yu Yu, who did not have fighting capabilities, she quickly summoned her beasts to support Yu Bing and Yinan. Other than Yinan, there was someone else who joined the battle right after Yu Bing. Hui Tai Lang. It had been observing the battle situation all along. When a strong demon was about to launch a sneak attack on Yu Bing from the crowd of demons, the loyal Hui Tai Lang could finally have the chance to show off his powers. Soundlessly, without howling nor intimidating, Hui Tai Lang hid amongst the countless summoned beasts and crept closer like a shadow. This was one of the battle strategy that it had learnt from its master, Yue Yang. Hui Tai Lang didn't know the reason behind it, but it knew that its master had done this because it was the best battle strategy. After observing Yue Yang's countless battles, Hui Tai Lang had remembered it deep in its heart. Before its enemies could react, it bit on the enemy's throat fiercely. At the same time, the demon king-like hell flames burst out from its body. Yue Yang used his lich ring to store Lu He's and the curly sideburn muscular man's corpses. He did not even let the plum leopard's body off. With regards to his actions, Princess Xian was extremely curious. She didn't know that Yue Yang used the corpses to feed his beast. She thought that Yue Yang was an unscrupulous brat who would exploit every single resources he could get. She never thought that the Thorny Flower Demoness was cultivated using humans and warriors' corpses. As for the mysterious beauty Wuxia, who was extremely knowledgeable, she might have more or less guessed it. However, she didn't say anything, secretly helping Yue Yang to keep his secret. If Yue Yang summoned his Thorny Flower Demoness, Princess Xian would be surprised to find out that the previously gold-ranked Thorny Flower Demoness had now leveled up to diamond-ranked. This kind of leveling speed, other than plant-type beasts, no other beasts could compare. Furthermore, there were strict requirements to level up to diamond rank. It wasn't a rank that any ordinary beasts could level up to. Of course, even if Princess Xian asked Yue Yang, he would definitely lie and say that the Thorny Flower Demoness had leveled up due to the experience gained in the 12 zodiac temples. The current Thorny Flower Demoness was not a little girl anymore. She now had the appearance of a 15 to 16-year-old girl. As long as she undergo the last variant evolution, she would become the strongest beast in the plant category, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. Only then would she truly be a holy ranked beast or higher. The current Thorny Flower Demoness had gained enough intelligence after going through the 12 zodiac temples. It looked like soon, Yue Yang would be able to successfully copy the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who could massacre an entire demon legion and 2 great blood prison demon kings 3,000 years ago. Yue Yang's Golden Crown Thorny Flower King might even be stronger than its predecessor, because he had cultivated the thorny flower with many innate rankers' corpses and increased its intelligence by clearing the 12 zodiac temples trials. Most importantly, it had also become stronger from Yue Yang's ancient rune and blood, without Yue Yang knowing. Where should we go? After walking through a giant flight of steps in the ancient passage, Luohua City Mistress found that there was a 3-way crossroad in front of them. The stench of blood is strongest from the left side. There is the smell of the eastern goblin tribe on the right and there seemed to be the smell of humans in the middle. I can't really smell it, you decide, which direction should we go? Princess Qianqian's 6 records was extremely sharp, but the feeling she got from the middle path was really strange, she couldn't identify it very clearly. Let's decide using a coin. Yue Yang took out a gold coin. The 4 girls were speechless. Yue Yang laughed. He was only teasing them when he said to decide with a coin. After lifting the limiter on his innate powers once again, his senses improved greatly. He could easily see through their enemy's diversion trick that was laid to trap them. The scent of blood could be created by sprinkling some blood on the ground, while the smell of the eastern goblin tribe could be created by ordering some people to walk through the passage. On the other hand, they would definitely not be able to conceal the smell of humans. The Easter Goblin tribe had taken their captive through the middle path of the ancient passage. Moreover, they had just left that place. After chasing after the scent for around 10 kilometers, Yue Yang and the 4 girls discovered some bloodstains on the ground. After pursuing another few kilometers, they found the older Xiang brother who was carrying Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha previously lying dead on the ground. He had similarly transformed back to his real body, a valiant bear. His body was as big as a small hill, but it could be seen clearly that this older Xiang brother had been killed by a deadly blow to its head that shattered his skull. The 4 girls' expressions turned gloomy when they see the terrifying aftermath of the deadly blow. Who was the strong warrior that killed the older Xiang brother with one blow? If he wasn't human, then who could he be? There was a high chance that it was a strong, unknown traitor from the Soaring Dragon Continent like those innate rankers Lu He and the curly sideburn muscular man. He might even be stronger than them. Their purpose was to drive a wedge between the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Soaring Dragon Continent, in order to start a deadly battle between them. Hence, they had planned out this giant plot. Let's return. In order to escape from this traitor, the Eastern Goblin tribe must have tried to escape with their quickest speed. I think we won't be able to catch up with them. Secondly, there will only be hope if we return alive. This is because that traitor definitely want to kill us and shift the blame to the Eastern Goblin tribe. Right now, we are in a very grave danger. Before the enemies discover us, we should quickly leave this place. Wu Xia suddenly raised a suggestion. Yue Yang, I think we should change our plans. Previously, when we were pursuing the Eastern Goblin tribe, although they were strong, they didn't start killing us immediately. They were not enemies who will kill us on sight. However, right now, I suspect that that traitor from Soaring Dragon Continent had colluded with traitors from the Eastern Goblin tribe to cook up this scheme. We should first return to a safe place and wait for Zhizun, Night Empress and Elder Nangong to return from the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. That would be the best course of action. If there were only Eastern Goblin tribe members here, I wouldn't mind continuing our pursuit until we found the kidnapped people and rescue them. But it seems like the ones that we have to protect the most are ourselves. The sickly beauty also advised Yue Yang. Because there were some new changes, they had to change their previous plans. Sister Luohua, what do you think? Princess Qianqian really wanted to rescue her father back, but she did not lose her reason. Yes, let me speak my thoughts. Until now, we have not discovered any human corpses yet. It seems like the kidnapped people are not in any kind of danger. The corpses left behind are all the Eastern Goblin tribe warriors instead. We did not see any humans being harmed. In this situation, the fact that the Eastern Goblin tribe were still protecting their hostages meant that they did not have any intention to harm us. Luohua City Mistress also decided to give up on their pursuit at the meantime. Rescuing their loved ones was definitely important, but they shouldn't fall into their enemies' traps. It would really be tragic if that really happened. Then what do you think we should do? Princess Qianqian still asked for Yue Yang's opinion in the end. If this brat decided to pursue the enemy until the end, she would also follow him. This was because both choices of continuing their pursuit and returning were both difficult for her. Yue Yang suddenly hushed them, gesturing that there was something strange in front. The 4 girls immediately became anxious. This was because they had not heard any single sound. Did their enemies surrounded them secretly? Yue Yang did not say anything, he only led the 4 girls back to the 3-path crossroads and entered the left path where the blood stench was the strongest, hiding inside a cave on the walls, quietly waiting. After around 2 minutes, right after Yue Yang and the 4 girls just exited the passage, 2 miserable-looking figures rushed out quickly into the 3-way crossroads. The two figures split up into two different crossroads and ran for their lives. One of the figure flew straight towards the passage where Yue Yang and the four girls were hiding. The figure flew past them, but it quickly turned around and entered into the cave on the wall. When the figure rushed into the cave, to its surprise, it found that Yue Yang and the four girls were also there. Yue Yang and the four girls were also extremely surprised, because this miserable figure whose body was covered with injuries was actually that arrogant flying tiger ambassador. The current flying tiger ambassador was as miserable looking as a little beggar being chased into small alleyways. He breathed heavily, panic written all over his face. What actually happened? Princess Xian really couldn't understand. How could such a strong Eastern Goblin tribe member become so miserable like a stray dog? SHH, the flying tiger ambassador gestured to her to lower down her voice. He seemed not used to looking miserable in front of Yue Yang, Princess Xian and the others, who were human kids much younger than him, but the situation forced him to get over his discomfort. His face showed a little embarrassment. Finally, the flying tiger ambassador told them the truth. There are about 10 innate ranker traitors amongst the people in your Soaring Dragon Continent. They had secretly colluded with our Easter Goblin tribe. When we returned, they had secretly prepared an ambush for us. In order to protect the safety of our small team, I stayed behind to stop them. But the number of enemies kept increasing, so Jinjing, Golden Eyes Beast, and I were forced to destroy the ancient teleportation portal. We had just separated to regroup. Why are you guys here? Don't tell me you guys really chased after us? What use did you think you could do chasing after us, with just so few of you? Even if we return the hostages to you, you wouldn't be able to leave the ancient passage. Yue Yang smiled slightly. Flying Tiger Ambassador, right now, you should just worry about yourself first. The Flying Tiger Ambassador stared blankly at Yue Yang before laughing coldly. Don't tell me you guys are still thinking of killing me? Even if I'm heavily injured, I can still finish you guys with one move. Yue Yang shook his head. No, we won't attack you. But I don't believe those Eastern Goblin tribe members hiding outside the cave would think the same way. Our dear guests, please enter the cave. I don't know if you guys have a hobby of eavesdropping, but I don't think that's good manners. Interesting little human kid. I remembered Sky Dragon, chapter 186, told me before that a scary little kid has appeared in the Soaring Dragon Continent. That kid was extremely irritating to him. I believe that the kid is you. Outside the cave, a two-headed snake whose body was thicker than a water bucket and covered with green-colored scales slithered soundlessly inside. On the head of the left snake head, there was a summoning beast-like contract circle, but there was none on the right snake head. This was the only difference between the two snake heads. The snake head could not only speak human language, it could also transform into human. In the midst of the thick green smoke, the two snake heads transformed into a gloomy-looking man. The green snake scales transformed into a green-colored snake scales battle armor on his body. His waist down was not human legs, but a long snake tail. Yue Yang had seen different kinds of beasts before, and the weird-looking result when a beast turned into armor or fused onto its master's body, but he had never seen a beast who is connected to its master's flesh as one body. Yue Yang looked at the fellow, then shouted at the entrance of the cave once again, "Don't think that just because your body is black you can hide from me." When the two-headed snake who had turned into a man heard it, he laughed out loud and said, "Old tortoise, didn't I say we can't hide from him?" Outside, a low man's voice replied. "It's not that I want to hide, I am just a slow climber." As the voice spoke, a giant tortoise climbed up to the cave entrance on the wall with lightning speed. It had a tortoise back which was as big as a small hill. On its head, instead of a tortoise head, it had a terrifying-looking snake head with sharp fangs. Its claws were sharp like a lion's, and its tail was like a flaming whip. The giant tortoise suddenly slipped and rolled on the ground. Yue Yang thought that he would see a struggling overturned tortoise that wouldn't be able to get back on its feet. However, the giant tortoise suddenly lighted up in flames and transformed into a huge man wearing a black-colored armor. His skin was dark-colored and he had a shoulder-length hair. His nails were all black, and he wore a flame-like belt on his waist. That black-armored man was almost 3 meters tall. His physique was incomparably big, but he walked as if he was as light as feather. He had an unusual way of walking, as if he was floating in the air, like he was tiptoeing and walking over a water surface. In any case, his way of walking was strange in an unexplainable way. Without waiting for Yue Yang to ask, the black-armored man reported his attendance. "I can't call myself a dragon turtle yet. I am a serpent fire-tailed tortoise. However, if I kill you guys and suck in all of your strength, I might be able to evolve into a dragon turtle. Especially if I sucked Flying Tiger's strength. It would be a huge increase to my powers. Since you know each other, you should continue to reminisce about the old times. We still have something that we need to settle. We won't bother you." Yue Yang was about to leave. "I will spare your life if you crawl under my legs." The serpent fire-tailed tortoise who had transformed into a black-armored man laughed heartily. "The beauties have to stay. The two-headed snake who had transformed into a man with the green snake scales armor added. Yue Yang remained silent but raised his Hui Jin magic blade, showing his enemies that he would not hesitate fighting them. Yue Yang didn't want to create more enemies if it was not necessary. It would be great if these two Eastern Goblin tribe members were more interested in the Flying Tiger Ambassador. In any case, he would reap the benefits if they fight. However, having this kind of thought did not mean that he was retreating like a coward, instead, it was a way to test the enemy. The reaction of the enemy would decide whether Yue Yang would launch his attack or not. Since the enemy wanted to battle, he would just slash the enemy without being afraid of trouble. Wait a moment. The mysterious beauty, Wu Xia said all of a sudden. You don't have to fight. Let us deal with them. Can you handle this? Yue Yang was astounded. These two Eastern Goblin tribe definitely had the innate powers. How could they fight the two of them? Princess Xian waved her huge sword heroically. Why did we follow you here if we are not going to fight? You in charge of controlling the troops. Watch as we kill the two-headed snake and tortoise. The two Eastern Goblin tribe laughed unbridledly as they listened. Their expressions showed that they didn't give a damn to Princess Xian and the other girls. In their eyes, Princess Xian and the other girls were not even innate, they were just girls. Thus, they didn't care at all. The Flying Tiger Ambassador remained silent as he sped up the recovery from his injury. It seemed like he had another plan in his mind. Yue Yang paid attention to this fellow surreptitiously as he didn't trust the Flying Tiger Ambassador. Of course, it was also impossible for the Flying Tiger Ambassador to trust Yue Yang. However, their mutual enemy were the two who were standing in front of them. The relationship between the three parties had indistinctly formed opposition towards each other since all of them had different interests. One of them had to be defeated completely in order to break this triangle. Princess Xian shouted as she raised her huge sword. The qi in her body exploded. It was as strong as a hurricane. This was her first time she exploded her true strength completely in front of Yue Yang. This also included the strength that she had been hiding all this time. A burst of brilliant light shot out from her body and made her look like a warrior goddess. Light rays spun around her sword. Sword qi shot out from her legs, arms and back to the ground and air. The impact from the sword qi even left several traces on the ground 10 meters away in the cave. At the moment when the sword-shaped light shining from her body was at its brightest, a stunning, fierce tiger roar was heard. Roar! An image of a huge white tiger appeared on top of Princess Xian's head. It then entered swiftly into Princess Xian's body. Princess Xian's qi exploded once again right after that. Her power was 10 times stronger than the qi that was as strong as hurricane just now. The whole cave that was indestructible was shaking. The Flying Tiger Ambassador's expression changed as soon as he saw a flash of the white tiger image. It was as if he saw his frightening nemesis. As for the man with the green snake scale armor and the black armored man, their eyes showed astonishment too. They never expected that a girl like Princess Xian who seemed to only be ranked at level 6 elder would have such powerful strength when she released her real power. They did hear that the human warriors in the Soaring Dragon Continent were good at hiding their strength before, but they didn't know that human warriors could hide their strength this well. They couldn't tell at all when she was hiding her strength if it were not because her strength were not innate yet, both of them would have considered giving up on battling with her. They were afraid of the strength of the beast in her body. Because the beast looked exactly like the white tiger. It was said to be the strongest beast among the legendary 4 holy beasts, Western White Tiger. Of course, the beast only looked like the white tiger of the 4 holy beast. It shouldn't be the real white tiger. If the real white tiger was here, it could easily tear and smash all of them even if there were 100 members of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Let me fight her. The black armored man who was transformed from the serpent fire-tailed tortoise stepped out. Be careful, there's something odd in this girl. The beast in her body should be the real white tiger, but it should be a young white tiger which has not fully grown yet. I can sense an indistinct pressure from her body. The man with the green snake scales armor which had transformed from the two-headed snake warned his comrade immediately. You better worry about yourself. The sickly beauty smiled. Her body didn't emit a biting cold qi, instead, her qi was extremely soft and beautiful. Countless colors overflowed from her body. It was as beautiful as a rainbow. Many colorful light rays entered into her body and transformed into a sparkling and translucent crystal armor as she did the summoning at the same time. If Princess Xian's white tiger beast was said to be the strongest attack-type beast, then the sickly beauty, Wu Xia's crystal armor was the strongest defense beast. Yue Yang battled with the sickly beauty once when she disguised herself as the Tian Luo prince. He didn't get to break the crystal armor even after making several attempts at it. He could only break her extremely strong defense with the innate invisible sword qi after he carved the runic circle on the shield. Before this, Yue Yang didn't have confidence in Princess Xian and thought that the sickly beauty was the strongest among all of them. He didn't expect that Princess Xian's strength was no less than the sickly beauty after she released her real strength. The thing that made Yue Yang wondered the most was that he could sense a kind of very familiar response from Princess Xian. It seemed to conform with his mind indistinctly. At first, Yue Yang still couldn't figure it out, but as Luo Hua City Mistress and Mysterious Beauty started to summon, he immediately realized it. It was the ancient runes. There was an ancient runic circle in the body of Wu Xia, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress that conformed with his mind. When did they own the ancient runes? Could it be that it was when they were at the Cloud Peak Lake? Only Luo Hua City Mistress was there with him when he launched the ancient runic circle. Perhaps Princess Xian and Wu Xia were there too, that's why they also gained the strength of the ancient runes. If compared with Wu Xia, Princess Xian and the rest, the silver runes of the sickly beauty whose health had been affected as she studied the ancient runes had the weakest response with the ancient runes in Yue Yang's body. The one with the strongest response was the mysterious beauty, Wu Xia, who had been improving her abilities and summoning skills relentlessly. She neither released a burst of her chi like Princess Xian nor was she reserved like the sickly beauty. Somewhat mysteriously, she summoned her grimoire. She held the ancient book and muttered as if she was reciting a poem. The colorful light on her body transformed into several ancient runes. The ancient runes streaked across her body like fireflies, although they disappeared after a few seconds. Outside her shield, the temperature suddenly dropped drastically, as if an ice petrification attack had descended upon the cave. The ground, wall, and dome of the cave were all gradually turning into ice. These little beauties all turned out to be thorny roses. We are in trouble this time. The green-armored man cried out as he saw the sickly beauty's crystal armor and Luo Hua City Mistress's aurora light. They are not an innate, but I felt a great sense of danger from them. Hua Wei, Fire Tail, stop your attack. I will get someone to help. Don't make a silly mistake. It will be humiliating if we lose in such a battle. It's surprising that both of you are scared of these girls who are just a human. This is really ridiculous. The Flying Tiger ambassador mocked both of them, but he was also secretly alarmed in his heart. Luckily he didn't have to face these girls at the moment, else he would be in deep trouble too. The heavily armored man who was the serpent fire-tailed tortoise transformation appeared unconcerned as he heard the Flying Dragon ambassador's mockery. He replied sarcastically, "Smart people won't commit stupid mistakes. Fei Hu, Flying Tiger, don't think that you can goad me with that retarded statement. Bai Lin, Green Scales, release your green snake to guide others here. I will hold them. I have the feeling that these girls will be more worthy than the idiotic Fei Hu all of a sudden. If we can catch them and offer them to the Lich King, I believe that he will be very happy." Fei Hu means Flying Tiger in Mandarin while Bai Lin means Green Scale in Mandarin. The two-headed snake man whose name was Bai Lin summoned a cloud of green smoke. The green smoke transformed into a green snake's shadow as it appeared out of air. The green snake disappeared in a flash. When it was about to disappear, a white shadow which was far faster than lightning shot out from beside Luo Hua City Mistress's feet. The white shadow streaked across the air rapidly and chased to the entrance of the cave. It managed to catch up with the green snake which was about to disappear and bit the green snake onto the floor. It was Luo Hua City Mistress's three-tailed snow fox. Although its combat strength wasn't strong, far weaker than the cockroach-like Hui Tai Lang which had a very high vitality, even 100 Hui Tai Lang wouldn't be able to beat it when it came to killing snake-type beast. It could be said that the three-tailed snow FX was the nemesis of snake-type beast. Any kind of snake-type beasts would die if they were bitten by its tiny sharp teeth. The green snake twisted in pain as it tried to coil around the three-tailed snow fox, trying to strangle its opponent to death. However, the three-tailed snow fox was extremely smart and quick. The green snake couldn't touch its body at all since its speed was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, the green snake fell dead under the three-tailed snow fox's tiny mouth. The two-headed snake man, Bai Lin, was extremely angry. He raised one of his green hands and green liquid flowed out from his palm. The green liquid smelled very fishy and so unpleasant that it caused people to feel dizzy and nauseated. He then shot the liquid towards the three-tailed snow fox. The three-tailed snow fox avoided the liquid nimbly. As the liquid splashed on the floor, green and white smoke burst out as the stone floor of the cave eroded. Aurora Light. Luo Hua City Mistress raised her hand. Although she wasn't good at close combat like Princess Xian, the frightening power of the Aurora Light which was condensed in her hands was no doubt a nightmare for the enemy. Magic Tortoise Shield. Bai Lin, stay behind me. The black-armored man, Hua Wei, didn't have a grimoire, but as an Eastern Goblin tribe member he was more expert in summoning if compared with the Flying Dragon ambassador and the rest. He took out a black summoning crystal and summoned a huge tortoise which then transformed into a super thick shield. He was prepared to defend himself against Luo Hua City Mistress's Aurora Light. At the same time, he hinted to his comrade to hide behind him. Although Luo Hua City Mistress was not an innate, it would be painful if they were hit by this kind of Aurora Light. He was very alert, especially because he saw the runic circle that had appeared momentarily before the Aurora Light condensed in Luo Hua City Mistress' palm. It's too late. Princess Xian raised her huge sword and with an irresistible force, slashed her target, Bai Lin, the two-headed snake man, with a tremendous force. Flashing snake shadow, the two-headed snake man didn't defend the attack but transformed into a mirage and slipped to his comrade. However, afterwards, something astonishing happened. As soon as he made his move, he was trapped in a pincer killed by the girls. The mysterious beauty, Xia appeared behind him in a flash with thunder and ice in each of her hands. The power in both of her hands were not any weaker than Luohua City Mistress Aurora Light. She had made use of Luohua City Mistress's Aurora Light and the chi of Princess Xian ingeniously to mask her power so that she could accumulate the strongest power and waited for a good chance to attack. As soon as the two-headed snake man moved, she attacked him immediately by dealing a heavy blow to his ears with her hands. Her current strength was no longer the same as the time when she battled with Marquis Zi Jin. Before she attacked the two-headed snake man with both of her hands, a terrified expression was seen on his face. He could have dodged or defended, but there was a cute little lamia that made his life completely tragic. Due to the binding innate skill, he became a living sandbag who couldn't move at all in 3 seconds while he was being beaten. In front, a cute little lamia brandished her dual icicle blades at him. At his back, the mysterious beauty who was like a death reaper, attacked him with her thunder palm and icicle at his left and right side respectively. On top of his head, the huge sword wielded by the tigress, Princess Xian was about to slash down upon him. Under the pincer attack, a serious damage was inflicted on Bai Lin, the two-headed snake. His eardrums had burst, his blood flowed out from the 7 orifices of his head. Half of his face was burnt black while the other half of his face was frozen in ice. Even the blood that he spat out from his mouth had become frozen in ice as it shattered on the floor. Before the mysterious beauty, Xia could finish her attack, Princess Xian's huge sword had slashed down on him with an irresistible force. Although the huge sword didn't slash the two-headed snake into two, it had successfully cut into his skull. Princess Xian's attack held immense power. On top of that, the two-headed snake man had no defense at all. As a result, when he was slashed by the huge sword, his blood spilled out on the spot while his skull was smashed into pieces. His brain was also split open at the same time. The joint attacks by Xia and Princess Xian wasn't the biggest damage that had been inflicted on the two-headed snake man. The one who had launched the deadly blow was the little lamia, Fei Wen Li. Her dual icicle blade slipped through the two-headed snake man's chest and freeze all the organs inside his body. As she transformed into a rainbow light and floated back into Yue Yang's body, she placed a bloody orb on Yue Yang's hands. This was the deadly attack by Fei Wen Li. She had dug out the two-headed snake man's orb. The bodies of the Eastern Goblin tribe were extremely strong. They could recover rapidly even if their body received critical damage. However, they must never lose their orbs, otherwise they would suffer great injuries to their vitality at best or die at worst. It was not that the two-headed snake man wasn't being vigilant. It's just that he only paid attention to Xia, Princess Xian and the rest. He never expected that the one who had launched the deadly blow would be the Fei Wen Li who was hidden inside Yue Yang's body. Due to Fei Wen Li's binding innate skill, he had become a living sandbag who could only get sliced up by the enemy. The black-armored man, Hua Wei, charged forward frantically as he wanted to save his comrade. He attacked agitatedly but his attacks were useless against the sickly beauty's crystal shield. Luohua City Mistress who was standing far away from him suddenly shot out an extremely strong aurora light and sent him flying away, not giving him any second chance to attack. If Hua Wei didn't have his magic tortoise shield, he would probably follow his comrade's footsteps and became the second Eastern Goblin tribe member to collapse in front of the 4 girls. No! The armored man, Hua Wei, cried out bitterly as he saw his comrade fell down raggedly. As a result of making the wrong move, his comrade had suffered heavy damages and became an ice statue. The armored man Hua Wei ignited in flame as he ran towards his comrade, carrying the two-headed snake man who had turned into an ice statue away. The ice melted rapidly as it was heated by the raging flames. To their astonishment, the two-headed snake man had not died even after suffering so much damage. He slowly transformed back to his original form of a huge snake and coiled his body with one of his snake's head. In the midst of a green cloud of smoke, he completed a bizarre transformation. His other undamaged snake's head was transformed into him while his own snake's head, which had been seriously damaged, was transformed into the beast. However, although the two-headed snake managed to save his life with this bizarre way of replacing his snake's head, he had lost a great deal of his strength. He no longer possessed innate powers since he had lost his orb. He had only managed to stay alive due to the strong body of the Eastern Goblin tribe. Even a level 7 overlord could slash the current him right now. SSSS. The two-headed snake flicked out its long tongue as it escaped out from the cave in high speed under the armored man, Hua Wei's protection. Where are you trying to escape? Of course the Flying Tiger Ambassador wanted to take advantage of their predicament. The Flying Tiger Ambassador was reserving his strength since Yue Yang and the 4 girls were here and he was worried that Fei Wen Li would make a surprise attack on him like she did to Bai Lin. However, the Flying Tiger Ambassador still increased his innate powers unhesitatingly and transformed into a brightly colored fierce tiger with a pair of huge wings on its back. He pounced fiercely forward to bite the two-headed snake, Bai Lin, and the armored man, Hua Wei. His objective was to kill the two-headed snake, Bai Lin, forcing Hua Wei to go mad with anger. Then, he planned to join hands with Yue Yang to defeat Hua Wei together. The Flying Tiger ambassador believed that Yue Yang would definitely make his move to kill Hua Wei as long as there was a good opportunity for him to do so. Let alone Hua Wei, the Flying Tiger ambassador believed that he would also be killed if he was careless. Yue Yang and the four girls watched disinterestedly. It would be better if the Flying Tiger ambassador fight with the enemy so that they wouldn't need to lift a hand. Originally, Hua Wei's strength wasn't any weaker than the Flying Tiger ambassador, but because he had to protect his injured comrade Bai Lin, Hua Wei could only transform back to his real form of serpent fire-tailed tortoise and defend the Flying Tiger ambassador's attack. In an instant, he was pushed back continuously by the Flying Tiger ambassador. Yue Yang noticed that this battle would probably last quite some time. So he didn't bother much about the battle situation and started to study the orb in his palm instead. This snake orb gave him a very odd feeling. It seemed like some kind of secret was hidden inside it. Yue Yang believed his beasts, Wu Xia, Wu Hen, Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress and he himself could greatly enhance their strength as long as he unraveled the secret of this orb. It could be said that this orb might be the key to breakthroughs of their strength in the future. The four girls knew that Yue Yang must have discovered something new as soon as they saw Yue Yang's thoughtful expression. Four of them quickly gathered around him secretly, in order to protect him from the enemy's attack and distractions so that he could concentrate on studying the secret of the orb. The medicine encyclopedia did record something about the orb, but the record was very simple. It only stated that an orb was formed after accumulating energy for a long time and it was usually found in an animal's body. The orb was formed after the animal absorbed the spiritual energy of the universe. Therefore, it possessed a very powerful energy. If a beast absorbs an orb from a beast of the same attribute, they would level up or even undergo variant evolution. The disadvantage of the orb was that its energy was too powerful and there were too much of impurity in it. If a beast absorbed an orb from a beast of different attribute, not only would it be useless to the consumer's body, it might even be harmful to the beast. It could cause the beast to die due to overflow of energy. Orbs were very rare in the Soaring Dragon Continent but it was very common amongst the Eastern Goblin tribe. Although it was quite similar to the demon crystals of the demonic beasts in the Soaring Dragon Continent, they have their differences. The energy inside an orb was very powerful, but most orbs was not a solid substance. Once the orb had solidified, its energy was incomparable to an ordinary demon crystal. The power stored inside an orb was even greater than dragon crystals which were said to possess the greatest power. Another point was that even though orbs contained a lot of impurity, it was considered much cleaner than demon crystals. Moreover, it was always connected with its owner's soul, hence the orb's owner could even use his orb to attack his enemy. Of course, the orb owner would die if the orb was damaged. And in the same way, it would be dangerous to swallow an orb if the orb owner had not died yet, because the owner could control the orb as he or she wish. The orb was shaking in Yue Yang's palm. The two-headed snake had made several attempts to suck in the orb back to his body. However, it was not easy to regain things back from Yue Yang once it had fallen onto his palms. The orb was refining rapidly under Yue Yang's innate qi. The impurity, spirit, evil energy and other unnecessary attribute were all being dispersed by Yue Yang's innate qi as well. At first, Yue Yang did it subconsciously as he intended to prevent the two-headed snake, Bai Lin to regain his orb back. He wanted to disperse the impurities so that he could keep the orb and study it. However, Yue Yang started to realize something as he dispersed the consciousness of the orb by using his innate qi. He couldn't describe the strange response. As he purified the orb with his innate qi, the response was even stronger and he started to understand it. I need fire. Yes, I need to refine it with fire. Yue Yang released the power of Yang and ignited a purple flame. He further refined the orb in his palm according to his understanding. The two-headed snake at the other side, on the other hand, looked to be in pain as Yue Yang's innate qi started to disperse the consciousness from the orb. When Yue Yang refined it with the purple flame, it screamed and fell on the ground suddenly. Although it didn't die, it whined miserably as its body rapidly became larger and rougher. On the other hand, its strength was decreasing relentlessly. When it became a huge snake whose body's thickness was larger than a water bucket, its strength had deteriorated until the level of gold ranked level 5 of the Soaring Dragon Continent. When his orb was stolen, if Bai Lin could regain his orb back, there might still be hope for Bai Lin to regain his innate powers back. However, along with Yue Yang's refining, his condition became even more tragic as time passed by. Completely losing his orb, he slowly turned back into his original form, a giant snake, and his strength had even deteriorated drastically. Bai Lin might be weaker than a gold-ranked level 5 huge snake if he didn't have high intelligence. Even the Flying Tiger Ambassador wasn't interested to kill him now. The Flying Tiger Ambassador could see that it would be tough for Bai Lin to regain its human transformation ability even if he cultivated for another 1,000 of years, even if he didn't die now. It was also out of question that it could return to the innate realm. Yue Yang had not finished refining yet. Instead, it was only the beginning. The size of the orb was a few times smaller after it was refined 9 times by the purple flames of the power of Yang. It became sparkling like an egg yolk, bright golden and dazzling with a radiant but soft light. Even a blind person could see how precious the orb was. It was pure and full of energy. If anyone swallowed it, there would be an obvious change in the enhancement of his or her strength. The four girls looked at the orb in Yue Yang's hand happily. They never thought that the orb could be refined using this way. If there were a lot of orbs for a beast to absorb, wouldn't there be a rapid progress in enhancing the beast's strength? What is this orb's attribute? What kind of beast would be best to take it? The sickly beauty had great interest in researching. If she wasn't at the battlefield now, she would have taken out a pen to record every detail of it. I haven't finished refining it yet. I still need to refine it again. But when it is completed, the orb's attribute should be neutral and it can be taken by any type of beast. Yue Yang wasn't satisfied with the refining of this orb. According to his understanding, it was possible for this orb to be further refined. Its basic foundation could be changed as well, but the flame that was required to refine it again had to be a higher leveled one. For example, the true samadhi fire. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/samadhi, Yue Yang didn't have such kind of thing. However, he had Nirvana's flame. Could the Nirvana's flame refine the orb like how the true samadhi fire did? Yue Yang never tried about it, but he thought that that idea might work. Anyway, it was just an experiment. If it was successful, then it proved that the Nirvana's flame could be used to refine the orb. Yue Yang would then have the motivation to fight the Eastern Goblin tribe and steal their orbs. If it failed, it was not too bad too, as it would just cost them an orb. Yue Yang worried that the orb would be burnt away if there was too much of Nirvana's flame. He tried his best to control the Nirvana's flame so that it was only ignited in his palm. He used the smallest flame to refine the orb, which had already been purified. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia, the sickly beauty Wu Hen, Princess Xian and the Luo Hua city mistress were all containing their excitement and waited with bated breath as they watched Yue Yang refining the orb. The orb melted rapidly under the Nirvana's flame, just like how an ice melt under a flame. At first, Yue Yang was shocked as he thought that he failed to refine it. However, the ping-pong-sized orb stopped decreasing in size when it was the size of a glass bead. The orb had been changed completely. The dazzling orb had now become sparkling and transparent, pure without any impurity. What was left in it was completely pure energy. Furthermore, this energy was the energy that had been refined and transformed until it changed completely. It had a neutral attribute and was extremely concentrated in energy, like a diamond that had been polished. A dazzling and magnificent light burst out from within Yue Yang's palms, completely unstoppable. When Yue Yang opened his palm, the dome in the cave was brightened up by the shining magnificent light. The orb looked like a tiny sun in Yue Yang's palm as it emitted bright radiance. The Flying Tiger Ambassador and the armored man Huawei who were fighting at the other side watched blankly and stopped fighting, completely stunned. That orb was an existence that they wouldn't even dream of existing. If they had not seen it for themselves, they would never expect that orbs could emit such great energy and dazzling light. How did this human boy do that? Could it be that his real identity was the Grandmaster level of alchemist? How did he refine the orb without using any cauldron, in such a short time? The Flying Tiger Ambassador and Huawei as well as Bai Lin, who had transformed to a huge snake, looked at Yue Yang greedily. They were thinking that if they could capture this brat back with them and force him to help them refine orbs, undergoing the variant evolution to be a Goblin King might just be around the corner. A light flashed across the eyes of the heavily armored guy, Huawei. He suddenly abandoned the comrade whom he had been going all out to protect, and ran out of the cave. His behavior greatly startled the Flying Tiger Ambassador. But without thinking more, the Flying Tiger Ambassador spared no effort in chasing after him. The Flying Tiger Ambassador was extremely clear of one thing: to be the sole beneficiary of the orb based on just his strength alone was not possible. Since he was unable to benefit from it exclusively, why not offer this secret to the Goblin Emperor? The Goblin Emperor would reward him greatly for it, and he himself would also benefit from a large improvement in strength. Before offering this secret to the Goblin Emperor, he must first kill Huawei, the subordinate of Southern Goblin King. Otherwise, if Huawei reported this to his superior, the Southern Goblin King would definitely take action before the Goblin Emperor knew of this. At that time his own life would be in danger, and this little human boy would also be captured and taken to the Southern Goblin lands. Hence, no matter what, Huawei must not be allowed to live. Let's join forces to kill Huawei. He's preparing to call for reinforcements. The nine-headed Goblin Marshal is present in this ambush. He's an extremely strong opponent who is very hard to deal with. We have to kill Huawei first, to dispel future troubles. The Flying Tiger Ambassador did not forget to shout to Yue Yang before he gave chase. In the heart of the Flying Tiger Ambassador, Yue Yang's previous status of an enemy to him had transformed into a rare treasure. He temporarily put aside the thought of killing Yue Yang and the four women. He even decided to adopt different tactics and methods like cooperation or scamming, to first pacify this little human boy. After they killed Huawei, he would then work together with his comrades to take this mystical little boy back as an offering to the Goblin Emperor. With the help of a mystical human being who knew how to refine orbs, the Goblin Emperor would definitely greatly advance in strength. At that time, there would even be a possibility for them to lead armies into the Heaven Realms. As long as he could enter the legendary Heaven Realms, even just for one look, he would die without regrets. Go after him. Yue Yang gave Wuxia, Xian and Luo Hua a quick look. The reason why he chose to refine the orb in front of Hua Wei and the Flying Tiger Ambassador was understood only by the four women. This was a trap to lure and kill the enemy. Before this, it would not be possible for Hua Wei and the Flying Tiger Ambassador to really go all out, since they still had to be vigilant against Yue Yang and the four women. Once Yue Yang refined the pills successfully, Hua Wei and Flying Tiger would definitely fight for it with all their might, all for the purpose of exclusively benefiting from the secret. Maybe Hua Wei and Flying Tiger would request for as many reinforcements as possible, but no matter how many more were coming, both sides would fight to the end with each other, until the other side has completely been obliterated. Most importantly, their side, which was the weakest in strength initially, would at least be temporarily safe due to their status changing from that of an enemy to a target that both Hua Wei and Flying Tiger wanted to lure over to their side. Even if either side emerged victorious in the end, they would not attack Yue Yang or the four women again. Before chasing, Yue Yang and Luo Hua City Mistress joined hands in using body fusion. The explosive power of double aurora pulverized the greatly weakened giant serpent Bai Lin into multiple pieces. Princess Qian's giant sword slashed heavily, beheading the snake. Finally, to ensure that Bai Lin was indeed dead, Wuxia even used cold air to freeze the snake head into a block of ice. After Yue Yang and the four women killed the giant snake Bai Lin, they followed the battle trail of Flying Tiger and Hua Wei and chased after them. In order to stop Hua Wei, the Flying Tiger Ambassador used his strongest attacking power, while Hua Wei used his strongest defensive power to resist, attempting to flee from him with all his might. If not for the knowledge that his comrade was just right in front of him, Hua Wei would not have the confidence to escape from the relentless attacks of Flying Tiger. The Flying Tiger Ambassador thundered in rage. In order to intercept Hua Wei, he almost went all out without a care for the consequences, and would rather have an outcome where neither side won than see Hua Wei escape from his clutches. Even if the ambassador knew that the sounds of fighting would definitely attract more enemies, he had no way to fight noiselessly. Both his radiant tiger explosion wave and hissing tiger sky vibrating howl need the roaring sound made from his throat to transmit his breath. If he did not roar, and silently attacked instead, that would reduce 80% of his power. Roar. The Flying Tiger Ambassador's only hope was for Hua Wei's comrades to be slow to hear the fighting sounds made over here, and only after he was able to kill Hua Wei and make him unable to spill the secret of making orbs forever. That would be the most ideal outcome. Kill. Yue Yang did not make the Flying Tiger Ambassador wait for long. Once he caught up, he immediately unsheathed his Huijin magic blade. Showering the skies with purple flames, he slashed his blade towards Hua Wei's head. Hua Wei was already in a battered and exhausted state. The attacks of Flying Tiger Ambassador and Yue Yang constituted formidable power, with each move at full force. Flying Tiger even regularly made full frontal attacks that disregarded defense, just to lure Hua Wei into retaliating, but Hua Wei repeatedly refused to be tricked, and did not even pause in his movements for a second. Instead, he suppressed the anger in his heart and focused on wildly fleeing. His magic tortoise shield served as an extremely good form of defense, and he also had an extremely strong body. Hence even if he was hit squarely by Flying Tiger's attacks, he was still able to continue fleeing. Hua Wei knew that as long as he could persevere till his comrades received news of him and arrived, then the situation would immediately be reversed. In this ancient passage, Flying Tiger had no possibility of finding assistance. Most of his subordinates had died in battle, and when most of Hua Wei's comrades lay waiting in ambush, their total strength would be 10 times that of Flying Tiger's. Hence, to surround Flying Tiger and to capture the other 5 humans alive was definitely not a problem. Other than the strongest one out of them, the 9-headed Goblin Marshal, there were still the Goblin King's immediate subordinates, 4 of the 8 great Goblin Generals, waiting for them. The battle strength of any single one of the 4 great Goblin Generals, Jin Chan, Zai Diao, Pai Pa, Shi Meng could easily capture and kill Flying Tiger, a hooligan which bullied the weak and was afraid of the strong. Even if the 9-headed Goblin Marshal and the 4 great Goblin Generals did not arrive in time, there were still the fallen human rankers Lord Lu He and Mr. Duan Mu. They were human level 3 innate rankers, even though their physical bodies were not as strong as the Eastern Goblin tribe, but human innate S would normally be a few levels stronger than other tribes' innate S. As long as Lu He and Mr. Duan Mu arrived, Flying Tiger would definitely not be able to handle them. As for the Goblin envoys and Goblin servants, whose strength was almost the same as him or were slightly weaker than him, there were a few dozens of them. As long as Hua Wei could meet up with them, he could definitely defeat the Flying Tiger Ambassador. As long as any one of them received news and came, it would be good. But what made Hua Wei despair was that the first to receive news and come was not his own comrade, but Flying Tiger's single surviving comrade in the ancient passage, Fiery Golden Eyes Beast. What's going on? When the middle-aged man that Fiery Golden Eyes Beast transformed into saw the scene in front of him, he was extremely surprised. Cut the crap, Golden Eyes, put away that irritating cover of politeness. I order you to immediately use your most powerful attack to kill Hua Wei. When the Flying Tiger ambassador saw that the one who came forward was actually his own comrade, he was ecstatic. He felt that the heavens were really favoring him. If the one who came was an enemy, then his headache would grow by 3 times. Luckily, the one who came was Fiery Golden Eyes Beast. This fellow was normally the most irritating, but since he was able to come in time to help, the previous bad impression of him immediately changed. As long as he could live to bring back the secret to the Goblin Emperor, as long as he was in a good mood, he would even put in a few good words for him. We should just run away now, 4 abnormal monsters are coming from behind. I barely managed to escape from them. You guys are fighting so hard now, but they will arrive within a minute. The middle-aged man whom Fiery Golden Eyes Beast had transformed into had a bitter smile on his face. If we have even 10 minutes, you don't even need to say a thing, I would immediately attack and kill of this turtle. Then you should take this little boy and leave, his life is more important than yours, bring him with you. The Flying Tiger ambassador ordered Golden Eyes to take Yue Yang and leave. I am thinking that he shouldn't have the ability to do that. From the far entrance of the ancient passage, a beautiful lady holding a jaded pipa sashayed towards them. E/N, pipa is a Chinese guitar-looking instrument. When Flying Tiger saw this woman, his face immediately changed. Pipa Goblin of the Southern 4 Goblin Generals. On the other hand, Hua Wei had an ecstatic expression on his face. Even further in the darkness, a smiling chubby man walked towards them. Beside him, there was an extremely ugly golden toad with 3 feet. Behind him, there was a skinny guy riding a strange horse which looked neither like a horse or a donkey. Once the skinny guy appeared, he kept coughing, looking as if he was suffering from a terminal disease and would almost fall to the ground and die any minute. When the Flying Tiger ambassador saw these 3 monsters appear, terror filled his eyes. He turned and rushed into the ancient passage behind him at the speed of a hurricane. His speed was so fast that he disappeared in a blink of an eye. Because he was eager to escape, he did not even bother to inform his comrade, Golden Eyes, in time. Yue Yang was slightly appalled. This Flying Tiger had just asked his comrade to leave first in such a righteous manner. How was it that once strong enemies arrived, he himself first escaped with such speed? The middle-aged man whom Fiery Golden Eyes Beast had transformed into smiled bitterly. He seemed to have already anticipated such an outcome. The heavily armored guy Hua Wei rushed over, getting ready to block Flying Tiger's passage. Golden Eye's aura exploded around him as he repelled Hua Wei with one punch. Opening both his arms, he instead took over Flying Tiger's position to obstruct the enemy, letting his comrade Flying Tiger escape first. He even nodded his head slightly towards Yue Yang, saying, "Yue Yang, you two leave with your comrades." Yue Yang was slightly stunned. What? Golden Eyes shook his head expressionlessly. Around 15 kilometers behind us, there is a teleportation circle. That leads to the teleportation circle at the outer fence of the God's Ruins inner layer. Inside the God's Ruins, there may be many rebels for people to hide in them temporarily. If you guys are lucky enough, find a shattered space to hide, then think of a way to leave. Even though our Emperor has captured your family, His Majesty will not hurt them. His Majesty did that just to forcefully improve the foreign relations between humans like Xian and the Innate Association. The Southern Goblin tribe is not interested in invading a small place like the Soaring Dragon Continent. You guys leave now, I should be able to resist them for a few minutes, good luck to you. Hua Wei rushed forth a second time, and was entirely caught by Golden Eyes. He lifted him up and threw him into the distance. This is such an idiotic monster. Could it be that you think that just based on your strength alone, you can resist the attacks of the 4 of us? The beautiful lady carrying the jaded people laughed. I can't. But I am fulfilling my loyal duties towards His Majesty, so I'd die without regrets. Golden Eye's expression did not change. He continued to spread his arms, blocking the passage. Since you think this way, then we'll first let you fulfill your loyal duties. The chubby guy who brought the 3-footed golden toad was smiling widely, as if he was saying greetings for prosperity, rather than killing somebody. The skinny guy beside him was coughing continuously, as if he was going to cough out his lungs, and looked as if he was about to fall to the ground and die anytime. But through Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision, he could tell that this skinny who had tuberculosis was not an easy target. Leave now, I can't hold this for much longer. Golden Eyes looked at the enemies who were slowly closing in, indicating to Yue Yang to leave quickly. I also want to leave. But I can only thank you for your kind intentions, I think it's still better for me to stay. A smile as brilliant as the sun crept across Yue Yang's face. Unknowingly, there was a curvaceous woman with ample assets who had hugged Yue Yang from behind like a lover acting coquettishly. A snow-white long leg peeked out from a slitted long dress, hooking onto Yue Yang's thigh from the side, gently rubbing against the inside of Yue Yang's thighs. At the same time, there was an arm as white as a snow lotus which hooked onto Yue Yang's neck. Lips with purple lipstick applied found their way to his ear, breathing out fragrantly. Little brother, you're so smart, Not dumb like that idiot, not even knowing when he's about 1 foot into his coffin. You're such an obedient little brother, let Onisan reward you with a kiss, okay? Of course it's good with me, but I am afraid that my fiancé would be angry. You know that when women are jealous, it is really disastrous. Yue Yang indicated that he was a good husband. Who is your fiancé? The curvaceous purple-lipped woman blew out a light purple fragrant breath onto Yue Yang's first. Behind me, the 4 ladies who are giving you death glares. Yue Yang answered. They are just little virgins without experience, little brother, you are really very obedient. Actually, why should you care about what they think, if men do not know how to have fun with women, is that still a man? Let Onisan teach you a few tricks, I'll guarantee that you will make them hover between ecstasy and suffering, and make them fall under the spell of your body. The purple-lipped curvaceous woman looked at Wu Xia, Wu Heng, Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress. On seeing that they were not innates, she was unperturbed, callously roaming her eyes across them and continuing to seduce Yue Yang. On hearing this, a wolfish lecherous expression appeared immediately on Yue Yang's face. His wolfish claws stretch followed and directly seized the round buttocks of the purple-lipped curvaceous woman, looking like a lecher desperate for sex. Initially, the purple-lipped curvaceous woman was very alert, right until Yue Yang's wolfish claws grabbed her buttocks and started to knead and rub her. Since she had not felt his murderous intent, she really thought that this fellow was really taking advantage of this opportunity to take liberties with her, hence she couldn't help seducing him further. A faintly discernible moan escaped from her throat. That sort of moan was alluring and seductive, and was able to make one's lust explode 100 or 1,000 times. On hearing this woman's alluring moan, Yue Yang's hands acted like they were given some sort of encouragement, directly reaching into the seam of her slitted dress. You're so naughty. The purple-lipped curvaceous woman wriggled her body, breathing heavily into Yue Yang's ear. Many people say that, some of them whom were killed by me shortly after they said that. Yue Yang had a wolfish grin on his face as he answered. The purple-lipped curvaceous woman was about to reply, then you kill me too, but she was suddenly alert, and immediately tried to escape. But she was too late, under Yue Yang's binds, her entire body froze in midair. Yue Yang's power of Yang erupted, as purple flames, spherical beheader and first slash, earth-splitting slash all activated at the same time, sending the purple-lipped curvaceous woman, who paused in midair just for a second before recovering, flying. The woman fell to the floor in pain. Her hands were covering her lower abdomen where blood was seeping out as she groaned painfully, with one hand on the ground as support. Her originally beautiful body was now twisting like a small shrimp that was being cooked. The clothes on her body had been burnt to ashes by the purple flames. The skin of her lower abdomen which had borne the disastrous strike was now charcoal, and her snow-white and slender legs had multiple slash wounds, with fresh blood seeping out. The purple-lipped curvaceous woman summoned a ball of green light for herself, as the green light enveloped her body, her wounds started to heal quickly. In less than 10 seconds, her wounds had already completely recovered. However, she stood up without shame even with a naked body, and exposed her sinister and gloomy murderous intent towards Yue Yang. You damned human, you dare to hurt my beautiful body. If you want to seduce me, it's not impossible, only if you become more beautiful after you reincarnate. Yue Yang was grinning widely. It's not your fault that you don't look hot and cannot fire up others' lust, but to look like that and still dare to try and seduce people everywhere, that is definitely your fault. On hearing this, the beautiful lady who was carrying the jaded pipa covered her small mouth and giggled. The chubby guy who brought 3-footed golden toad with him also chuckled. So, you want to become our enemies? Little child, that is not a good idea at all. Seeing that there is still time to change your mind, perhaps you could consider that once again. If you kneel in front of me and let me step on your head with my foot, maybe I'll reconsider. Yue Yang's answer almost made everybody think he was crazy. Little boy, you are like a lousy toad that's yawning. Such a big mouth. Golden toad, this little human boy's even better at bragging than you. The beautiful lady carrying the jaded pipa giggled. On hearing this, the chubby guy who was initially smiling immediately stopped smiling. His fury made his entire face beat red as he shouted loudly, you damned jaded pipa spirit, I am Golden Toad, I am not a lousy toad. Yue Yang waved his hands nonchalantly. Go down to hell to explain that to the king of hell, I don't actually care whether you are a lousy toad or not. Anyway, there is nothing to brag about killing a lousy toad. The 4 ladies kept silent, but had already summoned their grimoires. Princess Xian was holding up her sword ready to strike at any time, whereas Luohua City Mistress had started to gather her aurora lights, while the mysterious beauty Wu Xia was hidden behind them. As long as she attacked, it would definitely be the strongest form of killing move. If the 4 of them were not with Yue Yang, they would definitely not be a worthy opponent of any single one of these enemies. But as long as Yue Yang was present, then they could display their actual strength. No matter how much battle power they could provide Yue Yang, they would never stop supporting him. What more, now was the time where he needed support the most. When it saw Luohua City Mistress Three-Tailed Snow Fox, it immediately screeched loudly. The lightning marten looked agitated as it released a shot of electric current through its purple eyes. Its killing intent burst out from its body, as if it had deep hatred towards the three-tailed snow fox. The three-tailed snow fox's intelligence far surpassed the lightning marten. Although a hint of killing intent was present in the three-tailed snow fox's eyes, it somewhat understood that there was something wrong with the situation in front of it, so it did not initiate an attack and waited by its master's side instead, waiting for the right time. The lightning marten bared its sharp teeth and continued to growl relentlessly. Its hair all stood up on its end, as if it was inviting the three-tailed snow fox to a fight and intimidating it. The three-tailed snow fox who succeeded in killing the fox rabbit and green snake showed an expression that only a human could have. If one closely observed that expression, one would find that it was soundlessly mocking its opponent. Compared to its enemy, the three-tailed snow fox was more like human than beast, be it in terms of wisdom or feelings. All kinds of beast's intimidation tactics did not have an effect on its master. That naked purple-lipped flirty girl really wished that she could tear Yue Yang to shreds and swallowed him whole. She wasn't in a hurry to put her clothes back on, instead she released her chi continuously. Her body, which was slowly turning pink in color, emitted a strange kind of fragrance. It was a smell that would make whomever that smelled it weak and powerless. Luohua City Mistress continued to glare at the purple-lipped girl, the aurora in her hands charged to the maximum. However, she was still trying to charge more power into her aurora. Long before she trained the body fusion skill with Yue Yang had pointed out that her P-Aurora power was actually not yet at its full potential. This fact greatly shocked Luohua City Mistress, especially when Yue Yang told her that a spiraling aurora would do much more damage than a straight-line aurora. Luohua City Mistress was doubtful that her straight aurora could even bend, let alone making it spin. However, this impossibility had gradually become a possibility as she trained body fusion with Yue Yang. Luohua City Mistress had seen many times Yue Yang bending the aurora and turning it into a spiral shape before adding it onto her own era. The power of that combined attack surpassed the original by more than 10 times. This aurora that was straight on the inside and spiral on the outside was the true result of Yue Yang's and Luohua City Mistress body fusion, the double aurora. Double aurora's power was practically heaven and earth destructing. Since then, Luohua City Mistress would relentlessly try new things and threw away her previous notions, even personally modifying her previously straight aurora into a spiral one. Wait, go slower. Hold it in and persevere. When you have already adapted with this amount, try to charge it with even more power. Other than Yue Yang, the genius in everything, when Yue Yang was busy, the mysterious beauty Wuxia was the girl's #1 choice when it come to assisting them train. She couldn't bend the aurora like Yue Yang to coordinate with Luohua City Mistress, but she could assist with Luohua City Mistress control. A spiral aurora was a great challenge for Luohua City Mistress level of control currently, but she was extremely clever. If she couldn't master spiral aurora, she would first try to master multiple aurora. She created 6 little aurora balls beside her huge aurora ball of power that she was charging. When the big aurora ball shot out towards her enemy, the other 6 smaller aurora balls also shot out as extra damage. The effects of this kind attack, from the sickly beauty Wu Hen's estimation, was at least 3 times stronger than Luohua City Mistress' original attack. The 6 smaller aurora balls coordinated with the big aurora in terms of speed, angle of them bending, creating better results. Luohua City Mistress's goal was to launch 6 small balls of aurora to create a screw-like web that surrounded the big aurora balls. She continued to emit her aurora light, increasing the aurora pill's power. The naked flirty girl's public attempt to seduce Yue Yang just now had incurred Luohua City Mistress' wrath secretly. She had ceased to give that shameless girl a taste of her aurora. Princess Xian, who was standing beside Luohua City Mistress, glared at the other beautiful girl who was carrying a jaded pipa in her hands. Her 6 records inherent skill could sense that this girl with jaded pipa was much more dangerous than the naked flirty girl. Amongst the southern 4 goblins general, Princess Xian felt that the strongest one was that jaded pipa girl. She was even scarier than that frail and skinny man who kept coughing like he had tuberculosis. The sickly beauty Wu Hen had completed her preparation, she was ready to support Yue Yang any time. Before Yue Yang launched his attack, the enemies would definitely surround him first. At that moment, he needed her crystal shield to block all attacks, so that he wouldn't need to worry and could focus on attacking the enemies. Fatty, come and tank for me. I want to personally shred that damned human to shreds. The flirty girl hated Yue Yang to his core. Working hard for beauties is my honor. The golden-toed Fatty replied with a guffaw. Cough cough, if you, cough cough cough, do not need me, cough cough, then let me go to sleep, cough cough. That skinny tuberculosis guy laid himself on his horse that looked kind of like a horse or donkey, and slept weakly. In his dreams, he was still silently coughing. As the skinny tuberculosis guy laid and slept, the fiery golden eyes beast who's on highest alert suddenly swayed, as if he was about to weakly collapse on the ground. The fiery golden eyes beast howled loudly, his 2 hands armed with his claws started to scratch on his body maniacally, creating countless bloody scars. Yue Yang was greatly surprised. Had this fellow fallen into the enemy's trap? How did his divine vision miss that? The fiery golden eyes beast suddenly turned around and shouted towards Yue Yang, he is Dream Eater Goblin General, he can enter others' dream and force others into dreaming. In the dream world, he is an unrivaled existence. You guys quickly leave while my senses is still, huff, his sentence was not yet over before he fell right on the ground. Even though his body was full of scars, the pain couldn't stop him from falling asleep. When he slept, his mouth suddenly spoke with the voice of the skinny tuberculosis man, stupid fellow, cough cough, he obviously know I'm an unrivaled existence in dreams, cough, why does he still try to resist me? Cough cough, this fool, you think I will kill you immediately? Cough cough, I will torture you alive, to the point that you will even regret coming to this world. The four girls was completely shocked. Fortunately they have erected their shields early. Otherwise, it would really be the end if the skinny tuberculosis guy burst into their dreams. The shield from the summoning grimoire had the ability to defend against all kinds of attacks, no matter if it's blades, explosions, or mental attacks, as long as it did not surpass the defensive limit of the shield, they can all be nullified. The fiery golden eyes beast did not possess a grimoire, hence it was really the end for him, because he did not even have the ability to resist the attack. Yue Yang was even more daring. He walked out of his shield and walked towards the fiery golden eyes beast, kicking him lightly. He frowned. He was quite confused as to how the skinny tuberculosis guy managed to enter into others' dreams. Weren't dreams controlled by each individual person? This little brother doesn't seem to be very afraid, could you tell us why? The jaded Peepa girl was curious when she saw Yue Yang, who did not seem to be afraid of being invaded in his dreams. Speaking of daydreaming, no one is better than me. Yue Yang ignored the flirty girl who was burning in anger and couldn't wait to tear him to shreds, and turned around to the other way instead. There was a sound of heavy footsteps on the other side, walking nearer towards them step by step with a rhythm. Yue Yang and the four girls saw an approximately 5-meter tall giant with 8 arms walking towards them with great strides. He advanced more than 10 meters with every step he took. That 8-armed giant was clutching the Flying Tiger Ambassador in his hands as if he was pinching an insect. The Flying Tiger Ambassador had not died yet, but he was on the brink of death. There was only one injury on his body. His chest was completely flattened by his enemy. His ribs were completely broken. Even with the strong body of an eastern goblin tribe, it was difficult to recover from such a strong punch. The 8-armed giant threw Flying Tiger Ambassador to the ground as if he was rubbish. He switched his gaze to Yue Yang and exchanged glances with him. It was as if his gaze had substance, it could actually made Yue Yang take a step back. Yue Yang's body swayed slightly, as if he was about to faint. There are 3 types of organisms who could attack with eyes alone. First are the evil eyes, second are the ghost-faced lizards, and the third are dragons. When dragons trained their dragon power to the limits, they could create blade-like gazes that could injure their enemies. Yue Yang, the 8-armed giant in front of you, if I am not mistaken, he must be a 9-headed dragon, whom the Flying Tiger referred to as the 9-headed Goblin Marshal. The mysterious beauty Wuxia closed her ancient book and analyzed further. Now I can more or less deduce that the 9-headed Goblin Marshal attack his opponents with his dragon power. He is the eyes amongst the 5 senses. That lowly woman who emits fragrance all over her body is the nose. That toad-like fatty is definitely the mouth. Enough said. That jade Peepa woman must be the ears. The 5 of them formed one whole body together. When they worked together, they would complement each other's attack and increase their overall power. Besides, there is still that skinny tuberculosis man who can invade others' dreams. He deals with the brain. If we want to defeat them, we have to destroy their coordination. We must not let them complement their attacks to each other. The enemies were slightly shaken when they heard the mysterious beauty Wuxia's words. They never thought that with just one look, she could see through all of their hidden cads. Many of their strong enemies had died because they did not know this secret. Today, they were actually seen through by a little girl who is not even an innate. No wonder human innate rankers were usually a few notch stronger than other innate rankers of other races. Humans' wisdom was really scary. Well said. Then what do I need to do? Yue Yang thought it was very logical, but he didn't know what to do. I also don't know. Wuxia shook her hands, showing that she could not help. Boom. Including the jaded Peepa girl, the rest of the enemies who were completely tense all fell head first on the ground. They were completely scared to death, they never thought that she had not fully seen through them. When they finally came back to their senses, the 4 goblin generals were all secretly relieved. So this little girl could only see their hidden card, but she wasn't able to tell their weakness. If she found out their weakness, they would really have a headache. The skinny tuberculosis guy suddenly coughed a few times, wiggling on top of the weird horse's back, as if he was having a bad dream. Very quickly, his voice resounded from the Flying Tiger Ambassador's mouth. The Flying Tiger Ambassador's eyes turned white as he lost his unconsciousness. However, his expressions showed as if he had seen an extremely terrifying thing, as if a flood of magma had been splashed on his face. Soundlessly, the flying tiger ambassador finally died. Before he died, he opened his mouth big and wide, his tongue hanging out. As if someone had choked his neck, the flying tiger ambassador finally died from lack of breath. Yue Yang saw that the flying tiger ambassador had stopped breathing, he only saw the flying tiger's legs twitched a little before he stopped breathing. Yue Yang could only shake his head lightly. Don't worry, you will also die soon. The fatty that brought along a three-legged toad smiled sweetly at Yue Yang, as if he was a butcher looking at the meat in his chopping board and was about to swing down his blade. Yue Yang felt an indescribable sense of sleepiness appearing under his consciousness, as if there was some kind of invisible force that was pulling him into his dream realm. He lost some control of his physical body as he swayed a little. Yue Yang didn't resist the mental attack, but his body didn't collapse. Instead, he stood like normal and simply closed his eyes, falling asleep with a peaceful rhythm of breathing. Everyone had different kinds of sleeping positions, but the only person who could relaxedly fall asleep standing might only be Yue Yang alone. This was his personal strength that he already had before he even came into this world. In his dream realm, Yue Yang saw the skinny tuberculosis guy who was laughing nastily right in front of him. Like a death reaper, he raised his bloodied scythe and laughed evilly. You say, how should I torture you to give me the best entertainment? Shall I slash your stomach apart and pull out your intestines? Or should I bring a hammer and smash your teeth one by one, and then force you to count them slowly? Before the skinny tuberculosis guy even finished speaking, Yue Yang had already jumped on top of his head and stomped him down to the ground. He then raised his fists and gave a heavy punch to his face, beating the skinny tuberculosis guy until he cried out pitifully. This is impossible. This is definitely impossible. Only I can control the dream realm, I'm an unrivaled existence. You can never defeat me. The skinny tuberculosis guy cried out in pain and panic. Outside in the ancient passage, the skinny tuberculosis guy's body whose body was lying on the weird horse cried out in pain. The bruises on his face could clearly be seen, even his shattered teeth were flying out from his mouth one by one. Yue Yang didn't say anything, he continued his series of punches instead. He was in a hurry. If he didn't beat him now, he wouldn't have a chance to if the big loli appeared. Indeed, before he even managed 100 punch in, the big loli from his dream realm appeared in front of Yue Yang. She looked at the skinny tuberculosis guy with an expression full of disgust. She slowly raised her hands and chanted, Soul Destruction, thousands of dazzling sword chi condensed into one big sword, easily killing the skinny tuberculosis guy who had entered into the dream realm. He was completely obliterated. The skinny tuberculosis guy couldn't even cry out a single sound before he was completely obliterated. His physical body in the ancient passage showed an expression that was frozen in fear. It was even 100 times scarier than when the flying tiger died just now. Other than Yue Yang, no one knew what the skinny tuberculosis guy had seen before his soul was destroyed. The weird-looking horse he was sitting on suddenly exploded, its flesh and blood splattering all over the ground. Even its master, the skinny tuberculosis guy who was sitting on top of it, was split into two by the force of this explosion. Towards this turn of events, everyone was completely dumbstruck. The four girls knew that Yue Yang was acting a little strange earlier. He definitely had a plan when he ran out of his shield and lured the skinny tuberculosis guy to attack him. However, they never thought that Yue Yang could kill this Dream Eater general who was said to be unrivaled in dream realms. Princess Xian finally muttered after a while, this brat is really too abnormal. The beautiful girl carrying the jade people looked at the skinny tuberculosis guy who died with his eyes wide opened. She couldn't understand how the Death Eater, who most definitely would never die, could actually be killed along with his Death Eater beast in the dream realm. What kind of existence was this little human boy was in the dream realm? Yue Yang opened his eyes and revealed an evil grin on his face, who wants to die next? Die next. When the skinny tuberculosis guy, the Dream Eater Goblin General died, Golden Eyes who was unconscious just now immediately woke up. However, although he had woken up, he continued to look down and showed a pained expression. It seemed like he was tortured quite harshly by the skinny tuberculosis guy in his dreams. The battle situation had completely changed now. At first, the people on Yue Yang's side had fallen one by one, unable to stand against their enemies. However, after the Dream Eater Goblin General's death and the Golden Eyes' return, they managed to regain more of their strength. If there were no nine-headed Goblin Marshal, and if there were only the three great Goblin Generals in Hua Wei, they might be able to defeat their enemies. With regards to the number of people, there were quite a few people on Yue Yang's side. Not counting Golden Eyes, they had enough number of people to fight their enemies. However, the four girls weren't innates. Even if they fight with all their effort, they could probably only fight against the naked Xia Diao. Goblin General Xia Diao looked like the weakest amongst the four great Goblin Generals. The thing that made her a difficult opponent was her speed and fragrance. Her speed was quick as lightning, and the smell she emitted made others feel weak and powerless. Without a definite guarantee that they could win, the four girls would definitely not leave their shield. They weren't able to be like Yue Yang, who could circulate his innate chi all over his body. It didn't matter for him if he couldn't breathe for a period of time. Furthermore, Yue Yang's innate qi had a very strong dispersing effect. Even if he had inhaled Xia Diao's fragrance, he could easily dispel the effects of the fragrance from his body. Compared to Yue Yang, Golden Eyes was far behind. Although his body could resist the effects of the fragrance, if he breathed in the fragrance far too long, it would affect his body's fighting ability. After Golden Eyes woke up, he immediately stopped his breathing and tried to regain his fighting ability back. In front of Golden Eyes, Hua Wei, who had been beaten black and blue by the flying tiger previously, had completely recovered and was glaring at Golden Eyes fiercely. Hua Wei did not dare to provoke Yue Yang, but he was prepared to fight with the weakened Golden Eyes, just for the sake of looking good in front of the nine-headed goblin marshal. Of course, Hua Wei was prepared to reveal the secret about Yue Yang having the ability to refine orbs with his fire ability. He was afraid that the nine-headed goblin marshal would instantly kill that human boy with one attack, hence he decided to report the secret immediately so that the nine-headed goblin marshal could capture Yue Yang and offer him to the southern goblin king. Reporting to Grand Marshal, I have an important. Hua Wei bowed towards the nine-headed goblin marshal and was about to report the secret. However, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind him and grabbed his forehead. Hua Wei was greatly surprised, and before he managed to avoid them, he felt a sharp pain on his chest. There was a bloody hand that had pierced through the back part of his armor and dug inside his chest. Hua Wei couldn't even see what had happened clearly before the bloody hand retracted back as if it had never appeared before. Hua Wei felt pain in his throat. He was surprised to find that the hand had already grasped at his throat. Who? He turned around, trying to see who had launched a sneak attack on him. He had just turned around when he saw a bloodied heart grasped within a bloody hand, squeezed into pulps and bits of flesh. Although Hua Wei, as an Eastern Goblin tribe member, had an extremely strong body, he still couldn't endure this attack. His body swayed as he collapsed onto the ground. In the sky, the nine-headed goblin marshals raised his giant fists and smashed them hard on the ground. However, there was a girl on top of that person who had ambushed him, who raised her sparkling and transparent crystal shield and completely stopped the nine-headed goblin marshal's attack. The fatty who had the three-legged toad also launched an attack from the left. However, the mysterious beauty Wuxia immediately teleported nearby and summoned her grimoire, blocking the fatty's attack. When the little lamia, Xia Wen Li, appeared from within Yue Yang's body, the three-legged toad seemed to be able to sense her strength. It immediately flew back towards its master, spitting a cloud of thick smoke at the same time to cover its whole body. Then, it turned into a cloud of black smoke and escaped from the area. Goblin General Xia Diao, whose speed was the fastest, that flirty girl who was naked from top to bottom, quickly ambushed Yue Yang from his back. However, a gaze that was Death Reaper-like suddenly glared at her. Goblin General Xia Diao, whose reaction was extremely fast, immediately threw a beast to substitute her and disappeared, hiding from that Death Reaper-like glare. The Death Reaper-like eyes suddenly glowed flaming red, and Goblin General Xia Diao's beast let out a pained shriek before it was immediately killed on the spot. The naked Goblin General Xia Diao watched in shock as her substitute beast was killed in an instant from 30 meters away. At this time, a tall woman with cow's horns, who looked lean and not muscular but possessed an extremely powerful strength, stood behind Yue Yang. Her eyes glowed with a bloody red radiance, as if she was a Death Reaper. On her left shoulder, there was a bracelet with ancient runes engraved on it. She also held a gold Leo shield on her hands that faintly emitted a strange kind of power. On her right shoulder, this cow-horned woman with a tall and extremely amazing physique had also worn a special gold silk ribbon. The cow-horned woman was equipped with a full body of gold-ranked equips. There was even a gold bell which exudes holy energy on her beautiful neck. Goat-horned Goblin. The Goblin General Xia Diao had thought that she was one of the Eastern Goblin tribe, Goat-horned Goblin, but she immediately ruled them out, because goat-horned goblins were not that tall. They also didn't have the power to kill an enemy with their glares. Barbarian Cow. She is a humanoid beast that was evolved from a barbarian cow. The only person who had not attacked and had been quietly watching the situation, the beautiful girl holding her jaded pipa, suddenly spoke out, proclaiming her judgment with certainty. Although she is not a holy beast yet, she is very close to it. 2 guardian beasts? You are an interesting little human boy. I was wondering why you are so confident. So turns out you are hiding so much strength. Interesting, interesting. The next one will be more interesting. Yue Yang dug out Hua Wei's orbs before he died. Hua Wei shrieked in pain as his body quickly reverted to his original size. He reverted back to his snake tortoise monster body. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he died miserably on the spot. Seeing Hua Wei being murdered by the enemy right under their noses, the 3 goblin general and 9-headed goblin marshals' expressions changed. This was equivalent to giving them a slap on their cheeks. Especially the 9-headed goblin marshal who had attacked previously. He was quite confident that he could send Yue Yang flying with his punch. Even if Yue Yang was not killed on the spot, he would definitely be heavily injured. Who would know that his punch that could even pulverize a small hill was stopped by a crystal shield? Seeing the silver runes on the crystal shield, the 9-headed goblin marshal was extremely sour. This human girl, she was obviously not an innate, yet her defense was not any weaker than an innate's. Her crystal shield, he believed that no innate level 1 warriors had that kind of defensive ability. His terrifying fist that could send an innate level 1 warrior flying was completely useless in front of that crystal shield, unable to breach her defense. The 9-headed goblin marshal's punch was like a hurricane that swept across all 4 directions. The weakest, lightning-fast Xia Diao couldn't help but to be swept hundreds of meters away by the strong impact of the punch, although she had tried to escape far away. Instead, that super ugly big-bellied 3-legged gold toad, after successfully saving its master, it transformed into a black smoke and only flew 30 meters away before stopping. Its abilities were definitely not ordinary. One more time. The 9-headed goblin marshal roared thunderously, throwing another punch relentlessly. 6 of his 8 hands turned into giant snake-tailed dragons. Just like a bunch of swirling snakes, they crossed over the sickly beauty who was holding her shield, and advanced forward to attack Yue Yang. At the same time, 2 of his largest hands joined into a fist and swung down with an impactful force that couldn't be stopped, rendering the sickly beauty unable to continue protecting Yue Yang. Yue Yang's lips revealed a cold smile. He raised his bloodied hand and immediately condensed a huge fire shield that dispersed outwards, blocking the punch and stopped the other 5 snake-tailed dragons' snapping teeth. With one glare from Xiao Wen Li's expressful eyes, the dragon head in front of her immediately stopped. Different from Yue Yang's method of creating a fire shield, Xiao Wen Li's methods were far more ruthless and accurate. Her dual icicle blades slashed across and cut through 2 snake-tailed dragons that were about to devour Yue Yang. The 2 snake-tailed dragons froze over her icicle blades, their advancing speed even slower than a snail's. The barbarian cow Shadow Aman immediately counterattacked. She first raised the gold Leo shield and smashed it on top of one of the snake-tailed dragon. She then let go of her shield and attacked with both of her hands, grasping the dizzy snake-tailed dragon tightly. She wanted to tear the snake-tailed dragon from the 9-headed goblin marshal's body. In the end, even the last snake-tailed dragon was not able to attack Yue Yang. It was burnt black by a strike of lightning before it could manage to touch Yue Yang. The mysterious beauty Wuxia was not only good in ice, she was also good with lightning. The completely naked goblin general Xia Diao flashed forward in an ambush, quick as lightning. She brandished her 10 black-colored claws and ferociously pounced towards Yue Yang's body. On the other side, the fat goblin general Jin Chan also pounced forward. Although he looked clumsy on the outside, his speed was no less than goblin general Xia Diao. Only the beautiful girl holding the jaded pipa continued to stay still and watched the battle situation. However, she didn't look at Princess Qian or Luo Hua City Mistress who were storing their energies. Instead, she only paid attention to Yue Yang. Yue Yang's figure suddenly disappeared. Goblin General Xia Diao and Jin Chan's attacks smashed into empty air. When the 2 goblin generals realized that they missed their attacks, they immediately jumped towards each other in order to protect each other and escaped from the battle area. Rumble. The 9-headed goblin marshal bashed his fists onto the sickly beauty Wu Hen's crystal shield. On the surface, it seemed like the sickly beauty would collapse under his terrifying attacks. Compared to the 9-headed goblin marshal, her body was simply too fragile. Furthermore, she was so sick that even a blind person could see that her body was extremely weak. However, her crystal shield continued to stand strong, unmoving at all. The sickly beauty's weak complexion slightly turned pale under the 9-headed goblin marshal's heavy attacks. However, her slim fingers continued to raise her crystal shield. It was simply unbelievable, her crystal shield was even more unbreachable than an iron fortress. A streak of shock crossed the 9-headed goblin marshal's face. This attack, he had already increased his strength to innate level 2. Yet, under such a heavy pressure, that crystal shield was still completely unaffected. His opponent was a human girl who had not even reached innate. Her body looked so weak that it seemed like a gush of wind could blow her away. However, her defense was 10 times stronger than a 10,000 years old tortoise. This was simply impossible. How could a beast that had transformed into a crystal shield, summoned by a human girl who was not an innate, be able to withstand an attack that was as powerful as an innate level 2 strength? There was not even a crack on the crystal shield. This kind of thing, he couldn't accept it even if he saw it with his own eyes. If the 9-headed goblin knew that the sickly beauty had been modifying her crystal shield and crystal armor with the ancient runes on Yue Yang's body multiple times and increased her already despair-inducing high defense 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be so surprised. The crystal shield that was unbreakable even with innate level 1 strength had vastly improved after Yue Yang and the sickly beauty's meticulous bid to improve. Forget about the 9-headed goblin marshal's innate level 2 strength, even if he increased his attack output to innate level 3, he would still be unable to breach it. If the one holding the crystal shield wasn't the sickly beauty Wu Hen, but the mysterious beauty Wuxia instead, the 9-headed goblin marshal would feel even more hopeless. This was because the sickly beauty Wu Hen was only knowledgeable in runes research. In terms of combat skills, she was far behind Wuxia. If the mysterious beauty Wuxia also possessed the same crystal shield, she would probably be able to use the crystal shield in a way that would render the 9-headed goblin marshal unable to attack at all. Having many heads doesn't mean that they would be useful, a fool would be a fool forever. Yue Yang's figure suddenly appeared on top of the nine-headed goblin marshal. He raised his hands high and lifted the limitation on his innate strength. He joined all his 10 fingers together and formed a huge innate sword chi. Bright sparks sparkled all over his hands. His target was the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. Although the nine-headed goblin marshal didn't see Yue Yang's sure-kill sword chi, as a rancor, he could sense a very grave danger. As 6 of his snake-tailed dragons had been released, he was unable to retrieve them back and leave the place. He could only release a deafening roar and increase his strength to innate level 3, prepared to send his enemy flying with the outburst of chi from his body. But everything he did was useless. Yue Yang's 10 fingers joined together, thousands of light rays that were even brighter than the sun appeared on Yue Yang's hands. The sword chi cut through the nine-headed goblin marshal's head as easily as a hot knife cut through butter. As long as Yue Yang's supreme sword, a skill from his innate invisible sword chi hit its target, it could cut through everything. Even the extremely strong demon king Xian suffered a heavy injury on his arms previously. Today, the current Yue Yang was no longer that Yue Yang anymore, his strength had grew 100 times stronger. This sword chi, if it really hit, the nine-headed goblin marshal would not only suffer injuries like the demon king Xian's. This sword chi, would it be able to instantly kill the nine-headed goblin marshal? Or would it be completely useless? The expression of beautiful woman holding the jade pipa changed. She seemed to be ready to lend a hand. But eventually, she lightly sighed. Standing in a fixed spot, holding her jade pipa, she silently continued to watch. With a single flash, Yue Yang's sword chi exploded at the back of the nine-headed goblin marshal's head. However, with a loud roar, the nine-headed goblin marshal's neck suddenly grew multiple times longer and twisted just like a snake's. Although it was unable to dodge Yue Yang's supreme sword, at least he didn't let the sword chi hit the back of his head directly. Yue Yang's supreme sword turned from a piercing movement into a horizontal slash, slicing off a large portion of the snake head of the nine-headed goblin marshal. In the nick of time, the nine-headed goblin marshal reverted to his true body. From a 5-meter-tall figure, he turned into a gigantic nine-headed serpent beast. His body was a gold-striped tortoise shell that resembled a hill. Within the 9 heads, the original, largest head that was severely injured, retracted back into the gold-striped tortoise shell. The other 8 heads bent their necks, moving forth to attack Yue Yang, who had succeeded in his attack. Although Yue Yang did not kill the nine-headed goblin marshal in one slash, he had successfully inflicted heavy injuries on him. The innate invisible sword chi could not be even blocked by Demon King Xian, much less this nine-headed goblin marshal whose strength was not at a Demon King's level yet. With his hands together, Yue Yang stretched them out again on both of his left and right side. Another 2 bouts of innate invisible sword chi erupted, creating a hole through the brains of the 2 snake heads that was biting towards him. Xia Wen Li flew towards Yue Yang and activated her binding chains inherent skill on the nine-headed goblin marshal. The remaining 8 heads stopped there in an instant. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia moved as well. A frost storm caused the 8 heads to be covered by a layer of thin ice and snow. The sickly beauty raised her crystal shield behind Yue Yang, blocking the attack from Goblin General, the Fat Toad. On the other side, Princess Xian sliced across the sky, speeding across the passage. Her great sword cut down the 2 heads that Yue Yang had heavily injured. The naked Goblin General Xia Diao had not even managed to rush close before the barbarian Cow Shadow, Aman, had locked eyes with her. Goblin General Xia Diao backed off quickly. She knew that Doom's Eye had a low chance of activating, but she was not willing to take the risk. Moreover, there were still Golden Eyes, who was still continuously recovering his strength, and Luo Hua City Mistress, who had been charging her aurora for a long time, surrounding her. They could attack her at any time. Before Xia Wen Li's binding ended, Yue Yang deftly took Princess Xian who had wounded the nine-headed goblin marshal flying, allowing her to return back into the protective barrier of Luo Hua City Mistress. He put his arm around the sickly beauty, and chased after Goblin General Xia Diao who was backing off. Wu Xia was faster than him. She had already used her teleportation ability to appear right behind Goblin General Xia Diao. Die! Yue Yang did not release his innate invisible sword chi, instead, he took out the mysterious gold beast from his lich ring and turned it directly into a dagger. It pierced between Goblin General Xia Diao's eyebrows. Goblin General Xia Diao was not willing to be Yue Yang's opponent. Of course, the one that she was the most fearful of was still Xia Wen Li, who was flying close behind Yue Yang. She had already saw that this little lamia had much more terrifying skills than the barbaric cowgirl. Even such a powerful being like the nine-headed goblin marshal could be bound by her binding inherent skill. Goblin General Xia Diao was definitely not willing to follow Hua Wei's footsteps. She did not have the extremely high defense like the nine-headed goblin marshal, nor did she have 9 heads. As long as she was targeted on, this little human brat who had terrifying killing ability would definitely slice her head off in a single slash. Goblin General Xia Diao started to spin her body gracefully and bend her waist like a bow. She then raised her long thighs, not feeling any shame at all even if her private spots were exposed, and kicked at Wuxia's chest before she could attack. At the moment before her kick could land, her toenails rapidly transformed into purplish-black sable claws, slashing towards the front of Wuxia's chest. Idiot! Wuxia sneered. Her legs exploded in power. Her body was as soft as before, and perhaps even more beautiful as she released her technique. This was the first time that she had used a combat skill in front of Yue Yang. It was as if she was a phoenix, yet also like a swan dancing on snow. Her hands supported her body as she bent herself backwards. With a leg acting as a pivot, the other kicked upwards. She dodged the sweeping kick from Goblin General Zidiao incidentally as her legs moved upwards, kicking Goblin General Zidiao square in the abdomen. At the same time, when she had landed a hit on Goblin General Zidiao's abdomen, Wuxia had planted her hands firmly on the ground. Her other leg flew up at an incredible speed, joining with her other leg. However, she was not delivering a kick. Instead, she placed her legs in a scissors-like position. Her legs joined together as she locked Goblin General Zidiao's legs and threw her onto the ground. Wuxia's actions were as beautiful as a dancing swallow. Of course, this move of hers was also called Swallow Scissors. It was one of the 3 great moves in her arsenal, specially tailored to fight against small and agile enemies. Yue Yang was the best at tormenting fallen enemies. He did not show mercy to women, aside from his girls and his relatives. Towards other women, he was definitely and unmistakably a cold-blooded killer. Furthermore, if he did not cut down an adulteress like Goblin General Zidiao, God wouldn't exist. Brandishing the dagger that the mysterious gold beast had turned into, he threw it straight into the chest of Goblin General Zidiao. Behind, the fat toad tried to come to her rescue, but was stopped by the fiery golden-eyed beast. Goblin General Zidiao turned around and fled as fast as lightning. However, the moment she fled 50 meters away, she was shocked to discover that Yue Yang was even faster than she was. He caught up with her in an instant and overtook her. Yue Yang swung his dagger, and Goblin General Zidiao hurriedly dodged backwards to avoid it. However, to her shock, she saw that the dagger suddenly grew in length. Not only that, it had also turned into eagle claws that were sharp and pointy, swinging across her chest. She saw blood spurting out, as if half of her breasts had been cut off by the giant eagle's claws. Without even enough time to scream, Yue Yang had already planted a flying kick right into her heart, shooting out sword chi from his toes. He drilled a hole of blood through Goblin General Zidiao's heart. When Goblin General Zidiao fell from the sky, Luohua City Mistress's aurora flashed across the entire ancient passage. It was only after a long period of time did the white light slowly dissipate. Within the rubble of that incredibly sturdy stone wall in the ancient passage, Goblin General Zidiao was buried inside. Her legs had been cut off by the aurora, and her heart had also been pierced through by Yue Yang's sword chi. She was at death's door. Her right hand stained with fresh blood stretched towards her allies. Save! Save me! The beautiful woman holding the jade pipa did not change her expression. She only answered in a plain voice. Without strength, you can only die out. The fat golden toad and the incomparably grotesque 3-legged golden toad beside him was fighting a heated battle with the fiery golden-eyed beast. However, a keen-eyed person could see that the fat golden toad was not giving his all. His strength should be greater than the fiery golden-eyed beast. Compared to Goblin General Zidiao, he was far stronger. The fatty was also similarly fearful of the sword chi that Yue Yang could unleash at his whims and Xia Wen Li's binding inherent skill. As for the doom eyes from Aman, he did not bother with it too much. He seemed to not be too fearful of the special ability that could instantly kill souls. As for that little lightning marten, who saw its master suffered a crushing defeat, it actually ran away, betraying its master. The 3-tailed snow fox chased after it like lightning. Both of them were as fast as lightning, disappearing in an instant. The 9-headed goblin marshal's giant head came out again. Its wounds were healed, as if nothing had happened. It was impossible to fully heal from Yue Yang's sword attack within dozens of seconds. He had only transferred his wounds to the other head. This kind of strange power was probably an instinctual one. Yue Yang was not shocked by this. He only turned around to look at the fiery golden-eyed beast and the golden toad. With a glance of his divine eyes, he found out that these two fellows were hiding their strength. They were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. If they really fought, he believed that even if the golden toad's ability was not as strong as the 9-headed goblin marshal, his powers would not be any weaker than him. As for the fiery golden-eyed beast, he had also concealed his strength. Yue Yang had already known about it at the championship stadium. Now that he saw him fighting the golden toad, it was even clearer to him. He was almost on par with the fat golden toad, although he was a level weaker than the current 9-headed goblin marshal. Compared to the 4 great goblin generals and the flying tiger ambassador, he was a few levels stronger. If not for meeting the dream-eating goblin general who possessed such a unique ability, the fiery golden-eyed beast would never fall into the trap without any resistance. As for Goblin General Pai Pa who was spectating the fight silently, Yue Yang could not see through her at all. If even his level 4 divine eyes could not see through it, this proved that this goblin General Pai Pa was the true ranker who was disguising her true power. Of course, Yue Yang could not understand why she did not help her comrades at all. She would just watch as her allies were killed one by one. This woman felt similar to the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. However, she was far more forbearing. She did not have the playful personality of the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Killing Hua Wei only required Yue Yang to coordinate with Xia Wen Li, killing Xia Diao and the nine-headed goblin marshal only required Yue Yang to use the unstoppable innate invisible sword Qi. However, if this goblin General Pai Pa attacked, Yue Yang would definitely have to go all out and unleash his Nirvana's flame and world-exterminating wheel. He will have to use his utmost to kill her. On the surface, it seemed like this goblin General Pai Pa was one of the weakest. However, she was far more terrifying than the nine-headed goblin marshal. Roar! The nine-headed goblin marshal mustered all of its strength. With a burst of power, his innate level 2 strength was raised to innate level 3. After taking a few breaths, the 9 dragon heads suddenly sprouted green goblin fire, causing the snake next to burn, forming a green fiery protective shield. Amongst the 9 heads, aside from the central head, a small pearl was spat out by the other 8 heads each. The small pearls were all sucked into the mouth of the central giant head and formed a pearl of light with enormous and chilling amounts of energy. When the pearls were swallowed, the power of the 9-headed goblin marshal burst forth again. Its strength did not stop rising even after it had risen by 10 times of its original value. Although he had not risen to innate level 4, he was extremely close to it. The fiery golden-eyed beast, who was fighting an even battle with the golden toad, had just repelled his opponent when he found out that the 9-headed goblin marshal was pouncing towards him. He pushed his strength to the limits to dodge the attacks from the 8 heads, but was struck in the chest by the pearl of light which the giant head spat out. With a crack of his ribs, he fell onto the ground, heavily injured. Thankfully, he had the kind of strong body that the Eastern Goblin tribe had. However, he could not withstand the attack and fell unconscious. "Let's go, Golden Toad." The beautiful woman carrying the jade pipa quietly turned around and left. Before that, she looked deeply into Yue Yang's eyes. "Are we not going to wait for Goblin Marshal?" Bringing the 3-legged golden toad with him, the fatty was a little uncertain. "You can stay here and wait for him." The beautiful woman carrying the pipa vanished. Her barely audible voice reverberated in the ancient passage faintly. With this sentence, the fatty did not care about his allies anymore. He brought his 3-legged golden toad and chased after her. Goblin General Xia Diao perniciously glanced at the fatty's silhouette. Her legs were broken, and she was heavily injured. She was unable to follow them and leave. The current her could only hope for the 9-headed goblin marshal to win and save her little life. "All of you, looking to die." The 9-headed goblin marshal did not use his full power beforehand and suffered for it. It made him boil with anger. Now that he had pushed himself to his strongest, he was full of confidence that he could kill off these humans which had made him lose face. "It's too early to be dreaming." Yue Yang grinned slightly. In his right hand, Nirvana's flame wafted out from his palm. With a glance, the 9-headed goblin marshal recognized that this was the Nirvana's flame of legend. Instantly, his whole body shivered. Without any hesitation, he immediately fled. Even if he used his current power which rivaled innate level 4, he was not willing to fight against this enemy. The green devil flame that was protecting him was like a firefly compared to Nirvana's flame. There was no possibility of fighting evenly. Using his greatest strength and fastest speed in his life, the 9-headed goblin marshal used all of his strength to flee. However, he could not escape his cruel fate that he was destined to meet. A flame gun that was created by condensed Nirvana's flame shot out from Yue Yang's hands. It completely ignored the defense of the gold-striped tortoise shell and shot through it, coming straight out from the 9-headed goblin marshal's chest. "No, no!" The 9-headed goblin marshal cried out pitifully. He knew the terror of Nirvana's flame, but he never thought that he, whose strength had reached the level of innate level 4, couldn't even defend against the attack. When he saw the mighty Nirvana's flame that had been condensed into a long spear shot straight towards his chest, he knew that he was on the brink of death. Naturally, his heart let out a cry full of despair. He suddenly opened the mouth of gigantic head in the middle wide and spit out the orb that he had condensed all of his energy into towards Yue Yang, thinking of dying together with him. However, the sickly beauty Wu Hen had suddenly teleported to Yue Yang. She had borrowed the mysterious beauty Wu Xia's teleportation ability to teleport right to Yue Yang's side and materialized her crystal shield without a second thought. The dragon orb emitted a strong burst of light as it shot fiercely onto the crystal shield. In that instant when the dragon orb collided onto the strong crystal shield, a crack appeared and spread all throughout the crystal shield. The silver runes engraved on the crystal shield had also slowly lost its light under the strong collision from the dragon orb. The crystal shield was still standing. But there was a small hole on the shield. The dragon orb that had bored through the crystal shield had drastically decreased in speed, however, it was still flying as fast as lightning towards Yue Yang. The sickly beauty Wu Hen immediately turned towards Yue Yang and hugged him tightly, prepared to use her body and crystal armor to protect Yue Yang from this life-threatening dragon orb. Idiot! Yue Yang was really shocked at her actions. He spun his arms and hugged her instead, and with a side spin, he swung them away and avoided the dragon orb. Although they couldn't withstand the attack, who said that they couldn't avoid it? Yue Yang was never a foolhardy person who would receive an attack head-on no matter what. With regards to the nine-headed goblin marshal's dragon orb attack, Yue Yang had already anticipated it beforehand. He had already paid special attention to it ever since he saw the nine-headed goblin marshal attacking Golden Eyes just now. He didn't expect that Wu Hen would teleport to his side and block the attack for him, but no matter what, he would not let the girl that he liked risk her life to protect him. That kind of action would definitely become the beginning of a tragic life. The dragon orb grazed across Yue Yang's arms, flying through the two people. Seeing that his attack had fallen onto empty air, the nine-headed goblin marshal immediately willed his orb to turn and shoot towards Yue Yang, who was hugging the sickly beauty again. However, although he was fully in control of his dragon orb, under such a powerful and fast speed, he was not able to turn it at moment's notice. Instead, the dragon orb flew around 10 meters away before slowing down a little and turning its direction towards Yue Yang. At this time, Yue Yang had already had enough time to react. He pulled out the Nirvana Flame Spear from the nine-headed goblin marshal's body, turned it into a Nirvana Flame Shield and placed it right in front of him. When the dragon orb collided onto the Nirvana Flame Shield, its power immediately disappeared like snow inside a burning volcano. Its speed immediately decreased, and all of the impurities, evil thoughts, evil chi, and the nine-headed goblin marshal's will inside the orb were all burnt away. Only the purest form of energy was left behind. Howl! The nine-headed goblin marshal rolled on the ground in extreme pain. He was already in pain from the strike of Nirvana Flame Spear on his body, and he did not manage to take back his will to control the dragon orb before it was burnt away by the Nirvana Flame. This had made the nine-headed goblin marshal feel a pain that was befitting of the pain in the 18th hell. He would rather die than experience the burning pain of the Nirvana Flame. Not only his body and flesh, even his soul and mind would be destroyed completely by the Nirvana Flame. When Yue Yang released his Nirvana Flame the third time, the previously fist-sized dragon orb had been refined into a pure orb that was no larger than a pearl. On the other side, the nine-headed goblin marshal had already collapsed onto the ground, breathing his last. He had not died, but he was suffering more than if he was dead. This was because the orb and his mind was one body. When Yue Yang destroyed his orb, it was equivalent to him destroying his mind. Having lost his orb, the nine-headed goblin marshal could no longer maintain his innate level 3 state. His power kept decreasing, and he finally dropped out of the innate realm right before he died. At a far distance, Goblin General Xia Diao, who had suffered heavy injuries on both of her legs, watched this turn of events in complete disbelief. A powerful existence such as the nine-headed goblin marshal had actually been killed by a little human boy who was only innate level 1. The thing that completely fucked Goblin General Xia Diao's mind was when that human boy, who was even scarier than a demon king, suddenly summoned a girl with a flower crown on her head. The moment that girl, who looked completely pure and without evil, waved her hands, giant vines poured out from the earth, and a gigantic flower which had a mouth big enough to swallow a whole giant mammoth swallowed the nine-headed goblin marshal's corpse, all in one mouth. "You can't eat this yet, I still have some use for her." Yue Yang stopped the Thorny Flower Demoness when she had the thought of swallowing the fiery golden eyes beast. The Thorny Flower Demoness still couldn't speak yet, but she already have enough intelligence to show her thoughts. She pointed at Goblin General Xia Diao and asked soundlessly, "Can I eat this?" "No, no, don't." Goblin General Xia Diao already knew who this innocent-looking girl who did not even spit out bones when she swallowed her prey was. She was that golden crown Thorny Flower Queen who was said to have annihilated a whole demon legion and another 2 blood prison demon kings alone. Maybe this girl had not reached the level of a golden crown Thorny Flower Queen yet, but she was already very close to it. Looking at her leisured way of swallowing the nine-headed goblin marshal, she would definitely not have any problem swallowing her whole too. Goblin General Xia Diao was not afraid of being taken as prisoner by her enemies, because her enemies would only torture her body at the most. She wouldn't mind that. She not only possessed the strong recovery ability of an Eastern Goblin tribesman, she also had an unlimited vitality. No matter how grave her injury was, she would definitely recover given enough time to heal. As long as she could get out of here alive, there would still be hope for her. She would rely on her natural abilities of soul-captivating fragrance and lightning-fast speed to escape. The Thorny Flower Demoness completely disregarded Goblin General Xia Diao's plead for mercy. In her heart, all of her master's enemies were food. As long as they were tasty, she would definitely eat them, no matter if they were dead or alive. The 4 girls were a little speechless by this Thorny Flower Demoness who could swallow people alive. Of course, they were not old-fashioned minded like their predecessors who would show mercy to their enemies. That was equivalent to being cruel to themselves. With regards to Goblin General Xia Diao's plead for mercy, the 4 girls turned away their faces and pretended not to see anything. When Goblin General Xia Diao saw that the 4 girls had turned away from her, her expression immediately changed. She, who had just been pleading for mercy a few seconds ago, rolled on the ground and turned into a giant marten. It opened its mouth wide and spouted a thick cloud of smoke onto the thorny flower demoness, then escaped through the ancient passage for her life. Countless thorny flowers sprouted from the ground. No matter how fast the giant marten was, it was completely useless. The thorny flower trunks twined around the giant marten's body like an agile python, wrapping her tightly like a rice dumpling, not even giving her a chance to budge. In the sky, a man, who was raising the gold Leo shield and swinging it down with an extremely powerful strength, smashed the gold Leo shield onto the giant marten's head. The giant marten was already suffering from heavy injuries in the first place. When the heavy blow landed, her head was almost split open. With a pained cry, she immediately fainted. In the barbarian cow's heart, she must deliver her ultimate blow to all of her master's enemies. She didn't care if it were male or female, human or goblin. Everyone would be treated the same way. The humanoid secondary trunk that was over 10 meters tall opened its arms and engulfed the giant marten into its embrace. Countless vines twirled together to form one body, wrapping its prey inside. Ever since she entered the ancient passage, the thorny flower demoness was even happier than a little girl on her birthday. This was because after getting to eat Lu He and Duan Mu, she also had the chance to eat innate leveled rankers. To her, there was no difference in races. It didn't matter if it was human, demon or eastern goblin tribesman, as long as they were innate rankers, they were all first class, delicious food. Are you sure you are going to let the fiery eyes golden beast go? Princess Xian felt that there must be a reason why Yue Yang had let that fellow go. If we don't let him off, the misunderstanding between humans and the Easter Goblin tribesmen would really happen. Furthermore, based on what this Golden Eyes had said, the Eastern Goblin King did not have any interest of invading Soaring Dragon Continent at all. He only wanted to change the outsider relationship he had with human innate alliance. Perhaps he wanted to join hands to conquer the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, or perhaps he needed help conquering some other areas. I wanted to ask first and make sure of the Goblin King's goals before deciding again. Yue Yang thought that if the Eastern Goblin King really wanted to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent, he wouldn't send his men to kidnap the elites in the Soaring Dragon Continent. He could just kill all of them. Why would he go to such lengths and kidnap them? That makes sense. This Golden Eyes is indeed a crucial player in this mess. Wu Xia agreed with Yue Yang's viewpoint. Luohua City Mistress was just about to speak when she realized her precious baby had returned. She immediately disregarded the discussion about the life and death of the fiery Golden Eyes beast and welcomed the return of her three-tailed snow fox. The three-tailed snow fox looked a little excited as it carried the already dead little lightning marten. In the great battle of the same races, it, who had greater intelligence, finally achieved the last victory. Seeing its master welcoming it excitedly, the three-tailed snow fox immediately dropped its prey and happily jumped into its master's embrace. Its soft, long fur waved back and forth unstoppably. Seeing how close Luohua City Mistress and the three-tailed snow fox was, Xia Wen Li also hugged Yue Yang's waist. She brushed her little face on his body, mimicking the three-tailed snow fox's intimate actions towards Luohua City Mistress. When the thorny flower demoness who had also swallowed Huawei using her vines saw Xia Wen Li hugging Yue Yang intimately, she also immediately leapt and scampered towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang hurriedly recalled her back into the silver grimoire. The thorny flower demoness and barbarian cow shadow both did not move house. Maybe they had not had the kind of intelligence that the bloody Queen Red had, hence they still continued to stay inside the silver grimoire. Compared to last time, the only difference was that after receiving a high enough wisdom, as long as Yue Yang could link his will to them, they wouldn't need Yue Yang to open his grimoire in order to be summoned. They would just come out on their own accord, like the bloody Queen last time. When the fiery Golden Eyes beast woke up, he realized that only Yue Yang and the four girls remained in the ancient passage. The nine-headed goblin marshal and all the other strong opponents had all disappeared without a trace. He looked around to measure the situation, and when he was finally certain that he was safe, he sighed a breath of relief. As long as this young yet mysterious boy won, he would have some hope of returning and meeting His Majesty. He could then report to him about the plot and conspiracy between the Southern Fenlin King and the fallen humans. When his mind was made up, he immediately nodded towards Yue Yang before slowly sitting up. Although he was injured and was unable to present himself politely, he still mimicked human customs and cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your help. If you don't mind, you could follow me to meet His Highness. He loves talented people like you guys, he will definitely give all of you a reward when he meets you. Yue Yang definitely would not meet the Goblin King easily. What would they do if the Goblin King suddenly decided to act hostile towards them? If the Goblin King was more or less like a Demon King, then he would really be a headache. If the Goblin King was really the legendary golden-winged peng that they saw on the mural painting, meeting with him would be equivalent to offering themselves as snacks. What's your king's race? If he had no intention to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent, why would he kidnap our people? Yue Yang tested the waters as he asked. Our king is of dragon race, namely the Dragon Emperor race from the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower. He is one of the Tongtian 5 emperors, together with Xian from your human race and 3 other super strong innate rankers. His Highness wanted to lead an army to clear the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower and enter the 11th floor of Tongtian Tower to find the legendary Eastern Fairy tribe and formed an alliance with them. Hence, we require a strong ally with a stable relationship. However, Xian of your human race was proud and aloof, she had always rejected the idea of collaborating with our king. The human innate alliance was also an enemy of the Eastern Goblin tribe's ally before, hence we had break off all relationship for many years. Our king wanted to use this chance to welcome Emperor Junwu and the other strong warriors to explain one thing. He hoped that he could resolve all the misunderstandings before, restore and strengthen the relationship between the 2 races. The fiery golden eyes beast handed over a black-colored iron waist pendant. It was obvious that this proves his identity. Yue Yang couldn't understand the meaning of this black-colored iron waist pendant, but upon hearing that the Goblin King wasn't the great golden-winged peng on the mural painting, he immediately sighed a breath of relief. This fiery golden eyes beast's words sounded very logical. Yue Yang felt that this was more or less the truth. Of course, he was still on alert. He felt that the Goblin King was definitely trying to test the human innate alliance and Xian's thoughts. If the humans were unyielding, then they would continue the collaboration. If they did not fight for Junwu and the others, he would definitely not regard Junwu at all. Your Dragon Emperor, when would he return my father and the other strong human warriors back? Princess Xian did not have the mind to beat around the bush right now. She wanted to skip to the conclusion straight away. I don't know, I won't be able to give you an accurate answer for this. Maybe it was for a few days, or maybe he would keep them captive for a month or more. But I can guarantee you that our king definitely does not have the intention to harm you humans. On the contrary, we really hope to be able to establish a strong relationship as allies. Golden Eyes spoke very truthfully. Princess Xian couldn't sense a hint of lie in his voice, hence she nodded slowly. Your Dragon Emperor, why didn't he choose other strong warriors as an ally? The mysterious beauty Wuxia suddenly asked. This is because the Eastern Goblin tribe and the human race all have the same goal. We are different from the beings living in the demon abyss and the different races within the Tongtian Tower. It was said that our ancestors were the Eastern Fairy tribe. In the Tongtian Tower, there is a small branch family of the Eastern Fairy tribe who had a very close relationship with human innates. They only admitted that they were the descendants of the fairy tribe, but they had been rejecting our offer for alliance. When the fiery golden eyes beast said this, Yue Yang and the 4 girls remembered something. When Elder Nangong appeared the other day, he brought with him 2 girls. The 2 girls were dragon girls from the Eastern Fairy tribe. Seems like they were the branch family that the fiery golden eyes beast was talking about. Yue Yang digested all the information he had received for a while before he slowly cleared his throat and spoke, although I wouldn't be able to change Xian's mind, but if your Dragon Emperor wanted to collaborate with us, I would like to offer a suggestion. The condition is that you have to release our people as soon as possible. If your king wants to collaborate with us, he can send some people to discuss about it. It is unacceptable to use such a barbaric and forceful way to gain what he want. Right, how many men can you send to clear the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower? Saying these words, Yue Yang had not actually really wanted to collaborate with the Eastern Goblin tribe. He only wanted to find out how much strength the Eastern Goblin tribe had. He reckoned that the Eastern Goblin tribe was stronger than the human innate alliance, but the difference would not be great. Otherwise, he wouldn't need the human innate alliance as an ally. Of course there was also another possibility, for example, one of the condition of clearing the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower was to have a human innate ranker in the party or Xian as an escort. In any case, he would first take a measure of the Eastern Goblin tribe's strength. Yue Yang felt that if Eastern Goblin tribe was not that strong, then they could collaborate in the meantime. Having more friends would definitely be better than making more enemies. And previous chapter r/since there's a chance that you guys are our future allies, I won't hide this from you. We, the Eastern Goblin tribe, have powerful strength, but our numbers are too low. As for intelligence, it's either goblin monsters or goblins that can transform into human like us. Compared to you humans, we are actually quite a bit lacking. Forget about goblin monsters, warrior goblins that can transform into humans and is nearing innate like the Xiong brothers and the Meihua brothers, we only have 1,000 of them. Those who are innate ranked and above, we only have around 100 men. Looks like we have a little bit more than you humans. We, the Eastern Goblin tribe, possessed a stronger physique, but our intelligence are not as high as yours. You humans possessed high intelligence, but you don't have strong bodies like ours. Both the human race and the Eastern Goblin tribe have our own strength and weaknesses. If our 2 races can form an alliance and help each other out, I believe that we would be able to show our strongest strength. Fiery golden eyes beast's words made Yue Yang enter into deep thought. The Eastern Goblin tribe was indeed very strong. They had 1,000 men almost innate ranked and 100 innates. These numbers were quite impressive. Each kingdom in the Soaring Dragon Continent would only have a few innates at the most. There were indeed a few dozens of innates in the innate alliance, but those old folks completely didn't care about political matters. Furthermore, the innates in the human race were further divided amongst the Demon Palace, Thousand Goblins sect, Green Summit sect and the four great sects. If they count it that way, there really wasn't much left. In the Xia kingdom alone, not including himself, there were only 6 innates. There were 2 heavenly imperial guardians and 1 state grandmaster, 2 innates from the Feng and Shui clan each, and lastly an innate traitor who had betrayed the Xia to join the demonic palace. As for those who are close to becoming an innate, there were also not a lot, for example the old fox and Grandma Wu Teng. They were the closest to becoming an innate. Maybe in some aspects they were already stronger than innate level 1, but they still had not reached the innate realm. According to the old fox, Grandma Wu Teng was an innate last time, but she was attacked by her enemies and suffered grave injuries that caused her to lose her innate status. She had been unable to revert back into an innate ever since. If she could be cured, De Xia would gain another innate. As for warriors below level 8 Emperor and level 7 Overlord, there were quite a few of them. Each clan master would be at least that. For example, the old man Yu Hai, Feng Xiao Yun, Shui Wen Dao, Yan Qianzhong, Feng Kuang, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King and even Jun Wu Yu. All of the Soaring Dragon Continent elites were all stuck at level 8 Emperor and below, unable to even hope to enter the innate realm. The Eastern Goblin tribe had the ability to transcend space and kidnap Jun Wu Yu and the rest just by sending a few people like the fiery Golden Eyes Beast, an innate that was the leader of the party, the Xiong brothers and Meihua brothers, warriors that had almost reached innate. It couldn't be denied that the humans in the Soaring Dragon Continent was really too weak compared to the other races in the Outer Realm and Demon Abyss. If we can persuade Zhizun, then we can probably advise her to collaborate with you, the Eastern Goblin tribe. Yue Yang made a decision. It would be a very difficult to do if one wanted to rise in power without a strong ally. At least, he should not have such a strong enemy like the Eastern Goblin tribe when he was just starting out. The fiery Golden Eyes Beast was exhilarated. If Yue Yang was an ordinary human youngster, he wouldn't care about Yue Yang's reaction. However, Yue Yang was an innate, and furthermore, he had the ability to defeat the Southern Goblin King's subordinates. This was the mysterious boy who had beaten the 9-headed Goblin Marshal Black and Blue. His words, in the fiery Golden Eyes Beast's ears sounded more important than a king's words. He cupped his hands politely towards Yue Yang. Later on, when I return back to the palace, I will personally report everything to His Highness. As for the rest of your people, I believe they will be able to return soon. In one exchange, the fiery Golden Eyes Beast had said a lot of the Eastern Goblin tribe's secrets. He had also said a lot of information with regards to the Tongtian Tower. In the end, Yue Yang and the 4 girls whispered their discussion for a while before deciding to leave. The fiery Golden Eyes Beast was not impatient to leave, he was worried that Yue Yang couldn't find the exit to the ancient passage instead. He led Yue Yang and the 4 girls towards the secret teleportation portal to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Seeing that Yue Yang and the 4 girls had safely teleported away, he finally looked for the teleportation portal to the Eastern Goblin tribe area to report back to his Goblin King. When Yue Yang and the 4 girls teleported back, they did not return to the Champion Island. Instead, they appeared in the middle of a desert. Fortunately Yue Yang had prepared a teleportation scroll to the Champion Island beforehand. After a flash of white light, Yue Yang and the 4 girls returned back to the Champion Island that they had not left for even a day. However, they could only see bloody mess all over the horizon. There were demon corpses, parts of demon corpses lying everywhere. In the middle, there were also quite a few human corpses, most of them had parts of their bodies bitten off by the demons, the sight too horrible to see. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia and the sickly beauty immediately teamed up and separated to the east side to look for the old fox, who had led the Ivy Academy's students. Princess Qian and Luo Hua City Mistress also walked together towards the west. As for Yue Yang, he returned to the championship stadium because he remembered that they had left the older Meihua brothers alive there. There were only the drunken cat sister and the panda girl Niu Niu, he was afraid that they would be in danger. Yue Yang hurried to the championship stadium. He realized that the whole stadium had collapsed. The older Meihua brother lay dead in the middle of the piles of rocks. The drunken cat sister was lying on a huge collapsed rock and drinking the alcohol in her hands. There were countless scratches on her body, and the chest part of her body had also been destroyed. Her battered and bloodied breasts could faintly be seen. The little panda girl Niu Niu leaned on the drunken cat Big Sis's back, snoring as she slept, looking extremely tired. Her expression was bitter, as if she was having a bad dream. Her whole body was smeared in blood, so much that she had almost turned into a red panda. Yue Yang felt a pang in his heart. How could she be beaten up this badly? Why didn't the drunken cat Big Sis take care of her daughter properly? Niu Niu was still so young, how could she fight against an Eastern Goblin tribesman whose strength was almost at innate level? Yue Yang rushed forward, took the little Niu Niu into his arms and channeled some innate qi. He then called forth Xia Wen Li to release her white balls of healing light to heal her. Although Xia Wen Li's white light was more for purification purposes, it was also quite useful for healing superficial injuries. How's your injuries? After Yue Yang saved the little one, he hurried to save the big one, the drunken cat Big Sis. Do you have wine? The drunken cat Big Sis shook her empty bottle of wine and threw it away. Then she reached out with her bloodied hand, asking for wine. Bullshit. Do you know you can't drink when you are injured? Are you trying to die? Yue Yang tried to feel her pulse, and found out that the drunken cat Big Sis was heavily injured and was about to die. Many of her ribs were broken and her internal organs were all injured. Her body was pushed to her limits. If he had not returned on time, her little life would have more or less ended. Yue Yang understood that she became like this because she had fought against the older Meihua brother alone. Only heaven would know how she managed to kill the older Meihua brother whose powers were so much stronger than her. However, she had managed to kill him in the end. She even managed to endure until Yue Yang returned. Yue Yang shook her slightly. Why are there only the two of you? What about the rest? Xuetan Lang? The old fox? I don't know. Everyone started fighting, I was alone. Anyway, I'm tired, let me sleep for a while. The drunken cat Big Sis collapsed to the ground. Previously, she had relied on her strong will to endure on and wait for Yue Yang's return. The moment she felt relieved, all the fatigue came crashing onto her. Don't sleep, if you sleep now, you'll die. Yue Yang was shocked. He didn't care anymore. He first took out the vase artifact he had gotten from the 12 zodiac temples. He then poured 2 drops of the god's dew into the drunken cat Big Sis's mouth. Who cares if this god's dew was worth the whole of heavens? He would definitely not let this Big Sis die. When the god's dew entered her body, bright rays of light shone out from the drunken cat Big Sis's body and her injuries healed quickly. Yue Yang tried to help her healing with his innate qi. He tore out the drunken cat Big Sis's tattered clothes and treated her broken ribs. He then prepared a wet towel to wipe the blood away from her body. When he discovered her white, creamy chest, he hurriedly covered her with Yue Yang's clothes. Although they were not of the same size, it was better than nothing. When Yue Yang was changing her clothes, as he realized that the drunken cat Big Sis was completely unconscious, he couldn't help but to touch those mountain peaks for a while. The feeling he felt in his hands was indescribable, so good that he felt like flying to heaven. This drunken cat Big Sis's breast was firm and bouncy, its shape beautiful beyond compare. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid that Wu Xia, Wu Hen, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress would arrive and saw his perverted ways, he wouldn't have wanted to stop grabbing her breasts. Alright then, goodbye, breasts. I will forever cherish the memory. This big sister would belong to him sooner or later. He would reserve her first, and thought about wooing her later in the future. He would teach her slowly in the future. Furthermore, there was also an advantage for getting her, he would get an extra little panda girl if he succeeded. The Big Sis mom and her little girl Niu, the world's most evil mother-daughter pair, could only amount as much in the end. Yue Yang started to drool as his mind started to wander. Xia Wen Li was a little confused with his actions, she tilted her head as she watched. When Yue Yang saw that he was teaching his daughter the wrong thing, he hurriedly stroked her hair softly and kissed her forehead, pretending to be a good daddy. Xia Wen Li was indeed easy to manipulate. Her eyes closed as her lips spread into a big smile. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia suddenly teleported there with her teleportation ability. She nodded towards Yue Yang. I found Bing Er and Yi Nan. They are fine, but they had been ambushed and fought a great battle afterwards. They suffered many injuries. Your 3 brothers weren't that capable, they immediately lost their consciousness after getting beaten by their enemies. But your big dog, Hui Tai Lang, was really powerful. It had actually bitten off 3 demon generals and 1 demon commander. It killed a whole demon legion on his own, it was really a good dog. Its abilities were really not bad, I think if you give him Hua Wei's orb, it might just evolve into an innate ranked beast. Where's the old fox? Yue Yang did not hear the old fox name from her. He knew that the old fox would never escape on his own. Could it be that he was killed by the demons? We can't find him, seems like he is fighting a strong opponent. When Wu Xia noticed that the drunken cat Big Sis was wearing Yu Bing's clothes, she suddenly grabbed Yue Yang's hands and smelled it. I honestly didn't touch, Yue Yang spoke filled with guilty conscience. Really? Wu Xia glared at Yue Yang with a gaze that could kill someone, a gaze that was even scarier than Luo Hua City Mistress Aurora. Alright, I admit, I did touch it a few times. There's no other way, I couldn't control my own hands. Yue Yang knew that it would be best to be honest at this time, especially when he was almost unable to hide the secret. His life's philosophy was lie whenever you can and be honest if you can't lie. It's okay to touch it a few times. I wasn't reprimanding you. Wu Xia laughed a little. Hearing her words, Yue Yang was flabbergasted. This couldn't be. Was she always that open-minded? Did I hear wrongly? Yue Yang really couldn't believe his own ears. How does your hand feel now? Wu Xia asked him back coldly. Ah, it's all right. Just vaguely. Yue Yang thought that if he said the wrong thing, she would definitely use a spiteful look to look at him. If the drunken cat Big Sis woke up and found out about this, she would definitely bury him alive. Hence, he decided he should just speak the truth. Vaguely. Wuxia's bright eyes shone with an "Are you sure?" look. Most probably because there was no comparison, no previous samples, Yue Yang wanted to say that he could only be sure of the feeling in his hands if she let him touch hers a little. I understand, I'll give you a chance to do it. Wuxia's words made Yue Yang think that he had heard a goddess voice. Really? Yue Yang's heart was filled with exhilaration. If you could save cousin Wu Hen and touch Princess Qianqian's and loyal Hua City mistress, I really wouldn't mind. Wuxia really liked to see Yue Yang's expression now. She looked at him with her clear eyes, not blinking at all. So you would only be liberal at the expense of others, Yue Yang cried out in dismay. Of course Princess Qianqian, Lup Hua and the others were also his targets, but the one he wanted to touch now was the cute bookworm Wuxia. He felt that it would be the hardest to capture this girl, but he would feel the most sense of accomplishment afterwards. Although he loved boobs, be it D cup, E cup, F cup or more, none of that matters compared to this perfect snowy peaks of this Wuxia. Yue Yang, you must take note of one thing. You are now engaged to big sister Luo Hua and little sister Yinan. I'm no longer your fiancé, if I'm not wrong, I had allowed you to rescind your engagement a year ago. Hence, actually, I have no relationship with you at all. Wuxia's words finally ensured Yue Yang that this mysterious bookworm girl was Miss Shui that was engaged to the pitiful guy, Shui Wuxia. You know that that's fake. I've never written any kind of engagement cancellation letter. Someone had impersonated me. Hearing her confession, Yue Yang hurriedly grabbed her hands emotionally. True that. But I've never agreed to be your fiancé from the beginning, Wuxia released her hands from his. Then agree to it now. Yue Yang was the best in pushing his will onto others. No, Wuxia rejected him in one breath. Why? I'm serious about this. Although I didn't have time to prepare an engagement ring now, but there's something I have been wanting to say to you. I had tried to hide it for a long time, holding it in inside, even Yue Yang was almost moved to tears by his own love story. A love that transcends space and time. If his story was made into a movie, wouldn't the audience be moved to tears? All those other cliched love stories in the movies should just be eliminated, only his love story that transcends time and space could be called true love. Yue Yang was sure that he liked Wuxia, 100% sure. This was not just a matter of spending his whole life with her and risking his life in battles for her. It was that kind of feeling in his heart that was hard to describe, a soul's calling, a thirst that he would forever long for in his life. It was a destiny made in heaven, an indescribable chemistry that existed before they were even born. Other than her, there was no other woman more compatible with him. She was his other half that he was looking for in this other world. She was the final dream that his heart yearned for. Yue Yang was extremely sure that he loved this girl. He had loved her for a long time. He started to have feelings for her after their life and death battle with Marquis of Ziyijin. Afterwards, they went through even more life-threatening battles, and his feeling grew more and more. Although Yue Yang also liked the tigress Princess Qianqian and loyal Hua City mistress who had a very unique way of laughing, the extremely weak and fragile sickly beauty and the cute Yinan. He even had a mild mother and sister complex. However, the person that he loved the most, missed the most and thirsted for the most was still this kind, intelligent, talented and mysterious beauty, Shui Wuxia. Stop it, you don't have to say sweet words of lies. With regards to men who were touching other girls' breasts 5 minutes after separating from me, don't you think I should seriously think it over first? Shui Wuxia's eyes sparkled. Her words made perfect sense. If that man in question wasn't himself, Yue Yang would agree with her 100%. Please listen to this sinner's argument first. Yue Yang hurriedly gave it his all and prepared to use his silver tongue to reverse the truth. His argument was that, if a person was extremely hungry, he would even eat dog's food. Because beggars can't be choosers. On the contrary, if a person ate until they were full and satisfied every day, they wouldn't even care looking at big chunks of meat and fish. His underlying meaning was that if there was a goddess that could service him day and night and give him a blissful sexual life, then he would definitely be a good boy and not touch other people's boobs at his whims. On the contrary, if he had no other way, he would be forced to take risks out of desperation. He might even be driven to the point that even if he had to kill tomorrow, he had to touch some boobs today. Yue Yang's argument was also logical. No matter if it was according to the perspectives of human nature, mental health, and physical health, it all fit the bill of a nerd's expectations who had been deprived of women for far too long. Who doesn't go through puberty as a girl? Who doesn't have sexual fantasies as a guy? In the end, Yue Yang used these words as conclusion. Even he himself was moved by his speech. He said, "Did you think it was easy being a nerd?" When Wuxia heard his argument, she nodded slightly, good speech. Yue Yang was excited and he immediately grabbed her beautiful hands. Are you saying yes? The mysterious beauty who liked to read books, Yue Yang's fiancée Miss Shui, Shui Wuxia revealed a little smile in her eyes as she said, I'm very sorry, Yue Yang. I can only say that I sympathized with your difficulties, but I can't possibly offer my life to feed you because you were a hungry wolf almost driven into desperation, right? This shouldn't be the reason for me getting together with you. Yue Yang, wait until you have a better reason to persuade me before arguing with me again. We'll see your performance. I won't deny that you are an extremely talented genius in terms of combat and summoning skills. But in terms of wooing girls, I dare say you are a huge idiot. Yue Yang didn't quite agree with her. He thought that his wooing methods were still alright. At least there were already quite a few girls in his circle. Although he wasn't at the level like a leaf that didn't stop passing through a field of 10,000 flowers, he was at least at the level of the bright moon starls the crow on the slanting bough. At midnight the breeze is cool, cicadas shrill, the fragrance of the paddy foretells a good love story, and wolves howl far and wide. 7 or 8 stars above the horizon, 2 or 3 drops of rain before the hill. With no money to rent a room we went to the forest edge, having a lover's rendezvous right at the riverside. Shiro, the first phrase meant a guy who never wavered loving a girl although he had many female suitors. The second one was a modified version of a famous poem, Xi Zhongye http://chinaenglish.com.cn/hdml/2013-06/504992.html right parenthesis all right, even though they haven't really had a lover's rendezvous, he had already thought about it in his mind. With regards to Yue Yang's self-confidence, Shui Wuxia could only slap her palm to her forehead after listening to his preaching. Don't you think you should capture the easiest girl to woo first? For example, my cousin Shui Wuhen. Although she rejected your offer to heal her on the surface, if you really force yourself on her, she would be okay with it, because she had chosen you in her heart. As long as you don't disappoint her in the future, that would definitely be possible. There is also big sister Luo Hua, who is even an easier target than her. She loves romance. You can just take her to moon watching and whisper romantic words like before my bed, the moon is shining bright. On the floor, there were 2 pairs of shoes, those kinds of poems. You can also plant some flowers with her, she would easily fall into your lies. When Yue Yang heard this, he was crying inside. He definitely did not have enough practice. He hurriedly asked for more advice, his voice extremely sincere, how about Princess Xian? The mysterious Shui Wuxia who liked to read books was definitely a class A beauty. If Yue Yang had not heard it himself, he would never believe that she would teach him how to capture girls. This was really unbelievable, but Yue Yang likes it. Shui Wuxia then lightly said, Princess Xian liked to practice her combat skills. You can try to get closer to her from here, help her practice. Furthermore, that tigress only had a sharp mouth. Her heart is soft. Maybe her mouth is denying you, but you can use practicing combat skills as an excuse to touch her body. She would definitely not do anything to you. Sooner or later, you will get closer to her, and your relationship would naturally get more intimate. In this world, perhaps only Shui Wuxia would teach her own fiancé how to woo other girl. Yue Yang was a little confused. Why would she help himself so much? If he had captured the other 3 girls, what benefit would it be to her? Of course, he didn't think that it was a bad thing. He thought that if his future wife could teach him how to win girls over, he could chase after girls more boldly than Xiao Bao. If he did not manage to win over Wu Hen, Luo Hua and Qian, he would let down his future wife's expectations. Shiro, Xiao Bao is the main character in The Deer and the Cauldron, a Chinese novel https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/the_deer_n_the_cauldron. In the end, Yue Yang really wanted to ask Wuxia how he could win her over. However, he thought that her reply would be a punch to his face. Yue Yang thought that he should drop the subject. The hardest one should be won over by his own strength, this way, when he managed to really win her over, he would feel a greater sense of accomplishment. My deepest gratitudes for your advice. Please allow me to repay you with my body. Yue Yang pretended to be grateful and suddenly pounced on Wuxia, hugging her tightly in his embrace. As he enjoyed her sweet smell and touch, he felt that if he could have such a girl in his life, he had not lived his life in vain. Who cares about getting transported to another world if he could meet such a beauty? It was worth it even if he had to be transported for 100 times. It was the first time that Yue Yang felt eternally grateful towards the old Daoist priest who kicked his butt into another dimension. When he thought about it, that old fellow had treated him quite well. He had not only sent him the heavenly sword goddess, he had also allowed him to meet so many perfect, Class A beauties in the Soaring Dragon Continent. That sin of him for kicking him to another world, he would forgive him if he surrendered his granddaughter to him. That wonderful feeling of holding Wuxia's body made Yue Yang think that he would never forget this feeling his whole life. If it was possible, he really wished that he could hold her for his whole life. With regard to Yue Yang's perverted moves, Shui Wuxia knitted her brows slightly and said, "What do you mean by this? Taking an advantage of me when you have the chance. This is out of my control, I cannot help my own feelings of gratitude and sincerity towards you. Wuxia, I'm really moved. Yue Yang thought that he had done the boldest thing he had in his whole life. This was that legendary move, pulling a beauty into his embrace. Ha, what use is having the whole world? He would rather pull beauty into his embrace. Yue Yang knew that if he failed, then he would really die in a horrible way. After all, he wasn't some kind of an emperor. If Wuxia went berserk, she would probably attack him with lightning in her left and icicle in her right hand. You can show your sincerity better by not touching any other girls within 3 days. I won't forgive you next time for this. Shui Wuxia glared at Yue Yang. She didn't attack, that was really lucky. Although she didn't pursue the matter further, it was obvious that she was a little jealous. However, it's still alright. If this girl could get jealous, that proved that he was in her heart. He would have a chance. Yue Yang let go of Wuxia unwillingly and tried to ingrain the feeling of her body into his mind, before looking at the angry Wuxia who couldn't seem to hide her embarrassment. Yue Yang was almost moved to tears. This is great, since this girl is shy, that means she had feelings for him. Alright then, chasing after girls is a long road ahead, but he had already managed to take the first step. The drunken cat big sister continued her deep sleep, but the little panda girl woke up very quickly. She was very happy to see Yue Yang, leaping into Yue Yang's arms immediately after she woke up. Big brother will give you this lollipop as a reward for your hard work. Yue Yang was definitely the Casanova for young girls. His lollipop reward method was undefeatable. It's sweet. The little panda girl Niu smiled so sweetly that a field of flowers almost bloomed around her. She followed Yue Yang around as she licked the lollipop that Yue Yang gave her, hopping around as she goes. It was as if she would still be happy even if Yue Yang was going to kidnap her. Yue Yang stored the plum leopard's body inside his lich ring and carried the drunken cat Big Sis, then followed Shui Wuxia to see his sister Yu Bing who was hiding in a valley. The little valley was covered with demons' corpses everywhere. Yue Yang noticed that there were also quite a few human corpses around, warriors and robbers alike. There were no mercenaries with Yu Bing and the others, only students from Shangjing, Fragrance, and Ivy academies. Yue Yang could immediately notice something from these corpses, and that was, this attack was an ambush that had been planned very thoroughly. Not only had the Eastern Goblin tribe arrived, the demons from the Demon Abyss, even human robbers and bandits had also colluded together. The Green Summit Sect, Xia Jin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda were definitely part of this scheme, even the Demonic Palace and the Thousand Goblins sect might also be involved. This scheme had been very well planned, it's just that they had miscalculated one point. They would probably never imagine that after a great battle with the Eastern Goblin tribe, not only the Eastern Goblin tribe would not turn against the human race, they would also agree to a collaboration. Although the fiery Golden Eyes Beast and Yue Yang couldn't represent any kind of power, Xia and the Eastern Goblin tribe's Dragon Emperor would finally know the truth about this matter. Their enemy wanted to create discord between them. The plot of turning the Eastern Goblin tribe against the Soaring Dragon Continent would definitely not prevail. At the same time, they had also lost the 9-headed Goblin Marshal, Zhi Diao, the Sable, Dream Eater, Bai Lin, the Green Snake, Hua Wei, the Fire-tailed Tortoise, Duan Mu and Lu He, the Green Summit sect members. Yue Yang had reasons to let Goblin General Pai Pa and Goblin General Golden Toad go. The first was because he wasn't sure he could catch up with Goblin General Pai Pa. The second was because Yue Yang wanted to let the Southern Goblin King know that he had suffered great losses. That way, he could temporarily spoil the alliance between the Southern Goblin King and the Green Summit sect, Xia Jin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda. If the plan succeeded, the Southern Goblin King would definitely be happy. However, the plan had failed and he had suffered great losses. It would be weird if the Southern Goblin King did not fall out from the alliance. Furthermore, the demons who failed and lost a lot of troops would definitely question the fallen humans who had guided them here. Just bear with it right now. We will attack them back when we have enough powers. Shui Wuxia understood Yue Yang's intentions and quietly advised. That day won't be too far away. After going through so many great battles, Yue Yang felt that he was close to breaking through the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi. Right now, the thing he needed was a quiet place to cultivate. He was also close to mastering the final Yin ability. As long as Shui Wuxia could help him and practice body fusion together, Yue Yang felt like he could master the 5th layer anytime and climb onto greater heights. His Yang ability controls fire. His Yin ability controls ice. Yue Yang felt that if he could also master the Yin ability, when he fought with his enemies in the future, he could give a taste of fire and ice hell to his enemies. Of course, before he cultivate, he must first find his sister and bring her to a safe place. At the end of the small valley, Hui Tai Lang who was covered in blood impressively stood on a giant rock, protecting his little mistress. Yu Bing, Yi Nan and Yu Yu were all gathered on a big rock and were trying to heal their wounds. The sickly beauty had first tried to wake Yu Yu up before they tried to heal Yu Bing and Yi Nan who had been weakened from their prolonged fight. With Yu Bing and Hui Tai Lang, who were the demon's nemesis, joining hands together to fight, the piles of demon corpses were stacked up as high as a small hill. The bodies laid layer upon layers, and blood flowed out like river. On the other side, Fatty Hai, who had turned into a behemoth, had not returned back to his original body. He lied on a pile of corpses and was snoring away as he slept. Ye Kong and the Li brothers were scattered all around the grounds as they lied on the ground. Because of Hui Tai Lang's explosive powers and killing a large number of demon legions, they did not suffer from life-threatening injuries, only superficial ones. Behind them there was a huge crowd of students who also looked exhausted, either sitting or lying on the ground. They tiredly looked after each other and healed their comrades as they waited for reinforcements. They could only mostly be the support for the battle. The main attackers were Yu Bing, Yi Nan, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, Prince of Tianluo and the others. Although many were injured, there were few casualties. Other than those who were really unlucky, getting instantly killed by a demon general or demon commander, most of them were safe. Hui Tai Lang had reverted to its world-destroying demon wolf, killing a huge number of demons together with Yu Bing's two treant defenders. Hui Tai Lang was the only beast who still had strength to fight when Yue Yang came. Hui Tai Lang happily leapt towards Yue Yang, rubbing its head on him as it showed a loyal watchdog expression, as if it was saying, "Look, I have tried to do my best. Not bad, let me reward you with an orb." Yue Yang threw Huawei's orb into Hui Tai Lang's mouth and rewarded him with a kick. His innate chi flowed from his leg into Hui Tai Lang's body, quickening its injury recovery. It was so comfortable that Hui Tai Lang barked with happiness. Woof, woof woof. Hui Tai Lang knew that Huawei's orb was an extremely high-quality item. It couldn't bear to swallow it immediately, slowly tasting it happily inside its mouth, as if it was eating pork ribs. The surrounding beasts all looked at Hui Tai Lang in envy. Although they didn't know what an orb was, the energy that they sensed from the orb made them drool in greed. Forget about beasts, even the Prince of Tianluo, who had forced himself to come over and welcome Yue Yang and the others, became dumbstruck when he saw the orb. He thought that the Platinum Dragon Demon Crystal was already undefeatable out there, but it was simply not worth mentioning compared to this orb. The energy contained in this orb was many times stronger than the energy inside the Platinum Dragon Demon Crystal. Most importantly, it was much purer and concentrated than the Platinum Dragon Demon Crystal. The Platinum Dragon Demon Crystal was one of the treasures bestowed by the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Tianluo kingdom to the Emperor Huasu Ri of Tianluo for his coronation after hunting it from the Tongtian Tower. It was a national treasure. Who would know that Yue Yang would throw an orb that was 10 times even more precious than their national treasure to their wolf dog just like that? No wonder that Hui Tai Lang became so strong. How could a wolf dog that had eaten an orb be weak? Prince of Tianluo felt that comparing himself to others would only make him angry. Where did you dig that jewel from? The Prince of Tianluo felt that Yue Yang was just like a newly rich person who squandered his money like water. I only managed to get this after killing an Eastern Goblin tribesman. Did you think getting this thing is easy? That fellow was an innate level Eastern Goblin tribesman, we spent a lot of effort to defeat him. Yue Yang modestly replied. The Prince of Tianluo's tears flowed all over his face. Look at this third young master of Yu clan, he was the same age as him, yet he could already defeat an innate level Eastern Goblin tribesman. If there's a chance in the future, we can form a party to defeat monsters and look for treasures together. However, you must support my pursuit for Luo Hua. Otherwise, we have nothing to talk about. Yue Yang always have conditions for everything. He might not mind helping Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and Prince of Tianluo to improve their abilities, but he definitely didn't want to become a volunteer babysitter. There must be conditions involved. Prince of Tianluo was overjoyed when he heard that. Sister Luo Hua was already engaged to this brat anyway, she would become the Yu clan's daughter-in-law sooner or later. He could just speak some good words and take advantage of the situation. This was nothing much. He was afraid that Yue Yang would regret his words, so he quickly held Yue Yang's hands and said, "It's a deal." Hui Tai Lang realized that all the beasts around it were drooling for the orb. It became extremely cocky as it shook its butt and walked proudly. Its big tail waved back and forth, showing off even more. When Yue Yang saw this, he kicked it flying away, telling him not to be so cocky and ruin its master's reputation. Hui Tai Lang still couldn't bear to swallow the orb just like that. It was very clever. It knew that the moment it swallowed it, it would immediately level up. It might even need to sleep for a few days to evolve. Right now, it couldn't swallow the orb that easily. Hence it hopped happily towards its master and followed Yue Yang around, its head held high, as if showing a cocky expression as if it was saying it's your loss for not being able to have the orb in my mouth. Yu Bing had already woken up, but she was very weak, hence she couldn't stand seeing that her brother had returned safely, she was exhilarated. She stomped down her tears as she reported to him, "Brother, I defeated 2 demon generals and many other monsters. I can now defeat a demon general too." Yue Yang felt that with her abilities, let alone defeating, she could even kill a demon general easily. Of course, he would still praise her as he rubbed her head and said, "Really? Bing Er is awesome. Defeating demon generals, you have done a great job. Hee hee." Yue Bing lowered her head shyly when she heard her brother's praise. It's a pity that my spirit mirror is too low, otherwise I could match Yue Bing's trees, thorns and brambles and poison and increase the damage to the enemies. Yinan lowered her head in regret. Her spirit mirror was only gold ranked level 1 before. After overcoming this great battle, it had leveled up, but it was only gold ranked level 2. It still couldn't show off its full potential. Level it up slowly, we have a lot of time for that. Yue Yang also rubbed her head a little. Yet, Yinan couldn't take looking into Yue Yang's mesmerizing eyes, she hurriedly averted her gaze. Before long, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress also returned. They had found the unconscious old fox who was heavily injured. Due to the 100 transformations demon and the blood scythe demon's appearance, the warriors who were in charge of hindering the enemy had all been killed other than the head referee and the old fox. Fortunately the warriors for Tian Luo had arrived on time and they managed to hold on until the Heavenly Imperial Guardian's arrival. In the end, they managed to push back the enemies and foiled the demon abyss invasion. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. The monsters from Demon Abyss who attacked Yue Bing and the others were only a small part of the army. They weren't the main force, but Yue Bing and the others still couldn't handle them. However, the thing that surprised Yue Yang was that Xuetan Lang, the ice-cold guy who had ran towards the old fox to ask for help, had actually survived after being surrounded by the 3 new demon elders from the Thousand Goblins sect. If you can help me put a few good words to your sister, I can also give you an orb, an innate level orb. Yue Yang was prepared to bribe his future brother-in-law, Xuetan Lang. Furthermore, his offer was extremely extravagant. Prince of Tianluo was completely jealous when he heard this. His sister was also marrying the same person, why did Yue Yang give Xuetan Lang an orb but not him? That's impossible. Xuetan Lang rejected him in one breath. You foolish son of a, Prince of Tianluo was completely speechless by his younger cousin. He thought, would he die if he agreed to it first? Yue Yang wouldn't be able to do anything if he didn't help him in the end anyway. Why would he reject him? Prince of Tianluo was pent up with anger. That was an innate level Eastern Goblin tribesman orb. Bribing won't work. I will definitely not let my older sister marry a fellow like you. Xuetan Lang humphed. Why? Forget about Yue Yang, even the Prince of Tianluo was curious. Because you have written that letter of engagement cancellation, smearing my sister's and our Xue clan's reputation completely. Yue Yang almost fainted hearing Xuetan Lang's reason. That letter was fake, didn't he know about it? Hey, that letter was a fake one sent by another person scheming against me, you know. Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Of course I know, but other people wouldn't know it was fake. Xuetan Lang was an obstinate mule, Yue Yang thought that he would never be able to communicate with him. Idiots, the enemy could send in the next wave anytime, and you guys are still relaxing over here talking about chasing girls. You guys are going to be the death of me. Come over here quick, you guys really didn't know how dangerous this place was. Move, try to teleport away from here quickly, find a place and hide. When the old fox woke up, he angrily hit Yue Yang with his staff as he ordered everyone to quickly leave the Champion Island. Yue Yang was very happy to hear that he would not need to be responsible for any matters pertaining to the country, only needing to care about his own private matters. Yue Yang felt that it was in line with his principles. He carried his sister Yue Bing on his back, and brought Yinan with him. The elated Hui Tai Lang followed closely behind him. However, it was very smart, and left a spot next to it for the little panda girl Niu Niu. Princess Xian also carried the drunk cat Big Sis on her back. She opened a teleportation scroll along with Yu and City Mistress Luo Hua and they immediately teleport to the entrance of the Sky Stairs, the little garden. After waiting for Yue Yang to leave, Shui Wuxia sternly lectured Xuetan Lang and Prince Tian Luo. The ice cube guy Xuetan Lang and the little handsome Prince Tian Luo stood with their heads bowed down in front of Shui Wuxia. Their current appearance right now was definitely not that kind of cool and calm demeanor that they showed in front of Yue Yang. After they were reprimanded, they nodded their heads and promised silently, not daring to act big. Compared to this stern sister Shui Wuxia, the sickly beauty was far softer. She softly comforted her cousins who were downcast. Yue Yang's existence can't be described simply using the word genius. He's a special person. There's no need to compare yourselves to him. Don't be too sunrised in your heart too, cultivation needs to be done step by step. Don't be overly ambitious, rushing isn't necessarily a good thing. Your foundation must be done well. Cultivation isn't as simple as increasing the levels of your beasts and meditating to improve your qi. In order to surpass a certain realm, you need understanding. Battle ability does not equate to the accumulation of power. You must have skill, and most importantly control. You still have a long way to go. Forget it, I don't have time now. I'll check on the fruits of your cultivation next time. The moment Shui Wuxia waved her hand, Xuetan Lang and Prince Tian Luo had an expression as if a heavy burden had been released from them. Carrying the name of geniuses, the pressure on them was already great. With the appearance of the Yu clan's third young master who was exceedingly abnormal, the pressure they felt made them hardly be able to breathe. Becoming an innate at the age of 20 years old, this brat was really abnormal. It was as if they were seeing ghosts in broad daylight. It seemed like in the history of mankind until now, nobody was as ridiculously strong as Yue Yang was. Living in the same era as him really made them feel inferior and lacking compared to him. Thankfully, this fellow would one day become their brother-in-law or uncle, not an outsider. If not, they would have died of depression. However, provoked by the appearance of this Yu clan's third young master, they felt an urge to grow stronger. Xue Tanlang and the others had no choice but to cultivate as hard as they could. Although they could not compare to Yue Yang when improving themselves, but they did have significant progress. Within the four great families, the older generation would originally be more lenient when it came to the younger generation, going about their own businesses. Normally, they would not expend all of their efforts into teaching them, as they believed that cultivation was a step-by-step process. Even if it was a super genius, the innate realm was one that could only be stepped into after cultivating over 100 years. Now, the four great families did not think like this anymore, as the third young master was a precedent of this case. The feat of Yue Yang stepping into the innate realm told the four great families that it was not impossible for a 20-year-old person to become an innate. The only reason why it did not happen was because they had not found the method to do so. It was not that it was impossible to have a 20-year-old innate, but rather they did not give birth to such an abnormal son. With Yue Yang as the example, Feng, Xue, as well as Yan, these great clans naturally started to give their all in teaching the younger generation. They hoped that they could be as amazing as Yue Yang. They did not long for a 20-year-old innate. As long as the younger generation could attain the innate realm before 50 years old, then that would be a huge success that surpassed their ancestors. After all, Yu's third young master was an abnormal genius, a one-of-a-kind existence in the world. Perhaps, even in 1,000 more years, another one like him would not be born. Under the hopes of these families, the pressure on Xue Tanlang and Prince Tianluo was more than one could imagine. The fast improvement they thought they had was as slow as a snail in comparison to Yue Yang this brat. In front of them, there was Yue Yang who was far ahead of them. Behind, there was Yekong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers chasing behind him at breakneck speeds. Seeing that they were catching up to them, they were on the verge of collapse already. You guys have to work hard too. You can't even compare to Hui Tai Lang, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Shui Wuxia even criticized Yekong and the others. Yes madam. Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others were so scared they did not dare to retort. Seeing that Shui Wuxia and the sickly beauty had teleported to the little garden, although Yekong was still fine, Fatty Hai slumped onto the ground in relief. When Xue Tanlang looked over, Yekong wiped his cold sweat, saying, with such a stern sister, there's no wonder you could become one of the three great killing stars. However, I'm pretty envious of you too. With this kind of sister, although you can't laze around, but there's definitely no problem when it comes to growing stronger. Xue Tanlang, stop staring at me. Even if I want to have this kind of sister, I don't have one. Fatty Hai nodded and continued, if you never lived in a small family, you geniuses who get all the love will never understand what's called being left to die and eat garbages. The Li brothers kicked Fatty Hai away and lectured him. You're still the first master of a small family. We're just ordinary citizens. Comparing us to you, you're still much stronger than we are. Xue Tanlang's cool face emanated a kind of coldness like a glacier. You're all actually very lucky. With this, Yekong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers had nothing else to say. If not for meeting Yue Yang, then they would definitely not be who they were today. Yekong felt that he would have been starved to death by now. The Li brother may have died in that mission, and Fatty Hai might still be alive, but as the wimp he was before. Prince Tianluo spread his hands coolly. Don't feel so much self-pity towards yourselves, okay? Actually, we're all geniuses, only that we aren't as ridiculously talented as Yue Yang, that's all. The old fox was flustered and exasperated as he rushed over. He raised his staff and knocked the both of their heads, scolding, did my words go over your heads? This place is filled with the soldiers who fought to the death for your sake. You'll just stand by the side of their corpses and chat around? What were their sacrifices for? Was it not for you idiots? Get out of my sight, escape as far as you can go. The old fox started to beat Yekong and the others up and sent them scampering away, hurriedly leaving the place. Amidst all this, Fatty Hai still boldly challenged Xue Tanlang, Yan Po Jun isn't my target any longer and neither is Feng Qi Shat. Out of the three great killing stars, only you're still quite strong. Xue Tanlang, you know what I mean. In your dreams. Hearing that this fatty wanted to surpass him, before he left, he gave him the middle finger. This fellow learnt the wrong things from Yue Yang. Fatty Hai was depressed. He never thought that an ice-cold guy like Xue Tanlang would raise his middle finger. Yue Yang who had returned to the little garden did not know anything about the conversation between Xue Tanlang, Yekong and the others. Of course, he didn't care about it either. First, he arranged plans for his little sister, before preparing to master the 5th layer of the innate invisible sword chi. With regards to Yue Yang quickly entering into a deep slumber the moment he came back, Shui Wuxia thought that this fellow was tired from all the fighting and decided to sleep. She did not know that he was being tutored secretly by a sword goddess inside his dreams. She did not know that he could cultivate in his dreams too. Yue Yang asked for guidance from the big loli in his dreams, thinking that he had sufficient power to break through the 5th layer of the innate invisible sword chi. He only lacked the grasp over the yin ability. This point caused him to temporarily stall his thinking of breaking through. In the dream world, the big loli actually had the same strength as Yue Yang. She could use the 2 heavenly powers of ice and fire. This proved that Yue Yang was not incapable, but rather that he had not realized how to. After sleeping for a long while, he woke up to the sight of Princess Xian and the others discussing something in the small hall while laughing. Outside, in the courtyard, Hui Tai Lang who had swallowed Hua Wei's orb was in a deep sleep as he evolved. Using his innate chi to probe a little, he found that Hui Tai Lang would require at least half a month to completely absorb the power within this orb. It would take more for it to become an innate ranked world-destroying demon wolf, but it would probably be no problem for him to rank up to platinum ranked. The eventual level of battle power had to be seen when Hui Tai Lang used it himself. Yue Yang thought that when this fellow could completely utilize the power within the pill, it would be possible for him to fight the Meihua brothers or the Xiong brothers of the Eastern Goblin tribe one-on-one. Next time, I'll think of a way to kill a demon king and let Hui Tai Lang eat it. I wonder what will happen then. Yue Yang did not dare to think of this last time. However, he suddenly felt that killing a demon king was not an unreachable goal anymore. Seeing Yue Yang walk into the hall, a few women's gazes moved towards him. The drunken cat Onisan seemed to have drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Her drunken eyes were hazy. Why am I seeing 2 handsome guys walk in? The little panda girl Niu cutely corrected her. Mom, there's only one, that's brother Yue Yang. Yinan covered her mouth, snickering. Seeing that Yue Yang was trying to say something but stopped, Princess Xian asked in curiosity, what happened? Did you want to talk about something? Is it about the ancient passage? Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands, saying, no, I'm trying to find someone to help me with a little favor. The yang qi in my body is too abundant. I would like one of you to help me so that I can feel your feminine qi, yin qi. I've been stuck at this barrier to master the yin ability for too long. I need to completely master it in order to break through a new realm. Hearing Yue Yang's words, other than Yu Bing and the drunk cat Big Sis who was extremely drunk, the other girls started to become red. He said he needed help, but what he meant was actually asking them to train body fusion with him. The deeper the cultivation for body fusion was, the more intimate the collaboration between the 2 people must be. Not only would they need to be extremely close to each other, their soul must also be in tandem. This brat would definitely take an advantage of them if they did that. If he told them secretly, they might have accepted it. But he had announced it in front of anyone, it really made them feel awkward to help him even if they wanted to. Luo Hua City Mistress wanted to help Yue Yang, but she was embarrassed to say it. Furthermore, she was not sure that she could help him. In this place, the one with the best yin ability was Shui Wuxia, because she was naturally talented in controlling ice since she was born. Her ice ability would definitely be of a great help to Yue Yang. I'll go then. Shui Wuxia who was quietly reading her book on one side looked up and spoke. Princess Qian and Luo Hua City Mistress hesitated for a while, but Yinan and Yu Bing both did not have any kind of yin ability, hence they could only agree at the meantime. Wuxia, I'm so touched. Yue Yang was exhilarated. She was indeed his self-proclaimed future wife. She was so good, ready to help immediately when her husband needed help. Sister Yu, come over here and help too. With regards to helping Yue Yang breaking through a new realm, Shui Wuxia would never say no. She had even helped him think about the most suitable candidate and pulled Yu towards Yue Yang. Her words made Yu gasp in shock, me. Yu still had a sentence that had not been spoken. She wanted to say Yue Yang was her own brother, she couldn't cultivate body fusion with him. If it was Yu Bing, the pure and innocent girl who knows nothing at all, it was still fine. But Yu was all grown up, and she had started to know a little about women and men relationship. Cultivating body fusion with her little brother, would it be appropriate for them to be so close and intimate? This was definitely impossible. It's okay, your inherent skill is Spirit Spring. Let him feel the gentle flow of your energy, it would be easier to guide him to enter into the new realm of the yin ability. You just need to guide him in that part, leave the others to me. Shui Wuxia didn't have much thoughts about Yue Yang's cultivation. Furthermore, it was already known that Yue Yang was a pervert, what difference would it make if they could just allow him to feel their yin ability a little? This. Alright then. Yu was a little flustered as she looked at Yu Bing's pure and innocent eyes. She couldn't say no, because she was sure Yu Bing would ask her why she was not willing to help her brother. At that time, she really wouldn't be able to explain it to her. Yue Yang was also dumbstruck when she saw Shui Wuxia pulling Yu along. But as he thought about it, Yu's gentle water ability as a guide would really help him a lot. It's just that as he was breaking through into a new realm, he might accidentally use transparent vision on Yu's clothes. If she ever knew about this. Yu's ears were beet red as she followed behind Shui Wuxia into Yue Yang's room. Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress tried to act naturally, not looking at her in order to prevent her from feeling awkward. However, they were really curious, they really wanted to see. Yinan and Yu Bing were also curious, but Princess Xian was afraid that the young girls would see something inappropriate, hence she hurriedly ordered them to sleep. Bing Yinan, both of you are tired, go back and rest. Yue Yang wouldn't be able to reach a new realm that fast, he would at least cultivate until tomorrow. Yu Bing didn't think much, she obediently went back to rest. Yinan, on the other hand, felt that there was some other meaning in Princess Xian's words. Her face turned a little red as she lowered her head and followed Yu Bing inside. The two of them whispered at each other as they left. Good wine. The drunk cat big sister gulped a whole bottle of wine and laid herself on the ground, completely drunk. Seriously? Sister yet, is there a day when you are not drunk? Luohua City Mistress really pitied the little panda girl Niu, who had to take care of her drunk cat mommy every day. No wonder she was so thoughtful at such a young age. She was trained to do so. Mommy, let's go back and sleep. Niu carried the drunk cat big sis slowly and bid farewell towards Luohua City Mistress and Princess Xian politely. I want to go and check up on Yue Yang, I just can't help but to worry. Are you guys going? The sickly beauty asked softly. When Luohua City Mistress and Princess Xian heard her, they immediately shook their hands and heads, rejecting at the same time, no, we are going to play chess, it's been a long time since we play. The sickly beauty laughed a little before she left through the door. Luohua City Mistress and Princess Xian stared blankly for a long time. Finally, Princess Xian came back to her senses first and asked, are we really going to play chess? Looking at the door, Luohua City Mistress shook her hands, no, I'm going back to rest. Remember to notify me when there's news. Luohua City Mistress didn't care about Princess Xian's reply and quickly returned to her rooms. Princess Xian looked at her in annoyance before she followed Luohua City Mistress and grumbled, everyone just throw me on one side alone. I don't care, I'm going to rest too. I won't be your lackey. You guys have been doing this since young until now, so annoying. Yue Yang actually wanted to give some water to the two girls when he returned to the room, so that he could dissolve the awkwardness. When he saw that Yu's hands were trembling, he felt that he should just start quickly in case she decided to escape due to embarrassment. Normally Yue Yang was a huge pervert, but when he made up his mind to cultivate seriously, he would really concentrate on his training. Yu tempered down her embarrassment and forced her heartbeat to slow down as she chanted, this is her brother, this is training. Holding Yue Yang's hands, Yu summoned her grimoire and combined her spirit spring inherent skill with her special type, healing water spirit beast to create a healing water ball. Yue Yang reached out to hold the water ball and tried to feel it for a while. Then, he gestured to Yu to continue her spell. Seeing Shui Wuxia's encouragement, Yu nodded and summoned an element type bronze ranked level 1 spring origin. This spring origin also looked like a water ball. It did not have any kind of attacking ability, hence it wasn't able to level up. Yu normally only used it to summon fresh water. It was said that once a spring origin beast reached a high level, it would evolve into a silver-ranked flying waterfall, gold-ranked storm waves, platinum-ranked surging tide, and diamond-ranked tsunami. However, in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent, no warrior had ever cultivated spring origin successfully. No one, after acquiring this element-type beast that had 0 combat abilities, managed to level it up, let alone making it go through a variant evolution. Amongst the 4 great sects, one of the elders in the Easter Ocean Crystal Palace, Elder He Chao, ever possessed this aggravating beast before. However, he did not raise it from young, he caught it when it had already matured. Elder He Chao used his whole life and tried every kind of methods to cultivate the spring origin beast. However, in the end, he only managed to raise it to ordinary rank level 5, stream. Until he died, he still had not managed to make it go through a variant evolution. If the Thorny Flower was the king of all useless beasts, the spring origin could rank amongst the top 3 most useless beasts. The only difference was that the spring origin could become a strong existence after it matured in Tongtian Tower or in the Outer Realm. It could become an extremely overwhelming existence, omnipotent. It had strong fighting capabilities, but it was not suitable for humans to contract. If not for Yue Yang who wanted to feel the power of water, Yu would never summon the spring origin out. Yue Yang didn't really mind at first, he had already read about this aggravating useless beast from the Beast Encyclopedia. He knew about this spring origin's uselessness. However, the moment he touched the spring origin that was summoned, Yue Yang was greatly shocked. A kind of knowledge that was hidden in his mind suddenly bloomed in his mind like a flower, similar to when he found out about the Thorny Flower's hidden abilities. In that moment, Yue Yang realized how foolishly humans had been raising their beasts. They had been running in the opposite direction, acting in the way that harmed their beasts instead. The real spring origin wasn't used to being cultivated and used in the way that humans had been raising them. Yue Yang was afraid that he would lose grasp on this knowledge that was bursting into his mind, hence he quickly held Yu Yu's hands tightly in a moment of anxiousness. His innate qi flowed into the Jing A cup ointment in her hands, flowed throughout her whole body and out from her right hand. As Yu Yu's body trembled, the innate qi continued to flow to her feet, her whole body and finally out of her body. That water ball-like spring origin beast slowly transformed into another shape under Yue Yang's manipulation, who was controlling it through Yu Yu. It became longer and longer, its shape turning like a water whip. The innate qi bursting out of Yu Yu's body smoothly lengthened the length of the water whip even more, and when Yue Yang's innate qi could completely control the water whip, it twisted agilely like a snake, turning into a terrifying weapon that was comparable to any kind of weapon under the earth. Yue Yang could control a flame whip, and a flame whip's power was much more powerful than a water whip. However, a flame whip wouldn't be able to transmit Yue Yang's innate qi. A flame whip would also not be able to twist so agilely like a water whip. This water whip that Yue Yang had controlled through Yu Yu's hands would leave no way out for their enemies if he attacked them with it. Even the smallest gap in offense or defense could be covered by stretching the water whip longer. There was no limit to the length. Yu Yu and Shui Wuxia were stupefied when they saw this. Was this water whip that was full of innate qi really Yu Yu's bronze-ranked level 1 spring origin? Forget about bronze-ranked beasts, even gold-ranked beasts would suffer a serious injury if they were whipped by this water whip. Turns out that it was not that the spring origin had zero fighting capabilities, it was actually a beast that could only purely support its master as a weapon. The stronger its master was, the stronger its power would be. Water Arrow. Yue Yang was excited by his first step in mastering his water abilities. He changed the water whip into a bow and pulled Yu Yu's hands as he locked a water arrow on the bow, ready to shoot it outside. Yu Yu was so excited right now that her heart thumped loudly. She was deeply moved by the fact that Yue Yang had unraveled the secrets of the spring origin, and was also embarrassed because he was pressing his body against her, in the position of pulling a bow, ready to shoot the water arrow. The front of his body was pasted right at the back of her body, and his arms were completely in line with hers. There was completely no space in between them. His body heat seeped right through their clothes and onto her skin, making her tremble and weak in his embrace. The water arrow that was shot out flew back to them under Yue Yang's control. Shui Wuxia almost applauded when she saw this. With this long-ranged attacking skill, Yue Yang's powers had reached a new heights. Before this, who else had ever thought that the trashiest element-type beast of all, the spring origin, could become such a magnificent, powerful weapon in Yue Yang's hands? One more time. Yue Yang didn't transform the spring origin into a bow this time, instead, he summoned his purple flames and created a huge fire bow. Then, he shaped the spring origin into multiple water arrows. A combination of fire bow and water arrow, could this assembly really work? Yue Yang had never tried it before, but he was having burst of inspirations in his mind, he was in a hurry to try it all. Yu Yu almost screamed aloud, because she felt Yue Yang's body temperature rising up quickly and became as hot as fire. However, her body also started to emit water more and more, almost to the point that she could balance the heat from Yue Yang's flames. Their bodies had no problem enduring the flames, but their clothes slowly melted in the fire. Their bodies, which had been closely sticking together, now touched each other even closer than ever, with nothing separating them apart. If it weren't for the fact that Yue Yang was trying his best to concentrate and control both fire and water, which were two completely different abilities, Yu Yu really wanted to struggle free from his embrace. However, this was a crucial moment and Yue Yang couldn't be distracted at all. Yu Yu had just started to move her body a little, trying to move forward and avoid his lower abdomen from touching her back. However, she immediately felt Yue Yang's body started to tremble in pain. He couldn't be distracted at all, and furthermore, he couldn't be apart from her body, which had the power of water. Shui Wuxia immediately panicked. She didn't know Yue Yang's condition, hence she did not dare to help on her own accord. She hurriedly signaled to Yu Yu and told her to endure it no matter what. In her eyes, Yue Yang and Yu Yu's bodies had become one, the bright flames and the cool water forming a perfect yin-yang circle that was revolving continuously. If Yu Yu struggled away, then Yue Yang would definitely suffer from the rebound and be seriously injured. Shui Wuxia was so worried that she wished she could take the rebound for Yue Yang with her own body instead. Yu Yu couldn't see the flow of energy between hers and Yue Yang's bodies, but she could see Shui Wuxia's eyes that were filled with tears, her nervous and panicked hand gestures. She slowly closed her eyes. If it were for Xiao San's life, the ruin of her innocence wouldn't matter much. Xiao San was the hope of the clan, she couldn't destroy him because of her embarrassment. Furthermore, he was her precious little brother. Who on earth would stand on one side and watch her own brother be seriously injured? When Yu Yu heard Yue Yang's labored breathing and felt a drip of his warm blood dripping from his mouth to her shoulders, she really regretted trying to lean forward just now. If Xiao San really became seriously injured because of her, she wouldn't want to live too. Although Yue Yang was the lead in body fusion, she definitely could not force to separate herself from his body. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Sister Yu, summon water balls. He needs more water, more of your water ability, quick, Shui Wuxia suddenly screamed out in fright. She jumped towards Yue Yang recklessly, not caring about her own safety. However, she was blown away by the revolving fire and water on Yue Yang's body, unable to come nearer. She saw that Yue Yang's eyes had started to shine brightly, the qi on his body started to burst out like a volcano. It was obvious that he had reached the final juncture, where a moment of carelessness could make him lose control of everything. He urgently needed help, and the only one who could help him now was Yu Yu. Yu Yu thought about how her little brother had taught Xie Qianqiu a lesson for her the other day, and how he had relentlessly fought with many warriors from the Xie clan, Green Summit sect and Zi Jin Kingdom for her. Every single scene replayed from the back of her mind. No, no. Xiao San, nothing must happen to you. Yu Yu felt that Yue Yang had started to lose control. She immediately cried in fright. Tears dropped onto her snow-white cheeks, like raindrops on a flower. When Yue Yang's hands that were holding the fire bow collapsed and the water arrows broke apart, Yu Yu turned around and hugged Yue Yang tightly, not caring about her own body. She pasted her cold body that possessed the power of water onto his flaming body, channeling all of her water power into his slightly bloodied mouths. She only wanted to save her brother and help him to recover. Even if she had to sacrifice herself for him, she wouldn't mind it at all. The feeling of embarrassment and hesitation that she felt just now was completely gone right now. What are those compared to her brother's life? Countless water balls appeared relentlessly under Yu Yu's orders, entering into Yue Yang's flaming body continuously. The previously weak water power slowly balanced with Yue Yang's Yang ability. Yue Yang's body, which had lost control previously, quickly recovered. With the water power's support, the fire bow which had distorted out of shape and the water arrow that had disintegrated into drops of water reappeared on his hand, stronger than ever before. Open! Yue Yang regained back the control on his body and pulled on the fire bow. Yu Yu could feel his body moving against her own because of his movements, especially that part of him that was sticking up and pressing up against her lower abdomen. It was really difficult for her to bear the embarrassment. Of course, she knew that due to the outburst of his Yang ability, that part of his was sticking up as his body's natural reaction. However, she still couldn't bear with the strange feeling of that hot thing scraping against her abdomen. Fortunately he was taller than her, otherwise his thing would be scraping against that place. If that really happened, she would definitely want to let go and escape far away. However, she knew that if she go now, her brother would be heavily injured. Body fusion must not be stopped halfway. Although she never went through such a training before, the arrow locked on the bow must be shot no matter what. Yu Yu closed her eyes and gritted her teeth as she tightened the grip on Yue Yang's body, pasting herself even closer to him. When Yue Yang released his hands, the fire bow released 3 water arrows fiercely. The water arrow flew as fast as lightning, tearing the sky apart as it flew. With the fire tearing the air apart, a kind of whistling sound was produced as the water arrows flew. It flew around 1,000 meters far and destroyed a small hill in the end. The whole ground shook. After a while, a water ball slowly floated back and returned to Yue Yang's hands. So this is the power of water, I finally mastered it. Yue Yang immediately collapsed after he said this, his body weak and powerless as he brought Yu Yu down to the ground along with him. He was exhausted mentally. In just a few seconds, he fell into deep sleep. Yu Yu was thoroughly flustered, her hands and legs couldn't stop trembling although she had tried to calm down for a long time. She couldn't stand back up. Shui Wuxia took off her clothes and put it on Yu Yu's body, as she quietly hugged her shoulders. Sister Yu, you have done well. Yue Yang, that fellow, was completely immersed in his training just now, he would definitely not remember when he woke up. You have really done well. If there was even a little mishap just now, he would definitely be done for. You are the one who saved his life. Shui Wuxia quickly comforted Yu Yu. She understood Yu Yu. Yu Yu had threw away everything to save her brother's life, this was not an easy thing to do. Is Xiao San really okay? Yu Yu looked at Yue Yang, saw that there was a line of blood on the corner of his mouth and became anxious once again. Let's check up on him. Shui Wuxia was also worried. Both of them started to check up on Yue Yang's body and realized that a lot of the blood channels in his shoulders, back, legs and other places had ruptured. Fortunately Yu Yu had turned around and channeled her water powers mouth to mouth in time, hence he did not suffer from heavy injuries. Yu Yu didn't care about wearing some clothes to cover her body, she summoned a healing water ball to heal her brother first. Shui Wuxia gathered her guts and checked Yue Yang's spirited thing. When she realized that he was uninjured, she sighed a breath of relief and was greatly embarrassed. She took off her veil and covered that huge and spirited thing. Although the veil did a bad job covering his thing, at least she wouldn't need to look at it directly and became at lost with shock. Yu Yu didn't have time to find clothes to wear, she quickly took Yue Yang's quill to cover her body. Outside, Princess Xian and Luohua city mistress stuck out their heads into the room, not daring to enter. The sickly beauty was more open-minded. She brought Yu some clothes. Yu looked at Yue Yang, who was sleeping from exhaustion. She felt really embarrassed, but she also felt a little pride. She had saved her brother's life. Although her innocence was a little ruined, it was worth it since she had managed to save his life. How's brother? Yu Bing and Yinan peeked from inside their room, wearing their pajamas. He's okay, he was only training, go back to sleep. Luohua city mistress waved her hands and signaled that nothing big had happened. She didn't want Yu Bing and Yinan to see Yu's state. Even she and Princess Xian pretended not to know anything so that Yu wouldn't feel awkward. She knew that some mishap had definitely happened. At the beginning, she believed that Yue Yang never planned for it to happen, but since it had already happened, they could only pretend not to know. In any case, Yu and Yue Yang were not kids, they were also brothers and sisters. Although it was an accident during training, it would be best not to mention about the skin touching skin. It would bring great awkwardness once mentioned. When Yu Bing and Yinan saw Luohua city mistress in different act, they really thought that nothing had happened. They thought that Yue Yang's training had succeeded and were excited over Yue Yang's fire bow and water arrow previously. They went back to their room and continued their private discussion. They were also not be curious about what Yue Yang had done during his training. He was an abnormal existence from the first place, it would be weird if he didn't make a ruckus during his training. Afterwards, Yu hid inside her room for one whole day, not daring to see Yue Yang at all. She was not angry, she just didn't know how to face her brother. Yue Yang kind of realized that he had probably made a mistake, but when he woke up, Shui Wuxia had already given him a change of clothes. He was too immersed in his training previously, hence he never thought about his clothes being destroyed at all. He thought that Yu was avoiding him because he had hugged Yu too tightly and intimately, making his cousin angry. He asked Shui Wuxia to help him apologize. Wuxia, could you help me apologize to Yu? I didn't do it on purpose, if second sister can forgive me, could you ask her if we can give it another go? I still want to sense the power of water once again. I was following my heart when I tried to sense it the other day, when I woke up, the feeling I got was a little vague. I have not gotten the sense of it 100%. Help me ask if Sister Yu can practice with me again, I'm only a hair's breadth away from mastering it, just a little bit more. Shui Wuxia was speechless in the beginning. The two of them had already touched each other so intimately, how could she ask Yu to go at it again? Although Yu didn't pursue the matter, pretending that it did not happen, she must have felt some discomfort in her heart. A girl couldn't live boldly and brazenly, she must maintain her reputation. However, when Wuxia saw that Yue Yang was extremely sincere with his request, she felt that he must really not know what had happened. She thought that it was funny secretly and replied him, I'll go and ask her, but it might not succeed. You are the one who made the blunder, why do I have to apologize for you? She glanced at Yue Yang with her clear eyes as she turned around and left. Although she was grumbling, she did not reject Yue Yang's request. Yue Yang was greatly moved. She really lived up to the name as the future wife he had decided in his heart. This Wuxia treated him really well. With regards to Yu, Shui Wuxia only needed to speak a few words to convince the kind-hearted older sister, Sister Yu, avoiding him is not a solution. Furthermore, he would start to become suspicious. It's best if we could forget this thing, please don't keep pondering over it in your heart. Furthermore, Yue Yang is very close to mastering the power of water. If he is stuck on this stage for too long, he might lose the feeling he had felt, then his future would be ruined. Alright then. Although Yu was embarrassed, she would definitely not let Yue Yang's future be ruined because of her. There are a lot of warriors in this world, and amongst them, many are geniuses. Often, when these geniuses were young, their talents were so potent that everyone thought their growth would be immeasurable in the future. However, in reality, it was extremely easy for these geniuses to meet their limits. They might be completely ruined by some things, or blocked and trapped by others. They might be defeated by their enemies, fought with their clans, or couldn't achieve enlightenment. In any case, due to many reasons that influenced their growth, in the end, these geniuses fell from grace. With time, they were no better than ordinary citizens. Yu would rather die than see her brother, a genius that was never seen in 10,000 years, led that kind of life. He was a genius that shocked the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent, a 20-year-old innate. If such a person was ruined because of her, how heavy her sins would be. If her brother was ruined, how could she bear to still live on this earth and face her shame? When she thought like that, Yu immediately threw away the embarrassment and hesitation that she felt in her heart. Listening to Shui Wuxia's advice, she went to help her brother to train once again. Furthermore, he didn't know what had happened, Bing Er and Yinan also didn't know. Only Wuxia, Wu Hen, Luohua and Princess Xian knew about it, and they had been keeping quiet and never discussed it again. Everyone had been completely supportive towards her, so why would she be worried about her reputation? This time, Yue Yang was really a good boy. He sat in front of Yu Yu as Yu Yu summoned her spring origin. He quietly sensed it and asked for Yu Yu's permission before he held her hands and channeled his innate qi into her blood channels, trying the next step to control the power of water. Different from last time, this time Yue Yang tried to sense the power of water more instead of controlling it. Second sister, don't resist my innate qi in your consciousness. Let me try to help you open your blood channels. Yue Yang now had somewhat a grasp on the power of water. He wanted to try and raise Yu Yu's abilities, leveling the power of water that was kind of weak in her body. At the same time, he would open the blood channels in her body with his innate qi so that she could control her powers more smoothly and easily. Okay. Yu Yu was still embarrassed in her heart, but she was afraid that she would affect his training. Hence she didn't dare to reject him, allowing him to hold her hands. She had tried it the other time, when his innate qi flowed into her body, she would feel as if her body was burned and electrocuted. She would be very uncomfortable. When his innate qi flowed through some places that were more sensitive, it would be even more unbearable for her. Of course, she could not stop his innate qi from flowing to those places, because her blood channels were arranged in that way. He did not do it on purpose, it was needed for their training. Furthermore, she couldn't say it in front of him and Xia. Hence, Yu Yu could only bear that strange feeling flowing through her whole body quietly. As there were completely no resistance at all, in a few minutes, Yue Yang's innate qi had flowed throughout Yu Yu's whole body. When her blood channels have all been connected, Yu Yu's body started to tremble uncontrollably. Her summoning grimoire suddenly shone with a gentle blue light, like the ocean. The bronze rank level 1 spring origin floated in the midst of the blue light. Suddenly, it returned back to Yu Yu's grimoire. Yu Yang, Yu Yu, and Shui Wuxia all gathered together to look, and to their surprise, they found that the spring origin had underwent a variant evolution and also leveled up. It had become a silver ranked level 2 flying waterfall. The illustration of the spring origin in the summoning grimoire had also changed into a small, white-colored waterfall. Flying waterfall, element type, silver ranked level 2. Beast with water attribute. Immature. Liquid body. Special attack, water strike, drop. How did this happen? I never used it to fight, how did it manage to level up in rank and level? Yu Yu was both shocked and happy, she really couldn't believe her own eyes. She summoned the flying waterfall and realized that the silver ranked level 2 flying waterfall did not look anything like waterfall. Instead, it was a long and smooth water whip. Just like an agile snake, it surrounded her body and continued to revolve around her. Right now, it was only a silver ranked level 2, hence it was normal that it couldn't have the appearance of a waterfall. If it could reach silver ranked level 6 and above, this smooth and long water whip might really turn into a magnificent waterfall. Shui Wuxia immediately congratulated Yu Yu, Sister Yu, seems like Yue Yang found the method to level up your spring origin. In the future, this beast would definitely be useful in battles. No one would mock this beast as trash anymore. Wuxia had also said this to eliminate the bad feelings that Yu Yu had for Yue Yang. With this, Yu Yu would probably comply to Yue Yang's training more. She wouldn't need to worry about Yue Yang's training being stopped halfway. Yu Yu hugged Yue Yang excitedly as she started to shout excitedly. Afterwards, when she realized she had overstepped her bounds, she immediately let go, her face blushing beet red. She secretly looked at Wuxia and realized that she was discussing about the possibility of flying waterfall leveling and ranking up, indifferent towards her own actions. She sighed a breath of relief. Can the flying waterfall rank up again? Shui Wuxia pretended not to see anything, purposely starting a discussion with Yue Yang. Yes, it can. It is a support-type beast, it grows along with its masted. Of course it would be a while before it can rank up again. Yue Yang knew that due to his innate qi, the spring origin had been thoroughly changed fundamentally, hence it had ranked up to become flying waterfall. As long as he poured in his innate qi and increased the flying waterfall's power, it would definitely rank up to become gold-ranked storm waves, platinum-ranked surging tide, and even diamond-ranked tsunami. Yu Yu's body was like a container. The main user would be Yue Yang, and as long as she could comply with him, allowing him to improve her body's abilities and her capacity to contain innate qi, she wouldn't need to train at all, everything would fall into place. Of course, she would only need to comply with Yue Yang's body fusion training. It's just that she would only be support and have to follow Yue Yang's lead. After Yue Yang comprehended the power of water, not only had he increased Yu Yu's powers, Shui Wuxia who had been helping them also reaped a huge benefit. Shui Wuxia was naturally talented in controlling the power of yin since birth. Although her inherent skills were ice and lightning, Yue Yang's realization of the power of water made her reap quite a lot of benefits. When Yue Yang described the feelings of realization that he felt, she could grasp the realm that he described even faster than Yu Yu. As such, she could also comprehend the power of water by observing Yue Yang. Although Yu Yu's inherent skill was Soul Spring, which was water in attribute, her comprehension power was far beneath Shui Wuxia's. When Yu Yu was still slowly trying to comprehend the higher-leveled power of water, Shui Wuxia was already cultivating by herself under Yue Yang's guidance. Her wisdom and cleverness really made Yue Yang admire her. With the flying waterfalls level up, Yu finally had an excuse in her heart. She would take it that this training was necessary so that he would be able to help her level up her beasts. Her subconscious started to comply to his training even more. Even if Yue Yang had a new idea and destroyed her clothes in the process of trying it, Yu would only be displeased, but she did not blame him, only covering the exposed place quickly. She did not reject Yue Yang's experiment. Along with the increasing control Yue Yang had on the power of water, there were no other occasion where Yu's clothes were completely destroyed. At the most, only her sleeves were burnt or her clothes were torn. Yue Yang had stopped before it became worse. Yu didn't know it, but actually, Yue Yang was extremely familiar with her body since a long time ago. He would learn the secrets of her body every time his innate chi flowed throughout her body. Also, at the peak of his training, when his divine vision and naked eyes activated together, it was as if all the clothes on her body had disappeared, leaving only her beautiful body to be seen. It can be said that as long as he wanted to see, she would not be able to hide anything. Of course, Yue Yang would never say out this special ability. Otherwise, Yu would definitely commit suicide. Other than helping Yu to open her blood channels, Yue Yang had also helped Yu Bing and Yinan to link all their blood channels. After mastering the power of water, he felt that he would have a whole new transformation when he mastered the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi. 3 days passed, and Yu's silver-ranked level 2 flying waterfall had leveled up to become gold-ranked level 3 storm waves. Storm waves, element type, gold-ranked level 3. Water attribute beast. Mature. Liquid state. Special attack, water strike and flood. If they had more time to train, the storm waves would definitely level up even more. Yu's position as the healer in the party finally had changed. Although she couldn't become the main attacking force, at least she had improved from last time. She was not the person with 0 combat abilities anymore. Yue Yang, let's start. Shui Wuxia, who had locked herself for 3 days in order to deepen her comprehension on the power of yin, decided to personally help Yue Yang to master a whole new realm. I will also stay and see if I can help. Yu took the initiative to stay this time. With regards to the matter of her brother cultivating to mastering a new realm of power, although he had already mastered the power of water and had Shui Wuxia's help, she still couldn't help but to worry. She was afraid that Yue Yang would lose control during his training. Yu didn't want Yue Yang to be injured, hence she felt that she should stay, so that she may be able to help him, however little, during the most crucial point of his training. Alright, let's go with that. Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress were secretly happy as they looked at each other and smiled. They were even prepared to spend all their efforts convincing Yu to stay. Now it seemed like they do not need to do that. Yinan and Yu Bing could only look at the others in envy. They couldn't help at all. The only thing they could do was to obediently wait and not give more troubles to their older brother and sisters. Hui Tai Lang, which was on the garden, was still deep asleep. Its body was still adapting to the energy from Hua Wei's orb. At times, there were fire and smoke puffing up from its nose. Its tail had also slowly turned into a fire tail. Yue Yang had visited him a few times, channeling some innate chi to it every time to help it absorb the energy in the orb more quickly. Although Hui Tai Lang's speed of absorption of the energy in the orb was 100 times much faster than other beasts, Hua Wei's orb was still an innate ranked orb after all. Its powers were immense. Hui Tai Lang couldn't be able to absorb everything in a short time. Yue Yang reckoned that it would be in deep sleep for at least half a month, or even more, in order to fully absorb the orb. At that time, Yue Yang really couldn't wait to see how much its power would increase. However, no matter how strong Hui Tai Lang was, it still wouldn't be the strongest. The Bloody Queen Red had absorbed Goblin General Zi Diao's orb earlier than Hui Tai Lang. The barbarian cow Shadow Aman was also absorbing the Dream Eater Goblin General's orb. The most frightening thing was that the Thorny Flower Demoness, whom Yue Yang recently named as Duo, had not only swallowed Duan Mu's and Lu He's bodies, who were both innate ranked warriors, it had also swallowed the corpses of Meihua brothers, Xiong brothers, Bai Lai, Hua Wei, Flying Tiger Ambassador, and even the 9-headed Goblin Marshal. Even if the orbs had been taken out from those Eastern Goblin tribesmen's bodies, they were still a great haul. Furthermore, 2 of the bodies were human innates. This Thorny Flower Demoness should be able to rank up to Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen once she finished digesting them. Would she be able to reach the frightening combat power of the legendary Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen 3000 years ago, who could easily annihilate a demon legion and 2 blood prison demon kings? Yue Yang never doubted that he could cultivate a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. This time, she would be even stronger than the Thorny Flower Fairy's Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. As for Xia Wen Li, Yue Yang was about to give her the 9-headed Goblin Marshal's orb so that she absorbed the orb and level up. But she had actually shook her hands and rejected it. This little Lamia Loli could actually awaken her powers on her own. She did not need to absorb any kind of external energy in order to grow. If she really needed to absorb something, she would absorb Yue Yang's innate chi, this was the only kind of pure energy that she liked. She turned away from all other things like dragon crystals and orbs. Yue Yang reckoned that this not girl was picky about food because he had spoiled her with his energy. Others' beast would never do that. If it were another person's beast instead, let alone orbs, even if they were given a dragon crystal, they would be mad with happiness. Yue Yang ever thought to enter the space within the black jade pendant and wake the Empress Fei Wen Li up after mastering innate invisible sword chi 5th layer. He wanted to ask her how to level up Xia Wen Li, maybe he just had not found the proper way to train her. At the same time, Yue Yang also wanted to ask Xian and the Eastern Goblin Tribe Dragon Emperor about the secret news of the Great Golden Winged Peng, such a strong existence. Empress Fei Wen Li was definitely not any weaker, she would definitely know about the Great Peng. Yue Yang, who was about to borrow Shui Wuxia's power to break through the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi, was only lacking the power of ice, one of the aspect of yin ability. Due to his extremely strong yang ability overthrowing the balance of his yin ability, he would need a long time to train if he were to train his yin ability alone. Hence it would be better for him to borrow Shui Wuxia's power externally, in order to speed up the time needed for him to reach a new realm. Shui Wuxia wasn't as apprehensive as Yu when she was taking part in Yue Yang's cultivation. She immediately took the intimate posture with Yue Yang for their body fusion. Normally, she would never hold him. But during the training, Shui Wuxia took the initiative of hugging Yue Yang from the back. She placed her hands on his chest, and tucked her legs on his waist, pressing her chest right onto his back. When Yue Yang started to exude his yang ability, she also started activating her yin ability. A weird phenomenon suddenly happened inside the room. Yue Yang's front started to glow hot and brightly, like a sea of fire. Shui Wuxia's back was instead cold like ice. Ice formed throughout the whole room continuously, on the floor, on the walls and on the ceiling. The whole room turned completely white with snow. Between the two people, a circle of fire and ice formed by their yang and yin ability respectively continued to revolve. The purple flames and cold ice circled each other and formed an energy tornado, making crackling sounds and blasting electric currents. Yu, who was inside the room, and Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress who were standing outside to make sure everything was okay all watched the scene dumbstruck. Yue Yang had trained with Yu before, however, his training with her was nothing compared to his training with Shui Wuxia. In this body fusion training, Shui Wuxia wasn't passive like Yu. Instead, she took the initiative to comply with Yue Yang's whims. Whenever he increased his yang ability by a notch, she would also increase her yin ability by a notch. In the end, that weird spectacle of fire and ice tornado that had even exceeded Yue Yang's expectations have been formed. It was even flashing with a purple light. With Shui Wuxia's support and her perfect yin ability, Yue Yang's training to break through the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi was practically 100 times smoother than his own prediction. Yue Yang felt kind of pleasant, exhilarating rush as if he was riding a roller coaster. In an instant, breaking through innate invisible sword chi 5th layer success. Furthermore, due to the perfect harmony of the fire and ice, Yue Yang felt his abilities improving greatly. Furthermore, he also had a sense of the 6th layer of the innate invisible sword chi, or even higher realms than that. It was as if the whole world was in his hands. It was as if he could see everything in this world, the height of the sky and the wideness of the earth, the million species of plants and animals. Everything could be seen in his eyes, concealed within his heart. It was that kind of feeling where Yue Yang had completely grasped the whole skies and earth, the true meaning of the world. Although he wasn't able to break through the 6th layer, Yue Yang had comprehended the direction of his future growth. He finally knew how to cultivate towards his own future. Shui Wuxia, the mysterious beauty who loved to read books, had not only helped him with her yin ability and the breakthrough of the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi. She had also helped him to see his own future, see a hope. With this goal of future growth, Yue Yang would not need to worry that something wrong would happen during his growth. He would not need to worry about encountering bottlenecks like other people, or worry about the limits of his own abilities, the limits of his own success. Heavens! Xian, Luo Hua and Yu were completely dumbstruck. In the midst of the fire and ice tornado and purple lightning, Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia were completely unharmed, but their clothes had thoroughly turned into ashes, completely destroyed. However, Shui Wuxia didn't pay any attention to this. It was as if she understood Yue Yang's needs. They didn't need to speak in order to be connected in their hearts. She reached to the front, and together with Yue Yang who was turning his head to the back, they shared a kiss on their lips. Their yin and yang ability interchanged in their mouths, channeling and flowing throughout each other's body before exiting from their mouths again. The two people's summoning grimoires appeared suddenly at the same time. A bright array of light suddenly rose up, forming a protective shield that separated the fire and ice tornado outside. Inside the protective shield, only a quiet flow of energy could be seen. Countless mysterious ancient runes started appearing on Yue Yang's skin. Similarly, the same mysterious ancient runes also appeared on Shui Wuxia's body. However, the number of ancient runes on her body were less than Yue Yang's. The pattern of the ancient runes were also less complex. The ancient runes on the two people's bodies had then flew into the air, combining into one altogether. A small amount of runes on their bodies moved towards the other person's body, as the two people's skins mysteriously combined together. The Yang and Yin ability flowed in between the ancient runes, increasing in amount and purity with time. In the end, there were two pillars of lights appearing from the two people's summoning grimoires, reaching out into the sky, towering more than 10 meters. Yue Yang's summoning grimoire emitted a radiant golden pillar of light, while Shui Wuxia's summoning grimoire emitted an extremely pure white pillar of light. The most mysterious thing was that the two pillar of light started to move towards each other under the effects of the fire and ice tornado, slowly fusing together and forming a smaller but brighter pillar of light, right on top of Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia, who were sharing a kiss. It was unknown how much time had passed before the pillar of light finally disappeared and the fire and ice tornado slowly subsided. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia continued to kiss, not separating at all. However, they slowly fell to the ground. The two people's hands slightly moved, as if they were about to let go of each other. However, at the last moment, there was a giant ice power that froze them together as one in a block of ice. They were frozen in ice, still in the midst of their kiss. Outside, there was a huge ring of fire surrounding the two people who was frozen in ice. Qian, Luo Hua and Yu looked towards each other in hesitation. They didn't know what to do. Were Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia still in the midst of their body fusion training, or has it ended? Were the two people going through a part of their training, or has some unexpected accident happened? Ah! Xia Wen Li suddenly appeared from a rainbow of light. She immediately screamed when she saw Yue Yang. She hurriedly charged towards Yue Yang. It was only then that Princess Qian and the others knew that something had went wrong. Immediately, the three girls charged towards Yue Yang, not caring about other things. They didn't know how to save him, but in their anxiousness, they didn't even have the time to think. Yu Bing and Yinan, who were secretly watching from afar, were alarmed when they heard the scream. Seeing Princess Qian and Luo Hua city mistress charging into the room, then hearing Yu's terrified scream, they were completely horrified and quickly followed suit. When they finally entered the circle of fire, they had not even managed to think of ways to break the ice when suddenly, a ball of Nirvana's flame slowly rose from within Yue Yang's navel. It then turned into a pillar of Nirvana's flame. A beautiful, nature-like sound shook right into the girl's soul. Yinan and Yu Bing, who had charged into the ring of fire, immediately fainted. When Yu saw them charging in, she was completely shocked. Before she managed to send them out of the Nirvana's flame area of effect, she also fainted unconscious. Princess Qian and Luo Hua city mistress had tried to persevere slightly longer, but within a few seconds later, they also fell down to the ground. Before they fell unconscious, it was as if they saw some kind of bright, shining, mysterious being flapping its wings and circling around the room. It was burning with Nirvana's flame as it charged towards them. When Princess Qian and Luo Hua city mistress slowly awakened, they realized they were completely naked, only a piece of bed sheet was covering them. Yu Bing and Yinan were still sleeping beside them. Is it because of blood? Are you trying to say that my blood and his, they cannot be mixed together? When Luo Hua city mistress turned her head, she saw that Shui Wuxia, who was wearing black clothes, was asking Xia Wen Li, whose body was shining brightly in a golden light. UNN. Xia Wen Li patted Yue Yang's body as she nodded cutely. However, she quickly shook her head again, trying to say that what she said wasn't completely true. Then is it because when Yue Yang and I didn't cooperate well enough at that last minute and separated a little, the blood that we vomited out mixed together and caused the fire and ice to lose control? But that shouldn't be the case too. I never had the kind of ability that could completely freeze us both inside an ice before. Furthermore, we had even activated his Nirvana's flame at the last minute. Xia Wen Li, say, what do you think is going on? Xia Wen Li couldn't speak. Maybe she could, but she was unable to speak out with words. She was still a little kid after all. What has actually happened? Princess Qian didn't care about her naked body. She quickly asked Shui Wuxia. At the last minute, he might have awakened and wanted to let go of me. However, I didn't know that he had awakened and did not cooperate with him. Hence, both of our bodies received a shock, our internal organs were a little injured and we both vomited blood. We never thought that when our blood mixed together, the outcome would be so frightening, Shui Wuxia answered, her voice still trembling in fear. It's okay, that's a good thing. Luo Hua city mistress felt that she was purified by the Nirvana's flame. Her body felt like she had been born anew. When she summoned her grimoire, she realized that her inherent skill and guardian beast had both leveled up. She immediately jumped in joy, dancing and rejoicing. Princess Qian looked at Luo Hua's beautiful body, her figure like a goddess as her two red apples bounced continuously. The dark painting below her navel was also breathtakingly attractive. Princess Qian felt a bout of headache as she covered her eyes and said, I say, Sister Luo Hua, can you wear some clothes first? Luckily I don't like girls, otherwise I might not be able to hold back. Luo Hua was greatly embarrassed when she heard her. She looked around the surrounding and found that most of the things inside the room had been burnt by the Nirvana's flame. There were no clothes at all. Shui Wuxia must have brought the bedsheet from another room to cover them. In the urgent situation, Luohua city mistress didn't try to find clothes, instead, she tried to pull the white bedsheet that was covering Qian's body. Princess Qian screamed in shock, "What are you doing?" Luohua city mistress' reply made her want to bash her head to the floor, "I was completely seen by you guys, so you can't hide anything too. Everyone should show themselves, only then would it be fair." The thing that made Princess Qian want to pull her hair in embarrassment was that Luohua city mistress had then curiously pulled on her leg as she cried out, "So you are a white tiger? Let me see, why is yours different from mine? Where's your little lady garden?" Shiro, white tiger, a slang in China for women who doesn't have pubic hair under. "Go away." Princess Qian was furious. She had wanted to punch Luohua flying at first. However, she couldn't contain her embarrassment, hence she snatched the bedsheet to wrap herself and escaped back to her room to wear some clothes. Luohua city mistress' curiosity piqued as she asked Shui Wuxia. She asked if Princess Qian was really a white tiger, and Shui Wuxia replied, "You really have nothing better to do." Luohua city mistress cutely stuck out her tongue as she said with certainty, "She must be. Although I didn't really see it clearly, but that part of Qian was completely smooth. It was different from mine or the other girls, haha." Princess Qian had a sharp hearing, hence she had heard her when she was changing in her rooms. She was really furious as she warned her, "Luohua, if you dared to say nonsense, this princess will strip you naked, wrap you in a blanket and throw you into Yue Yang's room. Let's see that big pervert gobble you up in one mouth." Shiro, ancient Chinese emperor, used to get their concubines carried to them naked and wrapped inside a blanket when they decided to sleep with the concubine for the night. Luohua city mistress wasn't threatened at all, she started laughing out loud instead. She laughed until her shoulders and her chest trembled, "I'm not scared of that. I am already engaged to him, I have my parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Although we haven't gotten married yet, I will be his sooner or later. On the other hand, you, Qian, if you don't beg me obediently, I will reveal your little secret to Yue Yang." Haha, I think his eyes will light up when he heard it. When Princess Qian heard her counterattack, she almost exploded with anger. The sickly beauty who had left to send the drunken cat big sister away finally returned. Seeing the whole spectacle, she mumbled slowly, "What did I miss?" Shui Wuxia carried Yinan away. As she walked past the sickly beauty, she replied her softly, "You missed nothing. It's good that you are back, you came at the right time." When the sickly beauty heard her, her previously pale face blushed beet red. Even her snow-white neck also became hot, it was as if she could understand the hidden meaning of Shui Wuxia's words. The sickly beauty's lips trembled, as if she wanted to retort at Shui Wuxia's suggestion. However, she looked at Shui Wuxia, and then turned around to see Yue Yang, who was still fast asleep, covered with a blanket. It was just that his little brother was still spirited as ever. Yue Yang woke up and found that it was cool and refreshing, his whole body felt unexplainably relaxed and comfortable. His 5 senses and his 6th sense were greatly improved. His previously sharp senses and hearing now became even sharper and more accurate. Yue Yang looked up and could see a butterfly flapping its wings hundreds of meters away. It actually looked clear as sky in his vision. Moreover, Yue Yang felt some kind of prevision. By looking at the butterfly's movement, he could predict its course of flight in the next moment. In this new realm of power, Yue Yang felt a kind of mysterious feeling that he could control the world in his hands. Although this ability of his was still undeveloped, at least he already had this kind of ability. If he continued to train, this ability would definitely grow stronger. When he trained until the highest realm, he believed he would have that kind of sky-shattering, earth-destroying power that the heavenly sword goddess could unleash at any time. He would also have her powerful ability of turning sword chi into human appearance with intelligence. "How's your sleep?" Shui Wuxia had been sitting by Yue Yang's side, reading a book. She asked him the moment she saw Yue Yang waking up. "If only there are a few beauties in my dreams, it would be perfect." Yue Yang chuckled. "There will be in the future." Shui Wuxia agreed and continued to read her book. Isn't this too much?" Yue Yang saw that his room had been completely destroyed, even the ceiling was all gone. He was speechless. He remembered his training causing a huge chaos, but he didn't think that it wouldn't be so serious. This was practically worse than the damage caused if a hurricane swept by. Just as he was about to ask Shui Wuxia, he suddenly realized that she was a little different from last time. When he closely observed her, he realized that there was a small silver rune on her forehead. It was like a decoration, it suited her beautiful complexion perfectly. He couldn't help but to praise her. "How do you get this rune? Is it drawn? It's much better today. Yesterday it was a runic circle." Shui Wuxia didn't raise her head. After training with Yue Yang, there was a beautiful yet mysterious runic circle appearing on her forehead. She was thoroughly baffled by it. After one day, it had dissipated a lot, but there was still one small rune left. Seemed like it would be gone in a day or two. Shui Wuxia didn't understand its meaning, and she also didn't know what use it had at this point of time. She could only wait and see. The changes to her body due to Yue Yang's training was not limited to the runic circle on her forehead. After going through the body fusion training to help him reach a higher realm, Shui Wuxia had also improved a lot. She discovered that it was as if a power hidden in her body that had been awakened. Maybe it had been awakened because of her body fusion training with Yue Yang, maybe it was because the Nirvana's flame had cleansed her body, or maybe it was because of something else. In any case, there was a higher kind of ice power in her body right now. It was a power close to the Nirvana's flame, a destructive blizzard that was only slightly less powerful than the Nirvana's flame. However, it was a little different than the Nirvana's flame. The Nirvana's flame had a terrifying destructive ability, but it could also purify. It was a power that was beneficial to its master but destructive to its enemy. The ice in Shui Wuxia's body could only destroy. It couldn't purify, almost like the world exterminating wheel. Of course, that terrifying world exterminating wheel would definitely kill its enemies in an instant when it was thrown. Yue Yang had not been able to fully display the power of world exterminating wheel previously, otherwise, it would have been much more terrifying. That ice-cold power was similar to the world exterminating wheel. Shui Wuxia reckoned that if she could fully control it, she might be able to unleash an attack as powerful as the world exterminating wheel. If not, she could also create an ice ball that would freeze everything when it was thrown. Even Yue Yang, who had the powerful purple flame from his Yang ability, could be frozen over into an ice block with her ice ability. If it weren't for the Nirvana's flame countering it, the consequences would be unthinkable. Shui Wuxia reckoned that her powers was almost on par with innate rankers with this ice ability. She might even cause trouble for innate level 1 or level 2 rankers. Of course, Wuxia decided to make it her secret weapon. She would not easily use it unless it was the last resort, because this kind of ice ability could even attack its user. This was how it was different from the Nirvana's flame and the world exterminating wheel. Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel would never harm him. Wuxia, let's train again tonight. I guarantee nothing will go wrong this time. Yue Yang felt that training in this little beauty's embrace was an extremely happy life. Everyone was completely scared out of their wits, they have not even recovered from their shock. Go and train yourself, don't disturb me reading my book. Shui Wuxia only cared about reading her book, she stopping caring about Yue Yang pestering her. When Yue Yang summoned his grimoire, he realized that although his grimoire had leveled up, there was something different about it. Firstly, it became heavier and looked more ancient. Countless runic circle pattern appeared at the sides of the grimoire, forming a unique arrangement. His current summoning grimoire had completely become a part of his body, just like his own arms. Without even needing to touch the pages of his grimoire, it had flipped open the moment Yue Yang thought to open it. His divine vision had also leveled up from level 4 to level 5. Yue Yang was about to check out his naked eyes traverse, but he suddenly discovered in surprise that after he broke through the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi, the naked eye traverse had evolved to become a heaven eyes traverse. If he combined the new Heaven Eyes Traverse with the Divine Vision, Yue Yang would be able to get Heaven Eyes Divine Vision that he had been waiting for. Yue Yang wouldn't need to spend so much effort in order to get an X-ray vision like last time, he could get it by just chanting it. He turned around and discovered that Shui Wuxia's clothes were quickly disappearing with his Heaven Eyes Divine Vision, revealing her magnificent, glorious, snow-white body that was beyond perfect. Just as he was about to try seeing more clearly, Shui Wuxia suddenly covered her breasts with one of her hand and threw her book to him with the other hand. Yue Yang, who was about to drool, thudded heavily onto the ground. It was only then did he realize that Shui Wuxia could sense it when he used the Heaven Eyes Divine Vision to peek at her. The reason was because in the Virgo Temple, Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, Yu Bing and Yinan had acquired heart mirror ability. Normally, Yue Yang and the others did not have a heart-to-heart connection, but as long as he concentrated his whole mind and looked at one of them with his Heaven Eyes Divine Vision, it was equivalent to inviting them for a heart mirror connection. Hence, Shui Wuxia could immediately sense that Yue Yang was peeking. Unless Yue Yang could train to the point that he wouldn't need to concentrate his mind, being able to cast X-ray vision as easily as looking normally, the three girls Yu Bing, Yinan and Wuxia would definitely realize that he was trying to peek through their clothes. Idiot, you have so many good skills yet you don't put it to good use. Shui Wuxia showed a fury like she wanted to pummel Yue Yang's character into obedience. I was just trying it out, I didn't think that I could really see. Yue Yang was completely shameless. She was going to be his future wife anyway, what's wrong with peeking a little? The little lamb would eaten by the great grey wolf sooner or later. When Yue Yang caused this trouble, Shui Wuxia suddenly remembered one thing. She quickly took out a small jade bottle that was still warm from her body heat and passed it onto Yue Yang's hands. There's my blood inside this bottle. Try to mix your blood with mine and see what kind of reaction it will give. What's with that? Yue Yang still didn't know about the secret of his blood. Not only Shui Wuxia was curious about this experiment, Luohua City Mistress, Princess Xian and the others were also curious about it. When they heard Yue Yang had woken up and was talking with Shui Wuxia, everyone quickly ran over, just in time to see Yue Yang selflessly trying the blood drop test. Yue Yang looked for a small cup and dripped the blood inside the jade bottle into it. He dropped 2 drops of blood inside, then used his gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger to cut the skin on his fingers and allowed 2 or 3 drops of his blood to drip into the small cup. At first, there were no reaction at all. Yue Yang was a little disappointed. Just as he was about to say, "I'm not some kind of giant dragon nor a demon, I don't have that kind of blood that could burst into fire when it dropped to the ground." Legends said that if the strongest dragon, the Black Hell Dragon and the Blood Prison Demon King were injured, the blood that they dripped could melt the grounds and set it on fire, transforming it to lava. Of course, that was only a legend, no one had ever managed to prove it. The innate rankers who could cause the Black Hell Dragon and the Blood Prison Demon King to shed blood would also not pay attention to such a trivial thing. Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia's blood mixed together, and suddenly a ball of raging flame soared from the small cup. It quickly rose up to the sky. This made Yue Yang jump in fright. Following that ball of fire suddenly turned into a sharp, fire-shaped icicle. In the end, the icicle ignited in fire once again and disappeared into the air. The girls watched silently, dumbstruck. Yue Yang wasn't able to explain the reason behind the phenomenon. The only thing he could explain was, anyone with eyes can see it already. This proves one point, and that Wuxia and I are a couple that is fated to be together even in our past lives, just like fire and ice. I mean, just like this fire and ice that could exist together although they are polar opposites, completely not extinguishing the other one. Nonsense. The girls gave him rolled eyes all at the same time. Let me try. Luohua City Mistress was a little envious. If her blood could also have a special reaction with Yue Yang's blood, would that mean they were fated to be together in their previous lives? When her blood and Yue Yang's mixed together, it produced a faint white light, extremely warm and gentle. Luohua City Mistress was so touched that she cried. She was afraid that there wouldn't be any reaction at all. Although the reaction wasn't as strong as Wuxia's, there still was a reaction. Luohua City Mistress felt relieved of a huge burden in her heart, but Princess Xian and Yinan, on the other hand, felt more worried and anxious instead. After Wuxia, Luohua had also succeeded. What about them? If they had no reaction at all, then wouldn't they become a real failure? However, it was really not comfortable to discuss this kind of thing. Princess Xian was about to escape, evading the problem like an ostrich. However, Luohua City Mistress caught her arms and dragged her forcefully to the table, not caring about Princess Xian's struggle to escape at all. When Princess Xian saw that she could escape no more, she took an "if I die, so be it" attitude and cut her finger with the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger. When the blood dripped into the cup, it did not have a reaction for a very long time. Princess Xian was in despair, she really wanted to cry out loud. However, her words pretended to be brave instead. "Didn't I say earlier, I have no relations whatsoever to this brat? You guys just don't believe me." The moment she finished her sentence, the small cup had mysteriously shattered to pieces. Princess Xian was so touched that she could cry, but she pretended to be cool instead, and spoke out, her voice a little choked with emotions, "This is not valid, the cup's quality is just bad." When Yue Yang saw this, he started to think. He suddenly remembered when he was fighting a bloody battle against the Marquis of Xiaijin, the Thorny Flower Demoness was licking the blood on his chest and arms. That time, he had thought that she liked to lick people like a dog, but now that he thought about it again, she must have already known from the start that his blood had special abilities. He remembered the Thorny Flower Demoness had suddenly leveled up without a reason. Seems like his blood was really special. Of course, the reason that his blood became so special and pure with energy could be because he had cultivated an innate rank skill like his innate invisible sword chi. The girls didn't disturb Yue Yang's thoughts, instead, they were noisily discussing to continue the experiment. In the end, Yu Bing and Yinan, who couldn't wait to try, Yu and the sickly beauty who had resisted, all ended up giving the experiment a try. // posted by Shiroi Okaniko. This chapter is sponsored by Josh Evans, Kevin Apodaca and Nicholas Buffalo. Chapter 270 The Truth in Yue Yang's Hands. Translated by Shiroi Okaniko. Edited by Shiroi Okaniko. TL said by Shiroi Okaniko. After Yinan and Yue Yang's blood fused, the reaction was a strange spiritual power. Although it was only a small wave of spiritual energy, invisible to the eye and too faint to be heard, everyone could clearly feel its presence. Yu Bing's blood's special reaction was vitality power. At the start, there was also no reaction at all. Yu Bing's eyes had started turning red. After Shui Wuxia's pondered over it, she plucked a little flower bud from outside and placed it inside the small cup. As a result, the most shocking thing happened. That flower bud that had yet to bloom had blossomed in that moment. At the same time, it sprouted roots and leaves inside the cup and quickly grew larger. Before 3 minutes had even passed, it had turned into a bunch of fresh-smelling flowers. Yue Bing immediately hugged Yue Yang as she laughed and cried at the same time. She didn't think that she was destined with her brother in their previous lives or that they were fated to be together, but she couldn't accept if she didn't have any relation with her brother. She felt that she should be the closest one to her brother. When the sickly beauty and Yue Yang's blood mixed, it became a blood-red crystal. When Yue Yang and the girls saw it, they had some kind of understanding. Yu, who had resisted the experiment with all her might at first, couldn't fight off Luo Hua City Mistress and Princess Xian's violence. In the end, she was left with no choice but to try the experiment. The strange reaction after mixing their bloods was that the cup was suddenly filled with a sweet-smelling fresh water. Yue Yang's blood had the ability to amplify everyone's inherent skill in their blood. It could also sense the hidden abilities within your bodies. Shui Wuxia finally came to a conclusion. That's right, it seems to be that way. Luo Hua City Mistress completely agreed with this conclusion. Although it's like that, Wuxia, can you explain it once again? Why is the reaction between your blood and his so big? Princess Xian was completely defeated just now, hence she decided to counterattack. Wuxia and Yue Yang's blood seemed to have strong resonance. Their abilities were also extremely pure, hence the reaction becomes so strong. I think, their blood were not as simple as fire and ice, it would be worth it to investigate this further. Of course, the matter of Yue Yang's fresh blood who had the ability to amplify another person's inherent skill must be kept a secret. The sickly beauty warned everyone so that they would keep the secret. Not right. His blood indeed has an amplifying technique, but it doesn't affect everyone. I have tried using animals' blood, but his blood only reacted with mine. It doesn't react with any other kind of animals. We have to protect this secret, but everyone doesn't have to worry about leaking the secret accidentally. I guess it was the rune's ability that caused some kind of change or unsealed some kind of limits in our bodies, just like how Yue Yang had unsealed his innate powers. Or it could be Yue Yang's nirvana's flame that purified our bodies. As a result, our blood had that kind of reaction with his blood, making us different from the rest. Shui Wuxia made a bold analysis. There are various reasons, I guess. Yue Yang had realized one fact, but he didn't think that it was 100% correct. Hence he didn't mention it at the meantime, he would first research about it. The sickly beauty nodded and spoke softly, everyone be quiet for a moment. I would like to tell you all about the situation outside right now. When she spoke out, everyone immediately looked at her. They were anxious to know if the Eastern Goblin tribesmen really sent Jun Wuyu and the others back. What reaction did the Demon Palace, Thousand Goblin Sect, Green Summit Sect, Western Lion Pagoda and Xia Jin Kingdom, all these powerful organizations, have for that? They definitely won't let go of this rare chance easily. Although they might not react blatantly, they would definitely have reacted in some small matters secretly. Yue Yang felt that it didn't matter actually, it was up to them if they wanted to turn the Soaring Dragon Continent upside down. As long as everyone was still alive, as long as Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, Feng Kuang, Eagle Eye, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King, Golden Blade, Whitestone City Master and all the other elites was still alive, even if the Xia Kingdom was destroyed, they would be able to establish the kingdom once again from ruins. As for the younger generations, there were Shui Tanlang, Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun and Prince of Tianluo. There were also Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace and the others. The Xia wouldn't need to be afraid not having successors to succeed their will. Furthermore, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and the others were also catching up to them in terms of power. There were also Shangjing, Fragrance and Ivy Academy's elites. The Soaring Dragon Continent wouldn't fall to the point that there were no talented people to help the country. They should just forget about Bai Yunfei from the Southern Floating Mist Sect, Prince of Xia Jin, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Xie Qianren, Li Ban and the others. Yue Yang reckoned they would only stand by the winner's back, it did not matter to them who won in the end. Prince of Xia Jin was a poisonous traitor, that fellow was greatly evil. Yue Yang decided that he would kill him the next time they meet. Yue Yang had also thought of Bai Yunfei, the Floating Mist Junior Sect leader. Bai Yunfei was a schemer, and he was also evil. Of course, he wasn't afraid of him, but if it were another person, such as Shui Tanlang, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, they wouldn't be his match. That fellow, if there was a chance, even if Yue Yang couldn't kill him, he must cripple him without mercy so that there wouldn't be a chance for him for a comeback. Otherwise, he might even grow stronger than the Prince of Xia Jin. As Yue Yang continued to think, the sickly beauty had started to speak. Right now, the situation outside has worsened. Without our emperor, Xia is in chaos. Bandit groups flourished with support from some powers, plundering and looting everywhere. The city masters have not only refused sending their armies to suppress the bandits, they have even formed an illicit relationship with them to benefit from the citizens' misery. There are very few city masters who are loyal to Xia. Furthermore, it was already difficult for them to protect their own city, let alone asking them to help the capital. The State Grand Master and the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians had already left to meet the Eastern Goblin tribe. The left minister is supporting the Crown Prince to ascend the throne to strengthen the kingdom's power, but the right minister chose to support the second prince to become the next emperor. However, most of the ministers are more willing to allow Princess Xian to ascend the throne. In any case, everything is a mess. Let them fight for the throne. I wouldn't fight for the throne with them. Princess Xian humphed coldly. What about the Eastern Goblin tribe? Luohua City Mistress was more worried about the return of her father. I heard that the Eastern Goblin tribe has already ordered to release the hostages, but His Highness Emperor Junwu and the others couldn't return to the Soaring Dragon Continent smoothly, because it was also chaos at the Eastern Goblin tribe's side. The Southern Goblin King, Northern Goblin King and Western Goblin King were all rising in revolt. His Highness Emperor Junwu did not manage to reach the Dragon Emperor's Rainbow Palace, they were stopped halfway. The Dragon Emperor had already sent people to hide them secretly. Seems like His Highness and the others can only return when the Dragon Emperor succeeded in putting down the revolt or win the war. The Eastern Goblin tribe had sent out ambassadors to meet the State Grand Master. The State Grand Master and the two Heavenly Imperial Guardians had decided to advance personally, to see if they could take back His Highness and the others on their own. The sickly beauty's words made Yue Yang enter into deep thoughts. Indeed, the enemy had not stopped their attack. They had plotted everything beforehand, they would never leave the matter at that. If not for him, the unexpected factor in their plan, these fellows' plan would have been executed perfectly. The Eastern Goblin tribe was so strong, yet they could be engulfed in such a chaos. Would the Soaring Dragon Continent be an exception? Yue Yang shook his head lightly. The sickly beauty hesitated for a moment and looked at Yue Yang, Yu, and Yu Bing meaningfully. The girls were a little worried. Seems like the next news would be related to Yue Yang, and it wasn't a small matter. Only Shui Wuxia seemed to have known what would happen beforehand. She quickly raised her hands and placed it on Yue Yang's shoulders, signaling to him to pay attention to his temper, preventing him to act rashly. Yue Yang knew that she was trying to warn him and showed her support at the same time. He couldn't help but feel warm inside as he nodded slightly. With Shui Wuxia and the other girls supporting him, Yue Yang didn't care if the Soaring Dragon Continent split or the sky shatter. To him, this was only a continent filled with NPC, he would only miss his warm house in the White Stone City. His family was only fourth mother and the little girl. No matter what kind of scheme the enemy was plotting, Yue Yang would stand by the side and do nothing. He would never do heroic actions like saving the world or saving humankind in the heat of the moment. Everyone has their own path to take. It was the survival of the fittest, the weak would be eliminated. If one was a strong warrior, he would rise above the others in this time of chaos. If one was weak and died, he could only blame himself for being weak and unable to survive. Yue Yang was a guy from another world, but he was also living by this cold, merciless law of this world. He wasn't an exception, and he couldn't be an exception. Only the winner, only the courageous ones would be able to continue living. In this world, cowards and tears were both useless. Previously, the person who was suspected to have disguised himself as Yue Yang's father, Yu Qiu, was gathering around 10 other clans, big and small. With the support of 2 mysterious innates, he announced that he had resolved the 1,000 years of enmity between the Yu clan and the Green Summit sect. He had also established a friendly relationship with Xia Jin Kingdom. At the same time, he was also supporting the 1,000 Goblins sect. The sickly beauty's words stunned all the girls completely. Are you serious? Did the Yu clan try to oppose him? Luohua City Mistress thought that this was practically unthinkable. The fake Yu Qiu had already gotten evidence that the substitute clan leader Yu Xian was a fallen warrior who was colluding with the demons. He had even managed to find out that Yu Xian was possessed by a demon and was hiding in the Soaring Dragon Continent as a spy. When Yu Xian was arrested by the fake Yu Qiu, an extremely strong demon appeared and injured the 3 elders. He then took Yu Xian away. The sickly beauty's words almost made Yu faint. If her father Yu Xian was a demon, then what about her? The sickly beauty slowly shook her hand. Not only Sister Yu, Yu Tian and Yu Ting are also wanted targets to be arrested. Yu Tian had already been arrested, and Yu Ting had gone missing. Yu Bing was anxious when she heard it. Sister Yu is definitely not a demon, that is impossible. The sickly beauty nodded towards Yu Bing and agreed with her words. However, she then shook her head slightly. Actually, not only Sister Yu Bing Yu and Yue Yang are also wanted targets to be arrested. Princess Xian was speechless. What? He even want to capture Yue Yang? Even if you don't mention that Yue Yang is an innate, he is still Yu Qiu's legitimate son. The sickly beauty looked at Yue Yang for a long time as she spoke. That fake Yu Qiu had already declared Yue Yang as fake. He had found another guy who had a similar appearance to Yue Yang, but only had the power of a level 6 Grandmaster to pretend as Yue Yang. That fake Yu Qiu said that his son Yue Yang had always been with him since baby, living amongst the demon race and grew in the demon abyss. His son had never left his side before, he had thought his son from scratch. He said that Yue Yang who was raised by fourth mother was fake, saying that it was impossible for a useless trash to become an innate in such a short time as the basis of his argument to prove that Yue Yang was fake. Hence, the fake Yu Chu occupied the position of the substitute clan Mazer and ordered the arrest of Fourth Mother, Yue Yang, Yue Bing, Yue Shuang, Yue Ting, Yue Xian, and the others. Those who opposed him were annihilated. That fellow is really a madman. Luohua City Mistress felt that the fake Yu Chu had really gone crazy. Very interesting. Yue Yang laughed instead. He was secretly relieved of a huge burden in his heart. At first, he was worried that the fake Yu Chu was real. He didn't dare to meet that fake Yu Chu. However, Yue Yang didn't have to worry now. This fellow was definitely fake, 100% fake. The reason was because Yue Yang had long managed to read the secrets in the diary using his divine vision. In the diary, Yu Chu and his wife had written how they had missed their sons. If the pitiful guy had been living with his dad all this while, why would Yu Chu and his wife wrote about missing their son? Why would they ask Fourth Mother to care for their son? When Yue Yang heard that the fake Yu Chu had hatched such a moronic plan, he really wanted to laugh out loud and clap his hands in joy. The fake Yu Chu had really revealed his own hand. If the fake Yu Chu had not declared such a crazy story, Yue Yang would not dare to attack him. Right now, as long as Yue Yang had the time, he could just kill that fake Yu Chu any time. Brother! Yue Bing was beyond furious. She was only waiting for Yue Yang say the word. As long as her brother said to set off, she would immediately follow him back to the Yu clan castle and kill that fake Yu Chu. Yue Yang shook his hands, indicating that they didn't need to be anxious right now. At this time, Shui Wuxia suddenly touched Yue Yang's back with her hands and whispered that she had something private to discuss with Yue Yang. Come, I want to say a few words. What did this girl actually wanted to tell him? Yue Yang was completely bewildered. Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress couldn't hear what Shui Wuxia wanted to say to Yue Yang. However, they could see that Yue Yang was about to turn into a wolf from afar, hence they knew that Shui Wuxia must have said something good. The sickly beauty turned around and left, as if she had understood something. Yinan and Yue Bing were a little confused. They wanted to ask big sister Wuxia about the thing that she couldn't say to Yue Yang in front of the others. Maybe it was related to the Shui clan or to their engagement. The two girls didn't think too much. Especially Yue Bing. The only thing in her mind right now was to go with her brother to the Yu clan castle and kill the fake Yu Chu, so that everyone could regain back their reputation. Bing let me accompany you to train. Luohua City Mistress was not worried about her future relationship with Yue Yang. This was because her father, the Eastern Sky King, and Fourth Mother, both of their parents, had already arranged their engagement. At that time, Luohua City Mistress was extremely angry. Why would her father decide her life for her? She didn't say that she wanted to marry Yue Yang, that brat. But right now, Eastern Sky King had been kidnapped by the Eastern Goblin tribe. She suddenly lost all of her anger towards her father. After all is said and done, although her father had many faults, she only had one father. The Eastern Sky King had a lot of pride and loved to brag, but strictly speaking, he was still a good father. Princess Xian, compared to Luohua City Mistress, was a little more pitiful. Jun Wu called Yue Yang's grandfather Elder Yu Hai brother Hai. They were comrades, and they even called each other brothers. If he betrothed his daughter to Yue Yang, then there would be disorder with the seniority. Jun Wu was still an emperor after all, unlike the Eastern Sky King who would force her precious daughter's marriage if need be. Jun Wu wouldn't be able to do it, hence he could only close one eye and pretended not to know anything about Yue Yang and his daughter's relationship. He had approved them in his heart, but he couldn't speak it out. It would also be hard for the Yu clan to propose the marriage. They had already been talking about marrying Miss Shui to Yue Yang since they were babies. Although there was that matter of engagement cancellation, those with discerning eyes would know that it was definitely a sinister plot. As for Yinan, her aunt had acted even faster than the Eastern Sky King. She had already arranged the marriage between Yue Yang and Yinan early on. Right now, the only one whose relationship status was slightly awkward was Princess Xian. However, Princess Xian thought that it would be very hard for her if she just leave like that and return to her previous way of life. Although Yue Yang was a big pervert, be it in terms of training or spending time together, he often gave her pleasant surprises. If she couldn't see this brat, her life would lost its excitement. But if she followed Yue Yang in the future, her status would be quite awkward. All the other girls were either his fiancées or his sisters. She was still an outsider right now. Hence, the tigress who was carefree and without worries last time had a slight problem right now. Well, growing up means more problems after all. It's all that big perverts, who deserves to die, fault. I was living so peacefully last time. Princess Xian grumbled. She could only blame it all to Yue Yang, feeling that he had messed up her whole life. If only he had continued to be the useless Xiao San, he would have no relationship to her at all. But in just a short time, he had turned from a useless trash to become a genius who caused problems everywhere. Afterwards, he had even dragged her into his mess. He was really annoying. Princess Xian became angrier the more she thought about it. When Yue Yang returned after speaking with Wu Xia, she glared at him with her tigress eyes. What's wrong? Yue Yang obviously didn't know what had happened. This princess refused to talk to you. Princess Xian thought that she might be a little unreasonable, but she couldn't put down her pride in front of Yue Yang. In the end, she could only pretend to be tough to the end. Does this girl lack teachings and discipline after her puberty came? Yue Yang was completely irritated. Just focus on your training. Behind Yue Yang, Shui Wuxia, who heard him mumbling, really wanted to beat him senseless. She had almost wanted to smash him dead with her books. He had a whole house of girls, wouldn't it be easy for him to teach some princesses or some city mistress later on? Now the most important thing for him was to improve his skills. In this chaotic situation, one would be nothing if one didn't have abilities. One must become the strongest warrior, only then would they be able to act as they pleased. She felt that Yue Yang should first prioritize increasing his abilities, then he could pursue his happy sexual life all he wanted. If it were the other way instead, he would definitely be finished. Under the strict supervision of Shui Wuxia, the future wife who was even stricter than a teacher, Yue Yang couldn't be lazy even if he wanted to. In his dream realm, he met the big loli again. Outside, Shui Wuxia and the few girls were training together. For the next 10 days, Yue Yang went through a hell-like training. In the morning, he would take turns to battle Princess Qian, Luohua City Mistress Yinan and Yu Bing. In the afternoon, Yue Yang would secretly research on ways to refine a pill together with Shui Wuxia, taking note to prevent their prescription from leaking to other parties. In the late afternoon, he would be researching ancient runes with the sickly beauty. In the evening, he would go to the lake and train with Yu Yu, helping her to improve her water ability in her beast storm waves. At night, Yue Yang used his innate qi to connect Yinan's and Yu Bing's blood channels. Sometimes, Luohua City Mistress would also come and said that she wanted to accompany Yu Bing as an excuse. At midnight, he would secretly train with Shui Wuxia. When he was sleeping, he fought with the big loli who had the same abilities as him but was 10 times more skillful than him. Most of the time he would be beaten up, only managing to gain a little advantage after forcing his hand. This kind of life was like hell, a deep abyss of suffering. Yue Yang was completely tormented. But his abilities improved very quickly. He had just broke through the 5th layer of innate invisible sword qi, but he swiftly was on his way to break through the 6th layer already. At the same time, because his opponents were all beauties, he felt that he still had good prospects living these kind of days. At least, he had already taken the first step to enter a blissful sexual life. In comparison, Hui Tai Lang had it way easier than him. It didn't woke up even os, continuing its deep sleep. When Yue Yang walked past it, he would give it a kick. Firstly, it was because he was jealous that that fellow didn't need to do anything to level up, secondly it was to give it a little innate qi to make it evolve better. After getting kicked, Hui Tai Lang felt so comfortable that it turned to show its belly or wagged its tail in its dream, continuing to sleep without noticing anything. That day, Yue Yang and the sickly beauty was researching about ancient runes when the sickly beauty asked him coldly, "Have you finished refining the pill?" "We have finished refining it long ago." Yue Yang replied her without giving it much thought at first, but he quickly reacted and changed his words, "I mean, actually we still lack a little something, we are nearly done." "Why do you have to listen to her?" The sickly beauty seemed to be very curious. "Who?" Yue Yang pretended ignorance. "I am talking about Wuxia. Why do you have to listen to her?" The sickly beauty didn't allow him to pretend to be ignorant in front of him, as she persistently pursued her answer. "That. Cough, I will listen to whomever who speaks logically. For example, about this rune." Yue Yang hurriedly changed the topic to the runes. He couldn't say that at this moment, Wuxia was actually teaching him how to pursue his blissful sexual life, planning and scheming for the sake of his future blissful sexual life. Even the pill that was refined previously was created for the purpose of pushing down the sickly beauty so that he could save her. Such an excellent wife, if he didn't listen to her, who else would he listen to? Yue Yang thought that he might not need to listen to Wuxia with regards to other things. But with regards to chasing girls, he was definitely right to listen to her opinion. Would there be anyone who could understand a girl's heart better than another girl? With Wuxia as his tactician, using her tactics to chase and conquer girls, he would definitely succeed quickly, gaining victory with one hit. Although Yue Yang didn't understand why Wuxia wanted to hatch plans for him, he could be sure that this girl did not have an evil intention. Seems like she just couldn't stand idle and watch. Seeing that Yue Yang was too dumb, she decided to lend a hand and give some pointers. Just like those experts who were overlooking young warriors who were just starting out, she couldn't help but to point out some advice so that the young warrior could become an expert warrior. The sickly beauty glared at him a little. "Don't talk about runes anymore. You haven't been interested in researching runes at all these few days." Yue Yang was speechless. This sickly beauty really had sharp sense. Turns out that she had already sensed his perverted heart, she just didn't point it out. Yue Yang summoned his courage and advised, your body, you still have hope. Just let me try. Besides, we have finished refining the pill needed. When the sickly beauty heard it, her previously pale face blushed a little. She gave Yue Yang a roll eye then turned around to leave. Even though Yue Yang was calling her out from behind, she ignored him completely. Yue Yang quickly found Wu Xia to ask for advice for chasing girls. Miss Shui was furious, idiot, why do you have to talk so much bullshit with her? Didn't I say you should just act recklessly, strike first and think about the consequences later? Now that you have said it to her, she would know your intentions. I have never seen an idiot like you. What do you think she is thinking? She is jealous. She thought that you are only doing that because I asked you to, not because you truly want her. I understand what you mean, but if I forced her, I'm afraid of hurting her fragile body. Yue Yang's forehead was filled with beads of sweat. Who asked you to? I'm saying be forceful with your attitude, not actions. Yue Yang, just disappear from my sight right now. I hate speaking with idiots like you. Shui Wuxia raised her ancient book and was thinking she should just smash Yue Yang to death. He was obviously a pervert, but he still tried to be an innocent pervert. She was really angry. I understand, look at my performance. Yue Yang was suddenly enlightened. He was overjoyed as he disappeared in a flash. When Wuxia looked at Yue Yang's running back, an expression of calmness suddenly appeared on her face. She mumbled in an extremely small voice, Wu Hen, I can only do so much for you. Everything is up to you now. The sickly beauty was packing up her things. She was packing her clothes, pictures, scrolls and all other stuff neatly, as if she was prepared to leave on a journey. Yue Yang suddenly burst into her room, giving her a fright. Just as she was about to say something, Yue Yang suddenly pulled her into his embrace forcefully, then carried her to the garden outside. The sickly beauty was both embarrassed and anxious. What are you doing? Quickly put me down. Stop causing problems, I am going to be angry. Let me go now, everyone is looking at us. Yue Yang, stop now, my body can't take it. Quickly put me down, I'm going to cough, I feel sick. Yue Yang carried the sickly beauty to the garden outside, running straight ahead without stopping. No matter what the sickly beauty say, he didn't let her go. They ran for quite a while, but as the sickly beauty continued to struggle, Yue Yang used teleportation to teleport ahead. He didn't have a target location, he only teleported forward. After around 10 times of teleportation, they were around 20 to 25 kilometers away from the flower garden. Yue Yang finally stopped running, stopping on a lakeside that was illuminated by thousands of stars above. The lake water was extremely clear, a little green and a little blue. The water was shallow, and one could see the bottom. Little fish and prawns both small and big swam around together in a bunch on the clear water. Yue Yang put the sickly beauty whose face was beet red down, but it was as if he was afraid that she would try to escape, hence his right hand continued to hold her waist firmly. He whispered to her, actually, I really want to help heal your sickness, but it's a little awkward with all the others close by. Now they are all not here, no matter what, I will definitely save you. This is what I want to do in my heart, not because Wuxia wanted me to. You should understand what I mean. Don't reject me anymore, okay? We shouldn't waste our time, your body has already reached its limits. If we don't try to cure it now, it will be too late. When your sickness is healed, I don't care if you want to scold me or get angry with me. But right now, just listen to me. I can't be without you. I don't care if you hate me or anything, I just want to save you. The sickly beauty didn't have time to make her excuses before Yue Yang started to undo her clothes. The sickly beauty was so shocked that she almost fainted. Although he said he wanted to save her, didn't he look too eager for this? Without a second word, her clothes were peeled off. It was even wilder than a bandit trying to rape a girl. Who taught him these moves? The sickly beauty realized that this brat's hands were extremely quick. With just a few movements, her clothes were already mostly undone. She became ever more shocked and quickly stopped him with her hands. Wait a minute. Don't be reckless first, let me think. At least, let me get used to the idea first, my heart is beating like crazy I can't breathe. Just wait for a while, I agree to it, but just stop for a while now. Yue Yang, although you want to save me and are doing this for my own good, can't you think about my feelings a little? I won't be able to take it if you do it so forcefully. When Yue Yang heard it, he couldn't believe her. You really agree to it? The sickly beauty sent him a helpless look. Do I have a choice? I never see such a wild person like you. Just let me think about it and get used to the idea first. In the end, she lowered her head, unable to look Yue Yang in the eyes. She then spoke with an extremely small, shy voice, I can't do it during the day, let's talk about it again at night. Hearing the sickly beauty's consent, Yue Yang sighed a huge relief. One had to see the partner when they were forcing to push someone down. If one were to force a mature, seducer big sister like the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, she would probably like it a lot. If she was a prim and proper lady like the sickly beauty, it would really be unsuitable for him to force her down. Her body was like a white jade vase or porcelain bowl. He needed to cherish her body carefully, kiss her with the gentlest of kisses. If he could grasp her in his hands and see her sweet smiling face, it would be the highest achievement in the world. Yue Yang quickly built a small tent in the woods near the lake. The sickly beauty understood that this was the love nest that he had prepared. In there, they would. She didn't dare to look at that brat anymore. She went to the lakeside and sat on a stone, pretending not to see him getting busy preparing everything. She took off her shoes and dipped her snow-white ankles into the fresh clear water. A cool and refreshing breeze brushed against the skin on her face. Her hair blew with the wind. The wind had not only raised her hair, but also the thoughts of a young girl. Do you want to eat some fruits? Yue Yang brought a fruit splashed with some morning dew on top of it. He washed it again inside the lake and gave it to the sickly beauty. Yet, the sickly beauty actually didn't have any appetite, but seeing Yue Yang's good intentions, she nodded and took the fruit. Actually, I feel the most relaxed in these few days. Last time, every day was so rushed. Problems after problems came up, and there were various pressures in life, cultivating and others. Living these few days in the little flower garden is really the most relaxed time I have had. Yue Yang also washed a fruit for himself and jumped on top of the stone beside the lake, sitting right beside the sickly beauty. Really? The sickly beauty really wanted to say that she felt the same. However, the words got stuck in her mouth. She felt that she shouldn't say the same thing as him. She quickly changed her words. I don't have any interest in fighting or struggling for power. If it weren't because of Fourth Mother and the others waiting for me, I would rather live this way. Looking up to the azure sky when I have nothing to do, observing the clouds appearing. Yue Yang lied on top of the stone and looked up to the sky, remembering the life he had after coming to this world. He couldn't help but to feel extremely thankful. This secret, he would never mention it to anyone. Even Shui Wuxia. Then only time when Yue Yang could let loose his thoughts was when he was in his dream realm. The heavenly sword goddess and the big loli were like relatives that had come from another world like him. Other than accompanying Yue Yang's training, they also helped to quench the loneliness he felt in his heart. Maybe they were not humans but a fairy, a sword immortal kind of existence. But all these were unimportant, Yue Yang only needed someone to accompany him. As long as they continued to accompany him forever, all the other things didn't matter to him. The sickly beauty didn't know what Yue Yang was thinking, but his words made her think. She felt some kind of connection with Yue Yang's words. She completely didn't have any regards for pursuing success or achieving goals, which would normally be what normal people pursue. In her heart, a strong and powerful emperor wouldn't compare to a poor scholar. Although she didn't mind Yue Yang becoming a great hero with indomitable spirit, contributing great accomplishments in the Soaring Dragon Continent, she would rather see him living by her side, just like these few days with him. Every day would be filled with training and having fun with her sisters, quarreling when they were bored, lying down when they were tired. Of course, she couldn't let him be this way for a long period of time. The Demonic Palace, Thousand Goblins Sect, Western Lion Pagoda, Green Summit Sect, Kingdom of Xia Jin Demon Abyss and even the Eastern Goblin Tribe's powerful force were eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. If he did not take up the challenge, then their enemies would think of every ways to lure him out to fight. In this chaotic world, one must stand up and fight. One could only grow stronger after being sharpened in deadly battles and piles of corpses. She knew that if it weren't for her, he would probably be going to the Yu clan castle with her sister to eliminate that fake Yu Chu who had turned the whole of Yu clan upside down. He was the Yu clan's hope, he must protect his clan. If it weren't because he had to stay here to refine a pill for her sickness, he would probably be long on his way. Continuing to reject him would only delay him and the problem in the Yu clan. It might even cause the loss of some people's lives, because time was man's greatest enemy. You would have opportunities to do that in the future. The sickly beauty turned around and said a few reassuring words to Yue Yang. However, she realized that Yue Yang had already fallen asleep. His face shone with a relaxed smile, as if he was about to laugh out loud even in his dreams. The gentle sun shone upon his face, sparkling and radiant. The sickly beauty realized that she had never looked at him attentively before. She only realized then that his sleeping expression was extremely gentle and kind. Right now, he was completely different than his pervert self when he was awoke. Normally, in order to protect himself, he would wear a mask of laughter or anger, hiding his real feelings inside. He would never reveal his feelings easily, others would only be able to see his strongest side. Maybe right now was his real face. The sickly beauty was a little touched as she touched his face with her fingers. His face, it was not exactly handsome or elegant, one must overlook his face and feel him with one's heart in order to discover his unique, unspeakable charm. Such a charm was hard to describe in words, but his charm was able to slowly influence the people in his surroundings. Under the influence of his charm, Xian who had an unyielding temperament previously had unknowingly changed. Luo Hua who liked to be alone had also changed. The proud and extremely wise Xia had also come to his side. Even she herself, who had wished to die her whole life, had slowly changed her mind because of him. He might not know what kind of charm he had, he might not know that he had this power to attract everyone to gather at his side. However, he had subconsciously acted in this way. Maybe meeting him was an ill-fated relationship that had been decided in their previous lives. She wouldn't be able to run away. The sickly beauty slowly lowered her body, laying her head on Yue Yang's arms. She watched his quietly sleeping, handsome face and slowly reached out her hands towards his face. Very carefully, as if she was afraid of waking him up, she lightly caressed his face, stroking his lips. Her pale face started to blush like a flower blossom slowly, pink flush started to spread under her skin. Immediately, she felt a burst of energy rising within her, just like a fresh flower bud blossoming into a beautiful flower. When Yue Yang woke up, the stars were already shining in the sky. The sickly beauty was still lying on his chest, her fragile body curled in his embrace, like an extremely delicate little grass that was too weak to stand up to the wind. Even though Yue Yang tried to carry her extremely gently, she immediately woke up. "Your body reeks of sweat, it's so smelly." The sickly beauty didn't struggle nor try to leave his embrace, she only joked teasingly. When Yue Yang went into the lake to take a bath, she raised the hem of her skirt and immersed her legs into the refreshing lake water. She didn't avoid him but walked closer to him instead, stroking his back as gently as a white orchid. "You know, you are just like a big child. You don't know how to take care of yourself, much less others." She kept her last sentence in her heart and didn't say it out loud. Actually, she wanted to add, "You can't take care of yourself, much less taking care of the others, so let me take care of you instead." She pushed Yue Yang to sit down on the lake and lightly rubbed his back for him. Although this was her first time doing this, she did such a good job that the sickly beauty herself felt that she had talent for serving others. Yue Yang really enjoyed her service. He turned around and saw that her lovable face looked like a goddess under the starry sky. He couldn't help himself but to pull her into his embrace and pressed his lips onto her own, muffling her surprised cry. The sickly beauty was shocked beyond her mind, but she quickly regained her senses. Her lips felt like being struck by lightning. The warmth of his lips spread throughout her whole body, sending shots of tingling sensation right through her soul. She didn't know when, but he had already invaded her mouth, taking prisoner of her tongue. With her tongue being sucked so wildly and angrily by Yue Yang, the sickly beauty felt like he had almost sucked her whole soul altogether. Unable to restrain her emotions, in the midst of his insatiable kiss, she returned his kiss with her instincts. She was clumsy at first, but she became more proficient with time. In the end, she managed to match her rhythm to his in just a few minutes. Following the sexual instincts in her mind and the sensations in her body, she closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling as she clung her slender arms around his neck. She placed herself right into his embrace, raising her face to kiss with him continuously. The sky, earth, lake water, fishes, prawns, stars, night breeze, all seemed to fade into nothingness. There were only the both of them left in this world, there was only the sweet sensation of their lips and tongues twirling against each other. When he placed the little rebirth pill that he had painstakingly refined into her mouth, she didn't reject it at all, swallowing it obediently. Love made her feel the strongest desire to live she had ever felt. In this moment, she was no longer a lonely person waiting for her death. She wanted to be with him forever, forever. When Yue Yang peeled off the wet clothes off her beautiful body, she didn't try to stop him, but only shyly bury her head into his chest. She didn't dare to look at him in the eye, afraid that he would see through her embarrassment. Only when Yue Yang carried her delicate, trembling body, he could finally feel her light weight on his arms. She was like a feather, almost weighing nothing at all. Refreshing, smooth, exquisite and sweet-smelling. There were no words enough to describe her goodness. Under the hazy light of the moon, Yue Yang felt like she was as beautiful as the moonlight goddess. The sickly beauty who was burying her face in his chest was completely red, even her slender neck that was as graceful as a swan's was also red. Her small and delicate shoulders that looked thin and fragile bring about a sense of protectiveness in Yue Yang. The hollow on her collarbones were moistened by fresh lake water, just like drops of morning dew moistening a flower in the morning. It added to her beautiful feminine charm. Yue Yang didn't have a collarbone fetish last time, he didn't even understand the meaning for the existence of collarbones. However, right now, he was definitely going to join the collarbones fan group. He realized that a truly perfect beauty wouldn't have any flaws in her body. In front of perfection, other than kneeling down and giving thanks to the Creator's miracle, what else could he wish for? Her shoulders were as small as a dove's. Although he wasn't able to see everything because she had covered herself with her hands due to embarrassment, his soul was almost blown away when he saw the cleavage between her breasts. She was too perfect. She was small and cute, her mounds fits perfectly in his hands. In that moment, Yue Yang completely didn't care about D, E, even G-cup breasts anymore. The best breasts didn't depend on whether they were big or small. Evaluating beauties with the size of their breasts was simply too foolish. Moving down, her slender waistline and perfect, smooth navel came into view. It's cold. The sickly beauty secretly looked at Yue Yang, who was starstruck and drooling with saliva, feeling embarrassed yet happy at the same time. She also felt annoyed and anxious as she quickly gave him a hint. Don't be afraid. Yue Yang returned to his senses and secretly scolded himself a fool. He perfectly knew that she had a fragile body, but he was still standing near the lakeside leisurely enjoying the view. If he accidentally caused the sickly beauty to have a chill, that really. His hands carried her legs and her shoulders as he quickly dashed into the small tent. He wrapped her body in a white quilt and started rubbing her hands to keep her warm and prevent her from getting a chill. Seeing how protective he was towards her, the sickly beauty felt warm inside. Seeing that Yue Yang was also drenched in water, the sickly beauty took a small towel and wiped his head. Although it was her first time doing that, she was as skilled as a wife serving her husband. They didn't know when it started, but the two of them started kissing each other once again. They kissed lightly, teasing and provoking the other party. Their kiss deepened as their feelings grew stronger. Yue Yang's hands were initially at her navel, but he slowly inched downwards, finally stopping on her dantian. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/dantian. Although he was drowned in lust, Yue Yang still remembered to treat her sickness. The pill that Wu Xian and him had refined with great difficulties contained goddess tears, their bloods, and innate qi. The pill was then refined with Nirvana's flame. Although it did not contain enough herbs to create the legendary rebirth pill, they had created a brand new pill that almost had the same effects as the rebirth pill. Yue Yang felt that it could still be improved by adding more herbs, hence he gave it a temporary name, Little Rebirth Pill. When they could successfully improve its effects and made it even more effective than the rebirth pill, he would name it as Nirvana Pill. There wasn't enough time to research and refine this Little Rebirth Pill into Nirvana Pill, saving the sickly beauty was more important. Maybe the strength of the medicine wouldn't be very effective, but after taking the Little Rebirth Pill, the sickly beauty wouldn't need to worry for at least a few years. This way, Yue Yang would have enough time to concoct the Nirvana Pill. Yue Yang released innate qi from his hands and channeled it into the sickly beauty's dantian, before making it flow throughout her body. The sickly beauty couldn't really get used to the feeling of his hot hand on her sensitive place, it was her first experience after all. However, she didn't reject him and tampered down her embarrassment instead. She clung onto his neck and continued to kiss him tightly. She was afraid that she would moan in a moment of distraction. The feeling of his innate qi flowing through her body was both comfortable and distressing, especially when the energy from the Little Rebirth Pill started spreading out with Yue Yang's innate qi. Her body felt unbearably hot as beads of perspiration continued to seep out from her skin, making the small tent filled with her unique fragrant smell. Yue Yang took the initiative to push down her fragile body very carefully, as if he was afraid that the sickly beauty's body would be injured if he were to use even a little bit of strength. On the contrary, she felt some kind of strange feeling, as if her weak body was able to endure his body's weight. She didn't feel choked by the pressure of his body weight on her, she felt a sense of exhilaration instead. Maybe this was what women were designed for. To her embarrassment, she could clearly feel his eagerness, hot and hard, majestically standing up, making her tremble. When he brushed across her thighs and slowly moved closer, the sickly beauty felt a rush of panic. She knew what would happen next, and understood what this would signify. It would be the end of her virginity, and the start of becoming his wife. She knew all these, but she didn't know what she should do. She was afraid that the clumsiness of her body would end up making his assault a failure. Slow, go slower. She had prepared her heart, but her body didn't know how to react. She could only stall for time in order to calm down her panic. Relax, just relax. Yue Yang's battle experience were all thought by big sister Asakawa Ran and the others. Although his theoretical knowledge was extremely high, he had never truly fought in the battlefield. He wasn't panicked, he was extremely calm as he contemplated about how to defeat the enemy's head. From now onwards, he would carve his name as the great general who emerged victorious in every battle. However, his natural reactions such as increased heartbeat and sweaty hands were unavoidable. The sickly beauty discovered that he was sweating furiously, and she immediately awakened her motherly instincts. She opened her thighs wide and forced her embarrassment down. As he was slowly inching closer, she gently guided him towards her. In the end, the knight raised his spear as he rode and charged forward, breaking into the beautiful princess castle, destroying the gates as he entered. In the midst of the sickly beauty's pained cry, Yue Yang and the sickly beauty became one. Does it hurt? Yue Yang was afraid that he was too rough and hurt the sickly beauty. Gently, more gently. The sickly beauty realized that this brat was naturally well endowed, she almost died from the pain at first. Although he was extremely gentle and careful, it was still unbearable. Furthermore, her gates that had never been opened before was weaker and more fragile than a flower. How would she be able to take such a strong attack? However, after he had successfully breached the barrier of her virginity and the two people were finally combined as one, she started to adapt to him. The pain was still there. However, beyond the sickly beauty's expectations, she could actually be able to contain the invasion that she thought she wouldn't be able to endure. Maybe this was a woman's natural ability. When the Creator creates man and woman, he definitely gifted them with their own natural abilities. Otherwise, how else could man continue their bloodline? Yue Yang's gift was extraordinary. She thought she wouldn't be able to contain that destructive weapon at first. However, looking at it now, even she, who had a weak body, could have been a woman designed by the Creator in order to fit him. The sickly beauty couldn't help but feel touched when she thought about this. She took the initiative to move in for a kiss, allowing the fire from their feelings to numb away the pain. At the same time, she clung her arms and legs tightly to her lover, welcoming his intrusion in happiness and pain. She had already become his wife. Making her lover happy and delighted was her greatest responsibility. The two lovers who were swept away by wave of emotions didn't realize that there were countless runes appearing on the skin of both of their bodies. They moved and interlinked with each other, finally combining to form a runic circle. At this time, in the little garden, Shui Wuxia, Xian, and Luo Hua sat under the eaves and looked at the starry sky. Suddenly, Shui Wuxia's body jolted. Following that, Xian and Luo Hua also felt something. Shui Wuxia pulled her sleeves and realized that the rune that appeared after having the body fusion training with Yue Yang had slowly appeared again. Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress runes also floated onto their skin, as if it was responding to something. This, seems like Yue Yang succeeded. Shui Wuxia immediately stood up, looked up to the sky and mumbled. Then, she returned to her rooms to rest. Would our bodies respond whenever that fellow do bad things? When Luo Hua City Mistress heard Shui Wuxia's words, her face blushed red and she quickly returned to her rooms, in order to avoid Princess Xian seeing her embarrassed face. However, when she walked past Princess Xian, she quickly reached out and grabbed Princess Xian's proud breasts. As Princess Xian stared at her in shock, she quickly escaped back into her room and laughed. No wonder Yue Yang always drooled when he looked at you. The feeling is really good, haha. If you want to play, just play with your own. Princess Xian was extremely furious. Her anger immediately fell onto Yue Yang again. Damned pervert, you are so annoying. So annoying. On the second day, Yue Yang woke up from the most comfortable night that he had ever slept. He was filled with energy all over his body. Other than the Yang fire ability and Yin ice ability in his body, there was another mysterious ability in his body that maintained the balance between fire and ice, allowing them to mix perfectly in his Dantian point. That mysterious energy was extremely tiny yet extremely powerful, able to move the Yang fire ability and Yin ice ability easily. It could move the two powers throughout his whole body at any point of time, strengthening Yue Yang's adaptability to the powers. It could also absorb the heaven and earth's pure energy slowly and stored it inside Yue Yang's Dantian, relentlessly improving his fire and ice ability. Yue Yang didn't understand. Did this mysterious ability appeared as a present for becoming adults with the sickly beauty? Did he get the ability last night? With regards to things he didn't understand, Yue Yang's method of dealing with it was to brush it aside. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the sickly beauty who was only draped with a piece of clothing was lying on top of him. She was observing his body as she took note of something in her book. Yue Yang was speechless. He didn't know that she had this kind of hobby. Yue Yang was about to tease her a little as he planned to push her beautiful body down again for a second round of expedition that was halted yesterday due to her lack of manpower for battle. His hands were embracing the sickly beauty's slender waist, but suddenly, to his surprise, he discovered that their bodies were filled with various runes. No wonder the sickly beauty had taken out her book to take note of these runes. She was a runes fanatic after all. Don't move, I still haven't seen it clearly. The sickly beauty stopped his impudent hand that was traveling up towards her beautiful mounds, and moved it down to her waist. She lightly kissed him on the lips in order to appease him. Then she continued to record the runes. Yue Yang's hand slided down and rubbed her butt, which was surprisingly elastic and bouncy. The sickly beauty glared at him extremely cutely, but she didn't stop him. If it were her last time, she would definitely stop him, but right now she was already his little wife. Her snow-white hands lightly pressed against his chest, expressing her wish to continue observing the runes on his body and turning his surging feelings down. She knew that he would definitely not agree if she continued to observe the runes, hence she said, sort of cutely, scoundrel, I'm still sore over there. Who told you to be so rough last night? My waist is about to break, I can't do it again now. Seeing that Yue Yang's expression was filled with regret, she hurriedly assured him with the gentleness of a wife, lightly kissing his lips, just let me rest a while. You don't have to be in such a hurry to do it again. As she finished her words, she stuck out her tongue and licked his lips, coaxing him as she pushed him back down. You didn't sleep enough last night, go and sleep again. Although Yue Yang wasn't tired, he wanted to get a sense of the new mysterious ability in his body. He closed his eyes as the sickly beauty continued to copy the runes on his body down onto her notebook. He silently tried to unleash the mysterious ability in his Dantian point, closely sensing it. This kind of mysterious ability might have been awakened from his own body, or was obtained from the sickly beauty's body. Yue Yang couldn't sense the origin of this ability yet as of now, but he knew that it maintained the harmony of his body and was a great advantage to his body. Furthermore, the energy was extremely pure, but a little different from innate qi. Innate qi wouldn't be able to balance the two kinds of opposing abilities, it was a lone existence, unique and unmatched. This kind of mysterious energy could easily amalgamate the two opposing abilities and even split them back into two again. It controlled them with a smooth and gentle movement, moving them. The mysterious ability's greatest difference was that it was completely a passive skill with no attacking capabilities at all. It only improved his body's abilities. Of course, this kind of supporting skill was also extremely formidable in a way. Yue Yang could feel that if he could develop this mysterious ability even more, his combat power will increase by multiple fold. Yue Yang closed his eyes as he touched the sickly beauty's dantian point. The sickly beauty thought he was being naughty and wanted to fan her flames of desire. She slapped his hands lightly, grabbed it and kissed it a little, before putting his hand on her waist once again, telling him to hug her and sleep. Although it was only for a few seconds, Yue Yang could clearly feel that there was also the mysterious ability inside the sickly beauty's body. It was just that the mysterious ability inside her was still very weak, almost non-existent, hence she wasn't able to feel it. With regards to this, Yue Yang had a sudden realization. This might just be the husband and wife realm body fusion that the pitiful guy's mother had said existed during the ancient times. The pitiful guy's mother didn't record any information with regards to this ability. Maybe she did, but Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision wasn't able to fully see the information, hence he always didn't understand it. When Yue Yang finally sensed that the sickly beauty also had the ability in her body, he realized that he had accidentally mastered the higher realm of body fusion and that was double body fusion. According to the pitiful guy's mother's records, Yue Yang shouldn't be able to reach it this fast. Yue Yang suspected that he could master it so quickly because he was an innate ranker, or maybe because he had mastered the innate invisible sword qi. Maybe it was because the combination of the sickly beauties and his bodies were so perfect that they naturally mastered the double body fusion. With this thought, Yue Yang's imagination started to run wild. Having double body fusion with the sickly beauty allowed him to acquire a mysterious ability. What would happen if he tried cultivating double body fusion with Luo Hua, Xian, Wu Xia, and the others? If he continued to train with them, would he be able to develop this mysterious ability? If the answer was yes, then wouldn't he be able to live a blissful sexual life with the three of them and still train to be stronger each time? Most importantly, if he had this excuse, it would be perfectly justifiable for them to train double body fusion with him too, they wouldn't feel so awkward doing it. Suddenly, Yue Yang had the urge to flip through the pitiful guy's mother's diary. Seems like there were still some secrets hidden inside. Last time his level 4 divine vision might not be able to see through it, but now that it had leveled up to level 5, with the addition of the Heaven Eyes ability that could be combined with divine vision to become Heaven Eyes divine vision, he should be able to see through more hidden secrets. When Yue Yang thought about this, he immediately turned around and stood up. This made the sickly beauty jumped in shock. At first she thought he couldn't hold it anymore, so she hit him shyly, "Let's do it at night, I'm really still sore over there." When she saw him taking out a diary from his lich ring, she realized that he only wanted to read the diary, and not her. Immediately, she blushed a little, feeling a little guilty for her misunderstanding. The sickly beauty kissed Yue Yang lightly as she reached out and caressed his stomach. She had actually wanted to go further down and touch his dragon spear to soothe his desire, but in the end, due to her embarrassment, she shifted her hands to his chest instead. "Let me finish copying the runes first, they are slowly disappearing. I'll help you later on." Although Yue Yang's desire was great, he wasn't really in a hurry to want her immediately. In any case, her body was weaker than any normal girl's, and she just lost her virginity. If he forced her to do it now, he would only injure her body. He gave him a smile and hugged her body. Then, he continued to read the diary and activated his innate qi. With Heaven Eyes divine vision, he moved one step further in searching the secret. The sickly beauty didn't know what kind of secret was hidden in that diary, but she didn't ask Yue Yang about his private matters. Once again concentrating on copying the runes, every time she finished copying a rune, she would happily kiss Yue Yang's body, showing her joy. In order to search through the hidden secrets inside the diary, Yue Yang had even slightly released his innate level 1 power. Luckily he had now perfectly mastered the yin ability. Otherwise, he could probably blast away the quilt covering their bodies just by slightly releasing his innate qi. Yue Yang condensed the innate qi into a sphere using his water ability, then turned it into a ribbon and twined it around his hands. He then touched the pitiful guy's mother's diary with his hands that was wrapped in innate qi. Normally, if he did this last time, he wouldn't succeed because the innate qi would destroy the diary when it touched it. However, now that Yue Yang had managed to control his own innate qi, he was able to make it as light as wind and as gentle as water. Indeed, this method worked well. Seems like this diary needed innate qi to be opened. Yue Yang was overjoyed. Suddenly, there was a beautiful voice in his mind that resounded, "My precious darling, if you can listen to Mom's voice, you must have already become an innate ranker. Mom is really happy for you, my darling. Mom has a lot of things to tell you. I want to tell you a lot of hidden secrets that I knew and pass on all the knowledge I have uncovered to you. However, there's a limited memory in this diary, so Mom couldn't tell you everything. Darling, my son, please forgive Mom. Mom is not a good mother, I couldn't give you anything in this world, nor the emotional support that you needed. Compared to Xian, I really failed as a mother. I don't know how you managed to rise into the innate realm, but I know that you must have worked hard, you must have spent so much effort to reach it. Mom is really proud of you. I really wished I could see how you look after becoming an innate. Maybe you have become taller than Mom right now, or maybe you have gotten married or fathered a son. My darling, maybe you think that innates are the highest realm that a human can reach. However, Mom wants to tell you that the answer is no. Innate is only the front door or a stepping stone to a much higher realm that humans could reach. When you finally reach that higher realm, you would understand what is life actually. You would be an existence that not even gods could be. In the extreme point, you will understand all the complexity and secrets of life that would not be explainable in words, not even with 1,000,000 of words. What Mom has acquired, the knowledge that I have understood, is simply 1,000th of everything, or maybe less than that. However, my son, I hope you could continue to move forward in the path that Mom had walked before, and search for more knowledge, walk a greater distance than me. Son, Mom really miss you, I miss you every single day. However, regretfully, I can't live together with you. Xian would be a greater mother to you than me. With her taking care of you, I feel very assured. My darling, Mom can't give you anything, I can only tell you the knowledge that I have learned and hope that it will help you in some way. Countless of knowledge suddenly poured into Yue Yang's mind. If it were last time, he would definitely not be able to take it. But after breaking through the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi, his powers had advanced by leaps and bounds. The amount of knowledge that Yue Yang could store had also expanded. He was able to accommodate much more knowledge without a problem. Although he wasn't able to organize and fully comprehend everything, he was able to store them. Yue Yang could slowly understand it later on. The pitiful guy's mother wanted to pass on all her knowledge to her son. Who would have known that she would pass it on to Yue Yang, the guy from another world instead? Of course, in Yue Yang's heart, he saw her as his mother. Just like how Yue Yang viewed fourth mother as his other mother. After acquiring the knowledge, Yue Yang immediately turned into a whole new person. The runes that he couldn't understand initially, he could slowly understand the meaning behind them. As for the record of the double body fusion skill in the diary that wasn't complete, Yue Yang could finally understand it completely. With the addition of Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi, an innate ranked skill, and his unrivaled comprehending ability, he became even more knowledgeable about double body fusion. He became more experienced, so much that he could even enhance the power of double body fusion. Thank you, mother. Yue Yang forced himself to calm down, and beat down the impulse of jumping up and down and cheering out loud to the sky. He took a deep breath and sincerely thanked the mother who had passed on her knowledge to him, his voice a little shaky. After getting the knowledge that the pitiful guy's mother had passed on to him, Yue Yang felt like his whole mind had been enlightened. He was just like a student, who didn't know anything at first and was drowned in the knowledge of primary, secondary, high school, university or even higher. Although he wasn't able to fully digest it, at least he was already enlightened. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to absorb all the knowledge and became a real university student. That was Yue Yang's current situation. Beasts, combat skills, runes, scope, knowledge, secrets. In short, every single thing was laid before his eyes, dazzling him and confusing him. He was almost drowned in the tsunami-like wave of knowledge. What happened to you? The sickly beauty found out that Yue Yang's expression became strange. She felt like there was a strange kind of light in his face. From this diary, I received the knowledge that my mother has passed on to me. Yue Yang shamelessly called the pitiful guy's mother as his own mom. However, he must first fix this first. Before the fake Yu Chu slandered him for being a fake Yue Yang obviously had to tread carefully. He would definitely not let the women he loved suspect him. Last time, he didn't have the chance to retaliate, but with the passing on of knowledge from the diary, Yue Yang wanted to hint to the girls that he was unmistakably the third young master of the Yu clan. This was because he was able to acquire the knowledge that the pitiful guy's mother had passed on. With this argument, no matter what kind of move the fake Yu Chu would throw at him, these girls would definitely not believe him. When Shui Wuxia knew that he had acquired the pitiful guy's mother's passing on of knowledge, he believed that she would be very happy. Yue Yang could feel that Shui Wuxia did not care about whether he was fake or real, nor did she try to closely investigate the truth. But if he could inherit his mother's knowledge, this proved that the dark thoughts that Shui Wuxia had suspected from the Virgo temple was wrong. She would obviously feel more comfortable with this. Really? That's great. The sickly beauty was extremely delighted. There was nothing that could make the sickly beauty happier other than gaining more knowledge. In the sickly beauty's mind, even mountains of gold and silver couldn't compare to the value of a book. If Yue Yang had gotten anything else, she wouldn't be so excited. This was actually the first time Yue Yang had seen the sickly beauty have such an expression. Her small face was actually scarlet from her extreme excitement, and her eyes seemed to radiate a wild glow of joy. She was so happy that she couldn't help but kiss his face multiple times with her cherry lips while she merrily cheered. He felt a surge of happiness in his heart, and decided to give her a nicer surprise. Wu Hen, while there is still no way to absorb even 1% of the knowledge I inherited from Mom, I seem to be able to decipher runes now. For example, this rune on my arm should mean vitality. Obviously, the meanings and variation behind this rune are plentiful. Using just the word vitality to describe it is nowhere near enough. If vitality and life runes are combined, then it would transform into youth restoration. If combined with battle, then it transforms into plentiful endurance. If combined with sweet dew, it would become curing sickness. Wow! The sickly beauty euphorically looked at Yue Yang, almost about to go insane with happiness. She was a rune fanatic. She had always been one since she was young. For the sake of runes, she'd even continuously tested on her own body, to the point that her body was finally unable to bear it and she had almost lost her life. Now that she'd heard that Yue Yang could understand the runes, she was so excited that her cheeks were practically streaming with tears. She embraced his arm, and repeatedly asked him to dispel her doubts, like a dehydrated person about to die that had just received a bottle of clear and fresh spring water. Runes are also called God's language, as said inside the knowledge I had inherited. Mom also didn't know who created them at first, she only segregated them into several categories. One is ancient runes, these are what we are seeing right now. There is a total of 72 ancient runes, every single one expressing different meanings from the other. When combined, there are countless permutations that could be used. Another kind is the immemorial runes. There are a total of 36 runes, and each of them are extremely rare. It would be extremely difficult for us to see. The immemorial runes are extremely strong. Right, the world exterminating will is created with an immemorial rune as the foundation. There is also another type of runes that are slightly weaker, they are called heaven runes. It was said that these runes originated from the heaven realm. Although its power is incomparable to the ancient runes, let alone immemorial runes, it is still extremely powerful to us, humans of the Soaring Dragon Continent. The silver runes that you have been researching on is one of the heaven runes. Different from the ancient runes and the immemorial runes, the heaven runes are bound to a limitation, that's why your body has been affected. The last type of rune is dwarf rune. This rune is actually not a type of summoning runes like the first two, it could only be used externally by engraving it in a metal object or an article. Furthermore, its effects are extremely weak. Not many people in the Soaring Dragon Continent knew about this, but the puppets that the Yu clan had created was built by one kind of dwarf rune. According to the knowledge that was passed on to me by mother, right now, forget about the Soaring Dragon Continent, even in the numerous districts in the Tongtian Tower, only a small number of people could use the dwarf runes. This kind of dwarf runes are actually a subdivision of heaven rune, but it had declined in use in the Soaring Dragon Continent for a very long time. Only the dwarves in the outer realm still used these runes to the present day. Hence, it was named the dwarf runes. So it was like that, the sickly beauty felt intoxicated after hearing this. The runes are a type of special summoning art. Like summoning beasts, each person has a limit to their abilities. Yue Yang's knowledge was like an unceasing torrent waves as he explained to the sickly beauty. You mean to say that there are too many runes on my body, and I have reached more than full capacity? The sickly beauty caught the main point of this issue. That's part of the reason. The most important thing is that the heaven rune is a type of flawed rune. It cannot compare to the ancient rune, let alone the immemorial rune. It has a large recoil damage effect on the user. Although you studied the heaven rune and your body was able to gain things from it, you also pretty much paid the cost with your life. Yue Yang mainly said this to encourage her not to focus her research on the heaven rune so that her body wouldn't sustain any more harm. It's a pity that although I inherited the knowledge, my understanding of the runes still isn't enough. Yue Yang sighed. He had obtained a mountain of treasures, as well as the key to open it, but his power alone wasn't enough to move such a large mountain. It was like learning a language. He could read and write every word, but he had no way of writing out an entire essay. Being able to understand the runes didn't mean he could use them. Of course, Yue Yang still hadn't completely absorbed the knowledge inherited from the pitiful guy's mother. After he had digested it all, he'd definitely be able to use the runes. Right now, he could only feel impatience, which was why he had sighed. The sickly beauty hurriedly assured him. She knew that being able to gain this passed down knowledge was already the greatest fortune. In comparison, she had personally spent so many years to research it, yet gained nothing. That could only be called a failure. Don't worry, we already have a certain amount of understanding about runes. We no longer have to go around, unable to see the whole picture. As long as we have time, we'll definitely be able to express its true power. The sickly beauty held Yue Yang in her arms, her soft and silky body sticking to him as she lightly kissed his lips, calming him down. Come, let's research a little. Let's start by the easiest one, the dwarf runes. Yue Yang remembered that the elder Yue Hai had ever asked Fourth Mother to give Yue Yang a puppet encyclopedia. At that time, he didn't care about it, because the puppet encyclopedia could only show the complex puppet manufacturing and creation methods that made Yue Yang's head spin. Hence he didn't research it very much. However, after seeing it once again, this was practically primary school level. The process of puppet creation would be extremely complex for a warrior that did not have related knowledge to this. However, for Yue Yang who had received his mother's inherited knowledge, it was simply a piece of cake. Even though Yue Yang had never created one before, even when he was looking at an unknown beast, he had immediately understood with one look. Turns out this thing works this way. Just like a university student looking at a primary school question, even though it had many different variation, it was still very easy to understand. In the puppet encyclopedia, the most mysterious and difficult rune engravement was actually the easiest for Yue Yang. This was even easier than the mantra that Yue Yang used to memorize when he was young, 1 times 1 equals 1, 1 times 2 equals 2, lastly 9 times 9 equals 81. Yue Yang could easily understand the meaning behind each and every one of the dwarf runes. With one look, he was able to understand what kind of effect they would have when one rune was combined with another. He didn't need to memorize them one by one like how the Yue clan elders had been doing. In the puppet encyclopedia, Yue Yang had even spotted a dozen over mistakes. The only thing that surprised Yue Yang was that in the combinations of runes that the Yue clan elders had copied from Ghost Genius Yu Gong, none of them were copied wrongly. Yue Yang summoned the quintet golden puppet mice once again and clasped them in his hands. With Heaven Eye's divine vision, he was shocked to see what he saw. In each of the quintet golden puppet mice's heart, the runes installed were absolutely not the dwarf runes, the only type of runes that the Yue clan could use. Instead, it was an ancient rune. In each of the quintet golden puppet mice's body and 4 limbs, there were even a few heaven runes that were combined with each other. What an exquisite beast! This ghost genius Yu Gong was indeed an extremely extraordinary fellow. Only then did Yue Yang finally see the truth. He was completely shocked by the way the ghost genius Yu Gong had created this quintet golden puppet mice. He thought, no wonder Yu Gong could become one of the Yue clan's 3 Renaissance heroes. With the knowledge he had grasped, if they could use it well, forget about reviving the Yue clan, they could even improve the strength of the whole Xia kingdom, of the whole Soaring Dragon Continent. It was a pity that the ghost genius Yu Gong died early. Otherwise he would definitely be a prominent character that would be praised even thousands of years after his death. The common folks were not wrong in respecting Yu Gong as one of the 2 saints. Ghost genius Yu Gong, he was definitely worthy of the saint title. Compared to Yue Yang who had inherited the knowledge, the sickly beauty still couldn't understand the runes fully even after looking at it strenuously. Yue Yang continued to flip the pages instead of waiting for her. However, she was at ease. As long as her husband could grasp all these mysterious summoning runes, she was fine with anything. She could slowly learn from him, she was not in a rush. Let's take a look at your notes. After he finished looking through the puppet grimoire, Yue Yang had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He wanted to put it into practice, but he didn't have the required materials right now, otherwise he would have created a puppet as an experiment. He suddenly remembered the research that the sickly beauty had done. Overjoyed, he decided to take a look at the heaven runes, which were slightly more difficult. Here. The sickly beauty happily gave her notes that she usually treasured a lot to Yue Yang. Her eyes were glistening brightly as she watched Yue Yang looking through her notes seriously. What kind of man is the most charming? Some women might like brave warriors who fought in bloody wars, thinking that generals who had succeeded in many battles were the most handsome. Some women might like warriors who fought giant dragons. They thought these warriors had no fear at all. A warrior who dared to slay dragons was the most handsome and heroic. In this world, there are people who liked princes who had high status. There are people who liked men who are courteous and elegant. There were even people who liked the rough and rowdy mercenaries. But in the sickly beauty's heart, she liked a scholar with a wide and vast library of knowledge instead. For example, she thought that the figure of Yue Yang, who had inherited the knowledge from his mother, studying the runes seriously with all of his heart, was the most handsome and attractive. A man is the most handsome when he is seriously working hard. The sickly beauty didn't remember when, but she had read that quote from a book before. Right now, she felt that the quote was extremely true. 3 days later, Yue Yang brought the sickly beauty back to the little flower garden. Right now, it wasn't the time for them to experience their 2-people world. There was still a huge load of things that Yue Yang needed to do. At first, Princess Xian and the others didn't thought that Yue Yang would return so quickly. They even thought that this brat would enjoy his life for a week before returning. Of course, that was not the main point. The main point was that when Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress saw the sickly beauty's appearance, they seemed to be looking out for something. Shui Wuxia and Yu Bing welcomed them back warmly. One welcomed her cousin who had acquired a new life while the other threw herself into her brother's arms. The sickly beauty was very wifely. After becoming Yue Yang's wife, even after coming to the manor in the little flower garden, she still sat beside him. With regards to the question did it hurt, that Luohua city mistress whispered, she simply smiled but didn't reply. Princess Xian thought that it would be weird if it was not painful. Princess Xian had already seen Yue Yang's little brother anyway. If such a monster enter her body, wouldn't she die of pain? However, Princess Xian was quite surprised that the sickly beauty's weak and fragile body was able to endure it. Furthermore, she saw that the sickly beauty's face was emitting radiance. Her complexion was not pale anymore, instead, she radiated with a rosy flush that was both gentle and refined. She exuded an indescribable beauty and mystery. Princess Xian thought that the sickly beauty would be injured because of Yue Yang, and would need to be carried back. She thought she would need a few months of bed rest. But right now, not only has the sickly beauty's body turned out for the better, it was even shining with a bright radiance. It really made Princess Xian wonder in confusement, could it be that being pushed down by Yue Yang had a beautifying effect? Yue Yang has already mastered the double body fusion. Shui Wuxia wasn't surprised at the sickly beauty's words. Since the sickly beauty had already done the double body fusion, with Yue Yang's genius talent in mastering skills, it wasn't strange that he had already mastered double body fusion by now. However, the sickly beauty's next words had thoroughly shocked Shui Wuxia. The sickly beauty had said, he has also mastered rune powers. Yue Yang quickly supplied an additional explanation, I only mastered a part of it. Roughly said, I have mastered 10% of the heaven runes, 1% of the ancient runes and 0.1% of the immemorial runes. As for dwarf runes, it's not really counted as a summoning rune, so there's no use for it even though you have mastered 100% of it. He then explained the truth about runes to Princess Xian and the others, and also about the knowledge inheritance he had gotten from his mother. Xian, Luohua and the others were completely shocked. Yu was extremely touched when she heard it. Xiao San managed to receive Ant's knowledge inheritance, this must be blessings from the heavens and our Yu clan ancestors. Having the power of mastering ancient runes, even just 1% of it, was already an extremely destructive power. Furthermore, with the passing of time, Yue Yang would be able to absorb more and more knowledge. He would still be able to continue understanding and improving the runes. The information about ancient runes was extremely deep, hence it was more difficult to grasp. As for immemorial runes, it was needless to say. Yue Yang could only feel a small portion of the window to the knowledge. Right now, Yue Yang wanted to focus on heaven runes. In those 3 days, after Yue Yang and the sickly beauty was enlightened with their research, Yue Yang had mastered around 10% of the heaven runes. The sickly beauty, on the other hand, mastered much lesser than Yue Yang. Although she had researched for a long time, she still couldn't comprehend them. She only managed to master around 1% of the knowledge. When they returned to the little flower garden, she shared with Princess Xian, Luohua city mistress and the other girls the fruits of their labor. With all of them researching and studying all together, sharing their knowledges, their learning speed became much faster. Each person learned new information in a different way after all. Maybe in some cases, Princess Xian and the others would be able to do it and understand it better. In order to strengthen her persuasive power, the sickly beauty summoned her crystal armor beast. In order to allow the sickly beauty's body to recover completely, Yue Yang had used a lot of innate qi to reorganize the heaven runes on her body. Of course, he couldn't completely change everything in just a short time. However, Yue Yang didn't have to worry because it was only a matter of time. Every time he reorganized the heaven runes inside her body in the correct arrangement, her body would change drastically. The only problem was breaking up the heaven runes inside her body. Yue Yang would need to spend quite a lot of work on that. The sickly beauty, whose runes had been rearranged and finally truly learned heaven runes, experienced a great increase in her powers. When Xian, Luohua, Yu, Yinan and Yu Bing saw the beast armor that the sickly beauty had summoned, not only has the crystal armor 100% complete, her whole body had also become as transparent as a crystal. She looked like a crystal beauty. Even after removing her crystal armor, Princess Xian couldn't injure the sickly beauty when she tried to slash her arms with a dagger. The sickly beauty said that because she wasn't an expert in combat skills, she could only showcase 30% of her powers. If it were Princess Xian or Luohua city mistress who had the heaven runes on her body instead, they would definitely be much stronger than her. When she said this, Princess Xian and Luohua city mistress both became very excited. Other than hoping to improve their combat capabilities, they also envy the sickly beauty's crystal-like body. Since it is helpful to increase our combat abilities, I accept it. Princess Xian was not very interested in researching runes, but she couldn't reject the possibility of increasing her combat abilities. She didn't have to train anyway, she only needed to allow Yue Yang to try the heaven runes on her body. With regards to whether Yue Yang would take advantage of her body when he does that or not, she decided to ignore it. Heaven runes were similar to beast summons. It was just that it was not a living organism, it could only help its master but it didn't have any awareness. It could loosely be considered as special type summon beast, but it didn't need to take up a space in the summoning grimoire. When the sickly beauty was teaching the knowledge that she knew to Qian, Luo Hua, Yinan, Yu and Yu Bing, Shui Wuxia pulled Yue Yang to the side and asked some questions about the sickly beauty. In the end, other than slightly praising Yue Yang for successfully accomplishing his attack, she sighed slowly, "My older cousin is extremely reserved last time. Even if you want to be good to her, it's too late for you to give her an unforgettable romance. But she would definitely be a good wife to you, be good to her in the future, okay? Love need not be stormy and passionate, it can also be smoothly flowing like an endless flow of water." Yue Yang was slightly speechless, was she asking him to date Wu Hen after marriage? But when he thought about it again, he felt that what Shui Wuxia said made sense. The sickly beauty had a passive character, it would be more suitable for her to date after getting married. As he continued to think, he thought about how Wuxia had spent so much effort for her and the sickly beauty. He couldn't help but feel extremely moved as he reached out his hands and pulled Shui Wuxia towards him, hugging her tightly in his arms. Shui Wuxia didn't reject him, but she gave him a look of rebuke. Time passed quickly and the sickly beauty continued to pass on the knowledge of heaven runes that she learnt from Yue Yang to Princess Xian and the others. On the other hand, Yue Yang experimented creating a puppet beast with the materials that Shui Wuxia got from outside. Hui Tai Lang was still sleeping in the courtyard, snoring away. That day, the old fox suddenly came running in a miserable state, as if there were 100 hungry wolves chasing him from behind. It was only until he had teleported to the entrance of Little Flower Garden, saw Yue Yang and the others, that he finally sighed a breath of relief. "That's good. Brat, fortunately you didn't came out. Otherwise the sky will probably collapse." "What did you say? You were about to storm into Yu Clan Castle? Why do you have to seek death when you can live your days happily here? Are you that bored of your life?" Yue Yang was extremely speechless when he heard that. Seems like the old fox had learnt fatty Hass mannerisms and sayings. Why do they have to pick up all the internet slangs that he had used in passing and blew it out of proportion? He had not managed to speak before he was assaulted with the continuous torrents of the old fox's walking stick. The old fox was definitely trying to return some personal grudge. It had been difficult for him to nurture his precious daughter. However, before he managed to hear her call him daddy for a few times, Yue Yang had already snatched her away. The worst thing was that Yue Yang had never asked his permission nor gave them betrothal gifts, his precious daughter was given away to Yue Yang just like that. If Shui Wuxia had not told him, he would even still be in the dark, unaware that his daughter had been ravished by this wolf, although he was her father. In this kind of situation, how could he not be furious? "Damn it, I'll get angry if you hit me any more than this." Yue Yang grabbed hold of the walking stick with one hand and the old fox's collar with his other hand. His eyes glared at the old foxes as he said, "Your daughter is about to die, what I did it to save her, you understand? Furthermore, I like her and she likes me too. This is a union of love. Why are you causing trouble now? Even if it's a union of love, I still have to beat you up. You think it's easy for me to have a daughter?" The old fox roared. Betrothal gifts weren't given, guests weren't invited, even he as her father didn't know about it. This brat should be thankful that he didn't fight him to death. The sickly beauty suddenly shouted in alarm and ran forward, blocking right in front of Yue Yang. She seemed a little awkward and embarrassed as she spoke softly, "What are you doing? It's not his fault. Go in quickly, don't be an embarrassment in front of the others. I'll explain to you slowly inside." Yue Yang took the opportunity to wink at the old fox, telling him that he shouldn't be jealous of him. Daughters would eventually marry and leave with their husbands sooner or later. The old fox cried river of tears in his heart. When he finally sat down inside and drank the tea that the sickly beauty and Yue Yang had served to him, the old fox finally felt much better. Shiro, Chinese tradition, bride and groom will serve tea to their elders during marriage ceremony. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Chinese_T_culture. Furthermore, Princess Xian and the others were all there. As the elder, he also found it embarrassing to be throwing a tantrum in front of them. After taking the cup of tea, the old fox acted old and wise as he asked Yue Yang, "Stinky brat, what are you busy with these days? The whole courtyard is filled with broken stuff, don't tell me you are trying to create a puppet beast? Let me tell you, you should give up quickly. You are not made for this stuff. You might be amongst the average in mastering combat skills, but with regards to creating puppet beasts, brat, do you even know what runes are?" The old fox thought that Yue Yang had learned a little rune from his daughter and wanted to create a puppet beast. He really wanted to mock and laugh at him in his heart. This brat was usually such a genius, it was very rare to have a chance to mock him. He must mock him no matter what. Furthermore, he was currently his father-in-law, he must definitely give him an earful. At first, the old fox's smile carried a little smugness. However, Yu Bing, who could not accept her brother getting misunderstood, immediately retorted. Her words almost made the old fox lose face and could not face the world anymore. Only then did the old fox understood that he had made a mistake. Turns out this brat had acquired the knowledge that his mother had passed on to him and had become super strong right now. He was immediately speechless. Then what kind of beasts have you created? Seems like it's a humanoid puppet beast. The old fox coughed a little and changed the topic. I failed. I actually wanted to create a battle-type puppet, but who would know when I finished, it could only become a puppet that could only do menial work. When I created another, it ended up the same. Yue Yang had actually wanted to create an extremely strong puppet beast. He had high ambitions, he wanted to create at least a gold rank level 6 beast and above. However, he lacked the materials and was unable to fulfill the requirements. When it was finally finished, Yue Yang discovered that it was only a bronze ranked level 6 beast. Yue Yang must as well modify it to become a worker beast to help him do his menial work, rather than taking it out to fight. Haha, I knew it would end up that way. The old fox laughed until tears flowed from his eyes. No, that's not right. Brother's puppet is extremely strong, it's just that it lacked the materials. Yu Bing hurriedly helped her brother to explain. Hearing Yu Bing's explanation, the old fox looked at Yue Yang and mumbled, this fool, letting a bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beast to do menial work, that was a luxury that not even emperors could afford. A bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beast, even the Yu clan castle only had a few of them. This brat had actually said that he would only use it for menial work. The old fox was really speechless. The old fox ran out the courtyard to see the puppet beast, and discovered that Yue Yang's puppet beast was indeed very good. Clicking his tongue and praising Yue Yang, he asked, these two puppet beasts are your first creations, you should keep them well for keepsake. Did you think of a name? Otherwise, do you want me to make use of my profound mind and nimble brain to think of one for you? Yue Yang didn't need to spend a lot of effort to name his beast. The old fox asked him what are the names. Yue Yang calmly replied, the left one will be called Megatron, the right one is Optimus Prime. When he said that, the old fox almost spit out his saliva. After coughing for a long while, he finally smiled weakly, did you think that those were suitable names for puppets that will do menial work? Forget it, how about this unfinished puppet? What are you going to call it? Yue Yang replied again with an extremely serious expression, I am thinking of naming this Ultraman, I made it especially to beat up small monsters. The old fox's head smashed right onto the ground. Although Yue Yang who was detached from the outside world had failed making gold-ranked level 6 puppet beasts miserably and that he only managed to acquire 2 bronze-ranked level 6 puppet beast, the old fox didn't belittle him. He must have the best materials in order to create a gold-ranked level 6 puppet beasts. Because he was too abnormal, everything he did was different from the others. At first, the old fox was prepared to persuade Yue Yang to stay at the little flower garden for a while more. He didn't want Yue Yang to fight against the fake Yu Chu yet. This was because the fake Yu Chu had at least a few innate rankers backing him up from behind the scenes. He also had the Thousand Goblins sect, the Green Summit sect and Xiaijin Kingdom's support. As for whether the Demonic Palace, the Demon Abyss or the fallen Eastern Goblin tribe members were supporting him, the old fox couldn't be too sure. In this kind of situation, he felt that it would be best if Yue Yang didn't open fire. He should wait for Elder Yu Hai and Junwu Yu to come back first. However, Yue Yang thought that now was the best time for attack. When Elder Yu Hai and the others returned, they might be able to see through something wrong with Yue Yang. Hence, Yue Yang thought that he must eliminate the fake Yu Chu before they come back. He was a fake one anyway, let's see who would emerge as the victor in a fight between imposter and another imposter. He shall see who had more capabilities. Yue Yang didn't set off immediately because he was waiting for Hui Tai Lang to awaken from his sleep. Hui Tai Lang was his good helping hand, Yue Yang would definitely bring it along. In this upcoming battle, he might just be able to kill another 2 innates. If Hui Tai Lang ate them, maybe he could even evolve to become the world-destroying demon wolf, which was much stronger than innate rank. After another day, Hui Tai Lang finally awakened. It had become platinum ranked level 5 world-destroying demon wolf. When it woke up, it opened its eyes widely, and its body was immediately engulfed in a pillar of hell flame that rose high up to the sky, almost 20 meters tall. Its aura that was as terrifying as a demon king's was as strong as a hurricane, blasting off as a shock wave, spreading outwards in a circle. Even at the edge of a 5 kilometers radius, one could still clearly feel its mighty aura. Its thunderous roar that could was even mightier than thunder reverberated through the air. It hasn't reached the limits of its potential yet. This fellow would definitely rise to diamond rank sooner or later. The old fox was extremely shocked by the amount of energy inside Hui Tai Lang's body. Stupid dog, you are scaring Bing Er. I'll slaughter you and roast your dog meat. Yue Yang bestowed Hui Tai Lang with a kick. Wang. Hui Tai Lang was extremely proud of itself at first, but when it heard Yue Yang, it hurriedly restrained its aura and pretended to be a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demon wolf. It then wagged its tail and hopped towards Yu Bing, showing that it was a loyal and obedient dog that would never scare its master. Time to go, our goal is the Yu clan castle. Under Yue Yang's tutelage for these period of time, Princess Xian's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She was kind of eager to test it out on her enemies and see how far has she improved. She was not the only one who thought that way. Luohua City Mistress, Yinan, and Yu Bing were also burning brightly with fighting spirit. Of course, the person with the deadliest killing intent and fighting spirit was Yue Yang. He punched his fist into the air and shouted, "Let's go! Let's go!" LLS Chapter 276 Follow Yu Clan Village. The current Yu Clan village was completely different than last time. After being wrecked by the numerous experts from Shui clan, although it had been rebuilt later on, due to Elder Yu Hai being taken hostage and the substitute clan leader Yu Xian running away, the new substitute clan leader Yu Qiu who had taken control had ordered the Yu clan village to be built into a defensive fort. The previously level ground had been barricaded with walls. The walls were much shorter than castle walls but had just about the same thickness. The walls were made up of a mud layer on the outside, a brick layer in the middle and a layer of wood right inside. As it had only been built not long ago, the wall wasn't very stable at the moment. There were some places that even required huge pillars of wood for support in order to bear the weight of the guards patrolling back and forth on top of the wall and not crack. One of the Yu clan branch family member, Lin Miao, and his cousin Lin Lei were doing day patrol duty together. Under the blazing sun, they rounded the perimeter again and again. Lin Miao had a small guts. He did not dare to be like his cousin Lin Lei who had smuggled a bottle of beer in his clothes, drinking it as they continued their patrol. Although they obviously know no one would come, they still need to pretend they were patrolling. The second butler who had just been promoted had an extremely bad temper. Furthermore, he was very petty and arrogant. He would often ride his fast horses and rode down from the Yu clan castle to the Yu clan village, intimidating and shouting at the branch family's member like a fox in a tiger's fur. Shiro, second butler from the second branch of the family, if the second butler caught them drinking beers when they should be patrolling, it wouldn't end by having their whole month's pay cut off, they would probably be caned too. Of course, that dog's lackey would normally be checking on them in this kind of blazing hot weather. His white and fat body that looked like a pig wouldn't be able to endure such torture. It was so much better last time, sigh. Lin Miao sighed. Last time, before the Yu clan master was taken prisoner and the substitute clan master escaping Yu clan, although the status of the members of the Yu clan branch families wasn't high, they didn't fall as low as slaves. Even amongst the few young masters of the Yu clan, other than Yu Bao who was a little irritating, the rest were still alright. For example, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were only arrogant. Although it would be impossible to talk to them like equals, when they paid respects to them, Yu Tian and Yu Yan would still at least nod in response. The fifth young master Yu Ting was more welcoming. He would greet each of them by their seniority warmly, without any arrogance at all. Sometimes, he would even introduce them to his friends when they saw him outside. These are the Lin brothers from my branch family, these are the 3 Shi brothers, and so on. As for that abnormal third young master, although he kills people like they were ants, as long as they did not provoke him first, he would not meddle in others' business. Last time he was mocked by a lot of the branch family members too, but he didn't pursue it further. More accurately speaking, one might still be alive if they provoke this abnormal third young master. If they provoked fourth mistress that the abnormal third young master respect the most or the 7th Miss Yu Bing and 8th Miss Yu Shuang that he adored the most, they would definitely be a goner. The third young master wouldn't discriminate the people that he attacked. Forget about members of the branch families, he even dared to attack the previous substitute clan master Yu Xian. That day, Lin Miao had personally watched the whole scene when the third young master was pulling the fourth mistress up to the Yu clan castle, his clothes soaked with blood. At that time, Lin Miao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. That was because he was one of the 3 guards that had attacked the third young master at that time, and he was almost bitten to death by the third young master's iron-backed demon wolf. Fortunately he managed to dodge in a stroke of luck and wasn't attacked head-on. His colleague behind him, on the other hand, bore the brunt of the attack intended for him. Otherwise, Lin Miao's grave would probably be filled with weeds by now. SHH, Lin Lei humphed coldly, the matters in the main family is not something you can discuss about. There's no one here. Of course Lin Miao understood Lin Lei's logic, but he was in a bad mood, he didn't want to admit his mistake. Just do your patrol duty properly. If there's any problems, ring the alarm bell. If there's no problems, just continue to patrol. When it's time to switch, go home and rest. You can sleep or eat if you want. Otherwise you can find someone to vent your anger to. Why do you have so many complaints? Lin Lei patted his younger cousin's shoulders and warned him, if you want to live a long live, the only thing you need to do is to pretend you are blind, deaf and mute. Don't even dream that you can save the day. Even the third young master who is an innate didn't care about this matter. Why are you, a level 2 braveman, putting your nose in others' business? Do you have the capability to back you up? Brother Lai, I was wrong. Lin Mia was afraid of this older cousin of his. It was not only because he was a level 3 hero, he also had a pretty sharp mind. If Lin Lei had flaws, that would be his love for alcohol. Actually, the current substitute clan master Yu Chu had thought of promoting him to sentinel captain of a 100-men team. However, he didn't do it because he hated the smell of alcohol from Lin Lei's mouth. Lin Lei gulped another mouthful of beer and patted heavily on Lin Miao's shoulders again. Let's go, we only need to do this for 1 more hour. Let's patrol 1 more round. Fucking weather, it's so freaking hot. However, Lin Miao was rooted on the spot. He was looking at a small black dot in a far distance, with a blank expression on his face. Lin Lei was confused, what now? He curiously turned around too and followed the direction that Lin Miao was looking at. When he saw what his younger cousin saw, his expression immediately changed. The alcohol in his hands dropped to the ground and broke to pieces. Enemies! Quick, ring the alarm bell. Lin Miao discovered that the black dot was very quickly approaching them. It turned out to be 2 giant humanoid puppet beasts that were pulling a luxurious horse cart with a rope. They ran with great strides towards the Yu clan castle. Although they weren't very near yet, the killing intent they were emitting could even be clearly felt by Lin Miao, a level 2 braveman. Seemed like this was the person that the substitute clan master Yu Chu was trying to defend against. Lin Miao immediately rung the alarm bell. Idiot, ring your head. Can't you see that the 3rd young master has returned? Lin Lei sent a flying kick and kicked at Lin Miao's butt, easily knocking him to the ground. But isn't the 3rd young master fake? Lin Miao actually wished that the 3rd young master was the real deal. But he didn't have a choice. Who would ever believe that there was a 20-year-old innate? Even if one started cultivating in one's mother's womb, one wouldn't be able to become an innate in 20 years. If people said that the 3rd young master was fake, it was said with a valid and logical reason. No matter how much of a genius one was, being able to reach level 6 elder at 20 years old was already a frightening existence. The 3rd young master had reached innate straight away instead. How could anyone ever believe that he was the real 3rd young master? Lin Lei sent another kick to Lin Miao's legs. Why do you care if he's real or fake? You just need to recognize him as the Yu clan 3rd young master. Lin Miao understood that Lin Lei meant well. He brushed off the dust on his butt and stood up, asking a little uncertainly, is it really okay not to ring the alarm bell? If the 2nd butler found out about it, we would need to skin at least a layer of our skin. Lin Lei had already sobered up from his alcohol. He stretched his body like a panther and humphed, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Even if we might be skinned in the future, it will be much better than getting our head chopped off right now. Below the walls, those 2 iron giants that were more than 6 meters tall had arrived with a boom, pulling along a horse carriage. Yue Yang was sitting on top of that horse carriage. He looked extremely calm and relaxed, as if he was coming for a holiday. However, the killing intent shown in his eyes could even make Lin Lei, who had almost gotten heat stroke from the blazing sun, shiver in coldness, as if he had been thrown into Antarctica. Goosebumps rose on his arms. As if he did not see the 2 people guarding the front gate, Yue Yang yawned as the 2 iron giants raised their iron fists and punched at the walls. They destroyed a part of the wall that the guards had painstakingly and arduously built in over a month, then leisurely attacked the neighboring semi-completed castle walls as they strolled in, pulling the horse carriage. There was also an iron-backed demon wolf following behind them, looking as if it was bored as it nodded its head and wagged its tail as it walked. Lin Miao remembered that it was the demon wolf that had almost killed him. Its name and appearance was etched forever into Lin Miao's memories, Hui Tai Lang. When the group entered into the wall perimeter, Hui Tai Lang glanced around and saw Lin Miao by accident. Lin Miao immediately felt like he was about to pee in his pants. That kind of Death Reaper-like gaze was really all too familiar. He often see it in his dreams. Clang 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 clang. The alarm bell was rung by other patrol duty guards who were frozen in fear. Lin Miao and Lin Lei watched in horror as Hui Tai Lang leapt 100 meters in distance in less than 3 seconds, then ripped the 2 she brothers who had rung the alarm bell into shreds. They were killed in an instant. Lin Miao and Lin Lei looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. If they were the ones who had rung the alarm bell just now, they would probably be. This would definitely not be an alarm bell, it would become their funeral bell. 3rd young master, you finally returned. Lin Lei's trembling lips spoke out a sentence. Other than fear, his voice had a tinge of joy. Brother Lei, what are you doing? When Lin Miao saw that Lin Lei was running down the wall and ran towards the horse carriage, he even thought that Lin Lei wanted to fight to his death with the 3rd young master. Lin Miao hurriedly held him down with all his might. I won't do anything, I just want to follow them and watch. When Lin Lei saw Yue Yang turning back from his seat, he suddenly felt this burning passion in his heart and made a decision that he wouldn't even think of doing a minute ago. This decision was extremely crazy, although Lin Lei wouldn't think of doing it a minute ago, the current him would. He had actually put his life on stake for this gamble as he followed the 3rd young master's horse carriage. He knew that this battle would be a war between 2 beasts. Yu Chu and Yue Yang. This pair of father and son were just like 2 tigers. When they faced against each other, one of them would definitely die. Right now, the most important thing was to stand on the correct team. If he tried to choose teams after the victor has emerged, it would already be too late. He must make a decision and follow his goal before the battle started, otherwise he would be finished. No one likes an easily swayed person, and no one would think that a person sitting on the fence was important. Lin Lei had made a decision to support the slightly weaker Yu clan third young master. This move was extremely crazy, he could lose his life anytime. However, if he had chosen correctly, his life would be thoroughly changed. At least, he wouldn't need to bow his head in respect to the elders in the Yu clan anymore. He could walk like a hero sticking out his chest and live as a person, instead of living as a dog that he currently was. Have you gone mad? Lin Miao thought that his elder cousin had gone starking mad. No, I'm not mad, and I'm not drunk. I am more sober than ever right now. Ah Miao, listen to me. Either you follow me along right now, or just kill me right here. Lin Lei glared at Lin Miao, his gaze almost like a madman, shocking Lin Miao that he almost break out in sweat. Lin Miao thought about it and shook his head. Brother Lei, I shall stay behind and continue to be a patrol guard here. Bullshit. You obviously know that that is impossible. No matter who wins or loses, you wouldn't need to be a patrol guard anymore. The third young master had breached into the castle through our area, do you think nothing would happen to you if you stayed? Lin Lei gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He then turned around and dashed forward, chasing after the horse carriage. Hui Tai Lang warned him not to get any closer, but it did not attack. Of course, this was also because Lin Lei had raised his hands to show his surrender, otherwise his neck would probably have been chomped by Hui Tai Lang long ago. Lin Miao was extremely anxious. He shouted idiot, idiot, for quite a long while, but when he saw a few hundreds guards who had heard the alarm surrounding the horse carriage, he painfully gritted his teeth as he punched his own chest a few times. After giving himself 2 hard slaps on his cheeks, he finally shrieked out with a hoarse voice, Brother Lei, wait for me. Damn it, I'm gonna bet my life too. Lin Lei didn't praise him, but Lin Miao could see the look of praise in his eyes. Lin Miao couldn't remember when he had last seen that kind of look on his elder cousin's eyes. Yue Yang, who was sitting on top of the horse carriage, also looked at them accidentally. His lips curled up extremely slightly. It was a smile but not smile. Wait a minute, how dare you? As a little brother, how could you not let this boss know? Instead, you just came here to fight all alone. How could you come out without this boss protection? I am your big boss. If this matter was made known to the public, how could I show this master has handsome face out to the world anymore? Fatty Hai rode his iron rhinoceros and burst out from behind. Before he even arrived, his voice had thundered across the air. We are also here. The people who appeared together with Fatty Hai were Ye Kong and the Li brothers. The guards who came out because the alarm bell rung had the worst fate. They knew that the Yu clan third young master was an innate, and that he didn't so much as bat his eyes when killing humans. Whoever dared to block his path was equivalent to seeking death. However, the substitute clan master Yu Chu was also a hateful person. Even the previous substitute clan master Yu Shan had ran away from him. Amongst the family members, Yu Chu had captured whoever needed to be captured and killed whoever needed to be killed. He didn't spare anyone at all who looked even the least bit suspicious. The worst thing was that he actually didn't recognize his own son even though he was obviously an innate. He even ordered him to be captured like a criminal. There was a saying that a tiger wouldn't eat its own son, but Yu Chu didn't even spare his own son. If he knew that they had deserted the battle at the last minute, how could they still keep their lives? Although the third young master was an innate ranker, Yu Chu had a few innate rankers backing him up. If this fight really started, things would definitely be bad. The guards who were no stronger than ants felt really difficult right now. If they advance, they won't be able to survive, if they retreat, they wouldn't be able to die even if they want to. They really didn't know what to do. Hence, they could only surround the 2 iron giants who were pulling the horse carriage and continued to retreat step by step. Some of them saw Lin Lei and Lin Miao following behind from far away. They didn't quite understand at the start, but they suddenly realized that these 2 fellows had actually wanted to switch sides. Lin Lei, Lin Miao, what are you guys trying to do? The clan general and guards wouldn't have the guts to stop Yue Yang's horse carriage, but they tried to find an excuse and make life difficult for Lin Lei and Lin Miao. It was an equal fight between guards. If they couldn't fight the third young master who was an innate, why couldn't they fight the Lin brothers? I believe that the third young master is not an imposter. There must have been a misunderstanding somewhere. Lin Miao knew that it was too late to switch back, he decided to just force his way through. Brothers, please think smarter a little, don't forget your roots. I'm not betraying our clan, I am being loyal to our Yu clan. His Highness the Emperor and Old Marshal had recognized third young master with their own mouths. When we were going through difficult times with the Xia clan, third young master had also stepped forward bravely and protected our Yu clan. Right now, in the absence of His Highness and the Old Marshal, someone wanted to take advantage and cause trouble. Although I have no strength to fight them, I will definitely follow behind third young master, because only the third young master is the successor of the Yu clan. He is the hope of his highness and the old marshal, he is not a stranger. I say, brothers, amongst all of you who are here, if you are still going to fight us, come out and try. I'll risk my life to fight you. Lin Lei pulled out his sword, his eyes sweeping across the guards and generals. His words made everyone look down in guilt. There were some who had close relationship with Lin Lei who shouted, Lin Lei, why are you doing this? The fight between our superiors, it's not something that we can poke our noses into. Lin Lei pointed at Hui Tai Lang and shouted out emotionally, did you see that? The dog by third young master's side had a dignity befitting of a human. We, on the other hand, are living as stupidly and cowardly as a dog here. I don't want to be treated like a dog, I want to be treated like human. Even if I could only be treated as a human for one day, I would die with no regrets. His words spoke out all the Yu clan village's heart troubles, shocking almost all of the guards and generals. After a while, a few hot-blooded generals rushed out and stood together with Lin Lei. Most of the people lowered their heads in shame, quietly retreating out of the enclosement. As for the rest of the people, along with Hui Tai Lang's roar, one of them screamed and started to escape, causing everyone to follow suit and scrambled back to the Yu clan castle in fear. At this time, outside the Yu clan castle, a number of innate rankers started appearing in the sky. The light they were emitting were as bright as the blazing sun. They released their chi at the same time, sending a terrifying shockwave attack towards Yue Yang, who was sitting on top of his horse carriage. The shockwave attack was like a giant tsunami that came crashing down from the heavens. Tch. Yue Yang humphed in disdain. He was no longer that Yue Yang who was pulling a horse carriage and his fourth mother up towards the Yu clan castle. The past Yue Yang wasn't that strong, his strength was at the most at the level of a level 6 elder. However, today, he was a powerful warrior who had continuously killed over a dozen innate rankers. Tu Cheng, Kuang Zhan, Duan Mu, Lu He, Goblin General Dream Eater, Goblin General Zi Diao, Bai Lin the two-headed snake, fire-tailed tortoise and even the nine-headed goblin marshal who was so strong that he could kill Flying Tiger Ambassador in an instant, had all fallen under Yue Yang's feet. Furthermore, with the help from Shui Wuxia and the rest, his innate invisible sword chi had also reached the 5th level. After practicing double body fusion with the sickly beauty and mastering it, Yue Yang had even inherited the pitiful guy's mother's knowledge and mastered the knowledge of summoning runes. How could this kind of Yue Yang be pressurized by a few innate rankers? With regards to those innate rankers' provocation, Yue Yang's reply was obviously his rudest, most disdainful pointing of middle finger. Yue Yang almost felt nothing from the pressure that 4 innate rankers in the sky were releasing together, but Lin Miao was so scared that he almost wet his pants. His whole body shook violently as if he was someone who was in the middle of a snowstorm. He looked at Lin Lei and discovered that he was clenching his teeth. His hands had also turned white from gripping his sword too tight. Although he wasn't trembling from fright, Lin Lei's face was as pale as death. Fatty Hai rode his iron rhinoceros and ridiculed them, are you kidding me? How could you guys be so shocked by a few innates farting almost 5 kilometers away that your legs are trembling so violently? Are you guys truly men? Do you really have balls under your pants? Aren't you scared? Lin Miao continued to shake violently as he asked. He saw that Fatty Hai's expression was still normal, so he suddenly felt respect towards this fatty. Bullshit, they are so far away, why would I be scared? Haven't you heard that I, Master Hai, has guts as high as the skies? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of anything in heaven or earth. Other than beauties loving me too much that they are willing to die for me, I'm not scared of any. Fuck, that fellow is flying towards us. Yue Yang, some ants have come, go and finish him. Your big boss must save his strength to help you beat up the strongest boss monster. When Fatty Hai saw an innate ranker flying towards them like a meteor, he almost spit out his heart from fright. He hurriedly asked Yue Yang to attack. Yue Yang jumped from the horse carriage roof. Drawing a circle with his hands, he activated the Yin ability on his left hand and Yang ability on his right. The ice and fire formed a beautiful and magnificent scenery in the sky. On one side, cold winds blew through countless drops of snow, it was so cold that it made people's teeth chatter. On the other side, it was so hot that it made people felt like they were inside an oven. Everyone opened their mouth, almost unable to breathe from the heat. Right now, the power of his yin-yang twin fish spherical beheader was 100 times much stronger than when he used it during the New Year's tournament. Under Yue Yang's control, the ice and fire had turned into a terrifying tornado. Ice and fire collided against each other in the midst of the storm, causing purple lightning to crackle from within. In the sky, the innate ranker who was shooting towards them secretly felt alarmed when he saw this. But his flying speed was as fast as a meteor. In this kind of situation where he was trying to hit them with all his strength, he didn't have any other choice, he could only force his way through. The human meteor collided with the ice-fire tornado. That innate ranker who had the appearance of a middle-aged man was collided powerfully with Yue Yang's Hui Jin magic blade, causing a loud explosion. It was so loud that everyone almost became deaf. Some even experienced a momentary blackout. It was as if a thunderbolt had resounded right in their ears. Everyone swayed in shock, unable to think clearly. A lot of the guards who couldn't endure it fainted one by one onto the ground. Although some generals were able to endure it, their bodies also slowly swayed and fell to the ground. The shock wave from the collision of the two people was as powerful as a tsunami, sweeping through the earth, blasting away all the fainted guards and generals like dust. Most of the guards' beasts had died on the spot, some of them even had their limbs torn. Some of the generals who were still awake pierced their swords on the ground to maintain their ground and support their bodies, enduring the terrifying shock wave with gritted teeth. Almost everyone spitted out blood as their internal organs had been injured from the shockwave blast. Only Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, and Li brothers still stood proudly on their ground, looking up to the sky. Lin Lei stuck his sword on the ground and propped his body so that he didn't fall. His mouth, nose, and ears were all dripping with blood. Lin Miao, whose body was weaker than Lin Lei, hugged Lin Lei's leg as tightly as he could, as if he was a person swept away by a river's current grabbing hold of a piece of log. That horse carriage that looked fragile on the outside wasn't broken at all when the terrifying shock wave had subsided. On the other hand, at a far distance, the fortifying walls, houses, and pagodas in the surrounding area had all collapsed. Pieces of broken bricks and wood flew in the air, as if an invisible gigantic demon's hand had swept them up into the sky. On the surface, Yue Yang seemed to be evenly matched with that attacking innate rancor. However, that arrogant innate rancor had launched a sneak attack and shot down like a meteor from the sky, using his full strength and the force of gravity to attack. On the other hand, Yue Yang had received his attack from jumping from the top of his carriage and delivered a blow equal in power. That innate rancor only wanted to test Yue Yang's strength, he immediately went away after his attack. But Yue Yang refused to let him go. I shall reciprocate your kindness. Yue Yang didn't try to chase after his opponent who had an extremely fast speed. Instead, he bent his left hand and condensed an immense heat energy, forming a gigantic fire bow. He drew a circle with his right hand and condensed a biting cold energy, forming 3 ice arrows that were colder than ice. Yue Yang then called out a chant, similar to when humans were summoning their beasts, but no one there ever heard of his chant before. It was extremely beautiful, pleasant-sounding call, similar to the sounds of nature. One by one, silver runes appeared from his body and engraved themselves onto the arrows, adding a terrifying and destructing ability onto the 3 arrows. Summoning runes. That quick innate rancor's expression completely changed. He had a strange kind of feeling that no matter how far or how fast he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape from this ice arrows. Should he continue to retreat? Or should he use all his strength to stop these 3 ice arrows? He would be able to get his comrades' support if he continued to retreat, but if he didn't have enough defense, there was a very high chance that the arrow would pierce through his body. If he used all his strength to defend against the 3 ice arrows, he could only fight alone. If he couldn't defend against them, his life would be in danger. Even if he managed to defend against it, if this brat released another attack, he would still be heavily injured. The hard decision loomed in front of him. Should he move forward or retreat? Yue Yang called out another string of runes, and purple-colored electric currents appeared in his hands. They linked all together and revolved around the fire bow and ice arrows in an extremely fast speed. This time, let alone that innate rancor who was thinking whether to attack or retreat, even the 3 other innate rancors watching from afar turned pale. They had the confidence to defend against Yue Yang's 3 arrows just now, but right now, they really didn't think they could defend against those ice arrows with fast purple electric current revolving around them. Even their beasts with the highest defense might be shot through straight away by these ice arrows that was filled with the power of runes. Previously, they thought that Yue Yang was just a newbie that had only stepped onto the innate realm. Who would know that this brat was so abnormal and possessed such a terrifying ability? This was definitely not an ability that an innate newbie could have. Definitely impossible. So summon Grimoire, the innate rancor who was about to be shot by Yue Yang finally couldn't endure his fear. He didn't choose to attack nor retreat, instead, he chose the third choice, and that was to summon his platinum grimoire and hope that his protective shield could defend against these 3 destructive ice arrows. Die. It was as if Yue Yang was waiting for this moment. The killing intent in his eyes rose exponentially. The 3 arrows imbued with his fire and ice ability and strengthened with purple lightning, disappeared from Yue Yang's hands in a flash. The grimoire's protective shield that should have been able to block against all kinds of attacks suddenly broke into pieces like an eggshell. As that innate rancor watched in shock, Oni ice arrow shot unstoppably through his heart. Killing an innate rancor in an instant? How could this be? Forget about the others, even Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and Li brothers didn't dare to believe that Yue Yang's powers had become so surprising. It could even penetrate through a grimoire's protective shield that could block any kinds of attack? How did Yue Yang manage to do that? Lord Shuntian, with your 5 transformations power, can you see what had actually happened? The youngest of the 3 innate rancors floating above the Yu clan castle, the one on the far left, carried a serious expression as he asked the innate rancor in the middle. This is a very cunning trick. The one called Lord Shuntian in the middle smiled slightly. At this time, the one on the far right, the oldest one of the three, closed his eyes for a moment before he suddenly roared, although that brat's ice arrows are strong, they shouldn't be able to pierce through Yao Guang's protective shield. Even if it could, they could definitely not harm Yao Guang's body. That cunning brat had actually attacked at the same spot. He had done something to the arrows. The first arrow was the strongest, and the second and third arrow had pierced the same spot that the first arrow pierced. The first arrow created a dent and the second arrow pierced through an inch of the protective shield. These two did not harm Yao Guang at all. However, the third one pierced through the spot that had been weakened by the first and second arrow, hence it did not experience the resistance of the protective shield. That's why Yao Guang was shot. The innate ranker in the middle named Shun Tian shook his hands. Surmakai, victory means victory, failure means failure. You don't have to judge it like that. Pausing a while, he said again, being wise in tactics is also one of the advantages in war, especially when the power is evenly matched. Of course the wiser one will be more powerful. Furthermore, this Yu clan third young master was indeed skillful in controlling his ice arrows, being able to hit the same spot with all three arrows. I must say, this Yu clan third young master really has great skills, he is worthy of our recognition. The oldest innate ranker on the far right, who was called Surmakai, nodded, but he still glared at Yue Yang with a hint of hate. The younger innate ranker on the far left started to think. The middle innate ranker called Shun Tian then pointed towards Yue Yang and said, the Yu clan's third young master, being able to create a fire bow and ice arrow attack means that he has fully mastered how to control his fire and ice ability. It has not been a long time since he first became innate, but he already has such skillful control over them. He is worthy of praise. Especially the fact that he still has strength after he released his arrows. I think he has reached the level of innate level 3 now, maybe even innate level 4. Kai Yang, I'm afraid that you and Yao Guang might not be his match. Only I, Surmakai, can be his match. Is that so? Kai Yang, who was standing on the left, the youngest of the innates, looked a little unconvinced. Although he looked young on the outside, he was actually more than 300 years old. It could be said that he had been famous for a long time. Of course, in the innate world, 300 years old doesn't amount to much. At most, he could only be considered a young human. Furthermore, innate rankers did not consider age, status, or seniority important, only power matters to them. Only power matters, so much that even a 20-something youngster like Yue Yang deserved to be respected by others if he was powerful enough. Without power, even if one had lived for thousands of years, one must still respect and lower themselves in front of stronger people. The innate ranker who was fighting against Yue Yang, the one whose heart was pierced through by Yue Yang's arrow, was actually Kai Yang's comrade, Yao Guang. Both of them belonged to the 7 great bears of the innate alliance. Cough, cough. Yao Guang, whose heart was pierced by an arrow, was actually still alive. He was even still hovering in the air. He summoned a healing-type beast and continued to heal the injuries in his body. Because Yue Yang's purple lightning ice arrow had terrifyingly stored the power of fire, ice, purple lightning, and heaven runes, Yao Guang didn't dare to pull out the arrowhead immediately, afraid that the power in the arrow would explode and shatter his body to pieces. The current him could only endure inside his protective shield as he continued to heal himself, hoping that he would be able to remove Yue Yang's powerful purple lightning ice arrow if he slowly healed himself. Right now, he was so regretful that his intestines had turned green. Shiro intestines turn green equals regret. Just some of Chinese weird analogies. E.g., eat vinegar equals jealous, lose face equals lose reputation/dignity. If he had retreated as fast as he could just now and hid behind his comrades, with the support from Surmakai and his comrade Kai Yang, it wouldn't have ended so miserably. Although he might be able to leave from this ordeal unscathed, he had lost face in front of the Yu clan guards and generals who were watching from below. He was even thinking that he would definitely kill all these guards and generals after he finished removing the ice arrow's power. He would definitely not let all these humans who were no better than ants continue to live after witnessing his embarrassing moment. He would definitely not let them secretly ridicule him, an innate rancor. Explode. Yue Yang would definitely not give Yao Guang a chance for recovery. He reached out his hands and clenched it tightly. The ice arrow that was stuck in Yao Guang's chest immediately let out a thunderous explosion. Kaboom! Yao Guang shrieked miserably from the explosion. His chest had been completely blasted to bits. His internal organs flew in the air and turned into countless chunks of ice, scattering all over the place. The platinum grimoire was also destroyed along with Yao Guang's loss of consciousness. The protective shield shattered and countless bits of flesh splashed down from the sky, forming a bloody rain. Just like a meteor falling, Yao Guang's body smashed onto the ground, splattering all over the road towards the Yu clan castle, scaring the surrounding generals who had hurriedly tried to escape. There was a large hole on Yao Guang's chest, and the insides of his abdomen had all been blown apart. Only his shoulder above and waist below were mostly intact. However, that tough fellow was actually still alive even now. Yue Yang immediately appeared in front of Yao Guang. Looking at this pitiful enemy coldly, Yue Yang's killing intent rose exponentially, as if he was a demon king. Spare, Yao Guang was about to say spare my life, but he couldn't say anything else. There was an unspeakable terror and pain in his eyes as his tears flowed out. He miserably reached out his hands that was more like lumps of bloodied flesh to Yue Yang, pitifully begging for his life. Sorry, I will never show compassion for my enemies. Yue Yang stepped onto Yao Guang's head and smashed his head until he died. Turns out this fellow is a fake innate. Fatty Hai shouted out, Yue Yang, let me finish this crying watering pot. I am your big boss after all, if I can't help you finish some fake innates, then I would let down my nickname of the unrivaled sexy handsome man. Damn him, I thought all innates are very strong, who would know that he is even more afraid of death than me. This is really disappointing. Yao Guang. Kai Yang, who was floating above the Yu clan castle, actually planned to fly and save Yao Guang. However, he did not manage to reach on time before Yue Yang finished Yao Guang with a stomp. Kai Yang roared miserably as he maxed his strength and released his innate level 2 super strength, arriving in front of Yue Yang. Although Shen Tian had just warned him just now that he was not Yue Yang's match, Kai Yang didn't care about anything much right now. His comrades had just died miserably, hence he was filled with fury and indignation. If he didn't have the last shred of control in him, he would have attacked Yue Yang blindly in that instant. Within the 7 Great Bears, many had participated in the innate Great War. Hence, a lot of their members had died, leaving only 3 people left, namely Yao Guang, Kai Yang, and Tian Chuan. Now that Yao Guang had died, the Great Bears had been destroyed. Obviously Kai Yang would feel extremely furious. Seeing that Kai Yang was so furious, Fatty Hai was so scared that he shivered and quietly shouted, Yue Yang, this fellow seems to be the real deal, how about you fight him? If it was beyond your reach, just hide far away. Why would you come so near? Yue Yang was speechless. Maybe annoyed by Fatty Hai's words, Kai Yang furiously glared at him. Their highly reputable 7 Great Bears innate alliance had actually been criticized by a fatty that was far from an innate. Fake goods? Watering pot. Kai Yang released his chi that was as powerful as a hurricane, aiming right at Fatty Hai, pushing his heavy body a few steps back. With just the power from his glare, he had pushed Fatty Hai a few steps back. Innate rankers must never be belittled. With regards to the surrounding guards, no matter they were injured or not, as long as they could still move, everyone started to escape far away. Just now, when the 2 innates were fighting in the sky, countless of people had died. Right now, if they fight on the ground, wouldn't they all be annihilated? Forget about getting hit directly, even if one of their attacks just grazed their bodies, they would definitely be destroyed to pieces. The only ones who did not run away were Lin Miao and Lin Lei. They were bracing themselves behind the horse carriage, their appearance extremely miserable. However, at least they were not so scared that they wet their pants. The cowardly Lin Miao thought that it quite unbelievable. Could it be that one's guts would increase when one followed the Yu clan 3rd young master? Hui Tai Lang happily lied in front of the horse carriage and yawned, as if it wasn't worried about the battle at all. It was not the time for it to help out yet. It wouldn't be like Fatty Hai, foolishly coming out and snatching its master's credit. Gold Mammoth, One-Eyed Giant, I summon you. Attack that horse carriage. Kai Yang didn't just think of fighting with Yu clan 3rd young master, he had also summoned gold-ranked beasts to smash that luxurious horse carriage into bits. Previously, the story of how the Yu clan 3rd young master had pulled his mother inside a horse carriage and stormed into the Yu clan castle, had been praised by the whole world as a story of filial piety. Right now, if Kai Yang allowed Yue Yang to pull the horse carriage and stormed into the Yu clan castle the second time, the whole world would definitely be shaken. As the enemy, he would definitely be the subject of everyone's censure and ridicule. Furthermore, that luxurious horse carriage was surrounded by bits and pieces of the destroyed walls, undamaged and intact. It was extremely offending to his sight. Kai Yang was extremely annoyed looking at it, hence he decided to destroy it right in front of the Yu clan 3rd young master. As for whether he could fight the Yu clan 3rd young master one-on-one, Kai Yang was never worried about it. Behind him, there were still Sir Makai and Lord Shen Tian. They would definitely not let the Yu clan 3rd young master go, because they had been enemies with the Yu clan for thousands of years. Destroying the Yu clan was their only wish. The gigantic gold mammoth, a gold-ranked level 6 mammoth, was like a hill that could move. Its long tusks glinted with a silver flash. It was obvious that it was a gold mammoth with lightning attribute, it was extremely rare. Beside the gold mammoth, there was a 10-meter tall one-eyed giant. It was also gold-ranked level 6. A magnificent iron plate draped over his body as an armor, and it wore a large helmet on its head. There was a golden hammer hung on its waist that seemed to be able to pulverize anything. The one-eyed giants were all foolish creatures. Its muscles were well developed, but its brain was extremely simple. Only a small percentage of them knew how to perform combat skills. This gold one-eyed giant was obviously the kind that had extraordinary strength and splendid combat skills too. Yue Yang, I'll leave those 2 to you. I want to fight this fellow. The heroic-looking Princess Xian suddenly jumped out of the horse carriage and strode forward. Her silver greatsword clanked behind her back as she walked. Your Highness the Princess, can you do it? Fatty Hai was speechless. She was facing against an innate, not a kid. Isn't he just from that 7 Great Bears or whatever their name is called? He won't be able to scare me away. After going through several trainings under Yue Yang's tutelage, fought against the Eastern Goblin tribe and had her body renewed with the Nirvana's flame, Princess Xian's strength had greatly increased. Furthermore, she had even mastered a few heaven runes afterwards, so she was greatly confident right now. Although she had not reached the innate realm yet, Princess Xian really wanted to test herself, hence she decided to fight against one of the weakest of the 7 Great Bears, Kai Yang. Princess, you are so heroic, I think I'll pass. I'll just fight against that stupid-looking elephant. Fatty Hai knew the limits of his power and knew that he wouldn't become a hero. Hence he could only switch his focus towards the gold mammoth and gold one-eyed giant. Yue Yang's target was the other 2 innates who were still floating in the sky, Makai and Shun Tian. The 2 of them were the real formidable opponents here. Before Fatty Hai summoned his iron rhinoceros and hippopotamus to strengthen his body, Ye Kong, who had summoned his King Kong demon ape to strengthen his body, had charged forward towards the lightning gold mammoth along with his Herculean rhinoceros who had matured into an adult. No matter the level or rank, the Herculean rhinoceros was way below the lightning gold mammoth. However, the Herculean rhinoceros had an unadulterated defensive abilities with its super hard shell that was as hard as iron. Even when facing against the lightning gold mammoth, it could still stand its ground. Although it had been knocked back by the lightning gold mammoth, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle was not injured, it was only slightly stunned. In the sky, Ye Kong, who had strengthened his body with his King Kong demon ape, raised his long rod and smashed it down, crushing the gold mammoth's head hard. However, Ye Kong felt the impact of the attack instead, his hand almost became numb as he was sent flying away. Behind, Fatty Hai, who had borrowed the strength of the iron-skinned rhinoceros and hippopotamus, threw a hippo meteor punch right at the gold mammoth's back. This move was not very effective, but it did annoy the fold mammoth. Its tail that was charged with lightning slashed Fatty Hai into the sky. Below, the Li brothers with the support of gold ant guards brandished their swords and slashed forward like a wind, attacking at the gold mammoth's legs. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and Li brothers had perfect coordination with each other. Under the eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li's hell-like training, they had killed countless strong beasts together. However, right now, they were actually unable to injure the gold mammoth in front of them at all. This gold mammoth's skin was really too thick. It had a very high vitality. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were extremely shocked after they tried to attack it once. What the heck? This idiot elephant's defense is really high, we couldn't injure it at all. Fatty Hai felt that it was time for him to show the results of his secret cultivation. Otherwise, if they failed at this, he might even be trampled into meat paste by this gold mammoth. This way it would be more meaningful when we beat it. Ye Kong's eyes was burning with fighting spirit. The Li brothers didn't say anything, but they had also trained very hard, just as much Ye Kong and Fatty Hai. Although they were not as powerful as Ye Kong and Fatty Hai, they had also improved greatly. On the other side, the gold one-eyed giant was charging towards the horse carriage. It raised its gold-ranked weapon high in his hands, a gigantic, heavy square-shaped hammer that seemed to be able to pulverize anything on Earth. The one-eyed giant started to fight against Optimus Prime and Megatron that Yue Yang had created. However, their situation was completely the other way around compared to Ye Kong and the others. The one-eyed giant waved its hammer and smashed at Megatron and Optimus Prime's body, as if it wanted to smash them into bits with one blow. If it were other puppet beasts, even if it was the rock puppet beasts that could storm through thousands of soldiers forth and back, they would definitely be smashed to bits under this mighty hammer blow. However, the giant hammer was completely ineffective against the bronze-ranked level 6 mechanical puppet beasts that Yue Yang had created. The 2 enormous puppets whose name was comically Optimus Prime and Megatron were unable to utilize any sort of combat skills. They were thoroughly puppet beasts that could only be used for menial work. They could only walk, carry, pull, push, grasp, and smash at something. They were unable to do any kind of skills, nor dodge an attack. Of course, the crazy idea of learning combat skills and dodging attacks could only be thought of by Yue Yang's crazy imagination. In reality, other than the ghost genius Yu Gong from the Yu clan, no one had ever succeeded in creating puppet beasts that could use combat skills and tactics. Although Yue Yang had failed his experiment of creating puppet beasts that could use combat skills, he managed to create 2 slaves. Of course, Optimus Prime and Megatron, the 2 slaves who were meant to do menial work, were equipped with defenses so high that people would pull out their hair in frustration. The reason was because Yue Yang was too lazy. He didn't like training, especially when Optimus Prime and Megatron were only bronze-ranked level 6. To Yue Yang, these kinds of scrap metal was not worth his time to train them. Hence, the lazy Yue Yang had installed an ancient rune with his innate chi onto Optimus Prime and Megatron's body. This had also frustrated the old fox to the end when he heard it. That rune was called Permanent Hardening. Other than this permanent hardening rune protecting both Optimus Prime and Megatron's nucleus, Yue Yang had also carved their outer surface with various heaven runes, such as Auto Recovery, Metal Comprehension, External Bones and Honeycomb Skin. The old fox thought that carving dubious runes such as External Bones and Honeycomb Skin onto the mechanical puppet's body was the biggest joke on Earth. Why would metal puppets need bones? Alright, bones might still make a little bit of sense, but why would they need skin then? Could it be that Student Titan was still dreaming of turning these 10-meter-tall menial work slaves into female giant beauties? Of course the old fox didn't understand at all, but after he tried to attack them a little, he finally understood how abnormal Yue Yang was. Turns out that Yue Yang had installed insect's exoskeleton onto the two menial work slaves, allowing them to be equipped with a layer of metal exoskeleton outside their body. In addition, there was also the honeycomb skin that was able to endure great force and high temperatures. With the combination of the two runes, these two menial work slaves' defense became so high that it could make their enemies go to despair. The old fox felt that he wouldn't be able to break these two menial work slaves even if he attacked them straight for 3 days and 3 nights. The thing that made him really mad that he wanted to vomit blood was that these two menial work slaves still had auto recovery. This was because their nucleus was permanently hardened. Other than destroying the power of the ancient runes, no one could ever dream of destroying these two menial work slaves who had an empty head but endless endurance. The gold one-eyed giant raised its giant hammer and smashed it on the bodies of Optimus Prime and Megatron, causing sparks of fire flying all over the place. Ear-splitting clashing sound filled all over the place, but the two menial work slaves didn't seem to be injured at all. More accurately speaking, every time they were injured a little, they quickly recovered back. The gold one-eyed giant was completely dumbstruck. When it was foolishly raising its square-shaped hammer and looking blankly at the two menial work slaves, the two puppet beasts who possessed the mighty and awe-inspiring names of Optimus Prime and Megatron but were not skillful in terms of combat skills at all suddenly pushed the one-eyed giant down. Of course, it was not the kind of push-down that Yue Yang did to the sickly beauty. This was just a normal pushing down. The two menial work slaves simply pushed the one-eyed giant onto the ground, and then started to stomp it with all their might. Their thinking process was simply to push down any object that hindered or obstructed them, such as walls, then stomp them flat to the ground. Then they could continue pulling the horse carriage over it. They would definitely follow the thinking process that Yue Yang's programmed into them no matter what. It did not matter if it was walls or the gold one-eyed giant, they would definitely push it down and stomp it flat to the ground. The tragic one-eyed giant could only let out miserable wails under the furious stomps of 4 metal feet. Hui Tai Lang had not joined the fight. The order that Yue Yang had given it was to guard in front of the horse carriage and protect its young mistress. If the gold one-eyed giant dared to move in a little closer and entered the area it was protecting, then it would definitely attack it. But as for right now, it let out another huge yawn and lied down, feeling bored because it did not have any enemies to bully. A gold-ranked level 6 beast was an extremely difficult opponent for Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. However, in Hui Tai Lang's eyes, what is gold-ranked level 6? It couldn't even remember how many other beasts it had eaten which were stronger than gold-ranked level 6. It had even eaten an innate ranker, what was gold-ranked beasts even worth compared to that? The only thing that Hui Tai Lang was looking forward to was a demon king's body. Yue Yang had said to Hui Tai Lang many times, even if it was only a dog, it must have high ambitions. It should try to eat at least a demon king. Hence, Hui Tai Lang's most important, lifelong wish was to eat a demon king. On the other side, Kai Yang from the 7 Great Bears was fighting against Princess Xian. At the start, he thought that he could kill the beautiful swordswoman who was not an innate yet in an instant with one attack. Who would ever thought that when they started fighting, not only he did not manage to kill her instantly, he, an innate, was almost injured by Princess Xian's attack. Kai Yang felt really depressed fighting her. Other than glaring at the Yu clan third young master at times, the feeling of being threatened gradually grew in Kai Yang's heart, making him unable to focus completely on his fight. He was also extremely annoyed fighting against Princess Xian. When he released his ultimate moves that could kill his enemy instantly, Princess Xian would summon her grimoire and defended with her protective shield. Kai Yang wasn't as powerful as the Yu clan third young master who could create ice arrows, hence he was unable to break Princess Xian's defense at all. Since his ultimate moves were useless, he decided to simply fight using normal attacks. An innate's punches and kicks were filled with power, they were not attacks that a non-innate could defend against. However, he quickly realized that he had actually met a combat skills genius. Especially after listening to Yue Yang's advice and learning how to clutch onto her enemy's weaknesses, Princess Xian who was an expert in attacking the enemy's joints and cores continued to beat up Kai Yang until he was mad as hell. Princess Xian's attack was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was that she would attack Kai Yang's core whenever he was about to release his moves, rendering him unable to unleash his attack. The second stage was to defend herself with her protective shield should Kai Yang manage to force his attack through. Otherwise, she would dodge then launch a counter-attack at the time when her enemy was at his weakest after he launched his attack. With these two kinds of attack, Kai Yang was unable to utilize even a tenth of his power. This really frustrated him to the end. Princess Xian didn't advance prematurely because of impatience, she only tried to infuriate her enemy at the meantime, exasperating him and making him waste his energy. Princess Xian actually still had a lot of poisonous moves that Yue Yang thought her that she ever used. At this time, inside the horse carriage, Luohua City Mistress was storing up her aurora light, waiting for the right moment to attack. She was prepared to work together with Princess Xian and defeat an innate, for example this Kai Yang from the 7 Great Bears. They had their own battle plan. They didn't need Yue Yang's help, they must complete it successfully on their own. Yue Yang's power had greatly improved, and under his influence, they had also improved greatly. Right now, they were not innates yet. As long as they break through the innate realm, they would definitely be of greater help to Yue Yang. Interesting little friend. The innate ranker called Shun Tian stopped at 100 meters away. This was a distance that he felt safest in. Even though Yue Yang was just a junior, he, who was extremely cautious, would never belittle his enemy. Shun Tian looked at the expressionless Yue Yang and smiled a little. He welcomed Yue Yang, "You clan third young master, maybe you can take a moment to consider joining us. I dare say that as long as you agree, you can be the leader of the Great Bears. I will allow and help you to organize the new 7 Great Bears. As for the Yu clan castle, don't you think matters in the Soaring Dragon Continent is simply too boring? If you like, I can give you a continent that is bigger than the Soaring Dragon Continent. In the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and above, you can do anything you want at a continent in the outer realm. There will be no one to stop or limit you. As long as you agree, I will advise Yu Chu to cancel all the orders of capturing you, ask him to reconcile with you and share the secrets of Yu clan puppet palace. Just now, is that Yao Guang a present from you? Were you the one who asked him to walk to his death?" Yue Yang's words made Kai Yang, who was fighting Princess Xian, so angry that his whole body trembled with fury. "Actually, I needed an excuse." Shun Tian didn't deny it and smiled instead. "In the Soaring Dragon Continent, innates are bound by the Innate Alliance contract. We can't launch an attack easily, otherwise Xian or other innates would have a reason to kill us. I don't want to give others that kind of excuse." Although it was unknown whether Xian, Elder Nangong and the others could return safely, but I am cautious by nature. If the death of one of our comrade could excuse me of my sins, I wouldn't mind it at all. Since you have killed Yao Guang, I have a reason to take revenge. You clan third young master, you are a smart man. I think I don't have to say any more to make you understand. Between us, there are only 2 ways, it's either 1, friends, or 2, foes. Choose it yourself. I choose the third way that I have decided myself. Yue Yang raised his Huijin magic blade as the killing intent in his eyes surged. Then he shouted, "And that is to kill you." Hearing Yue Yang's answer, that innate ranker whose name was Shun Tian was not angered. Instead, he continued to smile. Brilliant choice. Shun Tian turned around and started floating back to the Yu clan castle, mumbling at the same time, "I know a lot of youngsters who are extraordinarily talented but arrogant and ambitious at the same time. I like youngsters' spirit and pride, but in some moments, being rational would be better than being impulsive. What a pity. Yet another bright star is about to fall." Surmakai, who looked like he was the oldest of the 3, descended in front of Yue Yang calmly, with no sign of surprise at all. Although Yue Yang's fire bow and ice arrow had instantly killed Yao Guang just now, this Surmakai seemed to still be full of confidence. He even thought that he would definitely be able to kill Yue Yang. Under Shun Tian's 5 transformation skill analysis, Yue Yang, who had just stepped into the innate realm, was only at the level of innate level 3 or 4 at the most. Although Yue Yang had considerable power, especially amongst his peers he was practically an unimaginable existence, Surmakai had full confidence in bringing Yue Yang down. On the outside, Surmakai looked like he had the power of innate level 4, which didn't seem to be very far off from Yue Yang. However, only Surmakai himself knew that his abilities were way more than that. In order to make his enemies belittle him, he had practiced hard to hide his abilities since 200 years ago. In reality, his ability was that of an innate level 5. Amongst the levels of innate rankers, a person 1 level higher would be 10 times more powerful. He was 2 levels higher than Yue Yang, hence he was 100 times more powerful. This difference was not something that could be made up for by Yue Yang's combat skills. It also couldn't be made up with Yue Yang's determination or defense. Most importantly, Makai felt that he could still definitely defeat the Yu clan third young master not only by the difference in their levels, but the difference in their strengths too. Before stepping into the realm of innate level 5, innate rankers would have to comprehend their own domain of power. When an innate ranker had comprehended their domain of power, they would be in existence similar to gods, omnipotent. Makai never told anyone before, but 5 years ago, he had comprehended his domain of power and possessed his own little domain area. In other words, as long as the Yu clan third young master entered his domain area, he would be able to kill the Yu clan third young master in an instant. This was because, he was the god in his domain area. Forget about innate level 3, even an innate level 4 would miserably be instantly killed by an innate level 5 domain of power. They didn't have any chance of defending the attack. Sir Mackay continued to hide his strength selfishly, with the goal of using it when challenging Shen Tian to a battle in the future. Because it was still too early to challenge Shen Tian, he must defeat even more strong enemies to improve himself in order to be able to catch Shen Tian off guard. Sir Mackay thought that Yu clan third young master was actually a very good stepping stone. He would definitely be able to increase his confidence by defeating such a talented youngster. As for Yao Guang and Kai Yang, Mackay didn't care about their life and death at all. He pretended to be furious only to deceive Shen Tian. Yao Guang and Kai Yang from the 7 Great Bears were only fit to become their lackeys. Their lives were only useful to measure the Yu clan third young master's true strength and be made as an excuse to take revenge at the Yu clan third young master. Although Zhizun, Elder Nangong and the others were exploring the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower right now and might not return to the Soaring Dragon Continent, there were still the people from Demonic Palace, such as Tianzhu, Tianfa and the others. These people were neither friends nor foe, they must not provoke them at all cost. Shiro, Tianzhu, Tianfa and Tianqian was translated as Sky Pearl, Sky Law and Sky Wrath at chapter 159. I'm changing it to their Chinese name instead. If you don't mind, we can fight at another location, for example, in the dimension of duel. I hope to truly fight with you inside the dimension of duel instead of being constrained by the limitations of innate alliance contract in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Mackay was also a very cautious person. He had always lived behind Shen Tian's shadow. Even his speech, actions and various habits were similar to the strong Shen Tian. He possessed an ability to defeat Yue Yang easily, but he was still worried that he would be heavily injured by Yue Yang. He was also worried that Shen Tian would discover that he possessed the power of an innate level 5. Hence, he had cunningly suggested a request to fight at the dimension of duel instead. Yue Yang was speechless. Even if this fellow thought that he was clever, he shouldn't have assumed that others were foolish, right? Yue Yang was 100% sure that there was something up this fellow's sleeves. He was definitely not inviting Yue Yang to the dimension of duel only because he wanted to honor the innate alliance contract. He definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. With regards to Mackay's trickeries, Yue Yang still couldn't figure it out yet, but he felt that it must be related to this fellow's beast or inherent skill. The moment he entered the dimension of duel, Yue Yang thought that he would fall into Mackay's trap, becoming his prey. Very good. Yue Yang suddenly agreed, unexpectedly, his face was filled with a bright smile. He took out a black-colored magic ball that would allow them to be transported into dimension of duel. It was the normal magic ball the Demon Abyss warriors would usually use, created by the old fox himself. Yue Yang smashed the ball between Mackay and himself and the ball burst into a black pillar of light, engulfing both him and Mackay inside, teleporting the two of them into the dimension of duel. At this time, a cold smile appeared on Mackay's lips. To him, it didn't matter whose dimension of duel they were in as long as he could hide his domain of power from Shen Tian. As long as he could activate his domain of power, this brat would definitely die in his hands. It didn't matter what kind of attacks, be it fire bows or ice arrows, they would all be rendered useless. In that instant where his body was teleported, he had also summoned his beasts to kill Yue Yang's comrades outside. He wanted to show that he was helping Kai Yang from the 7 Great Bears, so that he may be grateful to him in the future. Rumble. A 30-meter-tall rock giant whose body was as big as a small mountain burst out from the ground, splitting the earth. This rock giant was a mighty gold-ranked level 9 beast. Amongst the beasts in Tongtian Tower level 5 and below, it was definitely a peerless existence. It was a gold-ranked level 5 Gold King beast, King of Black Light. Its body was more than 30 meters tall, and its whole body was covered with black light rock meteorite that was even harder than metal. Its 2 agile fists and head were covered with black-colored thorns, intimidating its enemies at first glance. Even a giant dragon would meet its tragic end facing against this King of Black Light. This was because the King of Black Light's defense was extremely high. Furthermore, it was resistant to fire and possessed the earth-shattering, rock dust meteor and other skills. It had the ability to fight both short-ranged and long-ranged. It was an existence that a warrior of innate level 2 and below would find it difficult to handle. Mackay had secretly chanted his summon when he floated to the ground just now, making use of his telekinesis inherent skill to hide the King of Black Light secretly under the ground. Before Yue Yang and Mackay entered into the dimension of duel, he ordered the King of Black Light to come out from the ground, eliminate every single enemies, no matter friends or foe, and flatten everything onto the ground. My God! When Fatty Hai saw the King of Black Light, he was frightened to death. Gold rank level 6 Lightning Mammoth was already a terrifying foe, now they even had to face this 30 meters tall, gold ranked level 9 King of Black Light the Rock Giant. How could they survive? Compared to this King of Black Light, the Gold Mammoth and One-Eyed Giant were simply kids' toys, completely insignificant. Lin Lei was so scared that his whole body trembled. Beside him, Lin Miao had gone ahead and fainted from fright. Faced against such a strong enemy, would there be even any use for them to continue the fight? Hui Tai Lang felt that it was finally the right time for it to move. Although this king of black light whose body was covered with rock did not seem to be very delicious, its magic crystal might still be tasty enough. It had just started to stand up when a girl suddenly flew out from inside the horse carriage, stepping on Hui Tai Lang's head and jumping outside. Like a little kid who had just seen her most beloved toy, she jumped towards that 30-meter tall king of black light. She turned out to be the girl who had yet to finish eating Duan Mu, Lu He, Dream Eater, Zi Diao, Nine-Headed Goblin Marshal and other innates, the Thorny Flower Demoness who had not evolved into a golden crown Thorny Flower Queen. Of course, due to time constraints, she was still unable to digest all of her food, otherwise she would definitely have no problems to evolve into a golden crown Thorny Flower Queen. This little girl received a lot of its master's love, so Hui Tai Lang decided not to fight over some king of black light with her. That rock monster seemed to be hard to eat anyways. Hui Tai Lang had also seen the golden beast jumping out of the horse carriage and charging straight towards the one-eyed giant. Hui Tai Lang immediately gave up. What a smart boy, it pretended to be an obedient kid when its master was here just now. The moment its master left, it started to snatch praise. Hui Tai Lang didn't care about whatever brother's ethics or loyalty anymore, snatching praise depends on each individual's power anyway. As the Thorny Flower Demoness, Golden Beast and Hui Tai Lang charged out to snatch monsters, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and Li brothers hurriedly ran back to hide, otherwise they would definitely be turned into meat paste by the King of Black Light. The Gold Mammoth also tried to hide from fright, but it didn't manage to avoid in time before it was grasped by the King of Black Light's hands and thrown into one side. The one-eyed giant was even more tragic, it was kicked by the King of Black Light and sent flying over 10 meters away. As for the two block-headed menial work slaves, Optimus Prime and Megatron, they were about to try moving this small mountain that could move, but they were immediately smashed into the ground by the King of Black Light's fists. Gold Mammoth, One-Eyed Giant and the two menial work slaves were all not the King of Black Light's match. Fatty Hai was so scared that his legs were trembling like crazy. He felt that even if he transformed, he would also be swatted away immediately by the King of Black Light's slap. I shall transform and fight to my death with it. The three of you, quickly pull the horse carriage back. We can't fight against this fellow, only Yue Yang can do it. Although Fatty Hai was terrified, he still had his loyalty. He only ran until the horse carriage, he didn't abandon his comrades and ran away. Nonsense, you'll just run to your death if you go out there. Ye Kong was completely speechless when he saw his Herculean rhinoceros beetle being overturned by the King of Black Light. Suddenly, from the sky, a huge meteorite falls straight onto the King of Black Light's head. With a loud explosion, the meteorite shattered into thousands of pieces, scattering all over the place into rain of fire. However, the King of Black Light did not seem to be injured at all. The Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang who were coming from afar was also dumbstruck. How could a meteor do no damage to it at all? Roar! The King of Black Light raised a huge rock that weighed thousands of kilograms and threw it to a far distance, smashing right into the Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang. The speed and power of the rock being thrown was comparable to a meteorite falling from the sky. The Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang hurriedly avoided it in the sky, each of them dodging to the opposite side. As a result, the rock missed them and smashed right into the Yu clan village ruins at a far distance. When the rock smashed onto the ground, an ear-splitting sound could be heard as the earth quaked and split apart. It was even more frightening than an earthquake. Seeing the Yu clan third young master had left, Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears immediately felt relieved of a huge burden in his heart. He laughed out loud and flew into the air, starting to store his innate level 2 power in his hands to launch an ultimate move at Princess Xian. Although he was on the winning side, Lord Shun Tian, who was the strongest amongst the three innate rankers in terms of power, was still frowning, as if he was unhappy with the current situation, confused over a certain matter. Even after Yue Yang left, he still felt that the biggest threat had yet to be eliminated. Inside that horse carriage, there were definitely more powerful enemies hiding inside. Makai had tricked to fight Yue Yang inside the dimension of duels so that they could fight to their deaths. This seemingly clever move might just be a foolish move that would completely destroy him. The Yu clan third young master was definitely not an idiot. He would definitely not abandon his comrades and pretended to be a hero, fighting against Makai in the dimension of duel alone. The fact that he had done this showed that he had seen through Makai's tricks and was confident of his victory. At the same time, he had also left some beasts behind to fight against Makai's King of Black Light. Shun Tian, who was floating over the Yu clan castle, deeply frowned his brows. Yu clan third young master, what sort of tricks would he use to deal with Makai? Also, what kind of powerful beasts would he leave behind to deal with that kind of black light? Below, the King of Black Light was completely invincible, not even a single beast was his match. All beasts immediately ran away the moment they saw the King of Black Light. That was, other than this girl who was wearing a flower wreath on her head and looked extremely innocent. Shun Tian was deep in his thoughts just now, hence he had not noticed her presence. However, now that he had seen her, his eyes immediately popped open wide. It was the first time a surprised expression crossed his face. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen? The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who had disappeared for 3,000 years had reappeared again? Shen Tian focused and discovered that this girl with a flower wreath on her head had not become a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen yet. It was still a Thorny Flower Demoness. However, her potential. Even Shen Tian, an innate ranker, felt jealous of Yue Yang. He actually couldn't possess such a terrifying killing machine. Even though Shen Tian possessed 5 holy beasts in his arsenal, it was still difficult to constrain the feeling of greed and desire in his heart. Especially after looking at the Thorny Flower Demoness' intelligent and emotional-looking eyes, which was almost nearing a human's. Shen Tian's heart was slightly shaken. He knew that this beast would definitely rise to become a holy beast in the future. It would be really unwise for him to allow this Thorny Flower Demoness to evolve into a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen and become a holy beast. Shen Tian's killing intent surged. His terrifying killing intent surfaced from his heart, breaking out like a sudden flash flood. He raised his arms and was prepared to take advantage of this moment when the Thorny Flower Demoness had yet to mature, to kill her in an instant. Isn't that the most honorable great emperor of Xia? Lord Shen Tian, one of the emperors of the 14 Stars Innate Alliance. Why would you come to the Soaring Dragon Continent, such a poor, secluded place? You seem to have come out of malice. Are you about to unleash your attack and let thousands of people die? Suddenly, from behind Shen Tian, an extremely seductive voice resounded. It was the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Tianfa. Along with a breath of fresh air, she appeared in the air, in a position slightly higher than Shen Tian. Turns out it's the great enchantress Tianfa. Haha, please do not joke around. The whole of Innate Alliance know that I am just an emperor in name. I don't possess any throne or significant position. With Xizun's existence, how can I, Shen Tian, dare to call myself emperor? The title of Xia 14 Stars is also only an inside joke that others used to call me. I didn't want to be called that at all. Today, I have come with my friends Yao Guang and Kai Yang to attend the ceremony for the new Yu clan substitute clan master Yu Chu's son to become Tian Quan's disciple. I heard that Yu Chu's son is extremely gifted. He managed to become a level 6 elder at the age of 21. I was so happy when I heard that there was such a talented junior that I came down from the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. When Shen Tian discovered the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's arrival, his expressions were immediately filled with caution. His killing intent disappeared without trace like snow melting in the heat of spring. He was filled with amicability instead. As he explained with a smile, he turned around and bowed slightly at the Phoenix Fairy Beauty. This is such a coincidental meeting. May I know why the Great Sky Demoness has come to this place? Even if he was an idiot, Shen Tian finally understood everything now. Why did Yue Yang went into the dimension of duel with Makai so fearlessly? It was because the Great Sky Demoness Tianfa had arrived. Although Shen Tian wasn't present during the Great Innate battle between Yue Yang and Tu Cheng, he had heard about the whole story. It was said that Tianfa was extremely biased against the Yu clan third young master, helping him time and time again. She had even seduced his hidden strength with her inherent skill right in front of the Thousand Goblins sect leader, allowing Yue Yang to kill Tu Cheng and Kuangzhan from the Thousand Goblins sect smoothly. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was extremely furious, but he was afraid of fighting both Tianfa and Night Empress together, hence he didn't make his move. However, it seemed like this Yu clan third young master might just be Tianfa's little lover. Otherwise, she wouldn't help him time and time again like this. Although Shen Tian was one of the few policy makers of the Innate Alliance and had the title of Emperor of Xia, he was even more low profile and cautious than the Thousand Goblins sect leader. He always kept a low profile when handling stuff, and would completely erase his trace. He would definitely not let anyone had the excuse attack him back. Amongst the Innates in the Innate Alliance, Xizun was at the top. She was an existence that no other person could surpass nor overtake. Xizun's title of Supreme One represented her existence that was unrivaled in the world. Only the strongest warrior could be referred to as the Supreme One. The Supreme One liked to cultivate the most. At normal times, she wouldn't even care about the matters of the Innate Alliance. Under Xizun, there were the Innate Inviter Elder Nangong, Night Empress from Tianluo Kingdom, Tianzhu, and Tianfa, the 2 great sky demons from the Demonic Palace, the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the sect leaders from the 4 great sects as well as Shen Tian, the great emperor of Xia. These 10 people were the real policy makers of the Innate Alliance, the highest ranked of all Innates. Other Innates such as the Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longcheng, Vice sect leader Makai Su Ling and the other heavenly imperial guardians from the 3 kingdoms were at the 2nd rank. They could only follow the policy makers' orders. If it wasn't related to their own country, they didn't have the authority to make any kind of decision. The 3rd-ranked Innates were like Yao Guang and Kai Yang from the 7 Great Bears, or Tu Cheng and Kuangzhan from the Thousand Goblins sect. They didn't even have the right to attend discussions or meetings at normal times. Shen Tian's goal was to climb onto the position of the Supreme One. He definitely would not fight against an innate that had the same level as him. That was because it was an action that could possibly harm him. His enemy might even take advantage of him. Especially this terrifying Tianfa, the demoness. Her abilities couldn't be belittled. Although Shen Tian thought of his abilities highly, he wouldn't belittle Tianfa's. Furthermore, with the risk of fighting against the Thousand Goblins sect leader and Tianzhu looming above him, he wouldn't act impulsively and start a fight with her. People who wanted to be successful in the long run must learn how to conceal one's strengths and bide one's time. He must endure silently, be accommodating to others and be well prepared. Shen Tian would definitely not fall easily into Tianfa's provocation. He had even asked Phoenix Fairy Beauty back with a question, his face full of smiles, as if he didn't know that she was here because of Yue Yang. I have no home, no fixed place to live, so I wander from place to place, unlike you, the great emperor of Xia Wei, who owned your own heavenly palace in the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower. It's not very strange for me to come to the Yu clan castle, because I know a little friend here. I was just passing by and making sure that he wasn't bullied by others. Phoenix Fairy Beauty replied indifferently, then asked Shen Tian again, did I hear wrongly? Isn't Yu Chu dead? How did he come alive again? I didn't know that Tianfa is so concerned about this matter. Yu Chu was taken as prisoner of war after he lost his battle. Afterwards, he was ransomed by a girl who was infatuated with him, and was forced to exile in the demon abyss. Then, he had received the 7 Great Bears Tian Quan's help and could finally return back to the Yu clan. After the Yu clan encountered the attack from the Eastern Goblin tribe and was about to be destroyed, Yue Yang had stepped up and was determined to revive the Yu clan. I heard that his son was extremely intelligent and had an unrivaled natural talent. At this time, it just so happens that Tian Xuan had invited me down. Hence, I decided to come down to express my good wishes for Tian Xuan who was about to accept a disciple. Shen Tian had completely revamped the whole story, emphasizing that he was only a passerby with no business here at all. Tian Xuan is receiving a disciple? Yu Chu's son. Phoenix Fairy Beauty started laughing, is Yu Chu's son called Yue Yang? Yes. Shen Tian nodded. If I didn't remember wrong, didn't Elder Nangong personally come down to invite Yue Yang to join the Innate Alliance a few days ago? Tian Xuan from the 7 Great Bears is only Innate level 2 at the most, what kind of abilities did he have to dare receive an Innate as his disciple? Isn't this the world's greatest joke? The Phoenix Fairy Beauty laughed enchantingly. However, an endless stream of killing intent was hidden between her smile. Yu Chu's son, Yue Yang, is an Innate. Shen Tian's acting skills were definitely of the Innate rank. That little kid is my young lover, I am very familiar even with each strand of his hair. How would I not know that he is an Innate? Phoenix Fairy Beauty asked him back, don't the great emperor of Xia Wei know that Yu Chu's son, Yue Yang, is an Innate? That day when Yue Yang killed Tu Cheng and Kuangzhan from the Thousand Goblins sect, more than a dozen of Innates had witnessed it themselves. Zhizun had even said that she was Yue Yang's introducer, and that he had a very high potential to improve. She said she wouldn't allow anyone to try finding excuses to kill him. Great Emperor of Xia Wei, you really didn't know that? I only heard that Yu Chu's son is a level 6 elder. Did he really manage to reach the Innate realm before reaching his 21st birthday? Shen Tian seemed to have never seen Yue Yang before. With regards to how he managed to reach the Innate realm, you can ask him yourself, it's no use asking me. Right, below, what on earth happened to Yao Guang? Who is so audacious, daring to kill him right under the great emperor of Xia Wei's nose? Phoenix Fairy Beauty pointed at Yao Guang corpse and asked. An extremely strange youngster. He was quite strong, and an Innate. However, I have never seen him amongst the Innate Alliance. Shen Tian replied. Seems like the son of Yu Chu that Lord Shen Tian knew is different from the son of Yu Chu that I knew. Phoenix Fairy Beauty laughed, amongst the two of them, one of them must be an impostor. May I ask which Yue Yang is Lord Shen Tian supporting? The real one, or the fake one? What's real couldn't be faked, what's fake would eventually be known. Shen Tian laughed out, replying and answering her smoothly. What's actually happening below? Yao Guang from the 7 Great Bears died tragically and Kai Yang didn't seem to be in a good position either. Shouldn't you, as the great emperor of Xia Wei, help them to attack the enemies? Phoenix Fairy Beauty's killing intent was faintly discernible, her breathtaking, beautiful face smiled even more sweetly. It's not appropriate for an Innate to get involved in the matters in Soaring Dragon Continent. Kai Yang wanted to take revenge for Yao Guang, I was unable to stop him although I have tried to advise him. Shen Tian also smiled wider. So, Lord Shen Tian meant to say that you will follow the Innate Alliance contract and will not bully those little friends below? Phoenix Fairy Beauty asked. If they did not try to attack me, Shen Tian smiled. Where is that strange youngster you are talking about? Phoenix Fairy Beauty asked. He had gone to the dimension of duel with Sirmakai Su Ling. They seemed to have an old grudge between them, I was unable to stop them too. When Shen Tian said this, he was particularly attentive to Phoenix Fairy Beauty's reaction. If her expression changed when she heard this news, then there might be a higher chance for Makai Su Ling to defeat Yue Yang. However, Shen Tian saw that Phoenix Fairy Beauty revealed a looking down expression instead. He immediately felt a chill in his heart. Seemed like Makai Su Ling had been outwitted. Fighting against Yue Yang in the dimension of duel had guaranteed his tragic death. Being able to be recognized by Xizun, Night Empress, Tianfa and Elder Nangong, becoming the source of fear of the Thousand Goblin sect leader to boot, Yue Yang was really not your ordinary brat. However, he was definitely not like that foolish Makai Su Ling who was too confident on himself. No matter how talented that brat was, no matter how fast he improved, it would still be too early to challenge Shen Tian in 100 years. Other than Xizun, Night Empress and that terrifying Tianzhu, as the great emperor of Xia Wei, Shen Tian had the confidence to defeat everyone else, including the innate inviter Elder Nangong, the strange 100 transformations Thousand Goblin sect leader and this Tianfa in front of him. Of course, he, who was aiming for the Supreme One's position, would not easily reveal his real strength. With regards to fighting against other innates in order to help Yu Chu seize his position in the Yu clan, that was a very foolish move. Shen Tian would definitely not do it. Unless Tianfa started to attack him first, or if there were other high-leveled innate rankers on his side, such as the Thousand Goblin sect leader, Floating Mist sect leader Bai Ken Yuan and Western Lion Pagoda's Li Chongxian to fight together with him against her, Shen Tian would never initiate an attack against the Sky Demonist Tianfa. He would only attack when there is a 100% chance of winning. A Sky Demonist like Tianfa would require an all-out attack even when he had 3 other high-leveled innates ganging up against her. Only then would they had the chance to kill her. For Shen Tian, if Yue Yang was still not a threat to his position yet, he wouldn't risk making an enemy out of Tianfa because of Yue Yang. That brat was Tianfa's lover. The grudge for killing a love was more or less equivalent to the grudge of killing husbands or stealing wives, it would definitely not be resolved easily. Furthermore, Yue Yang's introducer was Xizun. Phoenix Fairy Beauty also knew that she wouldn't be able to defeat the great emperor of Xia Wei alone. This fellow was even more cautious than the Thousand Goblin sect leader, he wouldn't leave a single trace of him when he commit crimes. If she forced her way to attack, they would only be at stalemate. There might not be a winner even if they fought each other for days. Phoenix Fairy Beauty didn't have the patience and the time to waste fighting him, she was only here to cheer for Yue Yang. She just didn't want Shen Tian to use shameless, underhanded methods to launch a sneak attack on Yue Yang. Of course, if Shen Tian had really attacked Yue Yang just now, Phoenix Fairy Beauty wouldn't be so friendly and amicable. She would definitely not let him go and attack. However, she didn't have any reason to attack now, so Phoenix Fairy Beauty could only tamper her killing intent down for the moment. Below, Kai Yang, whose strength had increased to innate level 2, was indeed much stronger than ever. Princess Qian couldn't fight him at all, she could only hide inside her protective shield and wait for an opportunity. Kai Yang released a powerful shockwave blast, it was so strong that even the King of Black Light was pushed a few steps back. Of course, it could also be pushed back because of the Thorny Flower Demoness attack, because the Thorny Flower Demoness had wove her thick thorny vines into a 30-meter-tall Thorny Flower Demon and was prepared to swallow the King of Black Light in whole. Facing against this Thorny Flower Demon, the King of Black Light couldn't defeat it easily like it had with its other enemies. It couldn't finish it with one move and became an invincible force anymore. It was pushed step by step back, almost as if it was afraid of the Thorny Flower Demon. Inside the dimension of duel, Makai Su Ling was trying to find Yue Yang. Originally, in the dimension of duel, one would never be able to escape if the other party was not dead yet. However, the strange thing was that Yue Yang had disappeared in the moment Makai Su Ling and him was teleported into the dimension of duel. Where on earth did he go to? Was he hiding himself? Or had he escaped? When Makai Su Ling entered the dimension of duel, he immediately summoned his platinum grimoire and raised his protective shield. He released his innate strength and raised his strength to innate level 3 and above. When he finished his preparation and tried to find Yue Yang, he realized that that brat had disappeared. This was impossible. In the dimension of duel, how could he escaped, disregarding the laws of the dimension? At the start, Makai Su Ling thought that Yue Yang had hid himself. He summoned the Sand Beast Storm King, a gold-ranked level 8 element-type beast. It didn't have a physical body, but its power was enough to destroy a whole city. The only weakness it had was water, but Makai Su Ling discovered that in this dimension of duel, there was only a small volcano covered with hard ground. There was absolutely no water source at all. The heat energy from the volcano would help his Sand Beast Storm King and increase its strength, hence he did not hesitate at all and summoned it from his grimoire. Makai ordered it to find Yue Yang, who was hiding himself. However, after 1 minute, the Sand Beast couldn't find Yue Yang even after searching through every nook and cranny of the dimension of duel. Makai Su Ling was completely bewildered. According to the rules, before he killed the enemy, he wouldn't be able to leave. This was really a bolt from the blue. If he couldn't find Yue Yang and kill him, wouldn't he be trapped inside here forever? Makai Su Ling felt fear creeping into his heart, he almost went crazy with fear. Right now, accurately speaking, Yue Yang had not left the area of dimension of duel yet. He had only gone to a place that Makai Su Ling never thought he would go. Black hole dimension. When Yue Yang was teleported into the dimension of duel, he felt that Makai definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. Hence, he thought the first one to make his move would gain the advantage. When Makai was smugly summoning his grimoire and releasing his innate strength, Yue Yang had pricked his finger and dripped his blood onto the black jade pendant, then channeled his innate chi into it. Previously, he had sensed that he could go into the black hole dimension again and meet Empress Fei Wen Li, however, it was difficult to do this secretly in front of the girls. Hence, Yue Yang immediately went to see Empress Fei Wen Li the moment he entered the dimension of duel, hiding this fact from the rest of the girls. As for Makai Su Ling, he was a dead man as far as Yue Yang was concerned. Obviously, a dead man tell no tales. If it was truly the battlefield of certain death, Yue Yang's actions might not be successful, but this was the battlefield of certain death that the old fox had created. It was the dimension that Yue Yang was transported to for the entrance test of killing the magma wyvern, the work that the old fox was the proudest of. Although it was only the second time Yue Yang entered the black hole dimension, Yue Yang's body, who had improved greatly from his innate chi and Nirvana's flame, could more or less withstand the destructive force inside the black hole dimension. He could faintly sense that this destructive force was kind of similar to the force of world exterminating wheel. Although they were different, they had similar effects. It was just that the black hole dimension destructive force was much greater, and it stretched far and wide without any boundaries, unlike the world exterminating wheel which was some kind of attack. Yue Yang thought that if the seal for this black hole dimension was an ancient rune or an immemorial rune, would he be able to make this black hole dimension his own when he had completely mastered his rune knowledge? He could set Empress Fei Wen Li free and trap powerful enemies inside the black hole dimension in the future, making them his prisoner until the end of their lives. Becoming a prisoner in this black hole dimension was definitely a terrifying prospect. Without a physical body, they wouldn't have the chance to escape. Even a strong being such as Empress Fei Wen Li who had slept for thousands of years couldn't leave. It could be seen very clearly that the power of this black hole dimension is. In the depths of the black hole dimension, after one eventful year, Yue Yang finally saw Empress Fei Wen Li who was sleeping inside a crystal coffin again. She was still in her deep sleep, her face pale and her strength severely reduced. Her state was no different than when Yue Yang left her a year ago. Xia Wen Li floated out from Yue Yang's body and climbed onto the crystal coffin to look at Empress Fei Wen Li. Her big eyes were filled with tears. Yue Yang rubbed her little head and comforted her, "It's okay, your mommy will definitely get better." UNN. Xia Wen Li nodded obediently. She was more thoughtful compared to when she was first born. After living and fighting together with Yue Yang, within the period of 1 year, she had grown quickly in terms of wisdom and understanding. At the start, other than understanding battle strategies, her way of thinking was not even as high as Yu Shuang, the little girl. The current her, however, was even smarter than Yu Bing right now. Although she still hadn't learned how to speak, in terms of wisdom or emotional feelings, she was no different than a human. She had long surpassed the standard for holy beasts, she had possessed an emotional capacity of a human's. Yue Yang was confused as to why she had not rose in rank to become a holy beast yet. However, with regards to his beloved baby, he felt that he should just let nature take its course. Who knew, maybe Xia Wen Li was actually a mythical beast, because she had already possessed a diamond-ranked grimoire the moment she was born. After mastering the 5th layer of innate invisible sword chi and comprehending a part of heaven and ancient runes, he was a completely changed man. He didn't need to be worried that Empress Fei Wen Li would suck his innate chi dry. Yue Yang bit his finger and drew an ancient rune spirit chi spring on top of the crystal coffin. He then continued to channel his innate chi into the runic circle. Flickers of light flashed as Yue Yang's innate chi, with the additional support by the ancient rune, continued to flow into the crystal coffin and into Empress Fei Wen Li's body. A minute later, under the influence of Yue Yang's innate chi, Empress Fei Wen Li's complexion turned much better. From a pale color, her cheeks looked a little rosy now. She awoken from her deep sleep. When her eyes opened and she saw Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li, her eyes were immediately filled with tears, full of emotion. Not caring about her weak body, she lifted the lid of her coffin and immediately hugged Xia Wen Li who had dived into her embrace. Empress Fei Wen Li emotionally kissed her precious daughter before she raised Xia Wen Li up high and cheered, "My darling baby has grown. Heavens, how many years have I slept? 3 years, or 5? Good girl, don't cry. Ouch, my head hurts. Little Yue Yan, how long have I actually been sleeping?" "Only a year, Your Highness the Empress." Yue Yang purposely pretended to be respectful and courteous. If it weren't for the fact that he was completely naked, he would be more confident. It was a pity that every piece of object would disintegrate into nothing inside the black hole dimension. Empress Fei Wen Li showed a disbelieving expression at first, then her expression changed into joy. She reached out 6 of her snow-white hands and hugged Yue Yang, before giving him a peck on his cheek. "You are really a lovable kid, I never knew that you would improve so much in just a year. Oh, let me see. Heavens, I really can't believe my eyes. Isn't your improvement a little too much? What kind of secret cultivation technique did you use? Oh no, my head hurts, could you please give me some of your innate qi again? Thank you. Maybe because she needed Yue Yang's innate qi urgently, Empress Fei Wen Li kissed Yue Yang on his lips, not caring about Xia Wen Li who was watching on the side. She absorbed the innate qi in his body through his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that Yue Yang had mastered the 5th layer of innate invisible sword qi, his innate qi would have already been sucked dry by her. The kind of ecstasy that was kind of suffocating yet pleasurable was really unforgettable for Yue Yang. He felt Empress Fei Wen Li's cold body slowly turning warm under the power of his innate qi, and felt her virtual body slowly taking form and space. Of course, in order to heal her completely, Yue Yang thought that it wouldn't be enough even if he gave her innate qi 1,000 more times. Right now, he was only supplying the innate qi that she needed urgently. After kissing Yue Yang for a full 3 minutes, Empress Fei Wen Li let his lips go, feeling so comfortable and relaxed that she let out a moan. Her voice was sweet and charming, completely soul-captivating. So much that it had even stirred the lower part of Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang had not managed to breathe normally before Xia Wen Li also hugged his neck, her mouth puckering up like an octopus as she copied Empress Fei Wen Li's action just now, smacking Yue Yang's lips a few times and refused to let go. She didn't know how to kiss, she only knew that putting lips together was a way to express love. Enough, enough. Yue Yang hurriedly appeased his precious daughter, giving her a small peck on her forehead. Ah! Sure enough, Xia Wen Li enjoyed it completely, feeling that she was more loved by Yue Yang than her mother. Tell me about what happened in this year. Empress Fei Wen Li was especially curious about Yue Yang. She really wanted to know how he had been living the past year. It's a very long story, of course. Yue Yang wouldn't tell the whole thing in full detail, he only chose the main points and explained it to Empress Fei Wen Li. Even then, he still need to explain for 30 whole minutes in order to highlight the main events during the year. Afterwards, he asked Empress Fei Wen Li about holy beasts, mythical beasts, Eastern Goblin Tribe, Supreme One Xizun, Dragon Emperor and the great legendary Golden Winged Peng. Of course, he also conveniently asked about some parts of heaven runes and ancient runes that he didn't understand. In short, Yue Yang asked every question he had to Empress Fei Wen Li, who had been sleeping for 10,000s of years. He knew that her experience of 10,000s of years would definitely bring him better answers. Empress Fei Wen Li hugged Xia Wen Li as she sat inside her crystal coffin. She then made a gesture to ask Yue Yang to sit beside her. She reached out a hand and rubbed it at Yue Yang's head, chuckling, "It's been hard on you, little Yue Yang. I didn't manage to tell you a lot of things the previous time. You have gone through a lot. Now, I will try to tell you everything that I knew." Maybe humans and other races had gone through a lot of change after 10,000s of years, however, 10,000 years ago, humans were once the strongest race. With regards to holy beasts, there were many of them last time. There were even quite a handful of mythical beasts. If you could go to higher levels of Tongtian Tower, you would discover that the strong ones were not only humans, other beasts and other kinds of life forms were also very strong. The Eastern Goblin tribe had always been strong since last time, they were one of the sub-branch of the Eastern Fairy tribe. They pursued power relentlessly, unable to stop their thirst for power. It was said that they had a fallout with the Eastern Fairy tribe and was banished from their tribe. I have never heard of the Dragon Emperor, maybe he is a new Goblin King who ascended the throne when I was still sleeping. As for the Great Gold-Winged Peng, Levin said that it was one of the Eastern Fairy tribe race whose power was indescribable. It was said that its existence surpassed even God of Wars. However, these were only hearsay, I have never seen him myself. I think, unless you could surpass the heaven realm and reach the world above it, you won't be able to see it. As for runes, I'm not very knowledgeable in it, I only know a little. Heaven runes are runes that anyone can use. That is not the case with ancient runes, it had special requirements, so it is not suitable for everyone. Someone like you who are suitable to use all kinds of ancient runes are simply a weirdo. No one is like you. Also, you must know one thing, the immemorial runes are unique. Empress Fei Wen Li told Yue Yang about a secret within a secret. What? Yue Yang didn't understand. What I meant is that when you possessed an immemorial rune, then nobody else will be able to possess the same one. There is an immemorial rune in the middle of your world exterminating wheel, hence nobody else would be able to possess the same world exterminating wheel as you. Even though they could also have world exterminating wheel, there wouldn't be an immemorial rune in the middle of it. In other words, if you see other immemorial runes, it would be best if you snatch it away and make it yours. This is because immemorial runes are not only extremely strong, they are completely unique, the only one that exist in this world. With an immemorial rune, nobody else would be able to possess the same one unless someone snatched it from you. Empress Fei Wen Li's words immediately made Yue Yang pumped up with the notion of becoming a robber. It's good then. Yue Yang liked unique things the best. Let's talk about summoning grimoires. You must not have known the reason why all innate rankers didn't pursue a research on storage rings. Do you know why beasts could return inside their grimoires themselves without orders? Little Yue Yang, when you finally understood the true usage of summoning your grimoire, you would definitely be amazed. Empress Fei Wen Li's smile almost made Yue Yang's curious heart explode with curiosity. After this, what kind of secrets would Empress Fei Wen Li share with him? The secret of the summoning grimoires. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't know anything about the secrets of the summoning grimoire. For example, where did it come from? These summoning grimoires, who created them? Is it created by humans or gods? How could beasts be recalled into the summoning grimoire? How did his barbarian cow Shadow Aman use the golden bell, bracelet, and weapon? How could Xia Wen Li and the Bloody Queen Red move to their house to the divine grimoire? How did the summoning grimoire give their owners their inherent skills? Where did the grimoire's owner's guardian beast that could never truly die come from? How could beasts level up from battle experiences? There were countless of questions that Yue Yang had never truly thought of carefully. The reason was because no one knew the answer. Until now, when Empress Fei Wen Li decided to share him this secret, Yue Yang finally realized that the answer to all his questions had actually always been by his side. The summoning grimoire had countless of secrets that even I was unable to know of. Empress Fei Wen Li hugged Xia Wen Li as she fixed her eyes at Yue Yang. However, according to my knowledge, the summoning grimoire, similar to the ancient runes and immemorial runes, first appeared ages ago, no one knows when. There is a very close relationship between the summoning grimoire and runes. It was said that they were first created by the deities during the immemorial era. The summoning grimoire was a heavenly book that was created to allow humans to become stronger, a ladder for humans to reach the heaven realm. Is there a limited amount to grimoires? Yue Yang wanted to know how many grimoires are there, or whether there were an unlimited amount of grimoires. Yes. Empress Fei Wen Li nodded with certainty. I've never seen the document records, so I am not 100% sure. However, from the rumors, in this whole world, including Tongtian Tower, Heaven Realm and Outer Realm, there were only 10,000 bronze grimoires, 5,000 silver grimoires, 1,000 gold grimoires, 500 platinum grimoires and 100 diamond grimoires. This number is fixed, so if you have 1 diamond grimoire, that means that there are only 99 diamond grimoires left. If the 100 diamond grimoires quota has been met, even if someone has met the requirements to level up their grimoires to diamond ranked, they wouldn't be able to rank up, unless they killed a diamond ranked grimoire owner. Of course, not everyone can rank up to diamond rank, it is on a whole other level than platinum ranked grimoires and below. It will not rank up just from accumulation of battle experience, it requires special conditions. One of them is blood link. I see, Yue Yang had an understanding. No wonder all the innate rankers he met until now only had platinum ranked grimoire. No one had a diamond ranked grimoire before. According to the numbers that Empress Fei Wen Li mentioned, Yue Yang could calculate. In reality, the number of grimoire owners in the Soaring Dragon Continent were extremely low. Only the 4 great clans, 4 great sects, 3 royal kingdoms and a handful of elite talents possess summoning grimoires. There were not even 200 bronze grimoires in the Soaring Dragon Continent. That was only around 1% of the quota of bronze grimoires. The number of silver, gold, platinum grimoires were even less than that. The Demon Abyss was slightly stronger than the Soaring Dragon Continent, not to the point that they were able to completely crush the Soaring Dragon Continent. Yue Yang reckoned that there wouldn't be that much grimoires in the Demon Abyss than in Soaring Dragon Continent. Just looking at the number of grimoire owners, it was apparent that the Soaring Dragon Continent was extremely weak. Seems like the most powerful place in this world must be the rumored Heaven Realm. As for the Eastern Goblin Tribe and Demon Abyss, although they were a little better off than the Soaring Dragon Continent, they were still way below the Heaven Realm. However, Yue Yang was the most curious about his own divine grimoire. What's up with that divine grimoire? Yue Yang hesitated a little before asking Empress Fei Wen Li this question. Empress Fei Wen Li never imagined that Yue Yang would have a divine grimoire. She smiled. Divine grimoires are divided into holy grimoire and godly grimoires. The two of them had similar names and appearance, but they have different potential in strength and power. There are a total of 100 holy grimoires, but there are only 10 godly grimoires. No matter if it is holy or godly grimoires, they are all unique existences, each has their own special power and abilities. Holy grimoires would never be able to rank up to godly grimoires, but a diamond grimoire will be able to rank up to a holy grimoire. As long as the diamond grimoire owner kills the holy grimoire owner and fuse their grimoires together, a new holy grimoire will be created. As for godly grimoires, it is not possible to rank up a normal grimoire to godly grimoire. Theoretically, other than gods and deities, a godly grimoire is not something that lower beings could possess. However, it was said that it could be snatched away, as long as one has powers that surpassed gods. A godly grimoire can be snatched away when one kills a god, kill a god and snatch his godly grimoire? Do gods truly exist? Yue Yang was completely speechless. No one has ever seen gods, no one could prove the existence of gods. However, according to ancient rumors, there was once a god that had been killed by human warriors. He fell from the highest realm in the world, the Heaven Realm, and fell onto Soaring Dragon Continent. At the place where the god had fallen, humans decided to build a huge god-sealing shrine. However, the god-sealing shrine was ruined during the Great Hundred Tribes War. The later generations of mankind then called these ruins the God's Ruins. When Empress Fei Wen Li said this, Yue Yang started sweating profusely. Turns out God's Ruins had such a history. No wonder, it was located in the most secluded place in Tongtian Tower. Turns out it was a place where a god was sealed. But, do gods really exist? Yue Yang really couldn't be so sure. Maybe gods are just stronger versions of innate rancors. The picture of the sword goddess and the old Daoist priest flashed across Yue Yang's mind. The sword goddess had the ability to destroy heavens and earth with just one move. Yue Yang had seen many strong innate rancors, but they were as insignificant as ants compared to her. If the sword goddess could appear in this world, then would she be a godlike existence? Or the old Daoist priest, seems like that fellow was an even stronger existence than the sword goddess. With regards to gods and whatsoever, Yue Yang decided not to think about it anymore. He had not reached that level yet, so it was no use to think about it now. I have only heard godly grimoires from rumors, I have never seen one before. Hence, I am not that knowledgeable about godly grimoires, I only know that it exists. However, if you want to ask about holy grimoires, this grimoire in my hand is a holy grimoire. Empress Fei Wen Li tapped on the crystal coffin lightly as she smiled sweetly towards Yue Yang. What special powers does your holy grimoire has? Yue Yang had already guessed that she possessed a holy grimoire. He asked this because he wanted to compare it to his own divine grimoire. Yue Yang highly suspect that the divine grimoire in his hands was actually the legendary godly grimoire. He wanted to compare it to Empress Fei Wen Li's holy grimoire. If the two grimoires were different, then his grimoire must be a godly grimoire. If he had the godly grimoire, he would have more beauties. Yue Yang felt that his future sexual life were filled with good prospects. How could Empress Fei Wen Li know that this boy had a divine grimoire? She only thought that he was curious, hence she showed it to him. Yue Yang was ecstatic. This was because he realized that his divine grimoire was a little different from Empress Fei Wen Li's. There was a high chance that it was a godly grimoire. Of course, before he could be sure of that, he decided that would not say that he possessed a divine grimoire at the meantime. He would research about it in secret first. Maybe Empress Fei Wen Li was afraid that she would hurt Yue Yang's confidence if she spoke too much, so she didn't discuss this any further. After understanding Yue Yang's current situation, she told him all the secrets regarding bronze, silver, gold, and platinum grimoires. Anyone who possessed a grimoire actually possessed a storage space. No, it should be called a realm. The higher the rank of the grimoire, the more perfect the world inside it would be. The space inside a bronze grimoire is only a dark, empty space, there is completely nothing inside. A beast can only sleep when it enters into a bronze grimoire. On the other hand, the space inside a silver grimoire is filled with light and earth while the gold grimoire is filled with mountains and rivers. Beasts can continue to live when they enter the grimoire, they don't have to sleep. The space inside a platinum grimoire was even wider and more complete. There are birds and butterflies, flowers and trees, amongst many other things. Beasts can live very happily inside. Hearing Empress Fei Wen Li's words, Yue Yang thought that it was quite similar to his dream realm. At first, there was nothing in his dream realm, only light and clouds. Afterwards, it slowly turned into a beautiful world with flowers and trees, mountains and rivers. Yue Yang knew that it wasn't his doing, it was the sword goddess powers, who would know that inside the summoning grimoire, the same thing also happened. When he was dreaming and entered his dream realm, could it be that he was entering the space of his own grimoire? Can I enter the space inside my grimoire? Yue Yang asked. Ordinary warriors can only enter the space inside a platinum grimoire, but an innate rancor can enter into the space inside a gold grimoire, or even a silver grimoire. If an ordinary warrior wanted to enter into the space inside a platinum grimoire, he must first acquire the grimoire owner's agreement. There must also be a holy beast to receive him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to leave once he entered. If you want to enter the space inside your grimoire, you have to learn how to use the special teleportation rune circle that is unique to your grimoire. I think it shouldn't be very difficult for you, other than teaching Yue Yang about how to enter into the space inside his grimoire. Empress Fei Wen Li had demonstrated it personally, pressing her hand onto Yue Yang's forehead. A brilliant rainbow-colored light started radiating brightly. Yue Yang could feel that his body had not moved, but his soul had quickly and mysteriously teleported into another place. In that moment, he could sense a boundless, desolate world that was in ruins. The whole world was frozen in ice, every living thing and buildings were all frozen in ice. This was a completely dead world. When Empress Fei Wen Li moved her hands from Yue Yang's forehead, Yue Yang felt his soul returning to his body. Everything that he saw just now seemed to be a dream. Due to the black hole seal, I don't have the ability to send you into the space inside Yue Holy Grimoire. I could only show you how just now so that you can have a sense of how to do it yourself. The space inside the Holy Grimoire is actually a beautiful world. The reason why everything is frozen is because there is not enough power to sustain it. As long as I can leave this black hole dimension and recover my powers, everything will return back to normal. Empress Fei Wen Li sighed lightly. She knew that although Yue Yang improved very quickly, he was still far from being able to rescue her out of the seal. She would be grateful if he could come inside the space every now and then to chat with her and give her some energy. Are you tired? Seeing Empress Fei Wen Li's tired expression, Yue Yang knew that the black hole dimension was affecting her greatly. It would be best for her to return to her crystal coffin, continue to sleep, and recover more of her powers. He had learned a lot of secrets from her and he had the confidence that he could enter the black hole dimension again. He was not in a rush to ask more questions, there would be chance to do that in the future anyway. Little boy, have you learned how to think about others in the 1 year that we didn't see each other? Empress Fei Wen Li chuckled lightly, but she didn't refuse when Yue Yang carried her intimately into the crystal coffin. One last question. Why is it that the innate rankers that I have met so far are so different? Yue Yang asked his doubt. Amongst the innate rankers that Yue Yang had seen, they were mostly divided into two types. One was the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Shun Tian, Elder Nangong, Phoenix Fairy Beauty, Night Empress, and the others. These innate rankers were all strong beyond compare. Even Yue Yang, who had reached this kind of level, was unable to see through the depths of the powers they have hidden. The second type was innate rankers like Tu Cheng, Kuang Zhan, Duan Mu, Lu He, Yao Guang, Kai Yang and the others. Although they were innates, their powers were simply too insignificant. Why was their powers so vastly different, although they were all innates? Was it because of each person's different cultivation method? Or the depths of the comprehension? Or was it because of other reasons? Empress Fei Wen Li was slightly shocked when she heard Yue Yang's question. However, she quickly reacted and smiled, I see, turns out the innates in Soaring Dragon Continent could actually be faked. Little Yue Yang, what you have seen might just be fake innates. They didn't become innate through hard work and cultivation, they become innates through external powers, for example with another innate's help or with the help of some secret pill, pulling them into the innate realm immaturely. These fake innates, although they were innates, their powers would be extremely weak and they wouldn't be able to improve in their lives. They ought to be pitted. The real innate would have a holy beast that grew together with them and would possess their own domain of power that is unique to their own. When Yue Yang heard her explanation, he finally understood. Why would the Thousand Goblin sect not care about him killing Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan? Why don't Kuang Zhan and Tu Cheng possess holy beasts? Seems like Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan became innates through the Thousand Goblin sect leader's help. They were probably created because the Thousand Goblin sect leader wanted a loyal subordinate. There wouldn't be any problems if they died, the Thousand Goblin sect leader would still be able to create another fake innate if he wanted to. Hence, he wouldn't harbor a grudge for Yue Yang just because he had killed Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan. Yue Yang continued to think. It seemed like he didn't have a holy beast or domain of power. Maybe Xia Wen Li and the Bloody Queen could be counted as a holy beast forcibly. However, this was the first time Yue Yang had heard of domain of power. What is this domain of power? Your domain of power, I also can't see through it. It's hidden deep inside your mind. It seems like something related to fire, but it also seems to be something else. I can't be sure. Empress Fei Wen Li's words completely shocked Yue Yang. Could it be that his domain of power was the mysterious power that appeared whenever he was unconscious? He remembered when he was fighting against the fake Elder Tianzuo, the sealed demon Dark Golden Scepter had appeared. He couldn't fight it and had fainted on the spot. When he awoke, he discovered that the Dark Golden Spectre had been instantly killed by him. Yue Yang had always been confused with this matter. He only knew that there was a mysterious power in his body that continued to help him every time he was in trouble. Could it be that that was his domain of power? Yue Yang realized that there were actually a lot of secrets inside his body. Forget it, he would understand it slowly. The guy from another world was too lazy to think about it too much. He was about to give Empress Fei Wen Li some innate energy so that she may recover some strength and exit this place. If you want to use your domain of power, it's actually pretty easy. Try to feel it in your heart, feel the power inside of you, give it a try. Empress Fei Wen Li lied down inside the crystal coffin as she spurred Yue Yang to try activating his domain of power. Okay. Without her telling him, Yue Yang even thought that he had not have domain of power inside his body yet. At first, Yue Yang had many thoughts in his head, he was unable to calm down. He was also unable to sense his domain of power. However, along with Empress Fei Wen Li's pointers, teaching him along like a teacher, Yue Yang slowly concentrated and could finally enter his inner realm for the first time. It was his first time being able to come into contact with the power inside his body when he was awake. He was able to grasp onto his domain of power, which was unique to him alone. It was like a huge door of knowledge had slowly opened inside his mind. Through his inner realm, Yue Yang discovered countless and mysterious powers inside his body, like a lustrous river of stars. The closest power to him was the Nirvana Flame and world-exterminating wheel that he was familiar with. As for the powers furthest from him, Yue Yang was still unable to feel it clearly. He only knew that it was as vast as the Milky Galaxy. Yue Yang first tried to touch the Nirvana Flame and world-exterminating wheel, before trying to probe deeper. Suddenly, there was a mysterious power that discovered his presence. Like a meteor, it shot towards him, as if it was trying to attack and enter into his body. However, Yue Yang discovered that that power was extremely destructive and terrifying. He was so afraid that he started trembling. At this moment, there seemed to be a mysterious being coming out from his body. It opened its mouth and swallowed that mysterious power whole. Then, like a star, it exploded inside Yue Yang's body. In that instant, that mysterious power turned into a new power inside Yue Yang's body. It became one of the components of his domain of power. Yue Yang could now clearly feel the existence of his domain of power. And that was Devour, a power that was even stronger than the black hole dimension. If he could use this Devour domain of power that could devour any kind of living things, why would he even be worried about the Thousand Goblins sect or Shun Tian that were outside? Even Yue Yang was completely shocked by his own terrifying domain of power. In front of Empress Fei Wen Li's eyes, Yue Yang was completely entranced as his body suddenly ignited in Nirvana's flame. The Nirvana's flame flared up in an instant and turned into a huge pillar of Nirvana flame. It rose and immediately broke through the seal of the black hole dimension, then disappeared without a trace like an exploding star. Empress Fei Wen Li was dumbstruck as she mumbled, he possessed such a strong domain of power the moment he awakened it. This boy. Nirvana's flame, world exterminating wheel, star power. What other power does this boy possess? The stronger he is, the faster I will be able to leave this place. This is a good thing. Empress Fei Wen Li happily closed her crystal coffin and continued her deep sleep, waiting for Yue Yang's next arrival. At this time, inside the dimension of duel, Makai Su Ling was scratching his scalp hard, almost going crazy. He really wanted to cry out loud. His enemy had disappeared, and under the rule of the dimension of duel, he was unable to leave this goddamned dimension of duel. If the Yu Clan third young master had left this dimension of duel, then he would have to stay in this place forever. He really couldn't imagine such an ending. Whenever Makai Su Ling thought about how he would be staying here alone his whole life until he starved himself to death or died of old age, he felt an impulse of committing suicide. The only thing that stopped him from committing suicide was the hope of seeing Yue Yang again. He felt that this extremely cunning Yu Clan third young master must be hiding at some place. It might be his inherent skill or his beast's ability. In any case, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to leave this place before he killed him. Lich Ring. The sand beast that had almost overturned every single place inside the dimension of duel finally found the Lich Ring that Yue Yang had left behind after entering the black hole dimension. When Makai Su Ling saw the ring, he became even more sure of his theory. He even guessed that the Yu Clan third young master had secretly entered into the Lich Ring. However, the Lich Ring could only store inanimate objects. Could it be that the Yu Clan third young master is actually a zombie? Makai Su Ling wouldn't be able to understand it even if his head exploded from the thinking. Just as he was observing the Lich Ring, trying to understand it, suddenly, a pillar of Nirvana flame shot out of empty air, revealing Yue Yang who had appeared like a meteor. He was completely naked, without clothes covering his body. When he saw Yue Yang's appearance, Makai Su Ling almost cried with relief. Heavens, this boy finally appeared. Makai Su Ling was afraid that Yue Yang would try to hide again. He didn't care about trying to hide his real abilities anymore. He immediately unsealed his level 4 innate strength, then released his domain of power. Brat, go and die. Dying under my domain of power, it's not too bad for you. However, he had not even managed to attack when he discovered that the Yu Clan third young master's body was also releasing domain of power, however faintly. Makai Su Ling was thoroughly shocked. This brat, how could he master his domain of power? Wasn't he just a level 3 innate junior? Which domain of power should I use? Forget it, I should just use the star explosion skill that I just mastered. Yue Yang mumbled to himself, as if he was vexed about which domain of power to use. Makai Su Ling almost vomited out blood when he heard him. He had never seen such an abnormal person as this brat. How could he survive fighting against someone with different kinds of domain of power? It didn't matter if Yue Yang had mastered his domain of power. Makai Su Ling would not let his enemy had the chance to attack. He roared thunderously as his body charged towards Yue Yang like a meteor. As a true and real innate, Makai Su Ling was very clear about the weakness of activating the domain of power. He had practiced for 3 whole years to reduce the activation speed of his domain of power by a second. Even if this brat knew how to activate his domain of power, how could his speed be faster than his? When he fall within his area of attack and received the power of his domain of power at full force, Yue Yang would definitely die. He must strike first to gain the advantage, and suffer the consequences later. Makai Su Ling had lived by this logic since 300 years ago. In a battle against experts, victory or loss was only a matter of 1 second. Whichever domain of power activated faster, he would be able to attack his enemy faster. That was how victory was made. Drop dead. Makai Su Lin believed that within any's domain of power, the Yu clan third young master would definitely fall and become the miserable loser. How could he even dream of using his domain of power with his speed that was as slow as a snail? A flash of light suddenly erupted from within Makai Su Ling's body and radiated more than 30 meters out, creating a huge halo of light. Yue Yang, who was within the halo of light, suddenly gasped in surprise, at his body that was floating in the sky suddenly fell sharp to the ground. Although Yue Yang didn't really drop dead as per what Makai Su Ling had said, his body was restrained by an invisible force to the ground. His movements were severely restricted, as if 10,000 kilograms of iron had been pressed onto Yue Yang's body. He felt a huge burden all over his body. It was difficult to even walk a step forward. His originally quick and agile body became very slow. He even needed a long time to move his fingers. This was Makai Su Ling's domain of power, heavy pressure. In reality, the level 5 innate Makai Su Ling was a newbie in terms of mastering his domain of power. Hence, the power he displayed from his domain of power was slightly lacking in strength. Right now, his heavy pressure could only make his enemies bear 20 times the weight of their body. This kind of domain of power could only be counted as level 1 beginner ranked. Domains of power were ranked by ranks and levels. There were beginner, intermediate, and advanced rank, and each rank is divided into 3 sub-levels. It could be said that in terms of mastering domain of powers, Makai Su Ling was just a newbie who had just stepped into this realm of power. He was only slightly ahead of Yue Yang, who had just realized his power. Domain of powers such as heavy pressure was actually not considered a good domain of power. A truly strong innate could exert pressure just by releasing his chi. This would have the same effect as the heavy pressure. However, for an ordinary warrior, the domain of power was an invincible existence. An ordinary warrior's body would have been crushed if they couldn't bear the force of 20 times their own weight. Turns out this is his domain of power. Yue Yang's divine vision could see that there was some kind of force rushing out of Makai Su Ling's body. However, the way that force was released was like a combustible fuel. There should be a limit to it. However, it was extremely effective for his enemies for a certain period of time and area. Yue Yang discovered that there was a halo of light in a radius of 30 meters. He immediately sensed that this was the area of effect of Makai Su Ling's domain of power. He immediately turned around and started to leave the halo of light. Where are you running away to? Makai Su Ling discovered that this brat was really an indestructible cockroach. Not only did he manage to stay alive bearing the burden of 20 times his body weight, he was not even injured. Only his movements become slower. He immediately summoned a gold rank level 8 fishing net spider and his guardian beast, a gold rank level 10 golden eagle. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/golden_eagle, it was a holy beast ranked golden eagle. The fishing net spider was not affected by heavy pressure. It easily jumped forward, so lightly as if it was flying. It spat out white-colored giant net and trapped Yue Yang's whole body. It then quickly moved the white-colored giant net and wrapped Yue Yang inside into a ball, making him unable to struggle free from its trap. In the sky, Makai Su Ling, who had fused together with the golden eagle, finally released his strongest power, innate level 5. The whole of dimension of duel was almost crushed. The ground was split, making lava and magma flow through the whole space. Within the space, Makai Su Ling's body released blasts of shockwaves relentlessly. Even his gold rank level 8 fishing net spider had to escape and hide. The other gold rank level 8 beast, the sand beast, on the other hand, rose up like a tiger that was bestowed with wings, its strength becoming stronger along with the violent shockwaves. It became a giant sandstorm that could sweep away every single thing, turning at a speed that was unimaginable by humans. In the eye of the storm, there were hundred thousands of blades and knives swirling around, able to tear everything into shreds. Whoever was swept away by that giant sandstorm would definitely be torn to shreds and crushed into dust, becoming small particles of flesh swirling in the storm. At this time, Makai Su Ling's hands suddenly glowed with a bright golden light. He had condensed a ball of energy in the shape of a golden eagle. Only an innate ranker who possessed a holy beast would be able to condense a ball of energy that had shape. This kind of body of energy contained the willpower of the holy beast. Not only would its abilities become 10 times stronger, it would also be able to move according to the holy beast's order. It would be able to automatically target its enemies and maintain its form for longer periods of time. Once it was released, as long as the holy beast was still alive, the body of energy would definitely hit its target. Golden Eagle Blast. Makai Su Ling raised his hands that were carrying the golden eagle body of energy high and threw it right towards Yue Yang, who was trapped inside the white-colored ball of net. I'm right here. Yue Yang suddenly appeared right behind Makai Su Ling. Maybe the fishing net spider's net would be a difficult problem for other people. But for an innate who knew how to manipulate space and teleport, it was extremely easy for Yue Yang to escape from the spider's net trap. Yue Yang condensed a sword chi in his right hand while he condensed one of his domain of power star explosion in his left. Yue Yang's domain of power was completely different from Makai Su Ling's domain of power, which was an area of effect attack. Yue Yang's domain of power was a bomb. Before it explodes, it would not have any effect to his enemies. However, as long as it hits its target, it would explode with a power that was as destructive as an exploding star. Yue Yang then joined his hands to combine his attack. The innate invisible sword chi on his right and star explosion on his left exploded right at Makai Su Ling right and left ears respectively at the same time. Yue Yang had actually copied Shui Wuxia for this attack. Whoosh! However, the thing that shocked Yue Yang was that his innate invisible sword chi sneak attack had actually missed. This was the first time it happened amongst all of Yue Yang's battles. Yue Yang's attack was not exactly too slow, it was also not because the sneak attack was not launched at the right timing. He had completely seen through Makai Su Ling's attack pattern and launched a sneak attack right after Makai Su Ling was releasing his ultimate move. However, his sure kill innate invisible sword chi had actually missed. This was beyond Yue Yang's expectations. Just now, right before Yue Yang's sword chi exploded at Makai Su Ling's head, a golden wing had appeared right behind Makai Su Ling's back. It pulled him away quick like lightning, making Yue Yang fail at his sneak attack. Yue Yang's sword chi could only cut a few of its golden feathers. Makai Su Ling, who had just barely escaped death, felt his heartbeat rose up to 300 bpm. Without his holy beast's help, his head would have been exploded to bits by this brat. He rubbed the fresh blood on his face, his heart filled with fury and fear. Fortunately he had the help of his holy beast. That golden eagle-shaped body of energy that had been thrown towards the white-colored spider net turned around under the orders of the golden eagle holy beast, continuing its attack towards Yue Yang. Makai Su Ling stomped his feet angrily and leapt high up above the ground. He reached out his hands and pointed with his fingers, preparing to crush Yue Yang again within his domain of power. He would push him to the ground and let the burning lava burn this Yue clan third young master alive. With his golden eagle holy beast, his speed was more or less the same as Yue Yang. In terms of strength, as an innate level 5, he had confidence to crush Yue Yang down. SSSS. That fishing net spider was also quite loyal. When it saw that Yue Yang had escaped, it immediately leapt to the sky and emitted white-colored giant spider net to trap Yue Yang all over again. As for that sand beast that still continued to revolve in its giant sandstorm, it had also slowly moved in closer towards Yue Yang. Die! Yue Yang shot the star explosion in his hands. A streak of meteor shot out as fast as lightning and pierced into the gold-ranked level 8 fishing net spider's body. In that instant, a horrifying loud explosion reverberated through the whole space. Like a star that had just exploded, the whole ground, rocks, mud, lava, and other things disappeared without a trace. The whole of Dimension of Duel was filled with the aftermath of the blast, covered in a sea of fire. Everything had turned into dust. Forget about Makai Su Ling, even Yue Yang, the person who activated his domain of power, was trembling like crazy. He was terrified, it was like he had just seen the end of the world. He was almost exploded into dust inside this Dimension of Duel by his own move. // posted by Shiroi Okaniko Chapter 284 Part 2 with daughter in hand, The World is Mine. Translated by Shiroi Okaniko. Edited by Shiroi Okaniko. TL said by Shiroi Okaniko. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. The powerful shockwave from the explosion made Yue Yang and Makai Su Ling both unable to hear anything. At this moment, both of their ears had completely lost their ability to hear. Makai Su Ling felt a buzzing in his head and felt like he was about to faint. Even if he was an innate level 5, he was thrown several meters back from the shockwave. In front of him, a fist suddenly shot out towards him, hitting him square in his face. Drips of blood flowed from his nose. Makai Su Ling was unable to open his eyes, he couldn't see at all, but he could feel that his enemy was storing his destructive star explosion again. Summon Grimoire. Right when the second punch was about to hit him, he chose to summon his Grimoire and raise his protective shield for defense. The punch was deflected by the protective shield. However, one finger had actually pierced inside the protective shield soundlessly. It was pointing right between Makai Su Ling's eyebrows. Once again, the golden eagle come to rescue and reacted right in time, moving its owner's body away. SST. The sword chi that was able to instantly kill an innate shot through Makai Su Ling's scalp, cutting his skin and leaving a terrifying bloody scar. If he was just a thousandth of second late, Makai Su Ling's head would have been split open. The golden eagle-shaped body of energy shot towards Yue Yang. It was affected by the huge explosion, its powers has been greatly reduced. However, it was still very strong. Under the orders of the golden eagle holy beast, it continued to charge right at Yue Yang. Or maybe, the golden eagle wasn't even hoping of killing Yue Yang, it just wanted to survive. At a far distance, the sand beast that had turned into a gigantic sandstorm became even bigger from the huge explosion. It carried a whole sky full of sand and stormed right at Yue Yang. Makai Su Ling realized that the young man in front of him was looking at his beast full of killing intention, and was deeply alarmed in his heart. He didn't manage to recall the sand beast when he saw Yue Yang's body flashing straight at the eye of the sandstorm. In the eye of the sandstorm, everything was calm. Yue Yang shouted as the Nirvana's flame on his body shot towards the sky, forming a 10-meter-tall Nirvana's flame. This was one of his domain of power, Nirvana Flame Pillar. The sand beast might have been able to kill anyone in the world with a physical body. Its power could indeed destroy the heavens and the earth. However, as a element-type beast, it would never be able to fight against the strongest element attack in the whole world, the Nirvana Flame. Under the flames of Nirvana Flame Pillar, its inner core immediately melted down. Instant KLL. The sand beast's magic core was refined by the Nirvana Flame. It became smaller suddenly, as all of its impurity was removed, leaving only the purest sand element energy inside. The magic core slowly floated onto Yue Yang's hands. The golden eagle-shaped body of energy also didn't seem to be effective under Yue Yang's Nirvana Flame. It caught fire and immediately burnt into nothingness. Makai Su Ling's knees felt weak and he immediately fell to the ground. His enemy was simply too strong. This kind of enemy, he would definitely not be able to win against him. His provocation towards him just now was really an extremely foolish thing to do. His plan of going into the dimension of duel to hide his own abilities, turned to be digging his own graveyard. These two domain of power that Yue Yang had, only someone with the powers of innate level 7 and above could master them. However, this young man in front of him that was barely innate level 1 could actually use them easily. Could he even fight against this kind of enemy? Makai Su Ling watched in horror as Yue Yang drew a circle with his hands as he chanted a chant. Countless dark golden, gold, and silver runes started to appear and shone mysteriously and radiantly like the Milky Way. In Yue Yang's hands, a world-exterminating wheel that was revolving non-stop slowly took shape. When Makai Su Ling saw all these, he felt complete despair and hopelessness. His expressions turned ashen and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. 3 types. This brat actually had 3 kinds of unrivaled domain of power. It was not that there wasn't any innate who could use the world-exterminating wheel. However, there was definitely no innate who could form it with the power of so many runes. That was definitely his domain of power. Star Explosion, Nirvana Flame, and World-Exterminating Wheel. These 3 domain of powers, every single one of them was capable of instantly killing anyone. Now that he was facing against these 3 kinds of domain of power, how could Makai Su Ling not feel despair and utter hopelessness? Go! Yue Yang raised the world-exterminating wheel in his hands and was prepared to throw it towards Makai Su Ling's protective shield. Makai Su Ling saw his protective shield caving in under his enemy's attack. It seemed to have the defense of a tissue paper against the onslaught of the world-exterminating wheel. Just now, the mysterious sword chi had already broken through his protective shield once. Now, with the world-exterminating wheel coming at him, he would definitely meet his tragic end. No, no. Makai Su Ling released his greatest strength. However, he wasn't trying to counterattack, he was only trying to escape. He was completely terrified by Yue Yang's killing intent. In that instant, he was no longer an innate level 5 warrior, he was only a terrified, panicked loser who was scared witless. Makai Su Ling had already escaped 100 meters away in just a tenth of a second, moving even faster than teleportation. Yue Yang wouldn't be able to chase after him even with teleportation. However, Yue Yang's world-exterminating wheel that he had thrown could travel faster than any kind of time, speed, or space. Makai Su Ling watched in fear as it slashed through his body. Makai Su Ling completely lost all hope, he slowly closed his eyes and waited for his death. Just as he was about to be slashed in 2, his golden eagle holy beast had actually saved his life the 3rd time. It blocked the attack with one wing and cushioned its master's body with its other wing. The world-exterminating wheel slashed across the golden eagle holy beast's wing and cut across Makai Su Ling's body from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. What the golden eagle holy beast could do was merely use all of its abilities and keep its master alive. Makai Su Ling lost half of his body, but his head was still preserved due to his golden eagle holy beast's sacrifice. He was still alive. The gold-ranked level 10 golden eagle holy beast voluntarily came out of Makai Su Ling's body. It raised its broken wings and blocked right in front of Yue Yang. Even at the last second, it was still protecting its master. This is what Guardian Beast is. This is the Guardian Beast that would never betray its master. If Yue Yang didn't have Star Explosion, Nirvana Flame, or World-Exterminating Wheel, 3 kinds of domain of power that was impossible to defend against, the Golden Eagle Holy Beast would have continued to fight. However, right now, there was no more meaning to fighting. It was only hoping to protect its master until its final breath. It wanted to die before its master. Xia Wen Li suddenly floated out of Yue Yang's body, bathed in rainbow light. Her eyes that could speak 1,000 words looked unblinkingly at the Golden Eagle Holy Beast's wing that had been slashed off on the ground. Her little hands were cupped together as she bowed towards the Golden Eagle Holy Beast, like a warrior greeting another warrior. Similarly, that Golden Eagle Holy Beast bent its wings and bowed, bowing respectfully at Xia Wen Li. It turned around and looked at Makai Su Ling, who was nearing death. Its eyes were filled with a human's complicated feelings, it looked like love, or pity. I'm sorry, Shat, I was wrong. Hot tears flowed out of Makai Su Ling's eyes as he cried out towards his golden eagle holy beast, my wild schemes has caused your death. If only I have agreed with you and returned home at that time, all of this would not have happened. It was my fault for craving the Emperor of Jiwei's seat. I was too jealous of Shun Tian who possessed everything. My greed has harmed you to die. I'm sorry, Shat, I'm so sorry. Bathed in a golden light, the golden eagle holy beast slowly changed its appearance to become a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s. One of her arms had been slashed off, fresh blood flowed out endlessly out of her wounds. She first shook her head at Makai Su Ling, then bowed to Xia Wen Li the second time. She then pierced her right hand deep into her heart. Her long and sharp fingernails pierced straight through her heart. She fell down right into Makai Su Ling's arms. She looked at him emotionally at her last moment, not saying anything, before she slowly closed her beautiful pair of big eyes. Makai Su Ling wailed painfully, his voice was beyond bereaved. Tears of regret continued to flow down. He had originally possessed a power that ordinary people would envy him for. He had a woman who would rather die in his arms than anywhere else. He had love and happiness that other people could only hope for, but everything was destroyed because of his greed. Kill me now. I can't let Sha wait for me too long. I owed her too much. Makai Su Ling cried out loudly. Xia Wen Li's dual icicle blades slashed like falling snow. With one slash, she cut off Makai Su Ling's head. After killing off Makai Su Ling, she turned around and hugged Yue Yang who was waiting for her tightly, hot tears flowing out of her big eyes. Yue Yang slowly wiped it away from her face. Hugging her tightly, he kissed her forehead and said, we must remember today. We must learn from others' mistakes, don't let our happiness slip away from our hands. We must become stronger and defeat all of our enemies. We must not let others stop us, UNN. Xia Wen Li nodded obediently before she raised her dual icicle blades to the sky, shouting loudly. Her voice showed her bottomless fighting spirit, as if she was responding to Yue Yang's words. Become stronger and defeat all of their enemies. Her diamond grimoire suddenly appeared and the stone element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and a serpent demoness general that Yue Yang had never seen before also appeared in front of them. The serpent demoness general was also carrying a dual icicle blade, but the serpent demoness general's dual icicle blade was 10 times larger than Xia Wen Li's. The icy coldness that it emitted was terrifying. The moment she appeared, the ground that was still burning in flames immediately became frozen, turning the whole space into a blizzard hell. This serpent demoness general looked like Xia Wen Li in terms of appearance, but she looked more mature and dignified, as if she was a great general in a war. Her body was covered in a platinum armor that was engraved with heaven and ancient runes. This mighty-looking serpent demoness general was actually one of Xia Wen Li's guardian beast, the ice serpent demon. Following Xia Wen Li, the stone element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and ice serpent demon all raised their weapons and shout out to the sky. A ray of multicolored light suddenly rose up from Xia Wen Li's body. On the diamond grimoire and the four beasts' body, 5 pillars of similar-looking dark golden light suddenly rose up, surrounding the multicolored light pillar in the middle. The group of light formed a giant pillar of light that shot endlessly towards the sky. Did she level up? Yue Yang discovered in surprise that Xia Wen Li had finally leveled up. Xia Wen Li had not shown any signs of leveling up no matter how many strong enemies had been defeated. Xia Wen Li had only leveled up once when they were trying to pick the starlight indigo grass and accidentally activated a runic circle. After such a long time, she finally leveled up again and become diamond ranked level 3. Although this was a level up, it was extremely slow. However, Xia Wen Li's powers would greatly increase every time she leveled up. Yue Yang was really curious whether this Xia Wen Li was actually a mythical beast. She could even be a transcending mythical beast. She must have a different requirements for leveling up than other beasts, which was why it took her so long to level up. She was Empress Fei Wen Li's precious daughter, it would really be unbelievable if she was like an ordinary beast. Yue Yang wasn't able to see clearly how Xia Wen Li looked after she leveled up, because she immediately jumped into his arms and kissed his cheeks happily. It was as if she had scored 100 in her test and couldn't wait to tell her father about it. Yue Yang was so touched that he almost cried. With daughter in hand, the world is mine. Mine. After Xia Wen Li level up, she grew taller a little. However, she was still a cute and adorable loli. Yue Yang was very patient, he didn't mind if she was still a little loli. Take your time growing up, I will be able to indulge my inner queer uncle a little more. He then thought about Empress Fei Wen Li. When he could finally rescue Empress Fei Wen Li out of the black hole dimension, he would then be able to hold an empress in his left, a little loli in the middle, and a sword goddess in his right. That kind of blissful life. He would become very happy just by thinking about it. Shiro, queer uncle referring to a young to middle-aged male pedophile, internet slang, https://chinese.yabla.com/Chinese English Pinyin Dictionary.php, define equals y plus shu, carrying the sweet little loli, he gave those rosy cheeks a few fierce kiss. Seeing her smile that was filled happiness, Yue Yang had this feeling of accomplishment in his heart. Would queer uncle attack just anyone under the sun? Of course not. I have decided, I will become a respectable queer uncle. No, I mean, I want to be happy. Yue Yang declared his great ambition. UNN, UNN. The little lowly nodded spiritedly, not realizing her own fate when she grew up. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The gold-ranked level 8 Sand Beast's magic core was already at hand, and Yue Yang had already refined it with his Nirvana's flame. The other gold-ranked level 8 fishing net spider's corpse were completely shredded and scattered. Yue Yang had to search for a long time before he could finally find a magic core buried beneath all the sand and dust. The stone element Medusa seemed to be very interested with the magic core. She kept on looking at it, waiting impatiently. Yue Yang was speechless. This is a spider's core and you are a Medusa, you guys are completely of different species, you know. However, Yue Yang wouldn't be stingy about a gold-ranked level 8 magic core. He threw the magic core to the stone element Medusa. The stone element Medusa immediately fused the magic core into her golden bow, then absorbed the fishing net spider's poison sac into her stomach. A pillar of dark golden light shot up to the sky. Purple, green, and white light, 3 kinds of different colored light shone out from the stone element Medusa's golden bow. In the end, the light turned into 3 different colored arrows. Yue Yang could see with his level 5 divine vision that the stone element Medusa had leveled up. Furthermore, it had also evolved. After absorbing with the fake Nirvana flame in Gemini Temple, the stone element Medusa had a kind of fire element attack. Although it was incomparable to the real Nirvana's flame, it was still extremely powerful for normal enemies. It was the Nirvana flame that the Gemini Temple had created after all. The imitation Nirvana flame was also quite terrifying. Right now, the golden bow had also absorbed the magic core of a gold-ranked level 8 fishing net spider and completed the requirement of an evolution. Other than stone and fire element that the stone element Medusa had previously, a poison and spider net element attributes were also added. The stone element Medusa was unmistakably the weakest one amongst the 4 guardian beasts that Xia Wen Li had, but right now, her powers had shot through the roof, overtaking the storm mermaid and getting closer to the thunder naga. The old fox's experimental dimension of duel had been completely destroyed. The whole sky and ground were all covered in dust. There were no more hills, rocks, or magma. Everything had been crushed into fine powder. When Yue Yang packed Makai Su Ling's body, the golden eagle holy beast Sha that had transformed into human had completely disappeared, as if she had never appeared before. The moment its master died, a guardian beast would turn into nothingness. It wouldn't be able to be resurrected anymore. The storm mermaid might not fancy the dimension of duel that was filled with fire and dust, hence she blew into her storm conch and summoned a rainstorm and giant tsunami, sweeping through the whole dimension of duel. In less than 2 minutes, the rainstorm and tsunami had submerged the whole of dimension of duel under water. After many great battles, the storm mermaid's summoning ability had also leveled up, becoming even more powerful. When the dimension of duel was submerged in water, the stone element Medusa had even summoned the gold tiger shark that she had contracted, letting it swim freely inside for a while. It had been a while since the gold tiger shark came out to play. It cheerfully swallowed the fishing net spider's corpse remains. Although there were no magic cores, the gold tiger shark was more than satisfied to be able to eat a gold-ranked level 8 fishing net spider. Leave this fellow here, let's go out now. Seeing the gold tiger shark enthusiastically enjoying his meal, Yue Yang thought to simply leave this greedy fellow that couldn't fight at all behind. On the mountainous road towards the Yu clan castle. When Yue Yang was busy secretly meeting Empress Fei Wen Li in the black hole dimension and killing Makai Su Ling, Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress and the others were fighting a deadly battle with Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears. As for Hui Tai Lang, Thorny Flower Demoness and the Golden Beast, they were as powerful as their masters, completely overpowering their enemies. The gold-ranked level 9 King of Black Light gold-ranked level 6 Giant Mammoth, and the gold-ranked level 6 One-Eyed Giant had completely met their tragic end. The King of Black Light was originally very powerful. Before that cute, adorable, and innocent-looking Thorny Flower Demoness appeared, it was an invincible existence in the battlefield, no other beast was its match. If one were to use a phrase to describe it, it would be described as he whose fist is bigger will be the big boss. The gold-ranked giant lightning mammoth, the one-eyed giant who knew combat skills, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle whose defense was number 1 under the sky, the 2 menial work slaves puppets, Fatty Hai who could turn into a behemoth monster and Xue Tan Lang who was as cold as ice were all not the King of Black Light's match at all. The King of Black Light only needed to bash around, its 30-meter tall body and its house-sized fists were more than enough to make him the big boss of the whole battlefield. However, when the slender, beautiful Thorny Flower Demoness appeared, the arrogant fellow finally met its tragic end. From the outside, it seemed like it didn't even need to use more than its little finger to squash the Thorny Flower Demoness. However, the moment the King of Black Light saw the Thorny Flower Demoness, it immediately retreated in fright. As a gold-ranked level 9 beast, although it wasn't a holy beast that had intelligence, it understood who was its nemesis and what was dangerous. If it could choose its enemies, the King of Black Light would rather fight a human innate than fight against this Thorny Flower Demoness. A flower-like wings appeared on the Thorny Flower Demoness, and she floated to the sky. With a movement of her hand, countless giant thorny flower vines and trunks shot out from the ground. There were more than thousands of vines, easily drowning the whole mountainous road with sea of flowers. The vines then grew and interweaved together to form an enormous vine giant. It had a body and a head, hands and legs, and was as tall as the King of Black Light, maybe even slightly bigger. The appearance of the vine giant announced the start of the tragic life of the King of Black Light. Firstly, this vine giant was immune to physical attacks. The King of Black Light's fists had no effect smashing onto the vine giant's body at all. On the other hand, the King of Black Light had to struggle with all of its life's worth in order to break free of the vine giant's vines the moment it coiled around the King of Black Light. From the ground, countless vines continued to shoot out, destroying the ground as they wrapped around the King of Black Light's feet, dragging its feet and making its body tumble down onto the ground. The King of Black Light tried to break free, but its legs were wrapped around thousands of thick vines, completely bound within its thorough coiling. Although the King of Black Light possessed a powerful strength, its might was useless in front of this twisting and coiling vines. My god, that girl is simply too scary. Fatty Hai was completely frightened by the Thorny Flower Demoness. Fortunately she was Yue Yang's beast. If she were their enemy, Fatty Hai couldn't even imagine the consequences. Forget about Fatty Hai, even Shen Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, the Emperor of Jiwei, had a complex expression on his face. Right now she wasn't a Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen yet, but it could easily defeat the King of Black Light. If he let her evolve into Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, wouldn't she be even more terrifying? Shen Tian wasn't able to eliminate the Thorny Flower Demoness with Phoenix Fairy Beauty glaring beside him like a tiger. He felt really gloomy inside. He had the confidence to eliminate the Thorny Flower Demoness right now, because she had not truly mature yet. If he waited until she evolved into Golden Crown Thorny Queen, she would definitely be a thorn in his plans. The Thorny Flower Demoness battle against the King of Black Light continued. The vines were effective in smothering the King of Black Light's movements, but they were not enough to kill it. The King of Black Light was a rock giant, it didn't need to breathe and its body was as hard as a meteorite, unrivaled in its hardness. Its special attribute made it immune to physical attacks and coiling attack. Even siege equipments that would normally be used to attack castles wouldn't have any effect on it. It would probably only feel a tickle from that. It was completely immune to physical attacks. Then how could the King of Black Light be killed? If Fatty Hai were to think about the answer to this question, he wouldn't be able to answer even after 10 years. Ye Kong, Xue Tanlang, Prince of Tianluo were also thinking about the question. They knew that the Thorny Flower Demoness was the nemesis of the King of Black Light, but they were not able to think of a good idea in a short time. The Thorny Flower Demoness was also nibbling her thumb cutely, tilting her head slightly to the side as she thought for a way out. Her thinking expression made Shen Tian felt really jealous. A beast that could think. How far was it from becoming a holy beast? Even if the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was not an intelligent holy beast, she would still be a terrifying existence. If she could become a holy beast, her powers would not only be 2 or 3 times more powerful, she could even be 10 times more powerful than right now. At that time, it would definitely be very difficult to kill her then. Phoenix Fairy Beauty continued to stare at him, her face full of smiles. However, an intense killing intent was hidden behind that smile, as if she was ready to attack any time. Shen Tian had no other choice, he could only repress his killing intent. The Thorny Flower Demoness suddenly seemed to have thought of a way. The King of Black Light finally met its tragic end. Countless vines rose from the ground, growing high up to the sky, creating a lush and dense forest. The King of Black Light which was bound on the ground was suddenly lifted up to the sky by the 10,000s of vines rising from the ground. Then, there were a number of vines pulling at its 4 limbs. Great idea! Xue Tanlang smiled as he praised her out loud. What is it? Fatty Hai still couldn't understand. Fool, the King of Black Light is an earth attribute beast. On the ground, its powers were far stronger, and it could absorb the earth's power endlessly. Although it wouldn't be able to absorb much, the Thorny Flower Demoness wouldn't be able to squash it and kill it because of that, hence they would continue to be in deadlock. Ye Kong had a great revelation. Away from the ground, she had cut off the King of Black Light's ability to absorb earth energy. The King of Black Light wouldn't be able to replenish its energy, and since the Thorny Flower Demoness was its nemesis, she would be able to absorb the energy on its body and hasten the exhaustion of King of Black Light's energy. Seems like the King of Black Light's defeat is only a matter of time now. The Prince of Tianluo knew that the King of Black Light was destined to die, but he thought that as a gold-ranked level 9 beast, the King of Black Light was still a mighty existence, it would probably be able to endure for quite a long time. Shiro, Chinese beliefs of 5 elements: water, wood, fire, earth, and metal. Wood conquers earth, hence Thorny Flower Demoness is the King of Black Light's nemesis. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/wu_seeing Countless thorny flowers started to drill into the King of Black Light's body. Giant, ugly flower mouths also sprouted out from the vines, absorbing the energy of the King of Black Light little by little. This kind of attack was very slow and had a weak effect, but it was enough to terrify the King of Black Light. It startled to struggle with all of its might, doing its best to struggle free from the entanglement of the vines. However, its struggles were fated to be futile. Maybe it would still be a long time before it died, but in the end, this kind of struggles would be useless. In the Yu clan village ruins, gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant was shouting in pain miserably. Its only eyes had been clawed out by Hui Tai Lang. The one-eyed giant was rolling on the ground, holding its eyes in pain as it let out a miserable wail that made others' hairs stand on its ends. Its eyes was the one-eyed giant's greatest weakness. Hui Tai Lang's methods were ruthless. However, the golden beast was even more ruthless. Definitely not a vegetarian, it immediately gnawed at the one-eyed giant's skull, making a huge hole. The one-eyed giant's skull split open as the sound of skull crushing resounded through its ears. The little golden beast didn't care whether the one-eyed giant was dead or alive, it only cared about using the shortest way to get its magic core. It was not the first time that it ate through an enemy's skull to get into its magic core. Bone dragon, giant head, it would bite everything under the sun, regardless of race. Hui Tai Lang was happy teaming up with this little golden beast. The golden beast was in charge of eating the one-eyed giant's skull while Hui Tai Lang savored its four limbs, hence, it wouldn't disturb the little golden beast from devouring the one-eyed giant's skull. The little golden beast wanted to eat the magic core, but without its master's approval, Hui Tai Lang knew that it would vomit it out again. They would get reward based on their merit. Hui Tai Lang heard Yue Yang saying this phrase before, and it understood its meaning. He meant that the more work they do, the happier their master would be and the more rewards he would give them. Under the situation of trying to garner more merit, Hui Tai Lang was more than happy to team up with the little golden beast. The one-eyed giant had really met its tragic end, becoming the first sacrifice to be offered to Yue Yang. At the same time, the gold-ranked level 6 lightning mammoth was frightened to death. It wanted to escape, but it was blocked by the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, who was trying to prove to it that normal ranked beast could also be awesome too. The Herculean rhinoceros beetle stopped the lightning mammoth. Although its powers were way below the lightning mammoth, its unrivaled defense was still enough to stop the lightning mammoth at the meantime. Of course, there were also the two menial work slaves, Optimus Prime and Megatron. Although they didn't have any attacking power, they were quite suitable to be named human walls. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tianluo and the others saw that they had an opportunity to show off their strength. All of them didn't stand on ceremony and showed off their moves. The lightning mammoth was heavily outnumbered, it was already its fate to suffer a defeat. Its master, Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears, was extremely furious. He was about to fly over and save his beast, but with his innate sense, he suddenly sensed danger from behind him. Turning around, he saw a terrifying, deadly white aurora shooting straight towards him. Shun Tian didn't care about Kai Yang, the one-eyed giant or the gold mammoth's life and death. The only one that he cared about was the Thorny Flower Demoness. The Thorny Flower Demoness couldn't defeat her enemy even after a long time. Suddenly, she nibbled her fingers and started to think again. As Shun Tian continued to watch her, his eyes turned colder and colder. She suddenly clapped her hands in happiness, as if she had thought of a good idea. She flapped her flower-like wings, flying beautifully towards the one-eyed giant's head and caught the little golden beast that was still violently gnawing at the one-eyed giant's skull. The little golden beast turned into a sharp dark golden blade in her hands. When the Thorny Flower Demoness held the dark golden blade, flapped her wings, and flew towards the King of Black Light, Shun Tian's poker face finally crumbled down. He showed a surprised expression as he asked, "Transformation? That beast that is sharing one body with its master, that little golden beast, could it actually be the Tongtian beast?" Phoenix Fairy Beauty laughed coldly and said, "Lord Shun Tian, don't you think changing Tongtian beast to Tongtian mythical beast would make it sound more appropriate for it?" At this time, Shun Tian's face had completely changed. Jealousy and greed flashed across his eyes. He turned around and looked at the Phoenix Fairy Beauty as he asked in surprise, "What did you say? Did you mean that that little golden beast had already contracted a grimoire? Has it fulfilled the criteria to become a mythical beast already?" "No, this is impossible. Of course it has not right now, but who would know what will happen in the future?" Phoenix Fairy Beauty revealed a dimple in her smile, but her eyes were filled with killing intent that became more intense with time. She was waiting for the right time to attack. For example, at the time when Yue Yang finally returned. Kai Yang of the Seven Great Bears was squarely hit by Luo Hua City Mistress Aurora sneak attack. Although his face became filthy with grime, he was still an innate level 2 warrior, hence his body quickly recovered from his injuries. Only his clothes were destroyed, making him looking disheveled. With regards to Luo Hua City Mistress sneak attack, Kai Yang was extremely furious. He immediately summoned a sinister spitting worm beast. Its extremely long and thick body looked like an oversized maggot. It opened its ugly mouth and let out a black ball. Ye Kong accidentally saw that there was something wrong over there and quickly ran over. Seeing that the black ball did not look like an energy ball, but looked like a normal ball, he tried poking it courageously. Kaboom! A loud explosion resounded. The black ball exploded loudly right at Ye Kong, sending him flying away. Have a great journey in your afterlife. Kai Yang from the 7 great bears flew down from the sky quickly and caught up with Ye Kong, who was thrown in the air. He clutched Ye Kong's chest and burst his innate chi. No. Fatty Hai saw Kai Yang's movements, but he wasn't fast enough to save Ye Kong. When he finally reached Ye Kong had already been shot to the ground by Kai Yang's innate chi. Fatty Hai knew that an innate ranker's attack was not something an ordinary warrior could defend against. Even if Ye Kong's body had the enhancement of his King Kong demon ape, getting hit by an innate ranker's attack would definitely not bode well for him. Fatty Hai was filled with grief and indignation as he shot his hippo meteor punch right at Kai Yang's back. Annoying bunch of ants. Kai Yang felt a slight pain at his back. He was completely angered by Fatty Hai's attack. If he wasn't an innate, if he was a level 8 emperor instead, he would probably be heavily injured internally and vomiting blood. Fatty Hai looked like he was only a level 6 elder at the most, but he was able to let out a level 7 overlord's punch. Other than becoming furious, Kai Yang was also quite curious. How could a fatty have such a quick speed and strength? Kai Yang's reactions were very quick. He immediately swept a turning kick right at Fatty Hai's chest. Fatty Hai flew to the ground like a cannonball, smashing with a loud explosion. In the sky, Princess Xian's great sword heavily smashed at Kai Yang's head. Her sword chi was like a giant white tiger, fiercely smashing on Kai Yang's head. At this time, her Emperor sword chi, white tiger power and heaven runes all joined together, exploding right at Kai Yang's head. Even if he was an innate ranker with an extremely high defense, he felt disoriented and saw stars in his eyes. This slash of sword was filled with the energy that Princess Xian had stored for a long time. Princess Xian's white tiger power, Emperor sword chi and heaven runes combination attack broke Kai Yang's defense and sent him flying. Kai Yang vomited blood. However, he still had energy to counterattack. He used his right hand to support himself up from the ground, then flew at lightning speed back at Princess Xian. Summon Grimoire. Prince of Tianluo rushed to Princess Xian's front and summoned his grimoire. His protective shield appeared and blocked Kai Yang's attack. Princess Xian picked up her great sword and jumped over the protective shield, slashing at Kai Yang at the moment when he had missed his attack. 20-fold snowstorm. Xuetan Lang also rushed forward to kill. He joined hands together with the giant snowman that he summoned, smashing the force of a 20-fold snowstorm onto Kai Yang's right chest. On one side, there was the white tiger power, and on the other, there was 20-fold snowstorm. Kai Yang's impatience for revenge had resulted in him being attacked by Princess Xian, Prince of Tianluo and Xuetan Lang. However, his body that had suffered heavy blows was still enduring fine. Bursting his innate strength, he flew over Xuetan Lang and Princess Xian, laughing out loud as he beat his own chest, roaring madly, "I am an innate. Ants, can you even do anything to me? Worms who overestimated your own abilities, come. Show me whatever moves you guys have. Before you die, I shall give you guys the last chance to show off how weak you guys are." Thunderbolt. A loud shout resounded from his ears. Following that, a lightning shock that was even more terrifying than a bomb exploded right at Kai Yang's left ears. Ice Frost. At the same time, another attack exploded at Kai Yang's right ears. It was Ice Frost, an attack that was even more powerful than Thunderbolt. These was Shui Wuxia's attack. Kai Yang's face distorted in pain as he held both of his ears that were bleeding profusely, screaming out miserably. Shui Wuxia immediately followed with Crane Dance and Swallow Shears when her attack succeeded, and finally finished with one of her 3 ultimate moves, Swan Tread. Previously, Shui Wuxia had observed how swans flew over water flawlessly, stepping gracefully on the water surface as they flapped their wings and flew to the sky. By watching this, Shui Wuxia had an idea of improvising one of the Shui clan's combat technique and created her own move, Swan Tread. Furthermore, under Yue Yang's advice, she had improved it further, making it a stronger kicking move. When Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears was about to counterattack in fury, Shui Wuxia's body floated high, her beautiful swan-like pair of legs flew with a power that was as strong as Princess Xian's slashes. She kicked at Kai Yang's face 18 times at one go. As Kai Yang's face burst open and his teeth fell out to the ground, she beautifully flew to the sky. This was Shui Wuxia's Swan Tread, the one and only swan dance in the whole world. Kai Yang was furious. He pushed the ground with his hands, prepared to shot towards Shui Wuxia like a bullet. He was an innate ranker. If he was beaten to the point that he fell to the ground, he would definitely be the world's greatest joke. Awoo! A demon king-like presence suddenly burst out as a platinum-ranked level 5 world exterminating demon wolf pushed Kai Yang to the ground forcefully. Its gigantic mouth bit at Kai Yang's head relentlessly as its sharp teeth dug into Kai Yang's throat. Fresh blood bleed out profusely. This was obviously Hui Tai Lang, who had been eyeing its innate rancor meal for a very long time. Kai Yang released his innate chi as he struggled with all he had. However, Hui Tai Lang was similar to Yue Yang in terms of behavior. It wasn't afraid of innates. It bit him firmly, not even yielding a little bit. Kai Yang tried punching it 10 times, and it returned him 10 slashes from its claws. Hui Tai Lang's body was heavily injured from the punches, but Kai Yang's chest had also become badly mutilated, some parts of his chest was even clawed to the point his ribs were revealed. Fatty Hai charged forward as if he wanted to throw away his life, tangling his hands and legs around Kai Yang's right arm, with the sole purpose of stopping Kai Yang's right arm movement. On the other side, Ye Kong, whose ribs had been broken and was vomiting blood, also charged forward as he roared out loud. Xue Tan Lang wasn't able to stop them, hence he decided to help by kicking Kai Yang's lower body. At this point of time, Xue Tan Lang didn't care about dignity or respectability anymore. Following Yue Yang's words, he aimed for the place where guys would feel the most pain. Being compassionate to enemies is equivalent to being cruel to yourself. Kai Yang felt an excruciating pain that almost made him pass out. Fortunately, Fatty Hai and Ye Kong, who were injured, were unable to stop him. Kai Yang struggled with all of his worth to free himself from the 2 people in Hui Tai Lang who refused to yield no matter what. When Kai Yang finally managed to tear Hui Tai Lang away from him, it even tore a part of his face and swallowed it into its stomach, treating it as an appetizer before the main course. At this time, Kai Yang, who had lost half of his face, body drenched in blood, ears smashed into pieces, skull broken in and a few broken ribs, stood up miserably. If he wasn't an innate level 2 warrior, he would have died long ago. But he had never been so badly injured in his whole life. More than that, he had never experienced such an embarrassment in his whole life. He was a great and respectable innate, yet he was beaten so badly and miserably. All of you, I will definitely kill you. Kai Yang roared out furiously. Whoosh, kaboom. From the sky, there was a meteor that was summoned by the Prince of Tianluo. It fell at an alarming speed and smashed right into Kai Yang's body. In that instant, the whole ground shook and dust scattered all around. When the dust settled, they found that Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears was actually still alive. He stood up straight on top of the shattered meteorite, bleeding out from every part of his body. Although he had been hit by a meteor attack, he was only heavily injured. He did not immediately die. He even had some energy left to counter-attack. On the other side, Princess Xian, who had just finished killing the sinister spitting worm, raised her great sword, and with flickers of her sword flash, she shot forward, her sword splitting the air apart. A 10-meter-long sword chi, enhanced by her white tiger power and heaven runes, split the air apart and slashed on top of Kai Yang's head ruthlessly. Kai Yang's body twitched a little, his hands were still storing up energy, as if he was prepared to unleash one last ultimate attack and die together with everyone. Xue Tan Lang was about to rush forward to attack, but Shui Wuxia suddenly floated back down to the ground and shouted, "Everyone get away from here, I'll finish him." In the sky, heavy snow rained down, along with her descent. Even Xue Tan Lang wouldn't be able to summon a 50-fold snowstorm, but Shui Wuxia summoned it easily, smashing it right onto Kai Yang's head. Kai Yang raised his right hand and forced his innate strength to collide against the snowstorm. His face that was dripping with blood revealed a sinister-looking expression as he laughed maniacally, "If I should die, all of you must accompany me to die. All of you, none of you will live." Kai Yang was completely in despair, he was prepared to commit suicide bombing. He increased his innate strength relentlessly, so much that even his stomach started rumbling. Everyone immediately retreated. However, this shameless Kai Yang had actually charged towards the horse carriage. In the horse carriage, there were Yu Bing, Yinan, and Luo Hua City Mistress. Princess Xian and the others were shocked, they immediately charged forward to stop him. Before Princess Xian managed to arrive, suddenly, the Li brothers, who had not spoken at all during the battle, appeared from the sides of the horse carriages. They had never forgotten their responsibility of protecting the horse carriage. Unless they die, Kai Yang would never be able to go past them. They stood right in front of the horse carriage. The Li brothers attacked Kai Yang harmoniously, each of them grabbing hold of one of Kai Yang's arms. They moved right at the same time, and carried Kai Yang up. Carrying Kai Yang, who had become half-crazed, they jumped towards the Yu clan village ruins at a distance, away from the horse carriage and their comrades who were desperately pursuing them. Fatty Hai charged forward madly as he roared, "Bastards, that fellow is mine. Let him go now." Ye Kong didn't say anything because his mouth was filled with blood that he vomited from stress and fury. Luo Hua City Mistress bit her lips tight. She had already stored her aurora and could unleash it at Kai Yang at any time. However, the Li brothers were in the way, making her unable to unleash her attack. In the sky, even faster than Princess Xian, Shui Wuxia had teleported and managed to catch up to the Li brothers and Kai Yang, who was about to explode. On her forehead, the mysterious runic circle that was hidden had reappeared once again, escalating her yin power to the maximum. Her snow-white hands pierced straight through Kai Yang's back. The thing that her hands had captured was Kai Yang's bloodied heart. It's too late. All of you must die. In the midst of excruciating pain, Kai Yang from the 7 Great Bears let out a smug, malevolent laughter. Oh, really? Xue Wuxia replied with a cold smile. The heart in her hands had turned into an ice block from the coldness of her yin power. In Xue Wuxia's grasp, the frozen heart immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Starting from Kai Yang's chest, an unstoppable ice frost started to spread rapidly throughout his whole body. If it weren't for the Li brothers' quick reaction, letting Kai Yang go just in time, they would probably be frozen in ice too. Xue Wuxia unleashed another round of crane dance and sent a flying kick at Kai Yang's frozen body, using the momentum to retreat back to the ground. Kai Yang, who smashed heavily onto the ground, finally detonated. Countless blocks of ice exploded outwards, splashing everywhere through the sky and the ground. Under the freezing power of Xue Wuxia's yin power, the explosion effect had been greatly reduced. The Li brothers who had been blasted away by the shock wave was caught by Ye Kong and Fatty Hai. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai didn't say another word and started to beat up Li Qi and Li Ji badly, before hugging them together tightly. At the last moment, they had tried to sacrifice themselves to protect the rest of their friends. This proved that they were truly brothers in arms. The one-eyed giant who was heavily injured let out a painful howl as it died. On the other hand, that lightning mammoth whose head had been beat up badly was still fine. The reason was that when its master, Kai Yang, had been surrounded by enemies, it, who didn't have much loyalty in the first place, had already betrayed its master. It hid on one side, not daring to become enemies with Princess Xian and the rest. Furthermore, it was also very smart. It did not choose to run. Otherwise, Hui Tai Lang wouldn't mind eating a mammoth's meat for once. At this time, Shen Tian, who was floating on top of Yu Clan Castle, felt so embarrassed that he covered his face with his hands, unable to bear watching any further. A highly respectable level 2 innate, Kai Yang, who was proclaimed as the number 1 of the 7 Great Bears, had actually been defeated by a bunch of kids. It wasn't that he wanted to deny the abilities of Xue Wuxia, Princess Xian, and the rest of them, he just felt that Kai Yang was simply too weak. This kind of innate, he really wasn't of much use dead or alive. Shen Tian was still very calm right now, because he still had his traps laid out inside the Yu Clan Castle. Even without Makai Suling, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang, he would still be alright. As the mastermind, he had never had much hope for his useless subordinates. He would always be able to carry out his plans without them. If it wasn't for the presence of Tianfa here, Shen Tian wouldn't even care about whatever that happened in front of him. The Thorny Flower Demoness who had turned the little golden beast into a long sword was still chopping at the King of Black Light piece by piece, trying to carve out its magic crystal. When she finally dug out the huge magic crystal, she smiled happily like a flower blossom. Carrying the heavy magic crystal in her hands, she flew up and down happily in the sky, her flower-like wings flapping enthusiastically. The little golden beast's eyes was completely crazed, it almost drooled as it looked at the magic crystal. It transformed itself into a winged beast and flew around a little clumsily, following the Thorny Flower Demoness, as if it wanted to swallow the magic crystal whole. The King of Black Light was still alive, but the Thorny Flower Demoness and the little golden beast had completely forgotten about him. Boom! The King of Black Light's body let out a loud sound as its giant torso broke apart into pieces. Shen Tian saw that something was wrong. Why did the King of Black Light die? Could it be that its master, Makai Suling, who thought that he was smart enough to hide his innate level 5 power without anyone knowing about it, had actually died by the hands of the Yu Clan third young master? Not even an hour has passed. Had the innate level 5 Makai Suling died just like that? Shen Tian groaned out a little. Seems like he had to start the second part of his plan early. He didn't look below and immediately descended onto the Yu Clan castle. Phoenix Fairy Beauty also descended onto the horse carriage. Ignoring Fatty Hai and the others' perverted drooling gazes as they looked at her, she comfortably sat on top of the horse carriage, her snow-white legs dangling in the air. Her toenails that had been dyed in balsam extract swayed lightly and leisurely from side to side. Luohua City Mistress of course recognized Phoenix Fairy Beauty. She opened the curtain of the horse carriage and looked at her. Princess Xian raised her great sword and swung it at Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the others, sending them all flying away. Even Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang, who did not manage to escape in time, were not an exception. In the next moment, brilliant rays of light shone out. Yue Yang, whose whole body was drenched as if he had just crawled out of a water jar, appeared in front of the others, not a single wound in his body. The others, who were originally tensed and worried about him, could finally relax. Princess Xian was very happy that he had returned, but she would obviously not show it on the outside. Instead, she humphed out, "Why are you so slow? I have taken a bath and changed my clothes first. What's wrong? Did I arrive late?" Yue Yang snickered mischievously. "If you come a second later, you would have really been too late. Just now, someone wanted to self-detonate, everyone almost had a tragic ending. Phoenix Fairy Beauty giggled lightly, as if she was a naughty fox who had sneakily eaten some chickens. Then where the heck did you go to? Can't you just kill that fellow in one move? Yue Yang was really annoyed when he heard her. I have a heavy responsibility on me. I have to watch those monsters over there. Phoenix Fairy Beauty pointed towards the Thorny Flower Demoness and the little golden beast that were flying all over the sky. If I hadn't watched them on your behalf, your two precious babies might have already been snatched away by others. Why don't you hide your good things to yourself? Revealing them to the public might seduce others to commit crimes, you know? Yeah, they really do seduce others to commit crimes. Yue Yang's gaze was fixated on the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's tall mountains and deep valley, his drool almost dripping out of the corner of his mouth. Lend me your ear for a while. Princess Xian couldn't stand looking at this scene anymore and started to twist Yue Yang's ears, saving him from Phoenix Fairy Beauty's breasts. Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the others hurriedly pretended to be good boys, fixing their gazes straight ahead and gulped their saliva back down. However, they understood clearly that this big-breasted beauty was only interested in Yue Yang, not towards them. It's not good to think too much. They hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and checked if they could obtain some loots. They had beaten a small boss, an innate level 2 warrior after all. Following Yue Yang's way of speaking, he would definitely have dropped some good items. Shui Wuxia and Princess Qian forfeited their rights, they didn't take part in the splitting of loots. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers, Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang played rock paper scissors. Fatty Hai, who was extremely lucky, emerged victorious. He chose the lightning mammoth that wanted to surrender. He already had two strengthening type beasts, the iron rhinoceros and little hippopotamus. If he could have another gold-ranked level 6 attack type lightning mammoth, his powers would definitely increase greatly. This was his best choice. Shui Tanlang's luck was also not that bad, he came in second. He chose Kai Yang's Platinum Grimoire. The third winner was Ye Kong. He didn't choose Yao Guang's Platinum Grimoire nor the gold-ranked dual arrow blade weapon at Yao Guang's waist. Instead, he chose the one-eyed giant's corpse. On the outside, he explained that he wanted his King Kong demon ape to eat the corpse of a gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant and see if it could level up. However, in reality, he wanted to give the Platinum Grimoire to Prince of Tianluo. As for the gold-ranked dual arrow blade, he wanted to give it to the most suitable wielders, the Li brothers. Even though Ye Kong didn't have a good weapon, he still had the bronze-ranked giant pestle that Yue Yang had given him previously. That weapon was acquired with much difficulty from the gold-armored puppet that Lich Suoji had summoned after all. Prince of Tianluo also chose the Platinum Grimoire, leaving the most valuable dual arrow blade to the Li brothers, Li Ji and Li Qi, who were the most suitable owners for the blades. The rest of the loot such as Kai Yang's and Yao Guang's corpse were all hogged by Yue Yang, the corpse hoarder. He did not even let the King of Black Light's corpse off, it was made of obsidian meteorite after all. If he managed to refine it well, he would be able to create the highest grade materials of metal essence of the meteorite and obsidian emperor heart. Otherwise, he could still make good quality materials of metal crow obsidian and iron essence of the meteorite. Of course, other than Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame, other people would just be dreaming if they wanted to refine the King of Black Light's corpse into metal essence of the meteorite. Bring those to me. Like a slave owner, Yue Yang started exploiting his beasts. Boo-hoo, the Thorny Flower Demoness handed the King of Black Light's magic crystal over to her evil master reluctantly, with tears on the verge of streaming down her face. It was the magic crystal that she had acquired with much difficulty after all, it would be weird if she didn't cry. Woof. Hui Tai Lang was used to handing over good stuff, it prioritized gaining its master's favor by offering him the one-eyed giant's magic crystal. It understood that although its master acted forcefully, he was only strict because he had to manage all of his beasts. When it comes to distributing rewards based on merit, he would still be fair towards them. Whoever worked the hardest would be rewarded the most. After Yue Yang confiscated all the magic crystals, he pointed towards the Yu clan castle and shouted like an evil Hitler, "If you want to eat these crystals, go and work hard for it now." All at once, Hui Tai Lang, Thorny Flower Demoness and the little golden beast raced against each other towards the Yu clan castle, trying to overtake each other. Everyone was speechless. Just like the saying, like master, like beasts. No matter what kind of good beast it was, it would definitely be led astray in Yue Yang's hands. At the front gate of the Yu clan castle. Like how Yue Yang had brought forth Mother to the Yu clan castle last time, history repeats itself. The only difference was that Yue Yang had many followers behind him this time, instead of being accompanied by only his sister last time. Currently, there were Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and Li brothers, Yue Yang's blood-soaked brothers in arms that could give up their lives for him. There were also Yu Bing and Yu Yu, whose life or death were interdependent with him. There were Prince of Tianluo and Shui Tanlang, the two warriors who were unafraid of strong enemies, voluntarily lending their hands to help their future brother-in-law. There were also two other guards from the Yu clan branch families, Lin Lei and Lin Miao. Of course, the most supportive ones were still the determined and united beauties. Yue Yang, who had fought his war alone that time, was now accompanied by Princess Xian, Luohua City Mistress, Shui Wuxia and Yinan. There were also the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was extremely interested in him and would rather see him than explore the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower with the other inmates. She was also none other than one of the great sky demons of the demonic palace, Tianfa. Previously, Yue Yang's enemy was the substitute clan master Yu Shan. This time, his enemy had become the fake Yu Chu, who had easily defeated Yu Shan. This fake Yu Chu had come prepared with the backing of various innates behind him. There was also the extremely strong great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, on their side. That was why Yu Chu had dared to challenge the guy who had become an innate at 20 years old, Yue Yang, who was talented beyond compare. If Yue Yang, the guy from another world, had not come to the Soaring Dragon Continent, if the Yu clan did not have a descendant like Yue Yang, everything would have completely changed. Jun Wuyu and the other protectors of the Soaring Dragon Continent would have been held captive by the Easter Goblin tribe, and died in the midst of the chaotic war between the Goblin tribes. As for the Yu clan that had thousands of years of history, it would completely collapse under the hands of the fake Yu Chu. Yue Yang realized that he had inadvertently changed everything. The plan that their enemies had planned for decades or even centuries were completely changed because of his appearance. Today was the turning point for the future that they would have. If the fake Yu Chu won, the Yu clan would never recover. If Yue Yang won, the Yu clan would be revived, and the Soaring Dragon Continent would see justice prevailed. The front gate of the Yu clan castle was tightly closed. Just like a year ago. Seems like the great emperor of Jiwei had a grand plan prepared. Phoenix Fairy Beauty revealed a cold laugh. Since that is the case, we shall wait outside. Yue Yang was a little shaken. Previously, he had never been able to strongly feel his enemy's strength. However, after mastering the 5th level of innate invisible sword chi, other than his heightened 5 senses, his 6th sense had also become much sharper. Princess Xian, who had the 6 records inherent skill, also agreed with Yue Yang's decision. Her 6 records inherent skill could sense that the current Yu clan castle was like a colossal, man-eating prehistoric monster. If they were really to blindly charge inside, they would definitely fall into their enemy's trap. Rather than being injured this way, they should just wait outside for their enemy's reaction and followed through. At least, they would be able to take control of their own situation this way. Yu Yu and Yu Bing had been following Yue Yang's warning. They did not leave the horse carriage no matter what happened. They would definitely not give their enemies the chance to attack them. Yue Yang believed that his enemies would try to kidnap the two ladies, because the two of them were the most effective weapons to be used against him. However, Yue Yang would definitely not let his enemies succeed. Especially since the Phoenix Fairy Beauty had also arrived, Yue Yang had the confidence to handle the whole situation at hand. We are fine, don't waste your spirit chi. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and Li brothers were all suffering from different extents of injuries. Amongst them, Ye Kong's injuries were the most serious. He had some ribs broken. Ye Kong felt that he wouldn't be able to help much in the upcoming battle, hence he didn't want Yu Yu to waste her energy to heal him. There would definitely be harder battles ahead. Yu Yu was the only summoner with healing abilities. She must only use her healing water ball at the most critical moments. Ye Kong tried to advise her, but how could Yu Yu sit still and do nothing? She insisted on summoning her healing water ball and healed Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. At first, Fatty Hai was heavily injured, but after contracting the gold rank level 6 lightning mammoth, he was able to draw support from the lightning mammoth's great vitality and healed most of his injuries. Fatty Hai was very happy, a wide smile spread across his face. Finally he managed to own a gold-ranked beast. As for the foolish words he had said last time, about how he would only contract gold-ranked, beautiful female beasts, Fatty Hai decided to forget about it first. Ye Kong also did not tease him in the light of the upcoming great battle. Instead, he found a big rock and sat down to rest. He wanted to recover his strength in order to fight in the next battle. Yue Yang approached him and quietly threw him a magic crystal. Ye Kong was extremely shocked. He discovered that it was the magic crystal of the gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant. Furthermore, Yue Yang had refined it with his Nirvana's flame, hence the energy inside it was extremely pure. Yue Yang's level 5 divine vision discovered that Ye Kong's bronze-ranked level 5 King Kong demon ape was in the midst of evolution. If it could eat and digest the energy of a pure magic crystal, it would definitely improve greatly. The King Kong demon ape that was carrying the corpse of the one-eyed giant suddenly dropped the corpse to the ground. A waterfall of drool almost flowed out of its mouth. Its gaze locked onto the gold-ranked level 6 magic crystal in its master's hand, not moving even a single inch. Ye Kong finally snapped back to his senses and gave the magic crystal to the King Kong demon ape. Since Yue Yang had given it to him, he wouldn't stand on ceremony and immediately received it. The King Kong demon ape immediately swallowed the magic crystal in one gulp when it received it. Thinking that it could not show its appreciation enough, it excitedly jumped up and down and beat its chest, as it screeched happily. Hui Tai Lang was annoyed when it saw the King Kong demon ape. It barked, woof woof, at it a few times. It felt that the big gorilla was really foolish. Isn't it just a gold-ranked level 6 magic crystal? That thing was completely incomparable to the Eastern Goblin tribesman's orbs. For the first time, Hui Tai Lang felt that it was much stronger than that foolish ape. It was not the matter of levels or abilities, it was the difference between their intelligence and experience. Hui Tai Lang felt that its ambitions were far greater than the ape. Its dream was to eat a demon king. Could an ordinary beast even dream about that? As for intelligence, Hui Tai Lang suddenly thought of something that had never crossed its mind before when it looked at the King Kong demon ape. This gorilla seemed stupid to it. Does it mean that it had become smarter? Hui Tai Lang didn't understand how a dog could become smarter than an ape. It looked at Yue Yang and decided that it might be because it had chosen to follow the right master. Hence, it happily approached Yue Yang and rubbed itself against him. If you want to eat an orb, put up a good fight later, kill all of our enemies. Yue Yang threw an exceptionally alluring bait to his beasts. UNN. The Thorny Flower Demoness finally learned how to act obedient and fawn on her master. Woof woof woof, meow, awoo. Hui Tai Lang didn't know how to speak, otherwise it would definitely replied its master, I guarantee all the work done confidently. It knew a lot of foreign languages, but human speech and voice were too difficult to imitate. On the other side, the King Kong demon ape had leveled up from the magic crystal of the gold-ranked level 6 one-eyed giant. It had skipped silver rank completely and became gold rank straight away. It had also leveled up to gold ranked level 3. 2 minutes later, due to the extremely pure magic crystal that had been refined by Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame, the overly pure energy made the King Kong demon ape level up again to gold ranked level 4. It was a pity that its body could only endure an evolution to gold ranked level 4. Otherwise it could definitely level up even more. Prince of Tianluo and Xuetan Lang were jealous to death when they saw this. However, since Yue Yang had the ability to refine magic crystals, they were in no hurry. In the future when there was another beast's magic crystal that was exceptionally suitable for their beasts, it wouldn't be too late to find this brother-in-law and asked him to refine it for them. Gold-ranked beasts were definitely going to be deadly baits forever, no warriors could ever say no to them. Of course, that was with the exception of Yue Yang, the abnormal guy whose beasts were either platinum or diamond ranked. Beside the horse carriage, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and Li brothers were shouting in joy, rejoicing for the fact that the King Kong demon ape had leveled up to gold ranked level 4. Every warrior would always long for the time when their beasts leveled up. From the Yu clan castle afar, the sound of huge chains resounded as the drawbridge was lowered. With a loud booming sound, it thudded to the ground. The Yu clan castle front gates were then pushed open by puppet beasts that wouldn't get tired. Following that, a stream of endless elite clan guards started pouring out. Although Yue Yang was not close to these clan guards, he could recognize in first glance that these people were from the Yu clan branch families. Amongst the guards, there was a man of around 40 years old who looked like Yue Yang. However, he looked more mature and dignified. The scar on his face added to the rough and staunch look that he gave off. From the outside, this man had a dragon-like presence. He was mature, earnest, dignified, intelligent and had all the good qualities of a leader under the sun. He was indeed a clan master material. Most importantly, he gave this indescribable charm that he was a natural-born leader. He attracted others to follow him just by standing there. On his left, there was a younger man who looked very similar to Yue Yang. However, his skin was slightly tanned. This young man was also definitely not ordinary. It was obvious that he was one of the elites amongst the younger generation. He gave off a kind of heroic feeling to the others. Seems like they are the fake Yu Chu and third young master, Fatty Hai humped lightly. He discovered that the two fakes had disguised themselves really well. If this fake Yue Yang stand beside the real Yue Yang, other than the difference in their skin tones and the fact that the fake Yue Yang looked a little more mature, they really looked quite similar, no big difference at all. Other than their behavior, the greatest difference between the real and fake Yue Yang was their powers. The fake Yue Yang's abilities were merely of a level 6 elder. In other people's eyes, by comparison, the existence of this fake Yue Yang was actually more logical. After all, it was really unbelievable for a person to reach the innate realm by 20 years old, like this abnormal Yu clan third young master. Being able to reach level 6 elder at 20 years old was already an impressive feat. Even Yan Po Jun, Feng Qixia and other talented younger generations could not reach that level. Only talented younger generations such as the Prince of Xiaijin and junior sect leader Bai Yunfei could reach the level of level 6 elder when they were only 20 years old. Xuetan Lang looked at the fake Yue Yang and suddenly humped in a low voice, he is a level 6 advanced elder with the power of darkness and flames. Leave that fellow to me. Fatty Hai and Ye Kong wanted to try out their newly gained abilities too, but hearing that the fake Yue Yang was a level 6 advanced elder with powers of darkness and flames, they immediately shut off their mouths. An enemy like that was indeed best left to Xuetan Lang, the ice cube guy. Ice is the opposite of fire, Xuetan Lang is the best person for the job. Other than the fake Yu Chu and Yue Yang, there was also the great Emperor of Jiwei Shuntian behind them, and heavenly Imperial Guardian representatives that had come to be judges. There was only one from Xia, and that was the ascetic practice saint, one of Xia's heavenly Imperial Guardian. Beside him, there were also heavenly Imperial Guardian from the Tianluo Kingdom. There was also only one heavenly Imperial Guardian. The middle-aged man wore a white long robe and looked like a scholar instead of a heavenly Imperial Guardian. On the right and left of the two people, there were two heavenly Imperial Guardians from the Jin Kingdom. One of them was tall and the other one was skinny. The two of them looked like they were as strong as the ascetic practice saint. In addition, there was also the 100 Transformations Demon Elder from the 1000 Goblins sect. Her appearance made others shiver in fear. Since the 100 Transformations Demon Elder from the 1000 Goblins sect had appeared, wouldn't the 1000 Goblins sect leader be somewhere near? Behind them, there was still a demon-like Innate whose body was covered in flames. Yue Yang had seen him before. This demon-like Innate had called himself a demon abyss traitor. He was very friendly with humans and was willing to stay behind in the Soaring Dragon Continent to live. Yue Yang wasn't very interested in that guy. Instead, he was interested in the Marquis of Xijin, who was trying to hide himself behind the demon-like Innate. Yue Yang was never afraid of strong enemies before, but in his mind, he was always more wary of someone with a clever mind than someone with brute strength. The Marquis of Xijin was extremely intelligent and cunning. Yue Yang would rather fight against another Innate than see him again for the second time. Marquis of Xijin's presence was definitely not a good thing. The furthest one inside was the only Innate from the 7 Great Bears left, Tian Xuan. His expression was extremely grieved and sorrowful. 2 clan generals beside him carried a memorial tablet that was created in the last minute each, with the names of Yao Guang and Kai Yang written on them. The other side had more than 7 Innates. Although ascetic practice saint and the middle-aged scholar would remain neutral or even help Yue Yang, the other side would definitely still have some moves up their sleeves. For example, the 1000 Goblins sect leader that had been hiding himself. The presence of Shun Tian and the 1000 Goblins sect leader alone would already be enough to overwhelm Yue Yang and the others, let alone fighting against so many other Innates. This battle, forget about ordinary people, even the Phoenix Fairy Beauty was scowling, thinking that it was really unlikely to win. Yue Yang belonged to that awesome group of people who wouldn't feel an itch even if he was covered in fleas. He didn't mind facing against many Innates on the other side. The only ones who made Yue Yang felt threatened were 3 people, the self-titled Great Emperor of Jiwei Shuntian, the fake Yu Chu and Marquis of Xijin. These 3 fellows were formidable opponents in Yue Yang's heart. This was because these 3 people possessed the kind of high intelligence that a normal person wouldn't have. You can't tell whether a person is smart from their face, but a smart person is different from a fool. Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to tell his enemy's IQ with his level 5 divine vision. He was able to tell it by his feeling. The fake Yu Chu had the ability to bring him so much problems although he wasn't an Innate. The other one was the Marquis of Xijin who was hiding his strength. He must never ignore him even for a second. Of course, the most frightening one was the Great Emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. This Great Emperor of Jiwei was simply too frightening. If he had even the slightest chance, he would definitely kill him with all he had. The 2 sides stand on opposite, daggers drawn. Although Yue Yang's side was weaker, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were filled with fighting spirit. They definitely would not back away just because their opponents were Innates. Even Lin Miao and Lin Lei, the 2 relatives from the branch family, were doing their best to stand upright. They stood beside Ye Kong and the others in front of the horse carriage. After the battle just now, they had understood a few things. No matter if they were Innates or not, anyone from the opposite side had the ability of killing them in an instant with one move. Rather than being a coward and be instantly killed, they would rather stand proud and be instantly killed. They would become a great man who could laugh at their deaths. If they wanted to be cowards, there would be many opportunities for them to be cowards in their lifetime. But if they wanted to be heroes, there would only be one moment for them to be heroes. They had made their decision. Today, I have invited 8 distinguished guests here in order to bear as witness for our Yu clan. The fake Yu Chu started bowing respectfully at the few Innates and 3 heavenly Imperial Guardians. The Yu clan was truly unfortunate. I, Yu Chu, as the substitute clan master, reluctantly assumed power in the midst of crisis to bring stability. I will definitely capture anyone who wants to rebel or disguise themselves as fakes. I will protect my Yu clan so that it will not fall for another thousands of years. Right now, based on the 3 heavenly Imperial Guardians' suggestions, in order to distinguish between real and fake, I, Yu Chu, under everyone's approval, will perform a blood test to identify familial relations. Blood test to identify familial relations. Yue Yang was speechless when he heard that. Does ancient people play with this kind of stuff too? I don't know. Will the substitute clan master Yu Chu agree to a blood test? Mr. Yu Chu, you have lived in the demon abyss for more than a decade. Could it be that your blood has been contaminated by the demon race? Are you still Yu clan's descendant? Princess Xian, who had the 6 records inherent skill, would never be fooled. She would be able to tell immediately if someone was sincere or being fake. It would be hard to even conceal a half-real and half-fake plot from her extremely sensitive observing power. Of course. In order to be fair, I have especially invited a friend who was born in the demon abyss but was actually a human warrior, Mr. Qi Liao. The blood of a Yu clan's descendant is completely different from a demon's blood. We will use Mr. Qi Liao's blood as the standard. Every single Yu clan descendant would need to drop their blood into this holy water bottle. If there is any kind of abnormal reaction, everyone will be able to bear witness to it, fair and square. Before the fake Yu Chu had finished speaking, Yue Yang had completely understood everything. This was a huge, great conspiracy. And using blood test to identify familial relations was only the first part of the plot. The blood test to identify familial relations was fairly easy. On the table, there were 3 bottles filled with holy water. That demon innate ranker Qi Liao dripped his blood into the bottle in the middle and set it as the standard. Then, the fake Yu Chu and Yue Yang, second uncle Yue Ling, Yue Yan, Yue Feng, Yue Yang, Yu, and Yue Bing could choose the bottle in either left or right to drip their blood. If the reaction was similar to the demons, then it was obvious that they were not of Yu clan's descendant. From the outside, this blood test to identify familial relations seemed to be perfectly fair, no problems at all. However, as the guy from another world, Yue Yang know that this extremely simple blood test was very easy to manipulate. The biggest mystery was that why was Yu Chu so sure that Yue Yang, Yu, and Yue Bing's blood would have the same reaction as Qi Liao's blood? This invisible expectation made them greatly suspicious. If he had not played any kind of tricks, why would he be so sure that everyone not on their side was a demon? Couldn't it be a human trying to disguise as the third young master? Why must they be of demon race? If he was using the demon innate ranker Qi Liao's blood as an example, wouldn't that mean that the fake Yu Chu had already foreseen that Yue Yang and the others' blood would have the same reaction as that demon innate ranker? Luo Hua City Mistress and Princess Qian shot each other a glance. They thought that Yu Chu had definitely set up some tricks, but they still didn't understand his real reason. Since it's that way, we'll participate in the test. Yue Yang made a decision. Refusing the test would give his enemies the excuse to capture him. As long as he managed to see through this despicable, shameless faker's schemes during the test, he would be able to turn around the situation. Of course, Yue Yang felt that no matter what, there would be no avoiding a falling out with Yu Chu. The only difference was that whether the heavenly imperial guardians of Xia and Tianluo, the ascetic practice saint and the middle-aged scholar, would have a reason to fight on their side. The demon innate ranker walked forward and cut a small wound on the palm of his left hand with his sharp nails, dripping his demon's blood into the bottle of holy water. The moment the demon blood dripped into the bottle, the originally clear holy water inside the bottle immediately boiled, as if a monster was trashing the water inside. The holy water inside quickly boiled and formed some steam that rose up to the air. Everyone had seen it clearly. The demon's blood was not unable to mix with the holy water, it would be boiled away the moment it was mixed. Following that, the fake Yu Chu came forward. He cut his finger with a dagger and dripped his blood onto the left bottle. Other than shining slightly, there was no other reaction. The fake Yu Chu had also set a very good example, proving that a Yu clan's descendant's blood would not have any reaction with the holy water. Even if there was a reaction, it was only a slight light. Other people would think that Yu Chu's blood was extremely pure. Following that was the fake Yue Yang. He dripped his blood on the bottle at the right. His blood also produced a little bit of light. What does this mean? This meant that the 3 holy water bottles were all the same, there will be no problem choosing whichever one. Next, we would like to see Yu Shan's son, Yu Tian's blood reaction. My older brother Yu Shan had been killed by a demon 20 years ago. When I heard about the news in the demon abyss, I thought that no matter what, I will stay alive and return to the Soaring Dragon Continent. This is because I can't let the Yu clan fall into a demon's hand. I can't let the Yu clan be destroyed by people of my generation. Previously, when Elder Xia Zhong and I captured Yu Shan, a demon had appeared and rescued him away. Right now, I want to show everyone the evidence for that. The fake Yu Chu clapped his hand as the fake Yue Yang and Yue Yan dragged Yu Tian, whose body had been weakened out. Yu Bao cut a long wound on Yu Tian's finger with a silver knife, and dripped his blood into the left bottle. TSS, the holy water in the bottle revealed the same reaction that had happened when the demon innate ranker Qi Liao had dripped his blood. Steam immediately rose up into the air. According to this test, there was no doubt that Yu Tian was a devil's spawn. Yu Tian's face went pale as he fell to the ground disappointedly, as if someone had just pulled his spine out. Yu Yan, Yu Bao, and even Yu Feng, the 3 Yu clan descendants then dripped their blood onto the left and right bottles one by one. Every one of their blood did not have any reaction with the holy water at all, only a slight light was produced. Amongst them, Yu Feng's light was the strongest. Yu Yan's blood produced some reaction, but Yu Bao's blood almost didn't have any reaction at all. Everyone could see that amongst the 3 people, Yu Feng had the most potential as his reaction was the strongest. Seems like the strength of his lineage was also the best. Yu Yan laughed coldly at Yue Yang and said, "Son of a bitch, it's your turn now." Yue Yang looked up 45 degrees to the sky leisurely, completely ignoring his arrogant, vile cousin. Aren't you just someone else's dog? You are so happy becoming someone's dog, that's really rare. Yue Yang is too lazy to bother with an idiot like you. As his big boss, it's really annoying for me to watch you. Yue Yan, you fool, if you have the guts then come out and fight me, see if I don't beat you up black and blue. If you have no skills then just sit in the corner and wait, don't be an embarrassment to others. Exposing yourself like this, do you think you are so cool? Fatty Hai couldn't bear hearing Yue Yan's insult. Fatty Hai, do you have an itch in your body? This is our family matters, what business do you have here? If you make me angry, I swear I will cut your flesh and feed it to the dogs. Yue Yan shouted back furiously. If Fatty Hai dared to say that kind of words to him a year ago, he would have killed him immediately. However, the current Fatty Hai was not someone that Yue Yan could kill easily. Forget about Yue Yan, even one of the 3 great killing stars, Yan Po Jun, could not deal with Fatty Hai. If Yue Yang knew that Fatty Hai had also just contracted a gold-ranked level 6 lightning mammoth, he would definitely not challenge Fatty Hai for a duel. That fake Yue Yang assumed the actions of a future clan master and stopped Yue Yan, 4th brother, why do you have to lower yourself to the likes of him? With everyone watching, no matter how much ruckus they make, they wouldn't be able to deny their relations with the demons. Yu walked out, her teeth biting her lips. She firmly spoke with a determined voice, I'm not a demon, I'm definitely not. I'm a holy water healing type summoner. Yu definitely would not believe that she was a demon, and she would also not believe that her father was a demon. Although his father was crazy about gaining power and conquering the Yu clan, he was definitely not a demon. She had also seen Yu Tian's blood test result just now. Even though the reaction showed that he was a demon, she would definitely not believe that her older brother Yu Tian was a demon. Their enemies had definitely played some kind of tricks. Although she knew perfectly well something was wrong, she couldn't see any holes in the situation. The only thing she could do was to use her own blood to prove her father's innocence. How could a healing-type summoner with holy water attribute be a demon too? This was definitely impossible. Yu dripped her blood into the bottle confidently. At first, there was absolutely no reaction at all. However, a few seconds later, the water in the bottle slowly boiled and produced some steam that almost overflowed out of the bottle. Impossible. Yu was completely dumbstruck. She never thought that her blood would give out the same reaction as the demon's blood. In that instant, she felt as if her soul had been broken. Was she truly a demon too? Was she truly a demon's daughter? Like her older brother Yu Tian, was she also a demon's spawn? Haha, let's see what you have to say now. Yue Yan laughed out loud. Yu's body started to tremble as her tears flowed out unstoppably. She wanted to deny him, to rebut him. But her lips trembled unstoppably, she had no way to prove her innocence. Yu Bing wanted to run down the horse carriage and hug her older sister, but Shui Wuxia shook her hand, telling her not to come out. Yi Nan hugged her tightly, afraid that she would do something rash and affect Yue Yang's concentration. Princess Qian, on the other hand, was worried about her best friend. She immediately rushed out and hugged Yu's trembling body as she comforted her. Right now, everyone's gaze was fixed right at Yue Yang. There was no meaning to proving that Yu Tian and Yu were descendants of a demon. Only when Yue Yang was proved to be a demon would this matter truly be settled. Would Yue Yang agree to the blood test? There was Yu Tian and Yue Yan's blood as sample before him, and then there was the reaction of Yu's demon blood. A lot of people thought that Yue Yang would be very foolish if he agreed to the test, he would just earn himself the name of a demon. Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the others all thought this way. Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang glanced at each other and was about to stop Yue Yang from having the blood test. They had understood that this was a scheme set up by their enemies. It didn't matter if Yue Yang agree or disagree, there would be a trap laid for him. He wouldn't be able to escape his enemy's scheme. You don't have the guts to go through the blood test, do you? I already said before, you are the son of a bitch. You are the bastard son of a demon. Yue Yan mocked Yue Yang ruthlessly. Shut up, you retard. There's no place for you to speak here. You are like a fool, becoming someone's lackey so easily. Do you think you can earn your food by becoming a fool? Go away from me, otherwise I'll kill you in one move. Yue Yang glared at him with Heaven Eye's divine vision and blasted Yue Yan away with his chi. Yue Yan and Yu Bao were shocked by Yue Yang's glare until they fell to the ground. They were completely scared off. They wanted to refute him and rain curses on him, but they were afraid that Yue Yang would really kill them in one move. They were very clear about Yue Yang's temperament. This brat would not be influenced by force or persuasion. In the whole of Yu clan, other than his grandfather, the clan master Yu Hai and the fifth elder that had always protected the fourth house, he didn't care about anyone else at all. When he said he would really fight, and when he said he would really kill. Even the substitute clan master Yu Shan had almost been killed by him at that time. At the New Year's tournament, in front of the Xia Emperor Junwu Yu, he had acted nonchalantly, even stepping on a southern floating mist sect elder's head. Ever since he knew that Yue Yang was an innate, Yue Yang decided not to provoke this brat any longer. If Yu Chu had not returned, brought strong evidences with him and support from many innates, Yue Yang would definitely not dare to provoke Yue Yang at all. The fake Yue Yang's gaze turned cold when he saw Yue Yang blasting away Yue Yan and Yu Bao with just the power of his gaze alone. There was a hint of jealousy that crossed his eyes. In comparison, this level 6 advanced elder was really incomparable to the innate Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't bother with Yue Yan anymore as he unhurriedly strolled over to the table. He took the silver knife on the table and observed it, then sniffed it a little too. Then, he threw the silver knife back to the ground. The fake Yu Chu revealed a mocking smile on his face. Was he trying to find a clue on the silver knife? That was impossible, he obviously knew that Yue Yang would be suspicious about that. However, he believed that Yue Yang would never understand the real trick behind this scheme. All of my life, this is the first time I heard that I am actually a demon. Yue Yang took out his eye destroyer dagger and carefully pricked a wound on his finger, oozing out a drop of blood. He only let out a drop, then he quickly took back his finger and put it into his mouth, sucking the blood back into his body, as if he was reluctant to lose any more blood. Fatty Hai and the others all came in closer, nervously watching for the reaction in the bottle. At first, there was no reaction inside the bottle at all. Just as Fatty Hai and the others were about to sigh in relief, suddenly, the bottle exploded. However, not a single drop of water had flowed out, all the water had instead turned into steam. The white steam rolled as it rose up, just like a white-colored demon rising up to the sky. Everyone was completely speechless. Wasn't this reaction too strong? This brat's blood had actually gave a stronger reaction than the demon innate ranker Qi Liao. Could it be that this brat was a great demon king? Turns out that you are really a demon. Yue Yan screamed out emotionally. Being able to prove that Yue Yang was a demon meant that they have won. Shut up. I haven't finished testing. Yue Yang didn't tremble nor panic, it was as if he thought that this was normal. His facial expression was extremely calm, as if he had never seen the bottle shattering to pieces and water turning into steam. Even if you try again, you are still a demon. Yu Bao had also become so excited that his face turned red. He was also hoping for Yue Yang's downfall. The two of you, come up here. Drop some blood in this bottle. You guys, try it too. Yue Yang gestured to Lin Miao and Lin Lei to drip some of their blood. The fake Yu Chu's expression immediately changed, and the fake Yue Yang immediately stopped Yue Yang from doing that with the reason that Lin Miao and Lin Lei were not Yu clan's descendants. Yue Yang laughed coldly, not only them, I want you guys to try it all once again. Do you think you can play tricks with me? Do you think you can set me up in a trap with that underdeveloped brain of yours? Hearing Yue Yang's confident tone, Fatty Hai immediately became confident too. He became smug and immediately dripped his blood into the right bottle of holy water. In the end, unfortunately, his blood showed the reaction of a demon blood. Fatty Hai stared dumbly before bursting out into a loud laughter. Turns out not only the Yu clan, the Hai clan's blood is also contaminated with demon's blood. Haha, this farce of a blood test, do you want me to laugh to my death? Ye Kong's blood also had the same reaction as the demon's blood. Lin Miao and Lin Lei who were trembling in fear had also showed the demon's blood reaction. Even Li brothers, Prince of Tianluo, and Xue Tanlang's blood showed signs of demon's blood. Yue Yan wanted to argue that they were all really demons at first, but then Princess Qian stepped up and dripped her blood, and the result was that she had a very strong and potent demon's blood. Yue Yan immediately shut his mouth. He couldn't say that Princess Qian was also a demon, could he? Her father was Jun Wuyu after all. If he accused the emperor of being a demon, Jun Wuyu would probably sentence them all to death. The most surprising thing was that Yue Yang had dripped his blood into the middle bottle afterwards. The result was an explosion of bright, radiant light. It was beautiful beyond compare, there was even a tinge of rainbow light within the bright light. This kind of result was really the complete opposite of the demon Qi Liao's blood test result. Yue Yang then took out his eye destroyer dagger and cut a small wound on Hui Tai Lang's body. He dripped some of its blood into the battle, and immediately the demon's blood reaction started again. My dog grows by eating Demon King's meat. This iron-backed demon wolf with flame and dark metal attribute showed the same reaction with Mr. Qi Liao's blood. Yue Yang's word made Fatty Hai burst out laughing, because Yue Yang had inadvertently likened Qi Liao to a dog. The demon innate ranker Qi Liao was immediately angered when he heard it, and he furiously glared at Yue Yang. Yue Yang didn't care about him and pointed at the fake Yu Chu, Yue Yang and Yue Yan instead. Can you guys test your blood one more time? If this time, your blood has the same reaction as my dog's blood, I'm sorry, you'll have to explain why in front of everyone here. Didn't you say that your blood is a pure Yu clan's descendant's blood? My dear gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Come up here and test it out quickly. Everyone will soon be able to see who is the real demon, and who is the real Yu clan's descendant. The fake Yu Chu and Yu Yang stared dumbstruck at Yu Yang. They knew that Yue Yang would not back down easily, but they never thought that Yue Yang's counter-attack would be so sharp. Could they refuse him in front of all their witness? If they were really going to test it again, then how could they be able to hide the truth from these innate rancor size? The fake Yue Yang had a sullen expression, but he didn't say anything. Yue Yang looked around the surrounding and realized that no one dared to stood up. He furiously shouted, "I'll go. Even if you are a good-for-nothing loser who plays trick, I'm not afraid of you. Go away." Yue Yang glared at him coldly. "What did you say?" Yue Yang was bewildered. Why did this abnormal loser not want him to take the blood test again? "I say you are an idiot. Should I allow an idiot to take the test? Nobody stood up to take it, why are you standing up for? Are you worried that your low IQ is not embarrassing enough that you want to make a spectacle of yourself even further?" Yue Yang slapped Yue Yang hard, making the fourth young master's head spin and fell to the ground. Yue Yang pointed at Yue Bao and the fake Yue Yang, then commanded with an icy voice, "You two, come up and test your blood." The people around started to understand what was going on. Seems like the third young master had the ability to see through his enemy's blood test tricks. Although Yue Yan was extremely hostile towards him, he didn't suspect Yue Yan, he only suspected Yue Bao and the others. There was only one true Yue clan third young master. This third young master on Yue Chu's side, no matter if he's real or fake, he must be tested once again. However, why did Yue Yang still pointed towards Yue Bao for a second blood test? Could it be that there was a problem with Yue Bao too? Everyone was bewildered. They started looking at Yue Bao, and discovered, to their surprise, that his face was pale as death. Under Yue Yang's icy gaze, Yue Bao's body was trembling unnaturally, as if he was trying to tamper down some kind of fear. Yue Bao shifted his gaze and took glances at the fake Yue Chu, as if signaling to him to speak out and save him. The fake Yue Chu had difficulties saving himself too, hence he didn't bother to pay attention to him. The fake Yue Yang wanted to speak out, but immediately shut his mouth when the fake Yue Chu glared at him, signaling to him not to speak out and save Yue Bao that easily. Yue Bao became panicked, he started screaming out, "I am a Yue clan's descendant, I shouldn't be suspected at all. I have already tested myself just now, I don't have to be tested again, I don't want to be tested again. He is a demon, everyone shouldn't believe in his words." Hui Tai Lang charged out from beside Yue Yang and pinned Yue Bao to the ground. Its huge mouth opened wide and grabbed Yue Bao, dragging him and throwing him right under Yue Yang's feet. Its movements were faster than lightning. Fatty Hai and Yekong cooperated harmoniously, one of them pressing Yue Bao down and the other used the silver dagger to cut Yue Bao's arms. When the blood was dripped into the middle bottle from the silver dagger, the demon's blood reaction appeared. Although it was a small reaction, everyone could clearly see that Yue Bao's blood test result was completely different from his previous one. Could it be that he was actually not Yue Ling's son? No, I'm a Yue clan's descendant, I'm not a demon, you guys are just playing tricks. Yue Bao was so scared that he started crying. "I don't think you are worthy enough to be a demon. Tell me about the dark energy you are hiding inside your body. Who gave it to you? Where did you get your beast? What did that person tell you to say?" Yue Yang started questioning Yue Bao coldly. Yue Bao's father, Yue Ling, had wanted to come out and speak out for his son. However, when he saw his young son Yue Feng started to tremble in fear, he sighed and picked him up, tightly hugging him, and did not give Yue Bao a second look. Yue Ling was not a fool either, he could see through a lot of things, but he couldn't speak out because he had to protect himself, his wife and his little son. He could only choose silence. "Fourth brother asked me to do all of this." Yue Bao clenched his teeth and pointed at Yue Yan, shouting out. "What?" Yue Yan was dumbstruck. How did the responsibility fall onto him now? "Fourth brother said that we must kill you no matter what. He asked me to cooperate with him, and even said that the evidence would definitely be against you. I have been listening to his orders all along, that's why I did what I did. This blood test to identify familial relations, it was also all fourth brother's idea. Everything was his plot." Yue Bao cried out loudly. Yue Yan looked around the surrounding in hopelessness. Right now, no matter if it was the fake Yue Chu's side or Yue Yang's side, he was an enemy to both of them. Yue Yan discovered that he was all alone. The comrade that he had risked his life to believe in had actually abandoned him without hesitation. They had even pinned all the blame onto him. At this time, even his father did not dare to put up a good word for him. Only then did Yue Yan discovered that he was a piece that everyone could abandon anytime, a pawn, a stepping stone. He had only been naively hoping for Yue Yang to fall, wanting to step on the person he hated the most in the world under his feet. He didn't care about anything else, and didn't care which side was wrong or right. He just wanted him to die. He only realized how absurd he was in the end. Turns out that the thing he wanted the most had become some other person's bait. Because of his grudge, he had become some other person's pawn. Moreover, he had become a pawn with a tragic end. When Yue Yang turned around and saw the fake Yue clan third young master's mocking gaze, an indescribable agony edged deep inside his heart. This guy who was mocking him behind could not even compare to that abnormal trash. At least that abnormal trash still recognized him as a descendant of the Yue clan without even looking at the blood test result. On the other hand, this heartless impostor from the demon abyss had actually abandoned him at the time he needed him the most. Yue Yang was filled with hate, regret, fury and sadness as he shouted out in pain, "Die, let's all just die together." Yue Yang didn't charge at Yue Yang. Instead he attacked the fake Yue Yang. Boom! Yue Yang, whose fury had filled his heart, was not the fake Yue Yang's match at all. Forget about winning against him in this kind of crazed mental state. Yue Yang would not be able to win against the level 6 elder fake Yue Yang even under normal circumstances. With just a punch, Yue Yang was sent flying away and thrown to the ground, his ribs broken and internal organs injured, making him vomit blood and was almost dying. He struggled and tried to stand back up. However, he fainted in the end due to his injuries. Fallen on the ground, blood continued to trickle out of his mouth. His consciousness started to fade, and he fainted. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised, "Good attack, nice punch. This guy who tried to be my imposter, how should I address you? Don't think that you can disguise as me just by looking like me. Yue Bing, tell this idiot what's your brother's inherent skill." Yue Bing nodded emotionally when she heard that it was finally her turn to speak up. She took a deep breath and tried not to be nervous, forcing her voice to be steady and not tremble. "All of you listen. All tricks are useless in front of brother, because brother's inherent skill is conceal. He is able to see through other people's concealed secrets. My brother has long known whatever secrets you guys are hiding." Yue Bing's words made everyone present speechless. Turns out this brat had such an abnormal inherent skill. No wonder he could easily expose such a strange blood test. Turns out this brat had an inherent skill that could see through concealed secrets. Fatty Hai immediately moved away from Yue Yang the moment he heard that, afraid that Yue Yang would discover his secret. "You don't have to stay so far away from me. I'm not interested in your secret hobby of wearing flowery underwears." Yue Yang kicked the fatty away and made the audience speechless once again. No wonder the Yue clan third young master was so abnormal. Having the conceal inherent skill, having the ability to search through others' secrets and weakness, it would be strange if he's not strong. "Be quiet, shush." Fatty Hai jumped up and tried to cover Yue Yang's mouth nervously. Ye Kong and the others started laughing at his futile attempts. I think everyone is now more or less aware of the situation. There is only one conclusion. You guys are pot calling the kettle black. You guys are the demons, but you are trying to turn me into one instead. As the reputable third young master of the Yue clan, I hereby issue an order, from today onwards, all of the descendants of Yue clan, be it from the branch family or the main family, must leave the fake Yue Chu's side. Otherwise, I will treat you all as a traitor. The fake Yue Chu and Yue Yang are the main offenders for the Yue clan troubles. Demon Innate Ranker Qi Liao, please leave this vicinity immediately, otherwise, I will treat you as an enemy of the Yue clan. Tian Xuan from the Seven Great Bears, as the teacher of the fake Yue Yang, I order you to sever one arm right now and announce that you will sever all relations with the fake Yue Yang. Only then will I let you leave this place alive. How about us?" the two heavenly imperial guardians from the kingdom of Xijin asked coldly. "If you guys want to stay, I think the cemetery behind the mountain will make a good place for your accommodation. Otherwise you can just let our pet Hui Tai Lang have a feast of its life and send you both on your journey." Yue Yang knew that the real moment of a conflict breakout had come. "Great Emperor of Jiwei, my apologies. You guys are in the wrong. If you guys couldn't prove that Yue Chu is the real deal, we will choose to believe in Yue Yang's words. As the true descendant of the Yue clan, Yue Yang had the power to expel you guys. Even if you are all innates, you shouldn't help the evil." The ascetic practice saint stood up and supported Yue Yang determinedly. "The fake Yue Chu and Yue Yang are suspected of being demons. Please prove your real identity immediately, otherwise I will assume that you guys are demons." The Tian Luo Kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian, the middle-aged scholar, stood up and shouted loudly. When the two heavenly imperial guardians of Xijin Kingdom strode forward towards him, the middle-aged scholar heavenly imperial guardian's expressions changed as he shouted furiously, "If you two are helping them to fight, this means a declaration of war between Xijin versus Tian Luo and Xia Kingdom. We just wanted to remind you that there are people who had opened the gateway to the demon abyss in the capital of Tian Luo and Xia. Thousands of demons were pouring into Soaring Dragon Continent relentlessly, swallowing both soldiers and civilians. They are even marching to your imperial palaces as we speak. As the country's heavenly imperial guardians, I believe you two will not simply stand by and watch, right?" One of the Xijin Kingdom heavenly imperial guardian that was slightly shorter coldly laughed. "Do you know why we set up this blood test to identify familial relations thing? It is to keep you guys here. Your state grandmaster has already gone to the eastern goblin tribe with his troops. The Night Empress is also not here. Since the two of you are also here, the capital is now empty. No one is there to protect the capital. Who is to blame for this? It's your own faults for trying to meddle into others' business. I understand. The ascetic practice saint was completely furious as he nodded. Before going back to destroy the Demon Legion, I will first kill you guys and take revenge for our country's citizens. With just the two of you. The taller of the two Xijin Kingdom Heavenly Imperial Guardians started laughing loudly. Our powers are more or less equal, it would be difficult to decide the winner even after sparring 1,000 times. How can you guys say such things? Ascetic practice saint, if you are forgetful, I can remind you again. Other than the great emperor of Jiwei, on my side, there are still myself, and Tian Xuan, 2 other innates. The demon innate ranker Qi Liao pointed at the ascetic practice saint. Actually, I have been wanting to kill you guys for a long time now. The relations between Xia and Tian Luo had always been very close, you guys have been helping each other since forever. We had waited for so long for this chance today, this is really an opportunity sent to us by the heavens. Little Yue Yang, run away from here now. The ascetic practice saint suddenly turned around and looked at Yue Yang. If there's an opportunity in the future, please take revenge for us. Since I have come here, I have no wish to return. Yue Yang shook his head and pointed at the Yu clan castle, commanding at Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others. There must be some kind of huge teleportation portal circle inside, the enemies will use human lives as an offering. Your job is to attack the Yu clan castle and destroy the teleportation portal circle. Understood. Do you have any other orders? Destroying teleportation circles is a piece of cake. Fatty Hai crushed his fists together, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky. As long as he didn't have to fight an innate, Fatty Hai thought that his current strength could turn the whole castle upside down. Yue Yang chuckled a little when he heard him. Then after you destroy the teleportation circle, could you please try to kick the blood prison demon king who might have already teleported here back to the demon abyss? Fatty Hai immediately shuddered when he heard that. He immediately howled in fear and rushed madly towards the Yu clan castle, bypassing the innate rankers on the other side. Of course, the ones who were faster than him were Yekong, Prince of Tianluo, Xue Tanlang, and the Li brothers, who broke into a dash the moment they heard Yue Yang. In the sky, the 100 transformations demon elder, Fake Yu Qiu, Yue Yang and other warriors quickly followed after them to stop their advancement. The Fake Yu Qiu took one last glance towards Yue Yang before he went, his expressions filled with smugness. Maybe he was smug because this whole plan was carried out by him, and although Yue Yang had seen through it, he wasn't able to do anything. The victors become kings, and losers become slaves. As long as they killed Yue Yang, the ascetic practice saint and the others, who else would ever know of this truth? Only the Marquis of Xijin and the great emperor of Jiwei Shuntian started to frown almost at the same time. The two of them felt that since Yue Yang had seen through their plans, they wouldn't be able to proceed with their plans so smoothly. Yue Yang might have been trying to gain the ascetic practice saints and the scholars' support when he exposed the blood test trickery just now in order to gain their help. But how about now? He obviously knew something was wrong. Why didn't he force his way into the Yu clan castle? He was even not surprised nor fearful at all. Facing against such an overwhelming plot against him, he was still so confident and unperturbed. Was he pretending to be calm? Or did he really have the confidence to turn things around? The Phoenix Fairy Beauty had been resting inside the horse carriage all along, as if having her beauty sleep. Until now, when everyone was about to fight, she slowly walked out of the horse carriage, smiling seductively. Seems like you guys are going to start fighting. It's been a long time since I watch innates fight, I also want to participate. By the way, sect leader Duan Mu who has been hiding in the corner silently watching the others, I don't know that you have such a hobby. Aren't you going to come out and say hi to everyone? It was as if some kind of space distorted in the air, before it quickly returned back to normal. A middle-aged man wearing a crane robe floated down to the ground, appearing in front of the crowd. The aura he brought with him was not ordinary. Phoenix Fairy Beauty introduced him to Yue Yang. This is an almost immortal innate, his name is Duan Mu Longcheng. He is the current sect leader of Green Summit sect. Right, the Makai Su Ling you killed just now was his vice sect leader. Be careful or he might cause you troubles, okay? Great timing. We can finally resolve the 1,000 years debt between the Green Summit sect and the Yu clan. Yue Yang nodded. Be careful. Xue Wuxia personally carried Yu Bing while Princess Qian carried Yu and Luo Hua City Mistress carried Yinan. They were preparing to leave and advance towards the Yu clan castle. They wouldn't be able to display their full strength staying here. Their goal was to go into the Yu clan castle, destroy the teleportation circle and foil the attempt of their enemies getting reinforcements from the Demon Legion. The Marquis of Xijin looked at Yue Yang seriously before he waved his hand and led the Xijin, the soldiers of Xijin who disguised themselves as the Yu clan guards to chase after Xue Wuxia and the others. In the Marquis of Xijin's heart, the most frightening one amongst their enemy was Yue Yang while the second one was Phoenix Fairy Beauty. However, the third one wasn't the ascetic practice saint nor the scholar, it was the mysterious female thief that had once injured him very badly and made him suffer huge losses. He could recognize her with one look, and he had also recognized her identity. It was the young mistress from the Shui clan. Second uncle Yue Ling also looked at Yue Yang. He didn't speak, he only carried his seriously injured son Yue Yan away while holding his little son Yue Feng with his other hand. Seems like no matter who was right or wrong, he wasn't about to die in the midst of the Great War. The Yue clan must not be without an heir. He was willing to be branded a coward in order to keep a descendant of the Yue clan. Otherwise, the Yue clan would be completely destroyed. I leave the great emperor of Jiwei to you. As for that Duan Mu, Tian Xuan and Qi Liao, leave them to me. Yue Yang didn't forget to take advantage of Phoenix Fairy Beauty before the war started, hugging her tightly and burying his face into her abundant breasts that could drown men in ecstasy. He breathed in the fragrance satisfiedly. If I could hug you like this every time I get into a fight, I am willing to fight every day. Why don't you consider my feelings a little? Don't lick, hey, can you stop drooling? Phoenix Fairy Beauty shouted out in surprise. Surprise. Taking the advantage that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang were intimately hugging each other, Duan Mu Longcheng, Tian Xuan and Qi Liao immediately released their innate power. Tian Xuan was a little stronger than Yao Guang and Kai Yang. When he released his innate power, he reached innate level 3. His qi exploded out, turning into a shockwave that shook the whole ground. However, the demon innate ranker Qi Liao was stronger than Tian Xuan. Although he was also at innate level 3, it was obvious that Qi Liao was much stronger than Tian Xuan. The hell flames that he released spread out and collided with Tian Quan's qi, producing a deafening sound. The place where the two people's qi collided with each other seemed to break apart. The black and burning hell flames sputtered across the sky while the ground had turned into a sea of fire as the hell flames burnt everything, including the sand, gravel, and stones on the ground. Duan Mu Longcheng, the cunning fellow, had also released his innate powers soundlessly. There wasn't a shock wave blast nor a sea of fire. A silent light yellow light radiated out soundlessly, forming a 100-meter radius around Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Shen Tian didn't release his innate power, instead, he summoned a sparkling crystal diamond grimoire that was radiating with rainbow-colored light. Placing his hand softly on the diamond grimoire, he summoned his guardian spirit beast. It was a diamond-ranked level 9 humanoid beast, a gold-colored giant that was almost 5 meters tall. He wore a crown on his head and a platinum-colored armor on his body. There was a golden sword at his waist and he wore a pair of silk boots. Tai, go on rampage. The golden giant that looked like a great emperor clapped his hands together in one thundering sound and swung them downwards. Its tyrannical emperor's aura swung down like a gold-colored storm, pressuring down onto Yue Yang with a power that was even stronger than Makai Su Ling's domain of power, heavy pressure, that made his enemies bear 20 times of their own weight. Woof! Hui Tai Lang and Thorny Flower Demoness sensed danger, they hurriedly hid behind Yue Yang. The ground on which Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty was standing on became concave soundlessly. Although Yue Yang immediately summoned his silver grimoire and erected his protective shield, he was still kind of unable to defend against the enormous power pressuring down on him from the sky. The shape of his protective shield became a little concave. Yue Yang was extremely shocked. The extremely strong demon Xian still needed his own finger to poke through the grimoire's protective shield. However, this great emperor Jiwei, Shen Tian, didn't even need to lift a finger. He simply needed to summon his beast and ordered him to attack. With an attack that was still separated by air, he was able to unleash a force that could almost damage a grimoire's protective shield. Seems like the diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant was in existence that was holy beast or stronger, an extremely strong opponent. The thing that made Yue Yang speechless was that the golden giant was also a guardian spirit beast who would never die unless his master died. Under the pressure of the emperor's aura from this diamond-ranked level 9 holy beast, Yue Yang was unable to protect himself. Seems like he was still not strong enough to fight against that great emperor of Jiwei, Shen Tian. Lord Shen Tian, we should probably go to some other wide-open space to fight. It's inconvenient to fight in this narrow space. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's killing intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. She ignored the pressure from that diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant, floating through the sky effortlessly. Before turning into a streak of meteor and disappearing, she waved her hands towards Yue Yang. She then smiled with a smile that could probably make others crazy about her and said, "Little rogue, you dared to act misappropriately towards me. I shall teach you a lesson later when I return." Yue Yang laughed, "I will definitely wait for your return. By the way, I don't mind being on top or bottom." Phoenix Fairy Beauty laughed out when she heard this. Her red lips, white teeth, clear eyes, rosy cheeks, and that dimple at the corner of her smile made Yue Yang choke with emotion. Her shoulders shook slightly as she laughed. She was definitely a sight to behold. Yue Yang was completely transfixed, his saliva almost dripping from the edge of his mouth. Upon seeing this, Phoenix Fairy Beauty became even happier as she threw him a wink and a hot flying kiss. "If you are not defeated by your enemies, I shall consider it." Yue Yang felt that his current heartbeat must have shot up to 500 beats per minute, almost exploding from too much stimulation. Phoenix Fairy Beauty not only have a sexy body, she was also extremely seductive. With regards to Yue Yang's advances, she didn't reject him like other girls. Instead, she teased him back. Yue Yang started to imagine in his heart, if he teased Phoenix Fairy Beauty even further, would she push him down instead? My blissful sex life, I really can't wait for it. Yue Yang swallowed his saliva in secret as he watched Phoenix Fairy Beauty's figure turning into a streak of light, quick as lightning as she disappeared towards the nearby forest. Yue Yang couldn't stop his daydream even after she disappeared. That great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, had also followed her along. Before he left, he shot a last glance towards Yue Yang, then whispered something to Duan Mu Longcheng. He also left his golden giant to help out here, before chasing after Phoenix Fairy Beauty. With regards to Shun Tian and Tian Fa's fight, it might be difficult to even determine the victor if they fought for day and night. The two people were more or less had equal strength. Even if he, as the great emperor of Jiwei might have been stronger a little, he wouldn't be that much stronger than her. The real battle was between Duan Mu Longcheng and Yue Yang. As long as Duan Mu Longcheng could kill Yue Yang, it wouldn't matter what the result of the fight between him and Tian Fa was. There were Duan Mu Longcheng, the innate level 6 ranker and Green Summit sect leader, and two innate level 3 rankers Tian Xuan and Qi Liao fighting against Yue Yang. If they were still unable to beat that innate level 3 Yue Yang, then Duan Mu Longcheng and the others should just commit suicide. Shun Tian believed that his battle plan would not fail regardless of other factors. No matter how crazy, cunning, or abnormal Yue Yang was, he would definitely be defeated without a doubt. Different from Yue Yang, who was still daydreaming even after Phoenix Fairy Beauty was gone, the ascetic practice saint and scholar had started fighting against the two short and tall heavenly imperial guardians from the kingdom of Jin. They were all heavenly imperial guardians, their strength were more or less the same, of an innate level 5. Without the help of a third party, even if they fought for one whole day and night, it would be difficult to decide the winner. Rumble. The mountains at a distance was destroyed into pieces from the ascetic practice saint's attack. The scholar who was on the other side of the mountain created a whirling tornado and attacked the enemies in front of him. His opponent was the taller heavenly imperial guardian of the Jin kingdom. As the scholar's opponent, he didn't seem to feel nervous at all. This was because he knew that the longer he stalled for time, the better the whole situation would be for him. At this time, Tian Xuan and Qi Liao started summoning their beasts, preparing to kill Yue Yang. They didn't care about whatever rules of the innate alliance anymore. Tian Quan's summoned beasts were all flying-type beasts. Gold ranked level 7 Storm Griffin, Gold ranked level 7 Red Crowned Wyvern King, Gold ranked level 6 Giant Bat and Gold ranked level 6 Harpy. His plan was to use his flying beast's speed and flexibility to attack the Thorny Flower Demons on Yue Yang's SIE. With the support of Duan Mu Longcheng's weakened domain of power, even the diamond-ranked Thorny Flower Demoness wouldn't be able to avoid the attacks from his flying beasts. She was fated to die tragically. Furthermore, that Thorny Flower Demoness who seemed very strong was actually only diamond-ranked level 1. The Thorny Flower Demoness was an expert in land fight. She could summon a sea of flowers on the ground, hence it wouldn't be weird that the King of Black Light who couldn't get off from the ground was defeated under her hands. However, facing against 4 flying beasts, what would the Thorny Flower Demoness do? Duan Mu Longcheng's weakened domain of power was able to affect every single organism, including innate rankers who were weaker than Duan Mu Longcheng. Their strength would be decreased tenfold. How could the Thorny Flower Demoness reverse the situation under this kind of conditions? That was an impossible feat to do. Qi Liao's goal was to kill Hui Tai Lang. The demon innate had summoned gold-ranked beasts with fire attributes. Fire Hydra, Cerberus, Lava Giant, Magma Wyvern, and a fire witch who wielded a flaming whip on her hands. Within the weakened domain of power and a ground covered with a sea of blazing flames, Hui Tai Lang had to fight against 5 gold-ranked level 6 or gold-ranked level 7 fire attribute beasts from the demon abyss. Forget about Qi Liao, who thought that Hui Tai Lang would definitely not be able to win. Even Yue Yang thought that it would be a very difficult fight for Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang would probably win on one-on-one, but against a crowd? It's really hard to say. Yue Yang's enemies were both higher in numbers and stronger. His strongest opponent was the innate level 6 Duan Mu Longcheng, the sect leader of Green Summit sect who possessed the weakened domain of power. His powers might even surpass a Demon King's. Yue Yang was unable to comprehend the real strength of Demon King Haxin, because he did not have Divine Vision level 5 at that time. However, Demon King Haxin's power displayed superficially at that time was more or less the same as what Duan Mu Longcheng had displayed currently. If the Demon King Haxin didn't purposely hide his strength, then he might not even be able to defeat this Duan Mu Longcheng who possessed the weakened domain of power. Yue Yang didn't even bother to consider Tian Xuan and Qi Liao. These two innate level 3 fellows could not even compare to Shun Tian's diamond-ranked level 9 Golden Giant. Yue Yang would never acknowledge their existence. The pressure from the Golden Giant's Emperor's aura seemed to intensify under Duan Mu Longcheng's weakened domain of power. It became even more powerful. With regards to this diamond-ranked level 9 Golden Giant, Yue Yang had no other choice but to regard him seriously. Alright, since you guys are bullying us with numbers, I won't be courteous anymore. Yue Yang then immediately summoned 5 more beasts in one go, and those beasts were, the quintet golden puppet mice. Pfft! Tian Xuan spurted out his saliva. He almost fell straight to the ground from the sky. Normal ranked level 1 puppet mice that had no fighting abilities? What use would they have? Tian Xuan immediately burst out in laughter the moment he saw them. He felt like he was about to die from laughter. The fire mouse from the quintet puppet mice scampered out of Yue Yang's protective shield unhurriedly, completely unaffected by the weakened domain of power and the Emperor's aura at all. This was because it was not a living organism, it didn't have fear nor living body, hence it would not be affected by any mental, spirit or flesh injuries. The hell flames was also ineffective against it. Even the fire hydra didn't bother to attack it as it watched the fire mouse with its eyes. The fire mouse scampered out slowly, its little head turning left and right, searching for something. It felt like the fire mouse was simply a normal mouse seeking for food. 5 seconds later, the fire mouse found out about the dynamite trap that Qi Liao had secretly created with his hell flames. Furthermore, it also succeeded in activating it. Kaboom! A thunderous sound shook the whole ground. The whole ground shook uncontrollably from the huge explosion, but that fire mouse had actually continued to climb forward slowly and unhurriedly, searching for the next dynamite trap. When it succeeded in activating the second dynamite trap and managed to blow the nearby Cerberus away, Qi Liao finally realized that this fire mouse was actually his dynamite trap's weakness. His expressions completely changed as he roared furiously, shooting down to the ground from the sky. He clenched his fist, prepared to destroy the annoying little puppet mouse with one move. Let me give you a word of advice, the rifle shot the bird that pokes its head out first. Yue Yang appeared behind Qi Liao's back in a flash with a world exterminating wheel in one of his hand and Nirvana's flame on the other. He had waited for this opportunity for a very long time. As long as he matched his enemy, he would be able to counterattack the moment they show a weakness. Yue Yang's counterattack would be deadly, ultimate attack. He would definitely not do a sloppy job. He would kill his enemies in a single move. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. Qi Liao was stupefied. The shadow of death loomed over his head. He knew the terrifying strength of the third young master. First, Yao Guang had been killed. Following that, even Makai Su Ling had died by his hands. With regards to fighting against him, Qi Liao did not dare to act even a little bit carelessly. However, he never expected that Yue Yang's attacks would be this fast. At the moment when the world exterminating wheel flew out, Qi Liao had immediately summoned his platinum grimoire, hoping that its barrier would be sufficient enough to protect himself. As long as he could survive for at least a second, he would have 10 ways to escape. Unfortunately, he could not summon his grimoire out. This was because Qi Liao had been bound in midair by the binding inherent skill. Everything, including his body, spiritual qi, mind, consciousness, and even his soul, was completely bound for 3 seconds. He had no way to resist. After Fei Wen Li had risen in level, her binding inherent skill had improved as well. Even when it had not improved, it had successfully bound Makai Su Ling, who was an innate level 5 ranker. Of course, it wouldn't have any problems to bind Qi Liao right now. If Yue Yang needed it, he could increase the duration of the binding to beyond 3 seconds. By doing this, Yue Yang was only trying to confuse Duan Mu Longcheng. He had wanted to mislead this Green Summit sect leader. He wanted to give the impression that his binding inherent skill could only bind innates like Qi Liao or weaker, but not innate level 6 rankers like Duan Mu Longcheng. When the best opportunity arose, then he would kill Duan Mu Longcheng off. Of course, Yue Yang's ambitions did not stop there. He wanted to team up with the Phoenix Fairy Beauty to kill off the great Emperor Jiwei, Shun Tian. Shun Tian would definitely be able to find out about the binding inherent skill through his golden giant. Yue Yang thought that he should use it sparingly to fool the great Emperor Jiwei, in order to secure the best opportunity. 3 seconds. Forget about Yue Yang, who was the kind of guy that was proficient at sneak attacks, even normal warriors could slap Qi Liao a few times over that duration. During a battle, even if you lost control of the momentum for just a second, it was enough to cause your death. The world exterminating wheel sliced across Qi Liao's neck. The demon body which could withstand even gold-ranked weapons was sliced apart like tofu in the face of the world exterminating wheel. There was no hint of resistance as the world exterminating wheel spun across. Yue Yang's right hand, blazing with Nirvana's flame, thrust deep into the abdomen of Qi Liao, pulling out his demon heart with sheer force and immediately refined it. Behind him, the space seemed to almost shatter. Duan Mu Longcheng had come attacking. This was the so-called mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the bird behind. Ever since Yue Yang summoned the quintet golden puppet mice, Duan Mu Longcheng had a feeling and guessed that Yue Yang would kill Qi Liao. However, he did not tip off Qi Liao, but rather watch him fall into Yue Yang's plans. He borrowed Qi Liao, and made him into the cicada, to cover himself and act as a decoy. This allowed him to become the bird that would kill Yue Yang from behind. Duan Mu Longcheng was very clever. He was definitely a clever little bird. With a single move, his innate level 6 power was sufficient to level a small mountain. Such terrifying amounts of strength was gathered in his right fist, without revealing any presence at all. When Yue Yang killed Qi Liao, his sneak attack from behind had succeeded, landing a heavy blow on Yue Yang's chest. Duan Mu Longcheng sacrificed Qi Liao, using his companion's life as decoy and successfully hit Yue Yang. With a cry, Yue Yang vanished, teleporting away instantly. His body fell a few hundred meters away. Even though he tried his best to escape, but the fist of an innate level 6, still left a deep mark behind his back. Duan Mu Longcheng's terrifying fist almost caused Yue Yang's spine to break into pieces. Fortunately, Yue Yang had learned the space teleportation technique from the old fox and practiced it to the point where he could transfer himself by a quick thought. Moreover, he had the elegant sword dance that he had cultivated, one of the mysterious 3 stances, which was extremely useful against sneak attacks. If not for these 2 things, he would have been heavily injured by this blow. Yue Yang's mouth was full of blood. However, he was neither upset nor angry. He had even laughed. Towards Duan Mu Longcheng's sneak attack, he was not surprised at all. Long before he had killed Qi Liao, Yue Yang already thought that Duan Mu Longcheng would sneak an attack on him as he killed Qi Liao. So, he had 30% of his concentration remaining to take notice when Duan Mu Longcheng would move. The only thing he did not expect was that Duan Mu Longcheng was much faster than he had imagined. This cunning Green Summit sect leader was actually a speed type innate with speed as his focus, and not a long-range attacker innate who had power as his advantage. Yue Yang was not willing to miss the opportunity to kill Qi Liao. He would rather take the blow and kill Qi Liao. Even if Qi Liao and Tian Xuan were not dead, they would not pose much of a threat to him. However, they were incredibly potent threats against Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Shui Tanlang and the others. Once Qi Liao and Tian Xuan knew that they were unable to match up against him, they would definitely switch their targets to kill Fatty Hai and the others. In that case, the situation would be very bad. Duan Mu Longcheng was extremely powerful and could not be easily killed. On the other hand, that diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant that looked like a great emperor was a guardian beast. There was no meaning in killing it at all. Shun Tian could just spend a little bit of qi for his guardian beast to recover his full strength and summoned him again. Therefore, Yue Yang's targets could only be Qi Liao and Tian Xuan. At this point in time, Tian Xuan and the golden giant, who were watching the battle situation from above, moved at the same time. Although they were not as fast as Duan Mu Longcheng, but there seemed to be a great deal of harmony between them. The 2 of them split up in the skies. Tian Xuan from the 7 Great Bears charged towards Hui Tai Lang and Thorny Flower Demoness. He knew that the moment the grimoire owner moved, the grimoire's protective shield would immediately disappear. Without the protection of the protective shield, he would definitely be able to kill Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness in one move. Hence, Tian Xuan rushed forward and attacked Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness in full force. He didn't think that Yue Yang would be such an abnormal existence, whose grimoire's protective shield would not disappear even if he moved. It would only disappear if the time limit was reached or when Yue Yang recalled his grimoire back. Otherwise, the protective shield would continue to exist as long as Yue Yang's silver grimoire still existed. This was completely different from other people. On the other side, the golden giant shot down from the sky and attacked straight at Yue Yang. He was a holy beast, so he was extremely clever. He knew that Yue Yang was injured right now, and it seemed like he was not about to give Yue Yang any time to catch his breath. Rampage. The diamond-ranked level 9 golden giants charged at Yue Yang, his pressure immense like a tsunami. Before Yue Yang had the chance to avoid it, Duan Mu Longcheng's punch had reached him again. Yue Yang was extremely shocked as he failed to see through Duan Mu Longcheng's sudden acceleration in speed even with his level 5 divine vision. Yue Yang had the confidence to avoid his punches, but due to his sudden acceleration, he wasn't able to dodge them in time. Although Yue Yang couldn't manage to avoid it on time, he had already prepared innate qi in his body. He created a vortex with his qi and nullified the force of Duan Mu Longcheng's punch that was about to hit his right side. Yue Yang counterattacked at the same time. The world exterminating wheel that had killed Qi Liao instantly earlier swerved like a boomerang towards Duan Mu Longcheng's back under Yue Yang's will. The Nirvana's flame on his right hand shaped into a sword of flame, piercing straight into Duan Mu Longcheng's chest. Too late. Duan Mu Longcheng twisted around like a snake. His punch swung fast as lightning at Yue Yang's right side, shocking Yue Yang's whole body. He didn't manage to feel the pain before Duan Mu Longcheng kicked him hard again on the knee. If Yue Yang had not avoided the kick quickly, his little brother below might have also been kicked by Duan Mu Longcheng. Duan Mu Longcheng turned, his body twisting like a fried dough twist, avoiding the dangerous world exterminating wheel and Nirvana flame. At the same time, his other leg turned and flew towards Yue Yang's face. His movements were extremely quick. If Yue Yang did not have Heaven's Eye's divine vision to see his attacks, he would have been beaten black and blue. It was only then that Yue Yang finally realized. This cunning Duan Mu Longcheng had an inherent skill that gave him speed boosts. With this inherent skill, even if Yue Yang thought that he could defend on time, he would still be wide open for attack. It wasn't because his reaction was not quick enough, nor was it because his defense was not strong enough. The reason he kept getting hit was because the timing of the attack that he had calculated had been messed up due to the speed boost inherent skill. Duanmu Longcheng's punches and kicks had suddenly accelerated during motion, landing straight onto his body. The defense that Yue Yang had been preparing became ineffective. I see. When Yue Yang understood his opponent's pattern of attack, he immediately smiled. His smile was extremely mysterious. Duanmu Longcheng's kicks continued to rain down on his face, but Yue Yang wasn't in a hurry to dodge. Instead, he took the initiative to face the attack. He moved his hands slowly, drawing a big circle and used his flow to break through Duanmu Longcheng's speed. His innate qi spinned around like a whirlpool. This time, even when Duanmu Longcheng's kicks suddenly accelerated, they were useless against Yue Yang's hands that were moving in a slow, circle-like motion. Like clouds, the energy packed onto his attacks dispersed quickly. Not only had his speed decreased, it was even difficult to move an inch forward. At first, his hands moved quick as lightning, but in the end, he was moving at snail's speed. Yue Yang's revolving hand had succeeded in defending this attack. Duanmu Longcheng's expressions changed. He wanted to withdraw from Yue Yang, but it was too late. He felt his body still trying to kick Yue Yang, although he willed his body to withdraw. This weird phenomenon was definitely caused by the Yu clan third young master. Duanmu Longcheng knew the reason, but he didn't have any idea how to break the spell. Within the effects of the slow motion circle, he was completely helpless. Yue Yang's twin fish formed a huge circle as his yin and yang ability fused together, easily dispelling the kinetic energy of Duanmu Longcheng's heavy punch and converting it potential energy that was transferred onto Yue Yang's legs. Shiro, to be honest, I don't really understand what I'm translating in the past few paragraphs. I imagine it's something like this. Fun fact, for some reason, that nonsensical movie is one of the highest grossing movies in Hong Kong. LOL. Yue Yang bent his body backwards like a bow, his hands touching the ground. He threw his body upwards and shot out his legs like an arrow. He flipped his body upside down, sending an upwards kick. A crescent-shaped sword chi mysteriously appeared right in front of Duanmu Longcheng's chest, chin, and face. Although Duanmu Longcheng managed to roll away in time and avoided Yue Yang's powerful counterattack, he wasn't able to dodge it completely. He felt a sharp pain on his chin, which was Yue Yang's target. The moment a crescent-shaped sword chi appeared on Yue Yang's leg, Duanmu Longcheng's beard, skin, and flesh were immediately cut off from his face. Duanmu Longcheng felt like his chin was about to be broken into pieces. He felt a sharp pain in his head, making him almost fell to the ground in pain. However, his senses told him that he was in danger of being killed by his opponent in an instant if he stayed there for more than a second. He forcefully bounced his body and rushed back to safety. Yue Yang shot out an innate invisible sword chi from his feet and almost killed Duanmu Longcheng. A long scar appeared at the right side of Duanmu Longcheng's face, from his chin all the way to his ears. If Duanmu Longcheng had not avoided in time, there would have been a hole through his head. There would be a window on his head, exposing his brain matter to the outside. He used his innate level 6 strength to strengthen his defense and protect his body, but he was still unable to defend against that innate invisible sword chi. Duanmu Longcheng retreated hundreds of meters back. Fear crept into his heart. World Exterminating Wheel, Nirvana's Flame, and this mysterious sword chi. These three things were all weapons that could eliminate that brat's enemies in an instant. They wouldn't even realize it when they die. No wonder Makai Su Ling couldn't even last half an hour fighting against this brat. From just now, the fight had not even lasted a minute, yet his life was already in danger, almost dying by Yue Yang's three weapons. If he had not known that Yue Yang was strong at the beginning and fought him with 100% of his abilities, he would perhaps have. If he had just been careless for a moment, he would probably ended up like Makai Su Ling, tragically dying under Yue Yang's feet. Not bad. Duanmu Longcheng praised Yue Yang for the first time. You are really abnormal. Tian Xuan, on the other hand, cursed at Yue Yang instead. The reason was because at first, he thought that the moment Yue Yang left, the protective shield would also disappear. He had happily swooped down like a great eagle, prepared to attack Hui Tai Lang and Thorny Flower Demoness with a heavy blow. He never thought that even after Yue Yang left the perimeter of the protective shield, that damned shield still existed. His heavy blow shook the shield greatly, making it wobble unstoppably. However, Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness inside were completely safe and sound. Two pairs of eyes looked at him as if he was an idiot. This kind of feeling of being looked down by beasts deeply hurt Tian Quan's heart. No matter what, he was also an innate. Furthermore, he was a part of the Seven Great Bears Alliance. But he was actually being looked down upon by two meager beasts right now. How could he not be furious? Tian Xuan had put in all of his strength into the attack, but turned out that the protective shield did not break under his force. He was so angry that he could vomit blood. The worst thing was that Hui Tai Lang had taken advantage of the time when Tian Xuan was catching his breath. It turned around, raised its butt and moved it outside the shield. Shoving its butt towards Tian Quan's face, it relaxedly let out a huge, loud, and stinky fart before quickly withdrawing back inside the shield. As one of the Honorable Seven Great Bears, Tian Xuan was actually forced to sniff a dog's fart. His blood boiled so much that he felt like he could explode any moment. He met annoying dogs before, but he never met such an aggravating dog in his life. But Hui Tai Lang had just had to be out of his reach right now. He couldn't hurt even a strand of its hair. Tian Xuan was unable to kill Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness, hence he could only direct all of his anger towards Yue Yang, their master. But Yue Yang ignored his existence. Yue Yang didn't even sweep him a glance, as if Tian Xuan of the Seven Great Bears had never existed in this world before. That level of disregard completely drove Tian Xuan mad. He was a respectable, honorable Innate, and yet he was actually looked down upon. He was unable to take revenge on his humiliation after being bullied by a dog, and when he wanted to seek revenge on its master instead, he was actually looked down upon and was humiliated even more. All of his life, Tian Xuan had never suffered such humiliation before. If he didn't destroy Hui Tai Lang and Yue Yang into smithereens, then Tian Xuan wouldn't be able to soothe the grudge in his heart. Even if he die, he wouldn't die in peace. Yue Yang was actually really ignoring that fellow. Although Tian Xuan was a little stronger than Yao Guang and Kai Yang, if not for Duan Mu Longcheng, Yue Yang could kill that fellow who overestimated his abilities any time. The thing that confused Yue Yang was that Qi Liao, whom he had killed just now, was actually still alive. Qi Liao only had his head left. He had suffered serious injuries and was nearing death, but that demon Innate ranker was actually still alive. Qi Liao's head in the sky summoned a advanced platinum grimoire and raised his protective shield. He then immediately summoned fire to replenish his strength and recover his body. Yue Yang could see with his level 5 divine vision that the reason that Qi Liao did not die was because he had not used damaged him enough. Furthermore, that fellow had a unique inherent skill that allowed him to avoid death. Yue Yang only paid attention to Duan Mu Longcheng's attacks just now, he was unable to deliver the killing blow. If Yue Yang didn't choose to use his Nirvana's flame to rain Qi Liao's demon heart and ignited his head with Nirvana's flame instead, Qi Liao would probably be dead. The problem was that Yue Yang needed that demon heart. If he had burned Qi Liao's head with Nirvana's flame instead, the moment he died, his demon heart that was filled with energy would also be destroyed. That way would be too wasteful. Yue Yang looked at the ugly Qi Liao's head. Other than having only one life, what else do this fellow have? He was completely not a threat. It's just that those gold-ranked beasts that he summoned didn't die from his death, hence it was quite unfortunate. Seems like Hui Tai Lang needs to work hard for a while more. Hui Tai Lang, what are you waiting for? Are you just going to eat for free without doing any work? Yue Yang was definitely a worse dictator than Hitler. Woof. Hui Tai Lang was actually getting bored of waiting. Damn dog, you finally came out. See if I don't tear you to shreds. Tian Xuan felt that he should first kill the dog, roast it and eat it whole, then gave its remains to its master. Or perhaps should he first kill its master, then watch it die as he chopped off this dog's 4 limbs so that it would die from blood loss. Otherwise, he could perhaps look for mad devouring ants to eat this damned dog alive until only its head was left, then send its head back to its home. However, before Tian Xuan prepared to make a move on Hui Tai Lang, there was a sudden breeze on his back. There was an unbridled, extremely furious voice resounding from his back, "You, why are you still here? You should have died long ago. Letting someone like you live is simply a waste of space and food. Remember, as a minor character, you shouldn't be too arrogant." Duan Mu Longcheng's expressions turned cold. Of course he had the power to save Tian Xuan, but the danger he felt as a warrior made him hesitate at the last moment. Was the Yu clan third young master trying to trap him? When he ambushed Qi Liao just now, he had set him up on a trap. Fortunately his speed boost inherent skill had fooled the timing of Yue Yang's defense. However, after exchanging blows, Yue Yang had seen through his inherent skill's ability. Right now, Yue Yang had turned his back against him again. Could Yue Yang's action of ambushing Tian Xuan be a trap he laid against him? As an extremely cautious person, Duan Mu Longcheng would rather let Tian Xuan die than put himself in danger. It was not his way for dying for a friend. If Tian Xuan was killed, it was his own fault. Duan Mu Longcheng decided that he wouldn't help Tian Xuan no matter what. With regards to Yue Yang's rude behavior, Tian Xuan was beyond furious. He was an innate, a level 3 innate at that. When he rampaged through the Tongtian Tower, forget about this brat, even his parents were still in their mother's womb. Did that brat really think that he had no skills at all? As an innate, he had his own pride and strength that belongs to him. Humph, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Tian Xuan was definitely not someone who would sit still and wait for his death. He laughed coldly and turned his body around, then summoned a brilliant starlight shining on his hands. He then shoved his strongest move, 1,000 shooting stars, right onto Yue Yang's chest. His attack that was made up of starlight had an extremely strong penetration ability, able to break most of his enemy's defense. Furthermore, it was set to only explode when it had penetrated into his enemy's weakest internal organs. This way, he would be able to destroy his enemies more easily. This move was the combination between Tian Quan's shooting star inherent skill and his own combat techniques. Last time when he used this move on his enemies, he was simply invincible. Even the Eastern Goblin tribe who had strong bodies did not stand a chance against him. Let alone a human's body. A human would definitely be finished the moment he landed the attack. Yue Yang was hit by Tian Quan's 1,000 meteors. The starlight penetrated into his body, pushing him several steps back. However, there was no pain reflected on his face, instead, there was an amazed expression instead, as if he couldn't believe that Tian Xuan managed to land a hit on him. Tian Xuan thought that this brat was definitely done for. Although he looked okay on the outside, in reality, his internal organs had been seriously injured. Unless this brat had some kind of unique inherent skill, such as Devour inherent skill that could nullify this kind of starlight attack, how could his internal organs withstand such a terrifying attack? You are done for. Tian Xuan said in certainty, shaking his forefinger at Yue Yang smugly. This was his signature move. Every time he managed to kill or injure his enemies heavily, he would shake his forefinger at his enemy to show his disdain. Tian Xuan knew what would happen next. Within 5 seconds, this Yu Clan third young master's body would explode into pieces. At the very least, his chest would explode out. His ribs would be shattered, his heart, lungs, intestines and whatnot would all explode out and became fragments of flesh, scattered all over the ground. That was the scene that Tian Xuan would want to see the most in his life. Like raping a virgin girl, that scene would make his whole body happy with excitement, so excited that he would have goosebumps all over his body. Cough, cough. Yue Yang touched his chest and coughed a few times. There was some blood on his mouth, but this scene was completely different from that kind of gore that Tian Xuan had expected, where Yue Yang's chest would burst open, pieces of flesh would explode out and blood spurting everywhere. Tian Xuan was completely dumbfounded when Yu Clan third young master's body didn't show any signs of exploding. What happened? Tian Xuan waited for a long time. The Yu Clan third young master should have exploded long time ago, how could he still be fine? He would never imagine that Yue Yang's domain of power was actually Devour. His starlight attack just now was equivalent to tonic for Yue Yang. Yue Yang's cough was actually because he was healing the injury that Duan Mu Longcheng had caused him just now. Duan Mu Longcheng's innate power had been amplified with his weakened domain of power, hence it was very effective, causing a lot of damage to Yue Yang's body. That was why Yue Yang had took this advantage to heal himself and recover his strength. Yue Yang knew that Tian Xuan had misunderstood him. Of course, he wouldn't care about this fellow's reaction at all. Tian Quan's starlight power and inherent skill was completely ineffective against Yue Yang. Moreover, to a certain extent, Tian Quan's starlight was a help to Yue Yang. It has the ability to help Yue Yang charge his domain of power star explosion more quickly. You, how could you be completely fine? Tian Xuan really couldn't understand. He had obviously landed a hit on his enemy, but his enemy turned out to be completely fine. This was really too strange. Yue Yang rubbed the trace of blood on his mouth and laughed evilly like a demon. That is really a fine attack, it's just that it's too weak. If you have put more strength in it, it would have been even better. Previously, I didn't really understand how my domain of power works, but since your starlight power was kind of a help to my powers, I finally understood how it works. Turns out my domains of power is not outside, but inside my body. Or rather, my domain of power has not yet reached the level where it can be used outside. Ha, I was actually worried about how my domain of power was so different from others. But from your attack just now, I have truly understood how to use it thoroughly. In order to show my appreciation towards you, I have decided to bestow you the chance of becoming the first person to taste the power of my domain of power. Impossible. Tian Xuan was almost driven mad. Not only was his attack ineffective, he was actually helping this brat? He roared furiously. He raised his hands up high, preparing to attack Yue Yang once again. However, he thought that if his attack had actually helped Yue Yang, wouldn't he be a fool if he attacked Yue Yang with the same attack once again? He immediately took back his hands and retreated backwards, preparing to escape and hide behind Duan Mu Longcheng. Duan Mu Longcheng stood at a far distance, continuing to watch with a cold gaze. He didn't believe that Yue Yang was completely saying the truth, but he understood that the Yu Clan third young master must have some kind of reason when he said these. Maybe it was another trap. That diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant was also extremely clever. Possessing a high intelligence, he had been following Duan Mu Longcheng's movements. He would only attack when Duan Mu Longcheng moved to attack Yue Yang. When Duan Mu Longcheng stayed still, he also waited silently for an opportunity to make his move. This was not by the orders of Shun Tian, but from the intelligence of a holy beast. In this battle of wits, the golden giant was definitely smarter than the current Hui Tai Lang. Only Xia Wen Li who could connect her mind with Yue Yang might be better than the golden giant in terms of intelligence. Of course, Hui Tai Lang's intelligence was also increasing by the day under Yue Yang's influence. Becoming a holy beast was definitely not going to be its final evolution. Look at the stars I created. Tian Xuan rushed towards the sky to escape, but no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to be faster than Yue Yang. Yue Yang reached out his hand and grabbed tightly onto Tian Quan's ankles. Yue Yang's domain of power star explosion flashed in Yue Yang's hands. At first, it was only a small ball, but it gradually became bigger and more condensed, turning into a magnificent spectacle. Then, countless of starlight shot outwards, turning into a myriad of shooting stars, that joined together again in the sky to form a star. Although the diameter was not even 1 meter wide, the power packed inside it completely terrorized Tian Xuan. Even Duanmu Longcheng, who was watching from far away, frowned. Save me, save! When Tian Xuan saw that Duanmu Longcheng continued to stand without moving, he became panicked. He quickly turned towards the golden giant to ask for help. He tried to unleash an attack towards Yue Yang, but it was all completely ineffective. His attacks had only increased the size of that star. On the other hand, that star's power could definitely obliterate him. When the star burst out, it shot out brilliant starlights that could easily tear Tian Quan's body into shreds, or even destroy him into pieces. Tian Quan's innate defense was completely ineffective against this star explosion that became bigger with time. In the sky, the golden giant who had swooped down, prepared to save Tian Xuan, immediately abandoned his plans when he saw the bright star explosion that Yue Yang had exploded. He turned around and immediately escaped. He could clearly sense that the destructive power of this explosion was in no way less than the world exterminating wheel. The world exterminating wheel was small in size, hence it was easy to dodge. However, this star on the other hand, would probably be able to obliterate everything in an area hundreds of meters in radius the moment it exploded. Duanmu Longcheng and the golden giant immediately shot up to the sky, flying at top speed to escape. However, Yue Yang had actually dragged Tian Xuan along as he chased after the two of them. Ah! Tian Xuan was obviously not a fool. He could sense that his life was in danger. If that star explosion really exploded, then he would definitely be destroyed to dust. He was cunning and prompt in making decisions. Immediately, he released a lightsaber on his hand and slashed at his right leg, cutting it off with no second thought. Losing that bloodied leg, he escaped frantically, hoping to escape from the star explosion's area of effect. As for his plan of escaping towards Duanmu Longcheng and cooperating with him to fight against Yue Yang, it was completely out of the question now. Duanmu Longcheng's cold, heartless expression just now had deeply wounded Tian Quan's heart. Tian Xuan gasped for breath to calm himself down and summoned his grimoire, raising his protective shield to protect himself. Just now when he was in the hands of his enemy, his spirit chi was suppressed, hence he was unable to summon his grimoire. Now if he still did not summon his grimoire, he would probably not have any chance of escaping all of this. I'll send you off to your journey. A sound that sounded like a Death Reaper's call suddenly resounded from behind. I'm done for. Tian Quan's head was drenched with cold sweat. He had not managed to summon his grimoire, yet his enemy had already caught up to him. Yue Yang released star explosion towards Duanmu Longcheng. He didn't need to use binding inherent skill to bind Tian Xuan, he only let the ball of star pass through Tian Quan's body. This was because its speed and power would be increased this way. The star explosion would not explode on Tian Quan's body, it would only create a huge hole on his chest. Duanmu Longcheng was extremely crafty, he knew how to teleport. However, against Yue Yang who had Heaven Eye's divine vision, teleport or disguise would not be effective at all. Forget about Duanmu Longcheng, Yue Yang could even sense some traces of the extremely strong enemy that had been hiding here all the time. That extremely strong Innate had been hiding his presence all along, watching the situation secretly. Yue Yang had already discovered that fellow long ago. He had arrived the moment Phoenix Fairy Beauty left. Yue Yang didn't know why he didn't attack him. Maybe he wanted to know his true strength and power. Yue Yang felt that Tian Xuan was simply the bait that hidden rancor had set up. That hidden rancor was about to make use of Tian Xuan, even Duanmu Longcheng, to get a sense of the strength that Yue Yang was hiding. Who on earth was this hidden rancor? According to Yue Yang's guess, this hidden rancor's powers were probably not inferior to the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. Then who could he be? Thousand Goblins sect leader? Yue Yang couldn't understand his enemy's identity and goal for coming here at this moment. However, right now, the most important thing was to kill Tian Xuan and injure Duanmu Longcheng heavily. He should pretend not to know about the hidden rancor's existence now and try to think of ideas to ambush him later. Maybe Zhizun and Elder Nangong had returned from the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, hence the Thousand Goblins sect leader had not made any move towards them. Or maybe it was for some other reason. Rumble, as Yue Yang continued to think, his star explosion had already released an extremely shocking, world-shaking huge explosion. Its power was 10 times more than what Yue Yang had used to kill Makai Su Ling just now. Now, the star explosion shook the whole heaven and earth. The whole of Yu Clan Castle quaked from the explosion. The grounds in front of the castle split apart, the soil crumbling down the crevice. A pit dozens over meters wide and a few meters deep shockingly appeared at the position where Duan Mu Longcheng was standing just now. The previously neatly laid out road had been completely destroyed. In the center of explosion, Duan Mu Longcheng had already disappeared. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. The diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant at the site of the explosion was drenched in blood, his clothes torn and tattered. It seemed like he had been injured quite badly. He held his golden longsword in front of his chest. The blade of his sword was still shaking from the impact of the attack. This emperor-like holy beast could actually use sword chi to strengthen his defense and protected himself from the destructive star explosion. Even though he was standing quite a distance away from the center of explosion, and that his body had an extremely high defense of a diamond-ranked level 9 beast, Yue Yang was quite amazed that he was able to withstand the impact of the star explosion domain of power. Other than Hui Tai Lang and the Thorny Flower Demoness, the beasts on the ground were all either blown away or escape hundreds of meters away. Long before Tian Xuan was completely destroyed by Yue Yang's star explosion, all of his summoned beasts had all abandoned him and escaped. The gold-ranked level 7 Storm Griffin had died on the spot. It was Tian Quan's guardian beast, and it was also the only beast that didn't betray Tian Xuan. The gold-ranked level 7 Red-Crowned Wyvern King, gold-ranked level 6 Giant Bat and gold-ranked level 6 Harpy had all flew into the sky, doing their best to avoid the powerful impact of the star explosion. Yue Yang had started his counterattack. In the sky, the bloody Queen Red rushed down. She let out a blood-curdling banshee scream. The giant bat who had the sharpest sense of hearing immediately fell unconscious, whirling down to the ground from the sky. The giant red-crowned Wyvern King flapped its wings desperately, trying its best to shake off the Thorny Flower Demoness behind it. The Harpy had the fastest speed. However, no matter how fast she would only struggle in vain in front of Xia Wen Li. Xia Wen Li shot out her binding inherent skill and slashed her dual icicle blade, making the Harpy's head flying in the air. On the ground, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman and Hui Tai Lang had already started their killing competition. Aman fought against the Fire Hydra while Hui Tai Lang picked the Cerberus as its opponent. There was also the Reaper Mantis whose level was hardly enough to fight against the Magma Wyvern. However, when the Magma Wyvern saw the Reaper Mantis, it had immediately turned around and ran with all it had. Reaper Mantis had always been the mortal enemies of the dragon race. Even the fluorescent bone dragon, ruthless scarlet dragon, hell black dragon all scampered away when they saw a Reaper Mantis. How could a Magma Wyvern stand a chance? The lava giant came over to help the Magma Wyvern, but its speed was simply too slow. The Fire Witch who held a flame whip on her hands prepared to whip barbarian cow Shadow who was nearer to it. A long, flaming whip whirled down from the sky as it landed hard on Aman's body. The Bloody Queen also had a flaming whip ability. Although she wasn't as skillful at it compared to Banshee Scream, it was definitely still a strong ability. Holding the dragon-slaying dagger and Eye Destroyer dagger in her hands, she instantly killed the giant bat who had fallen unconscious and was gravely injured just now. Her second target was the Fire Witch. The lava giant raised its scorching fists and was about to smash them hard onto Hui Tai Lang who was biting onto the Cerberus. However, without the lava giant realizing, the golden beast had managed to jump onto its head. It ignored the burning flames and immediately dug in to eat. Even the King of Black Light's body, which was made of obsidian, its hardness unrivaled in the world, was unable to withstand the golden beast. Obviously, this lava giant who only used lava and magma to protect its body wouldn't stand a chance. On the other side, after getting bitten a few times, Hui Tai Lang finally exploded in anger. Its demon chi exploded as it turned from bronze ranked level 3 straight to platinum ranked level 5. It was too lazy to fight with its full force just now, who would know that it would be bullied by the Cerberus instead. Hui Tai Lang was furious, its black hell flames rose up to the sky as its demon king-like chi burst out. Initially, the Cerberus had an easy time biting Hui Tai Lang and creating multiple bloody wounds, but when Hui Tai Lang rose up to platinum ranked level 5, the teeth in all three of the Cerberus mouths were immediately shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the hardness of Hui Tai Lang's flesh. Their sharp teeth completely did not stand a chance against Hui Tai Lang's defense. This was the defensive technique that Yue Yang had taught Hui Tai Lang. It originated from one of the most low-classed combat technique, hammer-crushing stone technique. Yue Yang had changed it a little, turning the offensive moves into defensive instead. Using its chi to envelope its whole body, Hui Tai Lang would mold its chi into a hammer whenever its enemy tried to attack it, and smash it at its enemy instead. This was Yue Yang's wish, but of course, Hui Tai Lang was still unable to do this yet. It could combine its demon chi with the metal element in its body and channel them all over its whole body. The moment it received an enemy's attack, it would be able to strengthen the part of the skin that was attacked immediately, then use its demon chi to attack its enemy's back. Although it was still not able to reach the results that Yue Yang had wished for him, it was more than enough to stop the Cerberus attack. Hui Tai Lang, who had suddenly rose to platinum ranked level 5, had a dramatic increase in both of its offense and defense. With one its slash, it tore open the Cerberus chest, while its sharp teeth bit at the Cerberus poisonous dog head on the left, tearing it away forcefully. Immediately, the three-headed Cerberus became a two-headed Cerberus. It rolled on the ground wailing in pain. Seeing its opponent weakened, Hui Tai Lang didn't show any mercy and pinned it down with its claws as it bit it mercilessly and turned it into food, clawing its flesh to find its demon crystal and swallowed it whole. However, the fastest one to win their battle was obviously not Hui Tai Lang. Other than Xiao Wen Li, who had killed her opponent in one move, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman had activated its Doom Eyes and instantly killed the Fire Hydra. Even the demon innate ranker Qi Liao, who only had his head left and was hiding behind his protective shield, was also killed on the process. It was the blue die double kill. When the Doom Eyes was activated, it had a small probability of activating blue die double kill, which would kill another nearby enemy. Previously, at the Aquarius Temple, Aman had ever used the blue die double kill to kill both the Aquarius Temple Guardian and the Beast Goddess Hado. If it weren't for Yue Yang's good luck that Aman had accidentally activated blue die double king, Yue Yang would never be able to pass the Aquarius Temple. Right now, Yue Yang's luck had turned around once again. Qi Liao, who was hiding behind his protective shield and thought that he was safe, was actually killed by the blue die double kill because his beast had died from the Zoom Eyes. The moment Qi Liao died, his beasts all exploded. However, it was only the Magma Wyvern and Lava Giant. The Fire Witch's head had been pierced by the dragon-slaying dagger and died. As for the Cerberus, its magic crystal was already inside Hui Tai Lang's stomach. Hui Tai Lang had even burped a few times. Yue Yang's beasts weren't only better in terms of speed and abilities. Living under Yue Yang, they had to learn how to fight for kills and merit. Everything must be done quickly, otherwise they would only have others leftovers. In this kind of terrifying condition that was even worse than hell, Yue Yang's beast had to learn how to kill quickly. It can be said that currently, the slowest beast to kill its enemy right now was the Reaper Mantis, which was famous for its high speed, agility, and deadliness. Duan Mu Longcheng had already disappeared. Yue Yang stood quietly in the middle of the fighting ground. With his level 5 divine vision, he swept his gaze across the surrounding. That was a really quick escape. Yue Yang realized that Duan Mu Longcheng, who was hiding himself, had soundlessly escaped to a nearby hill. That fellow was completely uninjured. He had immediately escaped the moment he saw his companion dead. Yue Yang also discovered another person hiding who had moved a little. Yue Yang wasn't able to see his movements with his Heaven Eyes divine vision, but he was extremely certain that this fellow was actually Duan Mu Longcheng's bait for him so that he could kill him. In a place further away, two spheres of light that was shining brightly like a star was chasing at each other. That was the Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Shun Tian who were battling. There wasn't any changes between the two people's situation right now, they had only been trying to find each other's weakness. If only one of them could find the other party's weakness, it would mark the turning point of this battle. As for the ascetic practice saint and the scholar versus the two heavenly imperial guardians of the Jin Kingdom, the four of them were engaged in such a heated battle to the point that Yue Yang couldn't see where they had gone anymore. In the sky, Xia Wen Li threw the golden giant down, then turned into a rainbow-colored light and returned back to Yue Yang's body. Immediately afterward, Yue Yang teleported to chase after Duan Mu Longcheng, who was in hiding. The Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness, Golden Beast, and Reaper Mantis took over Xia Wen Li and fought together against that huge diamond-ranked level 9 golden giant. On the ground, Hui Tai Lang, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman also exerted their strongest power to kick the golden giant's huge body back to the sky, ambushing the golden giant in cooperation with the Bloody Queen and the others, attacking the golden giant from the top and the bottom. As their opponent was a guardian beast, there was no meaning to killing it. Hence, the Bloody Queen and Hui Tai Lang only attacked it to annoy it, stalling for time so that the golden giant wouldn't disturb Yue Yang's fight. They didn't go for the kill like the usual. Just as Yue Yang managed to catch up with Duan Mu Longcheng, he suddenly burst out in laughter. His laughter was extremely sinister. As if his evil plan had succeeded, his whole face was filled with smugness and accomplishment. He activated his weakened domain of power the second time and activated his speed boost inherent skill at the same time, punching straight at Yue Yang. You are doomed. Duan Mu Longcheng's eyes glinted with a cruel, cold expression as his fist flew with the speed of a shooting star, landing squarely in Yue Yang's chest. Yue Yang had wanted to dodge it in the beginning. Even when facing against Duan Mu Longcheng's speed boost inherent skill, he had the confidence to avoid it completely. However, at this time, there was a sinister shadow that appeared soundlessly at Yue Yang's back. A huge, ghost claw-like hand suddenly touched the back of Yue Yang's head. A strange kind of power that felt like binding chains, but slightly different, restricted Yue Yang's movements. This was the numb inherent skill. Yue Yang felt his whole body going numb and he lost control of his body. Although it was only a short 1 second, it was extremely deadly. Curse you! Phoenix Fairy Beauty flew over from afar like lightning, traversing space and time as if time never existed. She, who was hundreds of kilometers away, had overcome the flow of space and time, appearing right in front of Yue Yang and saved him. Someone had also arrived, with a speed as fast as hers, and that was the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian. His hands let out a shining radiance as if they were two stars. His body were also emitting thousands of light rays that were as sharp as swords as he threw his punch towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty's back and his other punch at Yue Yang's face. Numb the dark shadow reached out his ghost claw-like right hand towards Phoenix Fairy Beauty, activating his numb inherent skill. Go away! Phoenix Fairy Beauty shouted angrily. Phoenix Fairy Beauty sent the innate level 6 Duan Mu Long Cheng flying with one kick, and then sent another kick at the dark sinister shadow with her other leg. Her extremely fast right hand had knocked right onto the punch that the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian, had launched towards Yue Yang. Her left hand hurriedly pulled Yue Yang away, helping him to escape from the controls of the numb inherent skill. However, Phoenix Fairy Beauty wasn't able to defend herself and suffered the full brunt of Shun Tian's punch. Pain coursed through her body, making her face distort in suffering as a drip of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Behind her, the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian had raised his fists again and was preparing to land another punch at the back of Phoenix Fairy Beauty's head. Yue Yang forced himself to ignore the pain and dizziness that he felt from the powerful attack by Duan Mu Longcheng that he suffered just now. He reached out his hands and hugged the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body, then turned around and activated Binding Inherent Skill on the great emperor of Jiwei, Shun Tian with all that he had. The Binding Inherent Skill was only strong enough to bound Shun Tian for less than half a second. Fortunately it was enough to buy them time. That dark sinister shadow forced himself to endure Phoenix Fairy Beauty's kick and reached out his ghost claws, pricking the into the back of Yue Yang's head. Phoenix Fairy Beauty protected Yue Yang with her beautiful shoulders, blocking the attack just in time. The ghost claws left 5 bloody holes on her silky shoulders, but Phoenix Fairy Beauty still had the chance to swing her arms and punched the dark sinister shadow's face, making him retreat in defeat. Shun Tian, who had only managed to break free of the Binding Inherent Skill, continued to swing his second punch. Yue Yang activated World Exterminating Wheel on his left hand and created a Nirvana's Flame Sword on his right hand. He did not defend himself at all, he focused on offense instead. Shun Tian's punch landed right on Yue Yang's arms as he avoided Yue Yang's World Exterminating Wheel. The World Exterminating Wheel lost control and swerved into the wrong direction. At this time, Shun Tian had also sent a kick at Yue Yang's wrist, deflecting the Nirvana's Flame Sword. At the same time, Shun Tian also headbutted Yue Yang with a force that was akin to a shooting star. I'll fight you to the death. The runes covering the whole of Yue Yang's body suddenly lighted up as his Nirvana's Flames soared. He gathered his greatest power to headbutt against Shun Tian with all he had. A thunderous sound resounded as Yue Yang felt excruciating pain on his forehead, as if his head was about to burst out. Blood slowly dripped from his mouth. Shun Tian's powerful strength was not something that Yue Yang could defend against at this point of time. However, the strange thing was that Shun Tian was actually more injured than Yue Yang. There was a small hole on his forehead, where blood continued to flow out relentlessly. On the other hand, there was only some redness on Yue Yang's forehead. Actually, if it wasn't the great emperor of Jiwei, if it was Duan Mu Longcheng instead, he would probably have died on the spot. When Yue Yang reached level 5 of innate invisible sword chi, he wasn't restricted to releasing the sword chi from his fingers or legs anymore. He was able to release it at any of the blood acupoints on his body. The Yintang A cup ointment on his forehead had unleashed a sword chi at the instant when he headbutted Shun Tian, at the point where Shun Tian's offense was at the highest and his defense was at the lowest. Yue Yang's sword chi had pierced through Shun Tian's forehead and into his skull. Furthermore, Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame had burnt off the layer of innate chi that was protecting Shun Tian's body, preventing him to take out the sword chi pierced into his skull right away. This gave Yue Yang the chance to brutally trash around Shun Tian's head with the sword chi that had penetrated deep into his skull. Even though Shun Tian was a very strong warrior who was equal to Phoenix Fairy Beauty in strength, he couldn't help but to writhe in agony. Seeing Shun Tian falling into Yue Yang's trap, Phoenix Fairy Beauty immediately attacked, taking advantage of the situation. Sky's Law. A purple-colored lightning suddenly appeared in lightning speed, under Phoenix Fairy Beauty's summon. With a power that could annihilate everything, it exploded right at Shun Tian's head. This kind of terrifying, destructive power was in no way weaker than Yue Yang's star explosion. It might even be stronger. Only World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana's Flame, those kind of cheat-like skill that was unrivaled in terms of destructibility. Of course, there was also the fact that Yue Yang had not yet fully mastered the World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame yet. If he could master the World Exterminating Wheel to the point where it could truly exterminate the world and master the Nirvana Flame to the point it could burn the whole earth, then there would be no other skills in this world that could truly match to them. Yue Yang had only started his path as an innate not long ago, hence the amount of skills that he had experimented and comprehended was very little. He had only taken the first step into the world of innate. Obviously, he couldn't compare to Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Shun Tian, those 1000-year-old geezers at this point of time. Yue Yang was able to succeed in his trick and pierced Shun Tian with his sword chi just now. This alone was enough to shock everyone present. What kind of sword chi was that? How did it have so much power? After suffering a shot of innate invisible sword chi and another shot of Tianfa's purple lightning, Shun Tian was almost unable to endure it anymore. He screamed out in pain. He didn't care about Yue Yang or Phoenix Fairy Beauty anymore. He escaped at the first chance. When the dark sinister shadow saw this, he also wanted to leave and escape. His claws that was enveloped in green, ghost fire-like aura flashed away from Phoenix Fairy Beauty as he turned around and left, escaping quickly. Yue Yang ignored his pain and grabbed onto the dark sinister shadow. The two of them activated their inherent skills at the same time. The dark sinister shadow unleashed Numb onto Yue Yang while Yue Yang unleashed binding inherent skill in order to completely stop the dark sinister shadow's plans of escape. The two party were only unable to move for a second, but as far as Phoenix Fairy Beauty was concerned, that was more than enough to beat the dark sinister shadow black and blue. Original Sin, Resentment, Redemption. Phoenix Fairy Beauty unleashed 3 moves in one go, her hands shining bright like suns. The dark sinister shadow's body shook hard as 3 huge bloody holes suddenly appeared on his chest, left rib, and right leg respectively. One could even see to his bones. Phoenix Fairy Beauty hugged Yue Yang with one hand and turned around, swinging her other arms and landing a punch on the dark sinister shadow's face, causing his nose to dislocate as blood flowed out continuously from it. Take this back. She then sent a kick towards the dark sinister shadow's stomach, just as he was about to escape again, and this is the interest. The dark sinister shadow quickly retreated. However, he wasn't able to retreat very far away when the world exterminating wheel that Yue Yang had released with his right hand spun quickly towards him. That dark sinister shadow seemed to be a warrior on the same level as Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Even though he had been heavily injured, he could dodge the world exterminating wheel easily. However, he didn't predict that Yue Yang would suddenly stab his back with a spear made out of Nirvana's flame, piercing deep into the dark sinister shadow's stomach. The dark sinister shadow screamed out in pain. Although his body wasn't burnt completely by the Nirvana's flame, the place where the spear had pierced his body had completely melted away. His skin and flesh had been completely destroyed, making him scream out in pain. His screams resounded throughout the whole mountain. Almost at the same time, 2 rays of laser-like light rays shot out from the dark sinister shadow and Shen Tian's fingers. The 2 light rays intersected right on top of Yue Yang's face. So close. He was almost destroyed by the shots. If he had really been hit, Yue Yang's little life would be gone. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty had saved him once again. She pinned him to the ground, her ample breasts pressing against his chest as she studied his face. In that crucial moment, she had snatched him back from the grips of the Grim Reaper. The dark sinister shadow and Shen Tian saw that they did not manage to kill Yue Yang even with the best timing and scheme. When they saw that Phoenix Fairy Beauty had started to condense her Sky Law's power, they immediately escaped to different ways. They didn't want to fight Phoenix Fairy Beauty to their deaths or suffered more damage to their bodies. The dark sinister shadow disappeared without a second word. Shen Tian flew to thousands of meters away. The injury on his forehead that was continuously bleeding out made him look a complete wretch, but it also made him look sinister. He was a complete change from the respectable look he had as the great emperor just now. Brat, don't be too smug for long. Our next meeting will be your funeral. Shen Tian's words implied that Yue Yang was lucky this time because the Phoenix Fairy Beauty had protected him. If she hadn't, Yue Yang would have been dead long ago. Yue Yang knew that it was too early for him to fight against Shen Tian right now, but he believed in his quick growth. The next time they meet, he might be strong enough to be Shen Tian's opponent. Just like the Marquis of Zhijin, the first battle they had was extremely difficult, but in less than a year, he had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. In the future, he might even surpass Shen Tian, the great emperor of Jiwei by leaps and bounds too. Shen Tian would definitely not be his last boss, he was probably only one of Yue Yang's stepping stones that was a little harder to climb. You sure talk big. Phoenix Fairy Beauty shouted furiously as she swung her hands, unleashing the Sky Law's power of purple lightning towards Shen Tian. Shen Tian didn't wait for the attack to reach him, he immediately disappeared into thin air. When Phoenix Fairy Beauty saw that Shen Tian had left, she activated her Sky Law's power and fell weakly right into Yue Yang's arms. In reality, it wasn't that she didn't participate in clearing the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower. She had discovered that something was wrong and was afraid that something would happen to Yue Yang, hence she returned back halfway through the expedition. She was already injured at the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, but fortunately, she managed to hide the fact from Shen Tian. She had even managed to team up with Yue Yang and defeat Shen Tian and the Dark Sinister Shadow, injuring their enemies heavily. When the crisis was over, she immediately lost all of her strength and fell into Yue Yang's arms. Yue Yang quickly channeled some innate qi into her body and healed her wounds. Hui Tai Lang, Bloody Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Reaper Mantis and the rest of the beast hurriedly came towards their master and protected him, so that Yue Yang, who was also injured, would not be disturbed. Duan Mu Longcheng was both happy and fearful. He was happy because now that Tianfa had fainted, it was the best opportunity for him to attack. However, he was fearful because the Yu clan third young master had actually been able to inflict such serious damages onto Shen Tian and the Dark Sinister Shadow. If he suffered a blow of Nirvana's flame spear onto his stomach or a sword chi on his forehead, he wouldn't get away with just serious injuries. Come. Yue Yang channeled his innate chi into Phoenix Fairy Beauty with one hand while he beckoned at Duan Mu Longcheng with his other hand. Humph. Duan Mu Longcheng wanted to attack him in his heart, but he was afraid of falling into Yue Yang's trap. If Tianfa was only acting unconscious, then he would be foolishly charging towards his death. Duan Mu Longcheng stamped his feet in frustration as he abandoned the thought of attacking Yue Yang and Tianfa. He decided to escape far away, hide in a place that Tianfa would never find and only come out when it was safe enough to do so. Yue Yang also knew that this was his chance. If he didn't kill Duan Mu Longcheng now, he would probably come back and find him in the future. When Duan Mu Longcheng started to escape, Yue Yang carried Phoenix Fairy Beauty and pursued him relentlessly. Right now, the situation had turned around, and the more time passed, the more advantage Yue Yang would gain. As long as Phoenix Fairy Beauty woke back up, then Duan Mu Longcheng would definitely meet his tragic end. Of course, Duan Mu Longcheng suspected that Tianfa wasn't really unconscious. She might have suffered a serious internal injury, but she should still have some power to kill him. She might kill him in an instant if he dared to make his move. The moment he thought about this, Duan Mu Longcheng ran away ever more quickly. In an instant, he had teleported to the Yu clan castle. He was even faster than lightning as he charged into the chaotic battlefield of the martial arts plaza. He didn't care about the surrounding battle. Before Yue Yang succeeded in catching up to him, he had jumped into the huge, blood-red, strange-looking teleportation gate in the middle of the martial arts plaza. Yue Yang didn't have the time to think, he carried Phoenix Fairy Beauty and followed Duan Mu Longcheng immediately. As Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Shui Tan Lang, Prince of Tian Luo, Princess Qian, Yu Yu, Luo Hua City Mistress, Yi Nan, Shui Wuxia and the others watched, Yue Yang entered the teleportation gate like a shooting star. Other than Xia Wen Li who had turned into a rainbow light and was inside Yue Yang's body, Hui Tai Lang, Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness, Barbarian Cow Shadow and the others didn't manage to follow him. The moment Yue Yang entered, he realized that he had teleported into a completely different world. A blood-colored moon shone down from the sky. There were splendorous and majestic palaces everywhere, and the whole place was decorated with rocky gardens and flowing water. Demon King statues could be seen everywhere. However, the thing that worried Yue Yang was that on top of this Demon Abyss Imperial Palace, there was a black vortex that spun continuously. Evil, sinister demon chi endlessly burst out from it from time to time. My god, this is the Imperial Palace where the Demon King lives. Yue Yang never thought that he would arrive at this place chasing his enemy. He had thought that he would only be teleported to some random parts of Demon Abyss. Just as Yue Yang was about to abandon his pursuit and return to the Soaring Dragon Continent, he heard a strange calling from the bottom of his heart. It seemed familiar yet distant at the same time. Who was calling him actually? Yue Yang was completely amazed. In this Demon Abyss Imperial Palace, how could there be a friend of his? Also, what does this calling even mean? Was it real or was it his mere illusion? Yue Yang hesitated slightly. Right now, he was in a dire situation. It would be difficult to even protect himself. Do he really need to follow the calling that he heard? In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a big decision. Duan Mu Longcheng was nowhere to be found. Yue Yang thought that it wasn't because he was too slow or that fellow had escaped too quickly. It was because he had been teleported to a slightly different place because of some reason. If he had teleported to somewhere in the Soaring Dragon Continent, this slight deviation in teleportation point might not even be a few hundred meters. However, teleporting from the Soaring Dragon Continent to the Demon Abyss, the extremely huge continent, a slight deviation in the teleportation point would result in a very wide distance. If he had appeared in another place, it would have been all right. But he had actually landed right here in the Demon Abyss Imperial Palace. It was the legendary Imperial Palace where the Demon King resided. If a great Demon King happened to be at home today, Yue Yang, who was carrying the unconscious Phoenix Fairy Beauty, would really be in great danger. However, that familiar yet distant calling in his heart made Yue Yang unable to stop his curiosity. Why would there be a mysterious being that was calling out to him inside the Demon King's royal palace? This kind of calling made Yue Yang really feel out of the world. At first, he had even thought that he was merely imagining it. Or maybe it was caused by the black vortex whirling on top of the Demon King Imperial Palace. However, after observing and sensing the calling more carefully, Yue Yang realized that it truly existed. Let's go and see. Yue Yang didn't know whether he made the right or wrong decision, but he knew that he had definitely taken a risky choice. He had entered the tiger's den with no prior information about the Demon Abyss Imperial Palace at all. He was even carrying the unconscious Phoenix Fairy Beauty, while trying to find that mysterious being that was calling out to him. Even a fool knew that he shouldn't be doing this. The problem was if Yue Yang didn't go, gave up his search and returned back to the Soaring Dragon Continent, he wouldn't have a peace of mind all his life. He is an adult. Sometimes, some things might just not be smooth sailing. Sometimes, one must risk it all and throw caution to the wind. If one was always cautious about everything, that wouldn't do. Yue Yang's was completely fired up, and he immediately made his decision. Yue Yang carried Phoenix Fairy Beauty on his back and tied her to him with a cloth, just like how he used to carry Yu Bing. He then put on his Gemini mask and summoned the gold-ranked mask's evil shadow. He ordered the evil shadow to search the opposite area he was going. Although its powers were only half of Yue Yang's and it could only stay for an hour, it was more than sufficient to attract the enemy's attention. Yue Yang felt that the longer he stayed at the Demon Palace, the more danger he would face. At any point of time, a demon king or some strong enemy could sense his presence in this palace. Maybe the enemies had already noticed his presence and was rushing over to him. As Yue Yang carried Phoenix Fairy Beauty and followed in the direction of the spirit calling in his mind, he continued to channel innate chi into her to help her heal her injuries more quickly. Indeed, on the evil shadow side, countless demon guards had rushed out, detecting an intruder. Another demon guard had shouted loudly and started running towards Yue Yang. Seems like they had some kind of protector orb security system like the one in the Xia Imperial Palace. Yue Yang had never seen the protector orb in the Xia Imperial Palace, but he had heard the old fox and Princess Xian talked about it before. It was said that the moment the protector orb detected an intruder with killing intent, bad intentions, or evil thoughts, the protector orb would immediately change color. Furthermore, it would also emit a special light and activate the security alarm. Under the State Grandmaster's reveal inherent skill, the protector orb could even show the intruder's location and evaluate his abilities. Tian Luo Kingdom had protector lens. It was said that it was more powerful than the Xia Kingdom's protector orb, it could even show the intruder's appearance. Since Xia and Tian Luo Kingdom both had this kind of artifact for security, the Demon Abyss Imperial Palace should have it too. Yue Yang's only hope was that his counterfeit inherent skill could be of use here, tricking his enemy into evaluating his abilities wrongly. Then, they wouldn't see the need of alerting the Demon King. It would be best if the Demon King was not home. Otherwise, Yue Yang who had disturbed the Demon King's peaceful life would definitely suffer his wrath. Yue Yang moved even more quickly, teleporting at places where he could hide his body. He would grab at any opportunity to hide for as long as he could. On the opposite side, the evil shadow made the most ruckus he could ever make. Loud noises and explosions resounded, attracting most of the demon guards' attention. In the sky, more than 10 demon guards flew in the air as they chased after the evil shadow. 2 of them were demon commanders. Yue Yang wasn't interested in demon generals now, he wasn't even interested in demon commanders, although he had so much difficulties fighting the demon commander Ma Liang last time. Ma Liang, the demon commander, was extremely famous amongst Soaring Dragon Continent's warriors. He was even regarded as one of the 3 great demon commanders by human warriors. However, in an Innate's eyes, that fellow was not even worth of mention. They were as insignificant as ants, maybe similar to soldier ants that could fight a little. However, they were still ants no matter what. Yue Yang was only worried about demon marshals and demon kings. Demon marshals were not like the marshals in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Demon marshals could only attain that title because of their strength and abilities, whereas human marshals mostly attained that title due to their vast experience serving in the military. Their personal strength and ability did not matter, because human marshals did not need to lead the army in battles. He must be at the rear and plan the battle strategies. Demon marshals was the other way around, he would lead the demon legion in front fiercely. He would be the first enemy that the opposite party would face. Forget about demon marshals, even demon kings were the same too. The battle style in the demon abyss were completely different from humans' battle style. Even the few demon marshals that the old fox had told Yue Yang before were mostly innates. One of the great demon king Baruth's subordinates, Demon Marshal Duran, was even an innate level 5. That was the strongest demon commander, his power was more or less equivalent to a demon king's. If he appeared as an enemy in a war, no amount of soldiers would be enough to kill him. Demon Marshal Duran mostly lived in the Tongtian Tower level 6 or 7. He mostly would not participate in the battles at the lower levels. In the higher levels of Tongtian Tower, he was the only demon commander whose name had spread far and wide. Yue Yang truly hoped that the place he had teleported into was not the great demon king Baruth's royal palace. This was because the great demon king Baruth was one of the 3 great demon kings in the demon abyss. Baruth's rank was even higher than the demon king Ha Xian, who had managed to kill Yue Yang in an instant last time. If Phoenix Fairy Beauty was in good health and Yue Yang was able to fight together with her, he wouldn't be afraid intruding into the royal palace. He could just escape if he wasn't strong enough to defeat them. But right now, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was unconscious due to her injuries, she still hadn't woken up yet. If they met Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran right now, Yue Yang thought that he would definitely face a difficult battle. He had just finished fighting against the great emperor of Jiwei, Shuntian, and the dark sinister shadow, whom he suspected was the Thousand Goblins sect leader. He had not fully recovered yet. If a Demon King really appeared right now, he would really be in trouble. After teleporting from a huge flower garden, Yue Yang had teleported into various strange-looking demonic towers. Yue Yang realized the spirit calling's voice had sounded nearer. It became clearer, as if it was some sort of call for help. Yue Yang teleported one last time and arrived at the edge of a huge plaza. He realized that the huge plaza that was covered in obsidian stone was as big as 10 soccer field. In the middle of the plaza, there was a huge Demon King statue. My god! Yue Yang realized that what he feared had truly happened. This Demon King statue was the great Demon King Baruth. Previously, the old fox had shown Yue Yang the picture of Baruth, so Yue Yang could recognize him right away. There were a few similarities between Baruth and Xian, but they were distinguishable. Baruth's horn was twisted in a wider radius, and he had 2 tusks on his lower jaw. He also had a pair of bone-like long feelers. His appearance was slightly more intimidating than Xian, bolder and more powerful. In terms of size, Baruth was 1 meter taller than Xian. Of course, one wouldn't able to see it from the statue, because it was built much larger to scale. The statue was easily hundreds of meters tall, its height seemingly reaching the cloud. Anyone from all directions could definitely see it. However, Yue Yang only took a glance at that gigantic statue and then ignored it. The statue couldn't grab his complete attention. The one that grabbed Yue Yang's attention was the crystal pillars that was surrounding that gigantic statue. There was around a dozen crystal pillars that was different in length. The tall ones were around 10 meters tall, and the shorter ones were around a few meters tall. They were emitting a radiant light of power and energy. The ancient runes and heaven runes that were carved on top of the crystal pillar was arranged in various arrangements. They were extremely profound and mysterious. Yue Yang used his heaven eye's divine vision and was able to see an anomaly. He felt that the pillars were not merely to revere upon the great Demon King. Their main purpose was to serve as a seal. Through some kind of sacrifice or prayers, these crystal pillars would continuously grow even more powerful and strengthen the power of its seal. That mysterious being that was calling out to Yue Yang's soul was sealed right in the middle of the Demon King statue in the middle of the pillars. I know you are there, but how do I save you? Yue Yang was troubled. The plaza was filled with different kinds of demon monsters. They ran in all directions, as if they had suffered a shock. Many demon guards were dragging along various demon monsters and beasts and killing them in front of the crystal pillar seal, offering their blood as sacrifice. There were also evil liches of the demon race, chanting relentlessly in front of the crystal pillar seal as they waved the skull staff in their hands. Maybe the mysterious being trapped inside the crystal pillar seal had sensed Yue Yang's presence and was struggling continuously, wanting to break the seal. The huge plaza that was covered in obsidian stone continued to shake and tremble. That hundreds of meters tall Demon King statue was also shaking, cracks continued to form all over the statue. The cracks became bigger over time and the huge statue looked like it could shatter anytime. More evil liches participated in the sacrifice dance ceremony as dark, terrifying black aura flashed out from their skull staves. Transforming the demon blood on the ground into more dark energy, they concentrated their powers into the Demon King statue. Yue Yang realized that the more sacrifice was offered and the more blood was shed, the more dark energy could be created to fix the cracks on the gigantic statue, continuing to seal the mysterious being trapped inside. Of course, the main reason was because the crystal pillar seal had received more energy. After absorbing more energy, the seal would be more secure, hence it would be able to restrict the movements of the mysterious being inside. The enemies have come to ambush. You guys, bring in more sacrifice quickly. We must definitely not let it escape, otherwise, you would all turn into my hell black dragon's food. Demon Marshal Duran riding on a hell black dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. His shout was loud as thunder, alarming the demon monsters below until they started to tremble. Demon Marshal Duran could sense something out of the norm. He felt that the plaza was a little different than normal today, but that might be because of the effect of the seal weakening. As there was already the evil shadow who was wreaking havoc on the other side, Demon Marshal Duran didn't think about his doubt too much. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to find Yue Yang who was holding his breath and hiding in a corner. Demon Marshal Duran never imagined that a human would have the counterfeit inherent skill and was able to conceal himself from him. Riding on a diamond ranked level 6 hell black dragon, the Demon Marshal Duran started flying towards the direction of the evil shadow. He knew that there were 2 or 3 invaders. However, he thought that one of them was extremely strong, and the other 2 was nothing much by comparison. Demon Marshal Duran guessed that the strongest one out of the invaders had purposely made a ruckus to attract the demon guard's attention. He never thought that the ones hiding were Yue Yang and the unconscious Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Otherwise, he would definitely search for them until they were found. At this time, Duan Mu Longcheng was standing in an ancient battlefield. Countless demon monsters were waiting to be teleported. According to the rules, the more offering that was made, the more number of people they could teleport. Almost thousands, or even tens of thousands low-ranked demon monsters or beasts were thrown into the black hole as sacrifices. However, the teleportation gate was still unable to teleport so many demon monsters into Soaring Dragon Continent. The thing that frustrated the 3 demon marshals the most was that the 2 teleportation portal they have created had failed as they faced a few small technical issues. Hence they wouldn't be teleported to the place they had targeted at first. A 20-year-old Innate? Did he chase after you? Your Excellency sect leader Duan Mu, we never heard of a 20-year-old innate before. Alright, we won't doubt you, but where is he? The three demon marshals were extremely respectful towards Duan Mu Longcheng. Seems like they were not only well acquainted, they were also quite close. I'm sure he had chased after me. But that brat is an expert in hiding, I think he is hiding at some kind of place right now. Duan Mu Longcheng replied determinedly. Since you have said so, we will report it to the Demon King. The three demon marshals decided to report the news. There is an invader, in the great Demon King's royal palace. He is a human rancor. That human rancor is running towards this place at a very fast speed, he is around 100 meters away. Suddenly, a lich had received a very strange report from his beast. The lich immediately shouted out. That's him. Duan Mu Longcheng immediately confirmed Yue Yang. Demon Marshal Duran is chasing after him, that lich's beast had received some other news, and the lich quickly shouted out the news. At this point of time, in the Obsidian Plaza, Yue Yang felt completely relieved when he saw that Demon Marshal Duran had left. Since the great Demon King Baruth was not home and Demon Marshal Duran was chasing after his evil shadow, he would definitely not stand on ceremony to them anymore. Every second here means more danger for him. Yue Yang took out his Huijin magic blade and released his purple flames, slashing his blade down from the sky and killed two liches that were dancing for the offering. He then slashed his blade again, and countless demon monster fell to the ground dead, as if Yue Yang was cutting wheat with a sickle. When the demon monster finally rung the alarm, Yue Yang had already finished killing all the liches and demon monsters around the crystal pillar seal. Yue Yang released first slash, earth-splitting slash and cut at the gigantic statue with full strength. Yue Yang wanted to destroy the statue and rescue the sealed mysterious being inside. Although he didn't know what the mysterious being was and what relations it had to him, Yue Yang had this kind of strange feeling that he had to save it no matter what. The Demon King statue didn't shattered into pieces, but the crack on the statue had greatly widened. At the same time, the sealed mysterious being also let out a happy cry and continued to struggle. The whole ground trembled like crazy as it rumbled thunderously. Damn it! Demon Marshal Duran seemed to have sensed what was going on. He immediately took action as he furiously roared, his terrifying voice deafening everyone's ears. He rode his hell black dragon and turned around, flying with a speed faster than before as he rushed back to the Obsidian Plaza. Clang! The Demon King statue didn't move at all. Other than a line of shallow mark, even the crack didn't grow bigger. Yue Yang was speechless. This Demon King statue was obviously not something that can be broken by a piece of blade. If one saw it this way, how strong would that mysterious being sealed inside the Demon King statue be, if it could cause cracks just by moving its body? If it weren't for the crystal pillar seal, that mysterious being would definitely destroy the whole Demon King statue just by turning over in its sleep. Compared to Yue Yang, what kind of special existence would it be? It wasn't wise to stay for a long time right now, he should leave soon to avoid more trouble. Yue Yang decided to use his ultimate move. Summoning a world-exterminating wheel in his hand, countless ancient runes and heaven runes started to spin all over his body, as if they were a sea of runes. Yue Yang swung his world-exterminating wheel and hit the Demon King statue right in the middle. Immediately, half of the Demon King statue fell down and crashed loudly onto the ground. The body was destroyed, and the stone carving of demon horns on the Demon King statue's head was broken off. When the statue shattered into pieces, a glimpse of an enormous, crystallized energy shone out with a brilliant and radiant light. Losing the support of the crystal pillar seal, the statue wasn't able to repair itself again. Yue Yang was overjoyed. He immediately flew over, thinking of taking the enormous crystallized energy away and keeping it for himself. Unexpectedly, the crystal pillar seal on the ground suddenly shone with a net-like white light. Thousands rays of white light appeared and moved like a living thing, like a girl's soft arms entwined around Yue Yang's body. It gracefully, yet unstoppably pulled Yue Yang down, as if it wanted to seal Yue Yang too. Yue Yang was completely stunned. He didn't manage to rescue the mysterious being, on the contrary, he was about to be sealed as well. Yue Yang hurriedly tossed out his world-exterminating wheel to destroy the crystal pillar seal. Previously, Yue Yang was even thinking about studying the crystal pillar seal, thinking that it would help him to undo the seal on Empress Fei Wen Li later on. He never thought of destroying it so quickly, but the situation was extremely dangerous right now, so Yue Yang wouldn't care about so much anymore. He would destroy the crystal pillar seal first with his world-exterminating wheel. The world-exterminating wheel that never failed in subduing his opponent's strike right at the crystal pillar seal. However, completely outside of Yue Yang's expectation, it didn't easily slash through the seal. Instead, it was reflected back to Yue Yang. Within an instant, it returned back into Yue Yang's body. Could it be that it was impossible to destroy the crystal pillar seal? Yue Yang was just thinking about this when the ancient runes and heaven runes on the crystal pillar seal suddenly appeared. The powerful light shone out 1,000 times brighter, illuminating the whole of the Obsidian Plaza with its bright radiance. The demon monsters who came to attack Yue Yang screamed out in pain when they were engulfed in the white light. The weak monsters that were nearest to the crystal pillar seal was immediately vaporized, as if they had just been shot by loyal Hua City Mistress Aurora. Those demon monsters that were slightly further away had parts of their bodies melted away, making them scream in pain as they die. The furthest ones, who were also the strongest ones, immediately screamed out in pain as they rolled on the ground. Other than the two demon generals who had managed to escape into the sky, and whose body were emitting out smoke slightly, all the demon guards have completely been wiped out. Even the lowest ranked demon monster that were at a far distance had started to melt. The net-like white light continued to pull Yue Yang to the ground. It had also captured Phoenix Fairy Beauty and had started to wrap both Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Yue Yang in its light, like a huge cocoon. Countless ancient runes and heaven runes started to float about, falling slowly, one by one, onto Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body turned transparent slightly, as if she was about to be sealed. On the other hand, the ancient runes and heaven runes did not have any sealing effect on Yue Yang's body. Instead, they were like a wave of tsunami, entering into Yue Yang's body and fusing together with the runic circles that had already existed in his body, breaking it down and recreating a brand new runic circle. After the new set of runes entered Yue Yang's body, his world exterminating wheel had also improved to a whole new level. The runic circle in his body had become even richer and more profound. Yue Yang was slightly shocked. He didn't know that the ancient runes in his body could still level up. Furthermore, this kind of improvement seemed to be due to the fact that he had acquired new ancient runes. My god! Yue Yang was completely safe, but he realized that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body was about to disappear. He didn't know how to stop this kind of sealing process. Would Phoenix Fairy Beauty really end up being sealed here? There must be a way, there must be. Yue Yang forced himself to calm down and worked hard to sense the energy flow in his surrounding. He wanted to destroy the seal, rescue Phoenix Fairy Beauty and that mysterious being who had been sealed in this place for God knows how long. At this time, in the sky, the furious demon Marshal Duran had returned, roaring loudly as he rode his hell black dragon. The hell black dragon felt an inexplicable fear from the bright, dazzling light on the ground. It completely refused to land as it let out a pitiful whine. Demon Marshal Duran had also felt a little unwell. He knew how terrifying the sealing power of the crystal pillar seal was. It was an artifact that an extremely strong warrior from the demon abyss had brought here from the heaven realms 10,000 years ago. They were thinking of using it to seal Xizun before. It was a pity that that plan was never realized. The crystal pillar seal had become a treasured artifact of this demon palace, passed down from generation to generation. 300 years ago, the great demon King Baruth and demon Marshal Duran was at level 7 of the Tongtian Tower when they met an injured, peculiar beast. Thrilled with the unexpected prey, they invited various demon abyss rankers and brought several demon kings and 10 demon marshals to subdue the peculiar beast. Who would know that unexpectedly, although the peculiar beast was injured, it could still kill 2 demon kings and 8 demon marshals in the battle. Even the great demon King Baruth was heavily injured. Furthermore, they were unable to subdue or capture it. In the end, demon Marshal Duran had used the crystal pillar seal to seal it instead. If this peculiar beast ever broke free of the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Black Vortex. Demon Marshal Duran was forced to use the strongest defensive mechanism in the royal palace, the black vortex that had stored the energy of the demon moon and blood of demons for thousands of years. It was one of the treasures of the blood prison demon abyss. Only that would surpass the bright energy of the crystal pillar seal, that would in turn seal the terrifying white light. The black vortex in the sky slowly descended to the ground under demon Marshal Duran's orders. In the whole of the demon palace, other than the great demon King Baruth, the demon Marshal Duran was the only ranker with the ability to control the black vortex. This was not a matter of summoning abilities, it was a matter of honor and trust. The great demon King Baruth didn't even authorize his children to control the black vortex, including the current heir to the throne, the crown prince of the demon palace. Instead, he conferred the authority of controlling the black vortex to his most trusted friend and battle comrade, demon Marshal Duran. He was someone who would rather give up his chance to be promoted into a demon king in order to serve and help his friend as a demon marshal. Demon Marshal Duran took out a dark demon pearl and exerted a huge amount of demon chi as he chanted heaven runes continuously, controlling the descent of the black vortex to suppress the white light. It was the start of a great battle between light and darkness. Both were each other's nemesis. Both powers melt the other side away, clashing against each other relentlessly. The black vortex that had stored thousands of years of dark energy was at a better position. It was able to suppress the energy coming out from crystal pillar seal and covered the whole sky of the demon palace with darkness. Bathed in the dark energy of the black vortex, the hell black dragon's powers increased multiple times. It confidently swooped down this time, charging towards the white light below and breathing out a long, terrifying dragon breath. Its goal was to attack Yue Yang, who was enveloped inside the cocoon. More demon guards, demon generals and liches started to appear from the demon palace, offering their slaves and low-ranked demon monsters as sacrifices into the black vortex like crazy. As the demon blood turned into energy, the power of the black vortex quickly overpowered the power of white light coming out from the crystal pillar seal, returning the crystal pillar seal into its former state. At this time, in the ancient battlefield, the three demon marshals and Duan Mu Longcheng had heard about the news. They immediately abandoned their plans of attacking the Soaring Dragon Continent and hurriedly returned back. Compared to their plans of attacking the Soaring Dragon Continent, the mysterious beast sealed within the crystal pillar seal in the Obsidian Plaza was more important. The moment it broke free from the crystal pillar seal, the whole of Demon Abyss would be engulfed in catastrophe. The Demon Abyss Blood Prison was a distinguished place, home of 3 great demon kings and 6 demon kings. Right now, there was only 3 great demon kings and 1 demon king. Not counting the number of demon marshals that died, they have already lost 5 demon kings. This was all done by the mysterious holy beast. Even human warriors were not able to kill these 5 demon kings in 1,000 years. Alas, this mysterious holy beast had only needed 1 day to kill 5 demon kings, even seriously injuring the others. The whole of Demon Abyss were quaking in fear from this mysterious beast. Furthermore, when it killed all those demon kings, it was suffering from heavy injuries. If it wasn't injured and was fighting against them in its peak condition, the consequences would be really unthinkable. Quickly! That brat Yue Yang is actually trying to release the holy beast. Stop him quickly! Don't spare him at any cost. Duan Mu Longcheng was obviously a human warrior, but he was extremely concerned with the matters of Demon Abyss. It was really peculiar. Duan Mu Longcheng and the 3 demon marshals abandoned all their soldiers and returned back to the demon palace with the fastest speed they could muster, arriving at the Obsidian Plaza. In the Obsidian Plaza, Demon Marshal Duran was riding his hell black dragon as he swooped down from the sky. With the power of the black vortex, the terrifying dragon's breath spurted out right at Yue Yang, who was trapped inside the cocoon. However, the dragon's breath immediately vaporized in the midst of the white light, turning into nothing. Yue Yang, who was trapped inside the cocoon, released the full strength of his innate invisible sword chi. A static-like sound resounded as he tried to force his way out of the cocoon. Demon Marshal Dulan thought that Yue Yang was the mysterious beast who wanted to break free out of its cocoon and seal. His expression immediately changed as he summoned 5 meteors to create a meteor shower, raining it down onto Yue Yang, who was inside the cocoon. The meteors that ignited in red, fiery flames increased in power as it streaked through the black vortex. It crashed down hard, breaking through the resistance of the white light. Although half of it was melted away from the white light, it still contained the power that could destroy heaven and earth. It smashed right into the cocoon, causing a huge explosion. The cocoon held some kind sealing power that could withstand any kind of internal and external attack. Other than innate invisible sword chi, Yue Yang had even tried to break it using his Yin Yang ability. When the meteor smashed into the cocoon, it was shaken greatly, but not a single crack was formed on it. Although Yue Yang, who was trapped inside, wasn't injured, he was shaken by the blast of the impact, his head and eyes dizzy. Roar! The great demon king Baruth finally arrived. His body, which was more than 15 meters tall and engulfed in hell flames, appeared at the Obsidian Plaza. Seeing the crystal pillar seal that was shaking incessantly like it could shatter any time and his own statue that had already shattered to the ground, he was immediately furious beyond control. He charged towards the demon palace walls, his huge arms breaking one of the pagodas on top of the palace walls. He raised it up high and threw it at the cocoon that was distance away, with a power that was even greater than Demon Marshal Duran's 5 flaming meteor shower. As the cocoon suffered multiple attacks, it shook violently as the light it was emitting turned dimmer and dimmer. It looked like it was about to break into pieces. Although Yue Yang was quite shaken by the violent impacts, the cocoon that was preventing him from leaving suddenly revealed a big hole, making him feel really happy. Seems like he could finally escape out of the cocoon. It would be best if they could send a few more attacks and destroy the seal below in the process, Yue Yang hoped. Of course, even if he could leave now, Yue Yang didn't have any plans of rushing out immediately. He definitely didn't want to become his enemy's target. The great demon king Baruth roared thunderously as he condensed a powerful pillar of light in his hands, similar to what demon king Xian had shot out before. However, the color was a little different, and it was much more powerful. The dark purple-colored light pillar shot out towards Yue Yang. After going through the black vortex, the dark purple-colored demon king's light pillar's power increased multiple times. It practically had the power to destroy the whole heaven and earth. It heavily smashed onto the cocoon that was already broken. The cocoon immediately shattered as most of its energy was used up to cancel the impact of the demon king's light pillar. A small amount of it shattered into countless balls of light, scattering in every direction. That dark purple-colored demon king light pillar immediately produced a thunderous explosion when it smashed onto the ground. The useless Yue Yang, on the other hand, had summoned his grimoire and erected his protective shield to protect his little life. Are you kidding? How could he bear the brunt of that light pillar attack head-on? Most importantly, Yue Yang had already calculated the angle. Before the Demon King light pillar was shot out, he had set up his protective shield so that the light pillar would be refracted and shifted in the direction that would destroy the crystal pillar seal on the ground. He felt that he wouldn't be strong enough to fight against a Demon King alone, that would be crazy. He definitely needed a helping hand, such as this mysterious beast who could cause an earthquake in this obsidian plaza just by wiggling its body. He would have a higher chance of winning then. The power of the Demon King Light Pillar was extremely terrifying, but it was still not enough to break the seal. Yue Yang was about to go to despair. What kind of damned seal was this? Why was it so hard to break? When the great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran saw that there was a young human warrior in the middle of the explosion, they immediately understood that this brat was the one that had been causing trouble. They were extremely furious, and was prepared to charge forward and slaughter Yue Yang. Baruth's demon claws stretched forward. Yue Yang believed that he would definitely be able to poke a hole through his protective shield. Previously, the Demon King Xian had tried it before, and he had almost killed him with just a finger. However, Demon King Xian was stuck at the teleportation portal at that time, he wasn't able to come out and extend his arms far enough. With the addition of Xia Wen Li's binding inherent skill, Yue Yang could fortunately avoid getting killed. However, right now, he didn't have anything at all. There was no teleportation portals to stop the Demon King's movements, and he was in his enemy's nest, where he was fighting alone against countless demons. The worst thing was that Phoenix Fairy Beauty was about to become transparent and disappear. Seems like the seal was very effective towards her. If he escaped here, she would definitely be sealed here for life. Yue Yang's heart was really in a mess this time. Should he fight, or escape? Why did he always meet powerful enemies? He had just fought against the great Emperor of Jiwei, Shuntian, and the dark sinister Shadow who was possibly the Thousand Goblins sect leader. Now, he had met another two powerful enemies, the great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran. He was all alone, how could he fight this battle? Ra-ambli. Suddenly, the ground on Yue Yang's feet started shaking violently. The weaker demon monsters all fell to the ground, while the demon generals also couldn't stand on their feet stably. As the crystal pillar seal trembled, some pillars tilted and fell to the ground while some sunk deeper into the ground. The sealing circle had been broken by the mysterious being who had saved its energy for a very long time. White light shone out from the big sealing circle and it shattered in an instant. Countless rays of white light turned into arrows of light, shooting out in every direction, instantly killing every demon monsters present. Even the great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran had to stop their advance and defend themselves with their hands. The hell-black dragon spurted its dragon's breath and stopped a few arrows of light, but missed one that cut across its abdomen. Even with the defense of a diamond-ranked level 6 body, a severe cut was immediately formed on its skin, and the wound bled out heavily. The whole ground was shaking so violently that the demon palace was also shaking, the firm palace walls falling to the ground. The grounds in the obsidian plaza split open. The Demon King statue's leg exploded into millions of stone fragments. The stone fragments blew out with so much power that it didn't fall onto the ground until several miles away. A huge black hole appeared on the ground as the sealed demon chi burst out to the sky like a spring fountain. Less than 3 seconds later, a shining cocoon floated out. It was even bigger and stronger than the one that trapped Yue Yang before. However, the surface of the shining cocoon had started to slowly peel off, as if something was about to break free out of the cocoon. When Yue Yang saw this, he didn't care about the great Demon King anymore. The most important thing to do now was to save this comrade in arms. He immediately used his fastest speed to rush there and created a net of sword chis from his innate invisible sword chi, in order to help breaking the shining cocoon. The great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran had also rushed out with their fastest speed to stop Yue Yang. 4 gigantic demon claws charged at Yue Yang's small body from the sky. If any of these claws reached Yue Yang, his body would definitely be torn into shreds. Kill or be killed. Yue Yang didn't have the time to summon a world-exterminating wheel, he could only unleash his Nirvana's flame that shot up brightly to the sky. The great Demon King Baruth and Demon Marshal Duran wanted to kill him? Then they must pay the same price. Baruth and Duran were both experienced fighters. They obviously knew that Yue Yang had unleashed the Nirvana Flame Pillar, but they didn't back out at all. The 4 terrifying demon claws attacked Yue Yang from the front and back, passing through the Nirvana Flame Pillar and smashing right at Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang's ribs and spines were almost immediately shattered, and his internal organs all suffered a heavy damage. Demon Marshal Duran's sharp claws had only managed to cut Yue Yang's chest open before he was repelled by the Nirvana Flame Shield, hence he wasn't able to pierce through Yue Yang's body. The great Demon King Baruth's sharp claws, on the other hand, had managed to break through Yue Yang's Nirvana Flame Shield and pierce deep inside Yue Yang's body. He had even managed to pierce through the body of Phoenix Fairy Beauty, whose body was transparent and was about to disappear. Fortunately, Yue Yang had used binding chains and managed to stop him for a tenth of a second. Using the elegant sword dance, he managed to avoid the attack a little, protecting his head, heart, and other vital parts. One of Baruth's claws had pierced through Yue Yang's lungs to his shoulder, before it pierced through the Phoenix Fairy Beauty's transparent body. His other sharp claw had penetrated into Yue Yang's right thighs and pierced into Phoenix Fairy Beauty's leg. Another claw had pierced through Yue Yang's left leg and out from his calf. The great Demon King Baruth was about to pinch them with both of his claws, wanting to tear Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty to bits. But Yue Yang would never give him the chance to do that. Xia Wen Li's binding chains was used once again. At the same time, he ignored the pain and immediately teleported, escaping to 10 meters away. He didn't have time to heal his wounds. In any case, if he kept his nirvana flame up, it would heal his wounds automatically. Yue Yang's left hands immediately condensed a world exterminating wheel while his right hand condensed star explosion. His policy was to return tit for tat, and he was about to send a counter-attack to his enemies. Yue Yang had received a huge damage because he wanted to save the mysterious being just now. How could Yue Yang be such an altruistic person? Actually, under the scorching flames of Nirvana flame that could burn through anything in the world, Baruth and Duran did not escape completely unharmed. Demon Marshal Duran had to tear the skin on his arms that had been ignited by the Nirvana flame. He had an ability to shed his skin. The Nirvana flame had only injured the surface of his skin, it didn't burn through his flesh and bones. The great Demon King Baruth had also quickly take his hand back and blew it with a Demon King's ball of light from his mouth. There was a little demon monster that looked like Baruth inside the ball of light. The Nirvana flame could not be extinguished, but it could be shifted away. Baruth transferred the Nirvana flame onto the little demon monster's body, who became weaker and weaker in his arms and finally disappeared. That little demon monster which had been burnt by the Nirvana flame was immediately killed on the spot, turning into ashes. Miraculously, the mysterious being was that struggling relentlessly inside the shining cocoon finally broke free. Seeing the Nirvana's flame, it didn't show a shred of fear. Instead, it was completely overjoyed. It was as if Nirvana's flame would not cause any harm to its body. The moment its head bored out of the cocoon, it immediately charged into Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame pillar, happily allowing the Nirvana's flame to burn through its whole body. Yue Yang, who was rapidly healing his wounds with his Nirvana's flame, was completely shocked to see this sight. Could this fellow be? The mysterious being had a dragon head with deer-like horns. It had a pair of beautiful lion's eyes, coupled with a tiger's back, snake scales all over its body, and an ox's tail. Isn't this the legendary mythical being Xian? The only different thing was that the Xian's legs was adorned with 4 beautiful claws instead of horse hooves that were often described in fairy tales. Yue Yang stared for a few seconds as he vaguely recalled that the male Xian's, Qi had claws while female Xian's, Lin had horse hooves. Could it be that this fellow was male? But no matter what, it was still a Xian. How could it take a bath in his Nirvana flame? Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Xian. Maybe this fellow is a fire Xian. As the Xian bathed in Yue Yang's Nirvana flame, its previously dark green body slowly melted away, turning into white jade in color that sparkled magnificently. A mysterious white-colored light exuded out from its body, bright like a star yet soft like the moonlight. Baruth had wanted to attack again, but the Xian immediately opened its mouth and shot out a beam of light. When the great demon king Baruth, who was so powerful that he almost killed Yue Yang in an instant, saw this, he immediately scampered away to avoid the enemy's attack. On the surface, the beam of light that did not require any charging time looked like it did not have any combat power. It looked like a holy, healing, white light. However, less than a second afterwards, Yue Yang changed his opinion. That was because as the light beam collided onto the palace walls, it completely shattered the palace walls that was made of obsidian stone into pieces, leaving an extremely deep hole on the ground that was easily hundreds of meters deep. The power of this white light was even stronger than Baruth's Demon King light pillar. The only difference between the Demon King light pillar and this white light beam was that the white light beam wouldn't explode. It would only annihilate anything on its path, quite similar to Luohua City Mistress Aurora Light. It's just that they were completely different in terms of power and the distance it could extend to. This Xian was really very powerful. Could it be that it was a mythical beast? But it was a male. Yue Yang was extremely disappointed. He had risked his life to save a male Xian, not a female Xian. This is really sad. Before Yue Yang managed to throw the world exterminating wheel and star explosion in his hands to the enemies, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his arm. His body was suddenly jerked away, and the scenery in front of him looked like he was flying in the sky. Yue Yang was startled to find that the Xian had actually grabbed his arm with its mouth and escaped. What the heck? He thought that the Xian could show its mighty power and kill the great Demon King and the others on the spot the moment he rescued it, who turns out that it was actually a wimp. Fortunately, he was still carrying Phoenix Fairy Beauty on his back. Otherwise Yue Yang would really beat it up with all he had. Escaping from its enemy although it was a mythical beast. Isn't this Xian too incompetent? Yue Yang grabbed onto the Xian's neck and climbed onto its back. How could he endure hanging by his arms on its mouth for an extended period of time? When the Xian realized that Yue Yang had climbed onto its back, it immediately became hostile and bucked Yue Yang off from its back, completely not seeing him as its life savior at all. This Xian really had no loyalty, it had abandoned Yue Yang and escaped on its own. When Yue Yang fell hard onto the ground, he realized that Baruth and Duran had surrounded him from the front and back, leaving him no path to escape. Why didn't they chase after the Xian? Why did they surround him instead? What kind of logic is this? Yue Yang's head hurts. He had worked so hard to rescue the Xian, who would guess that it actually had no loyalty at all. In the sky, Demon King Xian and another Demon King had appeared. Yue Yang started to sweat profusely. As expected, the Demon Abyss was a tiger's den. He had truly poked the hornet's nest this time. Demon Kings were appearing before him one by one. What the heck happened here? The only thing that made him happy was that the Phoenix Fairy Beauty had finally woken up. Looking at the scene before her, she asked in surprise, has the Demon Abyss invaded the Soaring Dragon Continent? Have all the great Demon Kings had come to attack? No, this is the Demon Palace. Yue Yang hurriedly replied her. What the heck are you doing in the Demon Palace? Phoenix Fairy Beauty was completely shocked. They had just finished fighting with Shen Tian, why would he go to the Demon Palace and pick a fight with great Demon Kings? A holiday trip. Yue Yang answered full of certainty. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was speechless. The great Demon King Baruth obviously recognized Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Forget about him, even Demon Marshal Duran and the other two Demon Kings recognized Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Seems like they have fought on the higher levels of Tongtian Tower before. The great Demon King Baruth suppressed his anger and spoke, I was thinking who it is that invaded us, turns out it is you, Tianfa. You, human innates, have broken the ancient oath and invaded our blood prison Demon Palace. Since that is the case, we will not comply with the ancient oath either, we will invade your Soaring Dragon Continent now. Phoenix Fairy Beauty immediately denied it when she heard him, what are you saying? I just woke up from my sleep, I didn't even know that this little fellow had brought me to the Demon Palace. Furthermore, your place is so dark and terrifying, I wouldn't want to come here even if you invited me. When Demon King Xian saw Yue Yang, he immediately recognized him, it's you. Yue Yang was speechless. He was wearing the Gemini mask on his face, yet he could still recognize him. Isn't this Demon King Xian's ability to sense others' chi and power too powerful? With regards to Demon King Xian's furious reaction, everyone was completely baffled. Xian had not stepped into the Soaring Dragon Continent for more than 100 years, how could he get acquainted with a young human warrior? This young human's life energy flow didn't even seem to be over 20 years old, and he definitely never appeared on the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower before. How could Xian had met him before? Amongst them, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was the most baffled of all. She didn't understand how Yue Yang could have enemies that bore a grudge towards him even in the Demon Abyss. How many people had this brat offended? With regards to Phoenix Fairy Beauty's questioning gaze, Yue Yang could only smile apologetically towards her. He also didn't want to incur the Demon King Xian's wrath. Who would be so tired of life that he made a Demon King his enemy? But at that time, there was really no other way. This human boy was the one who cut off my arm a year ago. Demon King Xian's words made everyone speechless. Seems like this brat had caused a great trouble. A young person who had the talent to control world exterminating will is really a talent in 1,000 years. The other Demon King sighed, could it be that another Supreme Elder will appear in the Soaring Dragon Continent? Seems like we have to kill that boy even if we have to give it our all. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any interest in the Supreme Elder position. My only aspiration in life is to have a happy sexual life. Yue Yang hurriedly pretended to be an incompetent guy. My dear Baruth, my friend, why didn't you introduce the honored guest who had come to visit you to your old friend? Could it be that you were afraid that I would embarrass you because I'm old and useless now? On the other side of the sky, in the southeast direction, another two shadows appeared. Those were great warriors from the other race in Demon Abyss, the Netherworld undead race. They were Lich Kings. The Demon Abyss was 10 times larger than the Soaring Dragon Continent, but there were only 3 great powers. One of the most powerful powers that often wage wars against humans was the Blood Prison Demon race. With Demon King as their leaders, the Demon Legion's name was notorious throughout the world. The second power was the Netherworld undead race, with Lich Kings as their leaders. This power was made up of zombies and undead, and they were also mankind's nightmare. The third power was called Eternal Night, Fallen Beings race. It was said that 10,000s of years ago, there was a fallen angel from the heaven realms that came to the Demon Abyss to establish a new power. They rarely fought with humans in the lower levels of Tongtian Tower, much less try to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent. However, from the 4th level of Tongtian Tower onwards, even residents on the Outer Realms continent, all knew about the Fallen Beings Legion. Their powers were not any weaker than Demon Legions and Undead Legions. Different from humans, the beings in Demon Abyss lived in a culture where the strong preys on the weak. Hence, there were massacres everywhere. However, king-ranked warriors that were at the top of the food chain were very united with each other. On the other hand, in comparison, if it weren't for the Innate Alliance that created a treaty to maintain peace and stability, human innate rankers would have already waged wars between each other. The 3 great kingdoms, 4 great families, 4 great sects, Demon Palace, 1000 Goblin sect and various other organizations had all operated separately, going on their separate ways. It's just that due to the Innate Alliance, coupled with Elder Nan Gong's mediation between rankers and the enforcement to follow the Innate Alliance Treaty had finally brought peace for everyone. Yue Yang recognized one of the Lich Kings as Lich King Grun. This fellow was his enemy. Previously, Yue Yang had fought with Grun before, and he had even killed the Flame Lord that he released. Right now, even the Huijin magic blade that he was wielding was made from the Flame Lord's heart and the Bone Dragon's magic crystal. He didn't know whether this Grun was the kind of warrior who forgets small things easily. Yue Yang was just a small, insignificant matter to him then. Yue Yang hoped that the Lich King Grun would not remember him, but obviously, that was not quite possible. Shiro, Chapter 78. When Lich King Grun saw Yue Yang with his green ghostly eyes, he started laughing uncannily. By the way, I recognize this young Innate. He killed one of my followers in the battlefield of death before. I have tried to attack him before, but he easily avoided the whole thing and escaped. He had some kind of binding ability to restrict our movements for a second. Demon King Ha Xian supplied. My god, how could you have enemies everywhere? In spite of the situation, Phoenix Fairy Beauty couldn't help herself as she burst out into laughter. You think I want to? They were the ones trying to kill me first, so I'm forced to defend myself. I wouldn't be so much of a pain in the ass to seek trouble with them first, you know? They are the ones that are guilty, yet they wanted to pin the blame on me. Yue Yang was furious. The problem now is that there are 3 Demon Kings and 2 Lich Kings on the other side. Do you think they would act in their good conscience and recognize their own mistakes? Phoenix Fairy Beauty continued to giggle as she draped her arms over Yue Yang's shoulders, pressing her ample breasts onto his back as she whispered in his ears, "It's a pity that I really have no strength in my body right now, otherwise I will definitely help you fight." If it weren't for the fact that Phoenix Fairy Beauty, the most respectable and widely known Tianfa, was here, these few Demon Kings would already have surrounded Yue Yang and trample him to death. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was injured and her strength wasn't as strong as before, that they could see. However, they were definitely not going to underestimate her. Even if Tianfa was seriously injured, if she fight with all she had, there was still the possibility that she could kill one of them. Nobody wanted to be the unlucky one. The 3 Demon Kings and 2 Lich Kings were secretly communicating with their Demon Abyss telepathy, preparing the best stratego of attack to kill the 2 of them. No matter what, they would not let this good chance slip off. If they could kill this young Innate who had so much potential and the extremely strong ranker Tianfa here, the human Innates would definitely suffer a huge loss. Furthermore, if the Supreme Elder met some kind of mishap in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and could not return to the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Soaring Dragon Continent would definitely meet their end, unable to avoid their fate to die and be annihilated. Under the Black Vortex, the Demon King's and Lich King's powers had increased multiple times. Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty's powers, on the other hand, were being suppressed by the Black Vortex. Although the Black Vortex didn't really have a huge effect on them, they were still influenced a little. The difference in strength between the 2 sides had become greater. Fortunately, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's injuries had become a little better after Yue Yang channeled a huge amount of innate chi to heal her. Furthermore, because she was about to be sealed just now and her body had become slightly transparent, the Nirvana flame that Yue Yang released just now didn't really cause any damage to her body. Of course, it might be because of other reasons, but Yue Yang couldn't really understand how Phoenix Fairy Beauty had gained the ability to withstand his Nirvana flame at this time. Could it be that his Nirvana flame had an awareness? Did it know who was his friends and foes? Yue Yang didn't have the time to think much about it, but this thought had flashed across his mind. What do we do now? Phoenix Fairy Beauty could sense that the 3 Demon Kings and 2 Lich Kings were secretly discussing their battle strategies. They were going to attack soon. If you ask me, who do I ask? Yue Yang had really ran out of ideas now. They couldn't use teleportation scroll to escape because of the Black Vortex, which had restricted the space and dimension with the powers of dark energy. If they ran away with their legs, they wouldn't be able to outrun the Demon Kings. Other than fight them with all they had, Yue Yang really couldn't think of any other ideas. If Phoenix Fairy Beauty weren't here, he could probably hide inside Empress Fei Wen Li's black hole dimension. He could train inside the dimension and only come out again when he had become stronger. Otherwise, he could probably try to release Empress Fei Wen Li from the seal. No matter how many Demon Kings there were, she would definitely be able to beat them black and blue. However, right now, the cruel reality was that not only was Phoenix Fairy Beauty here, she was also seriously injured. Although Yue Yang was afraid of death, he would never abandon an injured woman and escape on his own. He wouldn't be able to do it, especially when this girl had risked her own life to save him and had even used her body to protect him from a deadly strike. If he abandoned a woman he liked, who had saved his life, and escaped on his own, forget about the others, even Yue Yang would look down on himself. Phoenix Fairy Beauty suddenly sighed, "Actually, I have an idea." She seemed to have an idea to send Yue Yang away, but needless to say, she would have to pay the price of sending Yue Yang away with her own life. Yue Yang didn't even want to hear it, he immediately shook his head and rejected it. "I'm a man, you have to listen to me in crucial times like this. If I say go, we go. If I say fight, we fight. Phoenix Fairy Beauty hugged Yue Yang as she happily kissed his cheeks. Ah, little Yue Yang, you are so manly. If you become more manly than this, I will really fall for you. The 3 Demon Kings and 2 Lich Kings didn't care about Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty's touching moment, they all had hearts of stone. Together with Demon Marshal Duran, the 6 extremely strong warriors surrounded Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty from 6 directions and condensed their powers at the same time. They were about to attack together and kill the 2 people in the middle in an instant. However, in the sky, a white light suddenly flashed. The Kylan who had ran away just now had actually returned. It tilted its head and looked at Yue Yang for quite a while, and suddenly, to Yue Yang's surprise, asked in human language, "Why aren't you running away?" The voice that Yue Yang heard didn't sound like a male, but a female's. He immediately felt much better and asked, "Why did you come back?" "I got lost. I wanted to ask for directions to return back to Tongtian Tower or the Heaven Realm." Phoenix Fairy Beauty, the Demon Kings and Lich Kings almost fell to the ground when they heard this. A naturally born airhead. Yue Yang thought that the greatest personality a girl could have is airheadness. "I said Heaven Realms, not airhead, stupid. You don't know how to go to Heaven Realms? You are really an idiot." The Kylan's girly voice made Yue Yang burst into laughter. For a talking beast, other than humanoid beasts, Yue Yang really have never seen a beast with a beast appearance that could talk. Furthermore, she sounded so cute. The most thing was that she was a naturally born airhead. "I don't know how to go to the Heaven Realms, but I know how to go to Tongtian Tower," Phoenix Fairy Beauty replied. Looking at her smiling appearance, Yue Yang knew that her foxy side was about to act up again. "No, Mommy said that girls are hypocritical, selfish, and they get jealous easily. They can't be trusted." Phoenix Fairy Beauty was speechless when she heard the Kylan's words. "You are definitely right." Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised it. "Those weakling demons should know where Tongtian Tower is. It's a pity that I haven't fully recovered yet. Otherwise, I would have already captured one of them and make him show me the way out from here." The Demon Kings felt like banging their heads on the wall when they heard the Kylan's words. They were weakling demons? Did you come from the Heaven Realm? Even the Demon Kings actually wanted to know the answer to Yue Yang's question. The Heaven Realm had only existed in legends. What was it like? Right now, nobody knew. If this mythical beast who lost her way really came from the Heaven Realm, she would definitely knew a lot about the Heaven Realm. At the very least, she could prove that Heaven Realm truly existed. The airhead Kylan answered Yue Yang's question negatively instead. "I'm definitely not from the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm is so boring, there's no fun places to visit there. The people there are also very fierce and unreasonable. I don't like the Heaven Realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I have to go through the Heaven Realm to get back home, I would definitely not go to that kind of place. It's a super boring place." Yue Yang then pointed at the great demon King Baruth, and asked the Kylan, "Look at this demon who sealed you. If he goes to Heaven Realm, how strong would he be on Heaven Realm standard?" The Kylan thought for a moment, then gave an answer that made everyone break out in sweat. "I don't know. I only stayed in the Heaven Realm for a few hundred years, so I'm not very familiar with the situation there. But if you compare his strength, I think he is more or less on the level of those foolish mercenary soldiers who does random errands here and there." Baruth almost cried. He was only at the level of mercenary soldiers in the Heaven Realm? Lich King Grun gave the great demon King Baruth a hand signal, indicating that they must recapture this mythical beast whose strength had not fully recovered yet and seal her again. They could slowly research her later. Maybe the key for them to go to the Heaven Realms lies on this mythical beast. Is there a realm higher than the Heaven Realm? If there is there any old Daoist priest that likes to fly around on a sword? Yue Yang asked again. "I can't talk anymore, Mommy said that my throat hasn't fully matured yet, so I can't talk too much. Otherwise, if I hurt my throat, I won't be able to sing anymore." The Kylan seemed like an obedient child, always listening to her mother's words. Yue Yang suspected that the Kylan was actually teasing him. Couldn't she just answer him with a yes or a no? "I'm tired, lend me your house to rest for a while." The Kylan then flew over quickly and knocked Yue Yang to the ground. Yue Yang hadn't had the time to shout out in pain when she looked at him as if she felt wronged and said, "Hey, just say it if you don't want to welcome me to your house. Do you know that rejecting a guest to enter one's house is extremely rude? Forget it, I don't care if you don't welcome me, I'll just go in myself." The Kylan didn't wait for Yue Yang's reaction. It immediately turned into a flash of rainbow light and entered Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang was completely speechless. It's fine if she didn't want to help him in battle, but she also wanted to borrow his body to rest. Who taught this girl her rude manners? The great demon King Baruth immediately made a condition with Yue Yang. "Brat, if you and Tianfa agree to stay here, we can forget about the matter just now and treat you guys as VIP guests. If you guys try to leave, we will invalidate all of our promises and immediately kill you guys on the spot." I will give you guys 1 minute to think, go and discuss it with Tianfa. If the 3 great demon kings and lich kings didn't consider the fact that the Kylan from the heaven realm was inside Yue Yang's body, they would definitely not let Yue Yang and the Phoenix Fairy Beauty off. But right now, this brat was a hot commodity. It wouldn't be bad if they put him on house arrest now and slowly questioned the Kylan about heaven realm later. Before Demon King Baruth even finished speaking, a rainbow-colored light suddenly flashed from Yue Yang's body. A young girl with antlers on her head suddenly appeared in front of Yue Yang as she pitifully pointed at him with her little finger. The little kid in your house is a real bully. She had actually kicked me out. Ah, I forgot to change my appearance. As she spoke, she returned to her Kylan appearance with a flash of rainbow light. The 3 great demon kings felt like this was a golden opportunity. They immediately charged forward to attack. They charged down from the sky, and cooperated together to capture this mythical beast that could easily change her appearance. The 2 Lich Kings targeted Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty, but they focused their attack more on Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Demon Marshal Duran, who was floating at a far distance, took out his dark demon pearl and continued to enlarge the black vortex in order to increase his comrade's strength. With the power of the 5 strongest warriors in Demon Abyss, coupled with the buff from the black vortex, it wouldn't be impossible to subdue the enemy. Suddenly, a clear-sounding bird call that sounded even more soothing than sounds of nature resounded, reverberating through everyone's soul. A pillar of nirvana flame suddenly blasted up to the sky. Yue Yang realized that the nirvana flame didn't come from his body. To his surprise, 2 mysterious, yet familiar beings that he had never seen before had floated out of his body and ignited a magnificent pillar of nirvana flame that blasted all the way to the skies above. They were phoenixes. 2 phoenixes glowing in golden light. They were not the kind of red, fiery bird they have in the west. They looked more like the immortal, colorful phoenixes from the east. Their body was decorated with a rainbow of colors. The Nirvana's flame coming out from their bodies were 10 times denser and more powerful than Yue Yang's Nirvana's flame. It glowed a little with golden light, making it look holy and beautiful. From the outside, these 2 phoenixes looked exactly the same no matter which angle one was looking from. The Nirvana flame pillars that they were emitting twined with each other. Only then did Yue Yang finally realize. Turns out that the soul-penetrating bird call that he heard before was these phoenixes' voices. However, he had never contracted them before, so how did he manage to possess these 2 phoenixes? Xia Wen Li was given to him from Empress Fei Wen Li. Hui Tai Lang was picked up from the side of the road. Bloody Queen made contract with him voluntarily. Each of his beasts had their own history, but these phoenixes' appearance was completely out of the blue. Where were they from? Could it be that these phoenixes were the guardian beasts from the divine grimoire? Just like his phantom shadow? However, long before he had contracted the divine grimoire, Yue Yang had already heard those bird calls that sounded like the sounds of nature. Furthermore, it had happened more than once. Could it be that these phoenixes were the same as Heavenly Sword Goddess? Yue Yang's thoughts flashed around. Could it be that these phoenixes lived inside the universal pouch, just like the Heavenly Sword Goddess? Or could it be that they were phoenixes' eggs inside the universal pouch before, but they had hatched for some reason and belonged to him now? If it was really like that, then would there be any other precious stuff inside the universal pouch? The 3 great demon kings and 2 lich kings retreated a little when they saw the 2 phoenixes rising to the sky. When they looked again and thought that these beasts that they never saw before didn't look very strong, that they looked more like beautiful, decorative pets, they immediately worked together to attack once again. This time, their target was to capture Yue Yang. This was because even though the phoenixes were just decorative pets, they were still able to bathe in nirvana flame. That was not an easy feat to do. They didn't want to change their plans anymore and decided to take Yue Yang down, then question him slowly later. If it were a minute ago, Yue Yang would definitely carry Phoenix Fairy Beauty and ran away immediately. However, the situation was different right now. When the phoenixes appear, Yue Yang immediately felt a surge of nirvana flame power in his body, as if they were about to erupt and explode. Before, the 3 great demon kings' speed of attack was too fast for Yue Yang to see even when he uses his level 5 divine vision. However, he was able to easily see the 3 great demon kings and 2 lich kings' movements and trajectory right now. Before they managed to get to him, Yue Yang's body reacted automatically, moving by instincts, as if there was some kind of secret strength that guided him in his heart. His body moved to intercept the demon kings and lich kings' attacks automatically. The nirvana flame that filled his body, the kind of fire that could burn away everything, powered up by the 2 phoenixes, erupted from his body like a volcano. Yue Yang first swung his punch towards the great demon king Baruth's claws. He stopped his opponent's punch with his punch. At first, Yue Yang thought it would be very difficult for him to do so, but turns out it was extremely easy to stop the demon king's punch. The great demon king Baruth was completely dumbstruck. This brat did not even have 1/100th of his strength, how could he stop his punch so easily? Go away. Yue Yang was obviously very happy. He ignited his left fist with nirvana flame and stopped demon king Ha Xian's punch with his other hand. At the same time, he even sent a kick towards the Lich King Grun who had tried to ambush Phoenix Fairy Beauty. He could actually endure the concurrent attacks from the three strongest warriors in Demon Abyss. This kind of result, forget about the Demon Kings and Lich Kings, even Yue Yang couldn't believe it himself. With the buff from the Phoenix's Nirvana Flame, he could actually have enough power to defeat three Demon King ranked warriors in the Demon Abyss? What kind of logic was that? If Yue Yang had not received the Phoenix's buff, he wouldn't be able to endure a single attack from the Demon Kings. At the very most, he could only support Phoenix Fairy Beauty in battle. Otherwise, he would probably only be able to use Binding Chains and Innate Invisible Sword Chi combo as an ambush. His Yin Yang ability, Spherical Beheader, Ice Arrow, First Slash, Earth Splitting Slash and other combat techniques were all effective against demon generals, demon commanders, and demon marshals. It could even be used against warriors of innate level 3 and below. However, it seemed like it was ineffective against demon kings, who were at least innate level 8 and above. It could even be a mistake for him to launch those attacks against them. Baruth, Xian, and Grun were definitely not inferior to Shen Tian or Thousand Goblins sect leader. Previously, when Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty had worked together, they had to use up all their moves before they managed to defeat Shen Tian and the Dark Sinister Shadow. Furthermore, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was the main attacker at that time. Afterwards, Yue Yang had fought Baruth alone, and although he had to protect the Kylan and wasn't able to avoid the attack, he understood that he wouldn't be able to defeat Baruth even if he were to fight him in the optimum condition. Furthermore, right now, the three Demon Kings and two Lich Kings were powered up from the Black Vortex buff, their abilities increasing multiple times. Yue Yang had defended himself against two Demon Kings and one Lich King's attack, making the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was prepared to attack with all she had and die, stare blankly in shock, completely dumbstruck. This brat was abnormal, that she knew. But she never knew that he was abnormal to this extent. Being able to stand against three Demon King ranked warriors all alone. She might be able to do it in her peak condition, but it wouldn't be so easy for her. If she fought against three Demon Kings, she would suffer serious injuries the moment she let down her guard. That was certain. She would definitely not be able to be like that brat, being able to stop the Demon King's attacks just by extending his arms and legs. This was really too unbelievable. Other than Zhizun, no other human warriors could so easily stand against three Demon Kings alone. The other great Demon King who didn't attack Yue Yang was called OU General when he was in the state of shock, he was forced to retreat by Phoenix Fairy Beauty's punches. As for the other Lich King that Yue Yang didn't recognize, he had a rather tragic fate compared to the others. He, who had the highest ranked existence amongst the undead race, had been sent flying with the Kylan's headbutt. Yue Yang could even hear the sound of his ribs and bones breaking as he flew. In the eyes of weak human warriors, he was an extremely strong existence, a Lich King. However, in the eyes of the airhead Kylan who got lost, he was only a skeleton that was slightly bigger than the rest. Baruth, Xian, Ou Zhen, and Grun were completely shocked. They weren't shocked by the fact that their comrade had been sent flying by the Kylan, but because Yue Yang had actually managed to stop three of their cooperative attacks alone. They all knew Yue Yang's abilities. Even with World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flame, this youngster would definitely not be able to fight against a Demon King ranked warrior. As he had not fully mature yet, with his potential, he might even surpass the Supreme Elder in the future. However, he was only at innate level 3 currently. If he weren't so abnormal, an innate level 3 warrior would immediately be killed in an instant if they ever meet a Demon King. However, he could actually stand against three Demon Kings right now. This was definitely not his own power. This was the power of those two mysterious beasts. Those two mysterious beasts, what on earth are they actually? Where did he get them from? If they could obtain a beast that could increase their strength to this extent, their dream of going to the Heaven Realm would not be a dream anymore. The three Demon Kings immediately retreated. Lich King Grun rushed to his comrade's side and asked, "Ma Fa, are you okay? I just broke a few ribs, my demon heart is all right." That Lich King called Ma Fa shook his head with a serious expression. "Grun, I remembered a legend I heard before. Eastern Immortal Tribe." Demon Marshal Duran was the first one to react. "Shiro, for those who are confused, there is Eastern Goblin Tribe, and Eastern Immortal Tribe. Eastern Goblin Tribe are the Flying Tiger Ambassador and the others who attacked Yue Yang during the tournament. Eastern Immortal Tribe are the two dragon girls who were with the Elder Nangong when Yue Yang was offered a position in the Innate Alliance. Eastern Goblin Tribe is the subrace of the Eastern Immortal Tribe, which is much more powerful." "Right." Demon King Xian's demonic eyes glared at Yue Yang furiously and nodded. Only the legendary Eastern Immortal Tribe would be able to exert so much effect for their power-up. "I know an osprey from the Eastern Immortal Tribe. He told me before that there is a special kind of holy power inside every Eastern Immortal Tribesman's body. It has the ability to increase one's strength and also contained purification abilities. It would be an extremely terrifying ability if each member of the tribe activated their ability and buffed each other's strength in stacks. It was said that the humans of the Soaring Dragon Continent actually came from the same place as the Eastern Immortal Tribe. During the ancient times, the Eastern Immortal Tribe had exiled some of their members to the Soaring Dragon Continent. They were different from humans of the mysterious Orchid Continent, Heaven Wind Continent, Koro Continent and other continents in the Outer Realm. I dare say that this brat had inherited the blood of ancient humans, awoken his ancient blood and obtained the powers of the ancient humans. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach innate at 20 years old, let alone being able to stand against us. Is that really true? Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked at Yue Yang as if she wanted to peel off his skin layer by layer to find out what's inside. Maybe, possibly, probably that's true. Yue Yang replied. Of course he wouldn't be able to say that he was from another world. He also couldn't deny completely that he had not awoken any kind of ancient blood before. Forget about others, even he himself wouldn't believe himself if he said those words. Right now, he should just let the misunderstanding about ancient blood, ancient awakening and whatever shit continue. Maybe these demon abyss bosses would hesitate in attacking him that way. Yue Yang didn't know how long the Nirvana flame buff could last on his body, but if it disappear, Phoenix Fairy Beauty and he would have to escape no matter what. Indeed, with his words, the three great demon kings, 2 Lich Kings and Demon Marshal Duran immediately turned pale. Guessing and getting the positive reply was two different things. Indeed, this brat had awakened his ancient blood and obtained the hidden potential of an ancient human. Baruth knew that right now, the best course of action was to risk it all and eliminate this brat with all they had. However, the biggest problem was not how to defeat him who had gained super strength from the buff, nor how to defeat Tianfa who was protecting him, nor how to trick that airhead Kylan to join their side. Instead, it was how to deal with those two beautiful phoenixes, who didn't look like they had any combat power but whose gaze was actually so deadly that they felt they were going to be killed instantly anytime. Baruth didn't know why these two beautiful creatures were not attacking them, but he had discovered with his extremely sharp senses of a demon king that as long as he harbored killing intention in his heart and thought of attacking, he would feel extremely terrified, as if he was in a life-threatening danger. He felt as if he was going to be killed by his opponents in the next instant. If he didn't have any killing intention at all, then those two beautiful creatures looked like they were completely harmless. Baruth felt like he wouldn't be able to image the hidden powers that these two beautiful creatures were hiding. They were creatures completely outside of this world. They probably belonged to the world that was even higher than the heaven realm. That's why they were such a magical existence. The Kylan returned back to her horned young girl look. She looked like she was 14 or 15 and had an extremely cute appearance. There was a golden horn on her light green hair. Her horns weren't long nor sharp, it looked short and harmless. However, Lich King Ma Fa's ribs who were 100 times stronger than bone dragons had broken with just a ram from these horns. If he had not avoided quickly enough, Lich King Ma Fa's injuries wouldn't simply be a few broken ribs. She wore a light green colored gown. There were drawings of clouds on the gown making it look extremely beautiful. Her smooth shoulders were revealed, along with her slim and tender arms. Yue Yang felt like kissing those arms when he saw it. Her snow-white legs were covered in red shoes, which were decorated with pink little balls at the front. The shoes looked exactly like the ones that those little Chinese children in New Year pictures wore. The Kylan girl looked very cute, domestic, and harmless, very suitable to be kept as a small pet cat. At night, she could also be used as bed warmer. But she was extremely strong. If she got angry and threw a tantrum, Yue Yang thought that all of his bones would probably be completely broken. It's those two girls who kicked me out just now. As their dad, why didn't you teach them manners? The Kylan girl pulled at Yue Yang's sleeves in annoyance, complaining to him. She looked like she would cry if Yue Yang ignored her. Two girls? Mine. Yue Yang started to sweat profusely. When did he start having two phoenix girls? Could it be that the old Daoist Priest kidnapped other people's daughters and shifted the blame to him? If the phoenix's parents came to find him, he would probably be turned into ashes with a blow of their breath. He was definitely not these two girls' dad. Even if he was, he couldn't do anything about them. Furthermore, the one who was wrong was not those two phoenixes, but this lost Kylan who barged into other people's house as she liked. The two dazzling, colorful immortal phoenixes were twirling in the sky calmly at first, but it seemed like they had understood what the Kylan was complaining about. They immediately cried out in protest. Their voices that sounds like the sound of nature resounded out, resonating with everyone's soul. They looked as if they were about to swoop down and teach that complaining Kylan a lesson. Before those two phoenixes swooped down, that Kylan immediately escaped and disappeared, so quickly that even Yue Yang couldn't see it with his level 5 divine vision. Greetings, your honors demon kings and lich kings. We apologize for disturbing you today. If you have free time in the future, please invite us for afternoon tea. Yue Yang swooped Phoenix Fairy Beauty up in his arms in one move and immediately turned around to leave, rushing to catch up to that airhead, lost Kylan with all he had. He didn't know if he could use her as a bed warmer in the future, but he thought that he should pick this Kylan girl up first. In any case, she couldn't return to her home anyway. He could raise her like her mother for this period of time. Shall we chase after them? Lich King Grun noticed that the two phoenixes were still twirling in the sky, as if they were watching them attentively. It seemed like if any of them had the thought of chasing after Yue Yang and the others, they would feel some kind of terrifying fear and threat that they would be attacked. Forget it. Demon King Xian, who was usually the most courageous in battles, gulped his saliva as he shook his head and rejected the stupid idea. Fighting against beasts that were way out of their league was definitely not a good idea. Furthermore, the other party didn't have any intention of attacking. If they forced their hand, it would be equivalent to seeking their own death. Indeed, with Demon King Xian's words, those two phoenixes immediately turned into rainbow-colored light and disappeared quickly, with a speed that even put those three demon kings who ruled over the Tongtian Tower to shame. Compared to those two beautiful beasts, the three demon kings would only be able to eat dust at their backs even if they tried with all their efforts. Their speed were completely at a whole new level. It was as if the difference between their speed was like between a meteor and a snail. The thing that made them more speechless was that when they came back to their senses, the demon marshals that were accompanying Duan Mu Longcheng just now had arrived and had news to report. Their ally, Duan Mu Longcheng, had been killed. Who killed him? Baruth noticed that the demon marshal looked panicked. Weird, was it Tianfa? The ones that killed him were two extremely beautiful flying beasts that looked completely harmless. One of the demon marshals thought that Baruth wouldn't believe their story, hence he had even added some description of the beasts. Of course, although the story that he described later on was quite long, what happened was actually quite simple. Duan Mu Longcheng had seen some enemies and was about to attack them and help the few demon kings, but he was killed in an instant instead. Where's his corpse? Xian wanted to give their ally a proper burial. His body has been completely burnt away. Forget about his corpse, even his soul was completely destroyed by the nirvana flame. There's completely nothing left. The demon marshals replied. The three demon kings and two lich kings looked at each other in dismay. They knew how strong Duan Mu Longcheng was. He was at least innate level 6, but he was instantly killed. Fortunately they did not try to attack and those two beautiful beasts also did not initiate an attack on them. Otherwise, the consequences would be too horrible to bear. When Yue Yang and the Great Demon King fought, at the Yu clan's castle, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were fighting furiously too. Within the crowd, the one who had the easiest time was Xuetan Lang. Although that fake third young master was a level 6 elder, his levels were raised unnaturally by innates. It was not something that he had cultivated himself. Against Xuetan Lang, this genius who had trained hard since young, not only could he not win the upper hand against him, he was also restrained easily. He could not even use half of his power. If the fake third young master did not have two generals from the Zi Jin kingdom assisting him, he would have suffered a great loss under Xuetan Lang's hands. It was impossible for the fake third young master to win. No matter whether it was in terms of strength, techniques, or beasts, Xuetan Lang completely dominated him. Due to Yue Yang's appearance, as the supreme genius and the hope of the Xue clan, the pressure on Xuetan Lang was tremendous. After a long and hard year's worth of cultivation that was close to being self-torture, Xuetan Lang was able to make tremendous progress in his strength. Along with the tutoring given from his older sister, the fake third young master was not even Xuetan Lang's opponent at all. If not for wanting to capture this fake third young master alive, and clear the name of his future brother-in-law, Xuetan Lang would have achieved victory long ago. As for the two generals that Zi Jin kingdom had dispatched, their strengths were not even at the level of the fake third young master. They were exhausted by the high-speed blizzard that Xuetan Lang had made, and was unable to catch up. Fatty Hai and Ye Kong had the hardest fight. The two of them had attacked the fake Yu Chu in a pincer attack. They were suffering against the fake Yu Chu's technique Armageddon Slash. Although this Yu Chu was fake, the techniques he learned were real. If not for their beasts having incredible defense along with the newly contracted Thunder Mammoth, a golden devil ape that had become gold ranked from bronze ranked having great improvements in strength, they would have been beaten black and blue by the fake Yu Chu. The Li brothers were trying to help, but they were too busy to. This was because some of the demon generals that had come out of the teleportation portal were attacking them from all sides. Thankfully, one of the strongest demon generals were instantly defeated by Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress. Otherwise, the Li brothers would not be able to fight against the reinforcements who were pouring out unceasingly. Kill, kill. The Li brothers killed until their eyes were red. The loot that they seized just now, the gold-ranked weapon dual arrow blade, allowed them to fight like tigers with wings attached. The number of demons that the two had slain were approaching 100. However, there were even more demons coming out from the teleportation gate. They had not killed enough at all. Although some Yu clan's guards could not understand the situation, not knowing whether to help Yu Chu or Yue Yang, they knew that the invasion of the demons was a disaster. There were many people who took up their arms and fought against the demons. They had decent strength and could kill some low-ranking demons. The Yu clan castle's martial arts plaza was in a complete mess. There were many people who were fighting obliviously. Aside from the Yu clan's guards, there were also very few elite soldiers from the Xia Jin kingdom who took up their weapons to fight against the demons. The reason could be because once the demons came out, they had disregarded friend or foe and killed on sight. Therefore, the Xia Jin soldiers were also forced to battle to protect their lives. Lin Lei and Lin Miao's strength could at most bully the weakest green and yellow goblins. Any stronger and they would not even be able to cause one to budge. Lin Miao was especially scared. Once Lin Miao saw a strong demon appearing, he would flee far away, even rolling, crawling and screaming to draw the attention of the demons towards the elite soldiers of the Xia Jin kingdom. In fact, this plan on bringing trouble to others had really caused many deaths of Xia Jin elite soldiers. Princess Xian was fighting against the 100 Transformations Demon Elder. The 1000 Goblins Sex 100 Transformations Demon Elder's strength was extremely high. She was a level 8 Emperor and her strength was already near the level of a mini Innate. If it were Fatty Hai and Yekong, they would probably be beaten nearly to death within 10 blows. However, after Princess Xian's body was purified by Nirvana's flame, coupled with training her body with ancient runes and body fusion with Yue Yang, although she had not broken through to the innate realm, she dared to fight against innate rankers even though she was not an innate. Not only that, she had the ability to seriously injure the opponent. It could be seen that her offensive abilities was incredible. The 100 Transformations Demon Elder won in terms of speed, moving up and down to dodge blows. She would definitely not take Princess Xian's great sword head-on. At the same time, her claws were smeared with deadly poison, hence Princess Xian had dealt with her carefully. Luohua City Mistress, Yu and Yinan were fighting together against the newly promoted 100 Wings, 100 Eyes and 100 Claw Demon Elders. These three Demon Elders had a huge gap in strength compared to the 100 Transformations Demon Elder. They only had the strength of a Elder. If Luohua City Mistress Aurora Light hit the target, one of them would definitely be instantly killed. Although the three Demon Elders' names were great, their strength were only sufficient to take down Yu. They could not even gain an upper hand against Yinan, who possessed the gold-ranked Beast Spirit Mirror. Yinan's special ability, once used, would probably cause any Demon Elder to go insane. She was finding the best opportunity to do so, especially against 100 Eyes who used mainly cat-eyed beasts. They had slowly walked into the death trap that Yinan had set up, who was preparing to create a dream of death for them. It would cause the fears from the bottom of their heart to surface, causing them to slowly lose their sanity. Within the foes, the strongest was none other than Marquis of Xia Jin. Shui Wuxia personally fought against this formidable opponent. Aside from her, nobody else could fight against Marquis of Xia Jin. With regards to this opponent of hers, Shui Wuxia would rather fight against a level 1 innate than this fellow with all sorts of devious and underhanded tricks up his sleeves. Marquis of Xia Jin, the Demon Abyss Prince who hid his strength, was the future successor of the Demon King. A few months ago, after winning against Grandma Qi and suffered serious injuries from the battle, he had fought against Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia. In the end, he had almost killed Yue Yang and Shui Wuxia that day. It was from him that Yue Yang had learned the technique space teleportation. "I'm not interested in fighting against you." Marquis of Xia Jin teleported out of the Yu clan's castle. Then scram! Shui Wuxia used light wind teleportation in the same way, chasing after him closely. Marquis of Xia Jin dodged the attacks from the Bloody Queen. Before Hui Tai Lang could, Marquis of Xia Jin had picked up the head of the demon innate Qi Liao after he blew up. Hui Tai Lang was so angry that its fur stood on end. It was not easy for to scare the enemies away just now. Before the loot even had time to be digested in its stomach, it had been picked up by a demon. That was its nourishment, after all. The enraged Hui Tai Lang pounced towards Marquis of Xia Jin. In the sky, the Reaper Mantis and Bloody Queen rushed down at the same time. The barbaric Cow Shadow and Thorny Flower Demoness also came in from the sides. If it were another enemy, they would definitely be in their graveyards by now. However, this Marquis of Xia Jin had a plan to escape. He did not rush to teleport away. Instead, he summoned his grimoire and raised a barrier to block Hui Tai Lang's pouncing attack. Beasts were summoned one after another, drawing away the attention of Hui Tai Lang and the Reaper Mantis who were chasing to kill him. Shui Wuxia noticed that this fellow did not summon through his grimoire, but had rather took out summoning crystals. Her heart shook. She recalled the thought transmission that Yue Yang had sent her before the battle begun. This fellow Marquis of Xia Jin might not be here to assist the fake Yu Chu in battle. He might be here to cause trouble, or perhaps he was close to becoming an innate, but lacked something necessary. Perhaps he required an item or needed to learn some kind of special technique meant for innate rankers. Shui Wuxia felt that what Yue Yang said was very logical, especially after seeing Marquis of Xia Jin picking up Qi Liao's splattered head. This action confirmed her doubts even more. The head of the demon innate Qi Liao was definitely something necessary for Marquis of Xia Jin to become an innate. "I will take my leave now. I'm happy for the gift you sent me. When there's an opportunity later on, I will pay you back 100 times for it, I swear on my name as the future Demon King." Marquis of Xia Jin opened a golden teleportation scroll, then scratched out a few bloody scars on his chest and face. The Bloody Queen Red had sufficient intellect to make judgments about the movements of the enemy. However, she could not think of the underlying meaning of Marquis of Xia Jin's actions. The little golden teleportation portal opened, and 3 men came out from it. One of them was a ferocious-looking innate ranker. Shui Wuxia could identify at first glance that he was one of Xia Jin Kingdom's 5 enshrined elders. This innate, called Lu Wei, was the Xia Jin Kingdom Palace's chief official. Originally, he was born in the small country called Yuji. He was one of the officials under Yuji Kingdom. Later on, he betrayed his king and defected to the Xia Jin Kingdom. Afterwards, he led the army himself, and crushed the whole of Yuji Kingdom flat, taking all of the king's women for himself. He became one of the most infamous, most ungrateful rebel who sided with the enemy. Because one of the daughters of the king of Yuji was a secret disciple of the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion. The public did not know of her special identity. Later on, she was raped and murdered by Lu Wei, causing the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion to send 2 great elders to kill Lu Wei. Under the obstruction of the Xia Jin Kingdoms and Lion Pagoda's rankers, the 2 great elders were heavily injured. However, they still forcibly castrated Lu Wei before allowing him to escape with his life. Due to this, the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion announced that they would never take in a female disciple from the Xia Jin Kingdom. Behind Lu Wei, the second person had pale white skin. He held an androgynous appearance, and was Lu Wei's most beloved male pet, following him wherever he went. Shiro, androgynous partly male and partly female in appearance, of indeterminate sex, after being cultivated for a long time under Lu Wei's efforts, these 2 male pets of his had the strengths of Elder S. Their killing methods were extremely cruel and vicious. They would frequently slaughter everyone. The warriors in the world secretly called them the 2 chrysanthemum spear dogs. Of course they would not dare to call them that outside, and they were only called the 2 chrysanthemum spear generals. Shiro, sorry for the repeated interruptions. Chrysanthemum is also slang for anus and is often associated with gays in Chinese. Why? http://www.urbandictionary.com/define.php ? Chrysanthemum right parenthesis my lord, why is there blood dripping from a wound? Who was the one that was so audacious to hurt your $1 million body, uncle? Lu Wei looked to the sky, as if he was ignoring everything else around him. With regards to Marquis of Xia Jin, he had only greeted him slightly, as a salute to Marquis of Xia Jin. Then, he asked with a kind of voice that was as soft as a woman's but sounded absolutely repulsive. Although Shui Wuxia was a girl, she shivered as she heard his voice. Thankfully she had already digested the food that had went into her stomach. Otherwise, she would puke them all out hearing this kind of voice. There were veins popping out of Marquis of Xia Jin's temples as well, as if he could not stand this fellow. However, he still acted as if he was hurt, and coughed twice. This lord has been hurt and needs to recuperate urgently. It's hard to battle anymore, I'll leave it all to you, chief official. Lu Wei smiled and nodded. Relax, this chief official already has plans. I'll definitely complete the task beautifully, and not let my lord feel disappointed. With the sway of his body, Marquis of Xia Jin almost fell. Thankfully his legs supported him on time. He quickly opened a teleportation scroll and left as if he were escaping. How would you like to die? You should all know that the one thing this chief official hates the most are pretty girls. If they're prettier than this chief official, they all have to die. Little Ju, little Hua, what are you waiting for? These are all good dogs. When this chief official finished defeating them, you guys can contract all of them. As for those women, those that should be skinned will be skinned, those that should be broken will be broken. You two, do the job beautifully. If you dare to cheat on me, I won't be agreeable to it, you know. Lu Wei's words caused Hui Tai Lang to puke instantly, until its entire body cramped. Shiro, Ju Hua means chrysanthemum, this. Could it be that this fellow was the slut that the master told us about? The Bloody Queen Red was pointing at Lu Wei as if she had suddenly realized this, and asked her future mistress, Shui Wuxia. Slut? Are sluts tasty? The Thorny Flower Demoness did not speak. However, the expression that came out from her eyes had this meaning. It's not like this. A slut is the kind of thing that you would hit with all your might. No, it's not a food. Ah, who cares? Just go eat him later. The Bloody Queen did not like how the Thorny Flower Demoness ate people. However, she felt that if the Thorny Flower Demoness ate this fellow Lu Wei, then the disgust in her heart would subside a little. Therefore, this was the first time that she did not object to the Thorny Flower Demoness eating people. I agree. Shui Wuxia nodded. This was also the first time ever since she was born that she thought eating someone up was not a bad idea. Woof, woof woof. Hui Tai Lang refused. It felt that this kind of slut, once eaten, could cause the stomach to go haywire. It refused to eat Lu Wei. Boom 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 boom. It was still the barbaric cow Shadow Ameng's movements that were the most practical. She erupted in vigor, stamping on the ground as she rushed towards Lu Wei. She waved her fists and punched at him. Of course, nobody was slower than her. In the air, the Reaper Mantis and the Bloody Queen had arrived at the same moment. From the ground, innumerable thorns lashed out. That was the masterpiece that Yue Yang had devised for the Thorny Flower Demoness, the Great Thorny Flower Treant. It had once destroyed the 30-meter-tall Obsidian King without breaking a sweat. Again, it moved, comprising of thousands upon thousands of thorny vines. Hui Tai Lang was at the left flank while the Golden Beast was at the right. Their future mistress, Shui Wuxia, held thunder in one hand and ice in another. She clasped them together, filling the whole terrain with hail, going with Ameng to attack from the front and behind. Innate? How many innate rankers had everyone helped Yue Yang to kill? Were all innates absolutely powerful? Could an innate say disgusting words? Just because a person was an innate, can they be slutty? Hui Tai Lang had regrets in his heart. If only he could speak like the Bloody Queen, then he would definitely tell this slut, so that he would not be too arrogant. Just like his master said, don't act almighty, or you'll get struck by lightning. Please do not host these chapters elsewhere without permission. Kill her. At the Yu clan castle, 2 demon generals and 2 Ziyijin kingdom's generals rushed towards Yu Bing and surrounded her. This kind of strange situation where demons and humans joining forces together to attack a girl was a sight that would probably not be seen in 100 years. At first, neither of the demon generals nor the Ziyijin kingdom generals wanted to join forces. Instead, they tried to find their own opponents to fight. However, they soon discovered that the Demon Legion had suffered serious losses under a girl's plant category beast's attacks. If they allowed her to continue her slaughter, all of the demon monsters that came out from the teleportation gate would probably be completely annihilated. The 2 demon generals and 2 Ziyijin kingdom generals had no other choice but to join forces and attack her. However, even after that, Yue Bing still managed to control her treant defender and continued to massacre the Demon Legion. After her brother's considerate teachings, Yue Bing was no longer the young widow who could only be bullied by others. She was as unrelenting and courageous as ever, but her combat power and confidence had increased 100-folds. Tree thorns. Yue Bing stood inside her barrier and ordered her 2 treant defenders to slaughter the Demon Legion. Countless sharp tree thorns started springing up from the ground and surrounded the whole group of demon monsters, injuring everyone. Some of the smaller demon monsters were impaled by the tree thorns and died immediately on the spot. Some monsters with bigger bodies were only injured on their legs. Those with quick reactions had flown to the sky before their legs were impaled. However, no matter how small their injuries were, as long as the tree thorns cut their skin, they would immediately die on the spot. This was because the tree thorns were imbued with the anti-aeris poison. This was an ability that Yue Bing had acquired at the Scorpio Temple, the reward from Scorpio Temple when her intense poison inherent skill had leveled up. Low-leveled monsters wouldn't be able to resist the anti-aeris poison even if they had some poison resistance abilities. As for the Ziyijin Kingdom soldiers, needless to say, they were instantly killed. Arrows and fireballs rained down and smashed onto the 200-year treant defenders' bodies in succession. Everyone knew that plant-type beasts were weak to ice, fire and thunder-type attacks. Amongst them, fire-type attacks were the easiest to launch, especially when the Demon Legion were more proficient in fire-type attacks, even more than dark-type or poison-type attacks. When the flames ignited on the 100-year treants' bodies, Yue Bing remained calm and summoned the Green Light Tree Demoness. Green Light Tree Demoness possessed 3 kinds of special skills: Regenerate, Green Rush and Spirit Root. When she released her green light ball that increased the strength of the treant defenders, those flames on their bodies disappeared and leaves started to spring out from their bodies. She had greatly increased the attack power of the treant defenders, making them bigger and their leaves lusher. A demon general suddenly charged forward, regardless of the situation, intending to pin his enemy down and give his comrades more time to charge a huge fireball. Yue Bing quickly flew out from within her barrier. The current Yue Bing was not only a summoning master, she was also proficient in combat skills. Before the demon general managed to attack, he had already been knocked down to the ground by Yue Bing's whirlwind kick in the air. Coiling roots. Yue Bing pointed at the demon general and immediately, countless tree roots and vines sprung out from the ground as the 2 treant defenders bound the demon general with their roots. The demon general struggled to free himself relentlessly, but suddenly, countless tree thorns sprung up from the vines, impaling the demon general to death immediately. After the Green Light Tree Demoness released Spirit Root and powered up the 2 treants, their giant roots penetrated deep into the demon general's body and absorbed his life force forcibly to replenish the energy that they consumed. The whole battle had not lasted even half a minute, but the demon general, who was ferocious as a tiger and healthy as a horse before, had now turned into a dried-up corpse that had their energy absorbed dry. The rest of the demon generals didn't even dare to save him, afraid that they would end up with the same tragic fate. Countless demons threw their fireballs, creating a sea of fire. However, as far as Yue Bing, the seasoned fighter of hundreds of battles, this heavy rain of fire was only equivalent to a drizzle. She jumped high from the treant's shoulders and flew through the rain of fire, landing right on top of the head of the demon who kept throwing those fireballs. She stomped the demon monster dead, then smashed it flat with the giant arms of her treants. The whole earth was shaking violently, even the houses at a far distance was swaying uncontrollably. The demon monster that was smashed had become a meat paste. The other demon monsters weren't able to escape too, they were completely trashed left, right, up, down by the two treant defenders. A demon monster who had an especially tall and big physique was even raised by those treants and smashed onto the nearby castle walls. Boom! It crashed onto a house below and was buried alive in the blocks of bricks. When Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the others were still fighting desperately, Yue Bing had already charged into the teleportation gate. She was an unstoppable force, advancing forward like a hot knife through butter. The ferocious, evil demon monsters were completely defeated under her hands. Boom, boom, boom. Yue Bing and her treants started attacking the teleportation gate. The moment the surrounding demon monsters started attack them, they were immediately killed on the spot with Yue Bing's deadly anti-aeris poison. Waves and waves of demon monsters charged forward, replacing those that was killed. Very quickly, they became a wall of corpses around Yue Bing. Seeing the situation, the fake Yu Chu immediately abandoned Fatty Hai and Ye Kong, the two tenacious opponents. He released one of the moves in his technique, the first slash, earth-splitting slash right towards Yue Bing. Yue Bing's figure flashed and she beautifully dodged it completely. At the same time, a large amount of tree vines and roots quickly sprung from underneath the fake Yu Chu's feet, twining around his legs in a flash. The fake Yu Chu spun his blade and cut the tree roots away. However, just a moment after he regained the freedom of his body, Yue Bing had already kicked at Yu Chu's chest, with a speed so quick that completely shocked the fake Yu Chu. Fatty Hai was yelling "Be careful!" from afar as the fake Yu Chu stood back up and charged forward again, a black light beam suddenly shooting out of his forefinger straight at Yue Bing's forehead. In that crucial moment, Yue Bing dodged the deadly attack at the last second by bending backwards. Taking advantage of the situation, the fake Yu Chu charged forward with an unbelievable speed. Yue Bing somersaulted back continuously to avoid his sword, making the fake Yu Chu pierce into empty air. He furiously threw her a kick, treacherously attacking Yue Bing's back. Yue Bing's body was hit and she flew over 10 meters away. She crashed into some demon monsters and was almost smashed by a demon general's hammer. However, Princess Xian had arrived in a flash and swung her great sword at the demon general, saving Yue Bing right in time. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai was completely furious and went berserk, their eyes were red like a hungry wolf's. They didn't care about their safety and charged forward. Even when sword blades pierced into their body, they didn't care at all. Fatty Hai and Ye Kong used the special skill they used to fight against Kai Yang of the 7 Great Bears just now. This was a skill that Yue Yang had patiently created for them, it was the most effective skill to use against an opponent that was hard to be defeated or who had high agility. The fake Yu Chu's blade had sunk deep into Fatty Hai's shoulders, until his bones, and Ye Kong's chest was also pierced through from front to the back. However, the two people completely disregarded the consequences and charged forward, unafraid of death. Their hands wrapped onto the fake Yu Chu's arms as they pushed the fake Yu Chu down to the ground. The fake Yu Chu released his chi and injured the two internally. Blood dripped out from their mouths. But Fatty Hai and Ye Kong continued their tight grip, not loosening them at all. The Li brothers arrived and managed to pierce their dual arrow blades onto both of Yu Chu's leg in the chaos. Boom! A large amount of chi exploded as Yu Chu screamed out in pain, blasting Fatty Hai and Ye Kong away. However, before he had the time to jump away, the Li brothers abandoned the weapons in their hands and charged forward like a hungry wolf too, gripping his legs like an unbudgeable chain. The fake Yu Chu rained down his fists on them, beating the Li brothers' body to the point that their ant soldiers' armors broke to pieces and their ribs shattered. However, the Li brothers still gritted their teeth and held on, gripping at Yu Chu's feet like giant claws. They wouldn't let go even after Yu Chu's ferocious rain of attacks. Die, you piece of imposter trash! Fatty Hai roared violently with a body full of wounds as he gripped Yu Chu's back in his deathly grip. He twisted his two legs on Yu Chu's hips and locked Yu Chu's throat with his arms. You are seeking death. The fake Yu Chu elbowed Fatty Hai in his ribs, almost breaking every rib he had. Fatty Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. You are the one who will die. Ye Kong didn't have time to find his pike weapon, he simply took a stone and smashed it hard on Yu Chu's head. When the fake Yu Chu was disoriented for a few moments, he gripped at Yu Chu's right arms tightly. The fake Yu Chu ferociously pummeled at Ye Kong's ribs with his left hand, causing his blood to splatter everywhere. However, Ye Kong gritted his teeth and continued to twist at Yu Chu's right arms, pulling at it with the power of his whole body. Prince of Tianluo, who was initially refined and dignified, had become a little crazed right now. He had never fought with Ye Kong and the others before, but seeing that Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers, 4 people, were still unable to hold the fake Yu Chu down, he yelled out in fury and quickly flew over to help them. He clamped down the fake Yu Chu's only free limb, his right arms, and together with Ye Kong, Li brothers and Fatty Hai, he twisted the fake Yu Chu's body and smashed his head to the ground. Fatty Hai's nose was broken, fresh blood continued to flow out. As the 5 people finally succeeded in suppressing the fake Yu, his body suddenly changed in appearance, and he turned into a demon monster that was covered in burning flames. His height was more than 5 meters, and his strength was powerful beyond compare. Fatty Hai and the others weren't able to stop him even with the strength of 5 people. In the sky, a meteor-like shadow appeared. Yu Bing raised the giant pike that Ye Kong had thrown away just now and smashed it hard on Yu Chu's head. Boom! She was blasted away by the fake Yu Chu's chi. Let me do it. Princess Xian abandoned the 100 transformations demon elder she was fighting and released the power of the white tiger within her. Her sword chi exploded as her great sword slashed down with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The fake Yu Chu who had turned into a demon monster suddenly spluttered a ray of light beam from its mouth and broke Xian's great sword into 2. Princess Xian was beyond furious. She used the half of her great sword to smash at Yu Chu's head repeatedly. The 100 transformations demon elder's claws charged forward, prepared to rescue Yu Chu. Behind her, a blast of wind as cold as the Arctic wind blew. There was a giant snowman who was about to ambush her. However, faster than the giant snowman, Xue Tanlang who had frozen the fake third young master into ice had attacked her instead. The 100 transformations demon elder avoided Xue Tanlang's attack and counterattacked, slashing at Xue Tanlang's chest with her claws. She almost clawed out his heart. Newbie, this level of coldness means nothing. I'm not someone a newbie like you can handle, you are still young and immature, you should learn this point. The 100 transformations demon elder then moved as fast as lightning. Xue Tanlang was completely not her match, especially after he had used up his strength to defeat the fake third young master. He was immediately beaten black and blue by her, he almost had no chance of retaliating. When the 100 transformations demon elder turned around, she found that her ally, the fake Yu Chu, was in a dangerous situation. Princess Xian and Yu Bing was smashing his head with their weapons. Although a demon's head was more durable than a human's, if his head was smashed repeatedly like that, it would definitely shatter. Unless I die, forget about going there to help. Xue Tanlang gritted his teeth and attacked. He knew that he was not the 100 transformations demon elder's opponent right now, but as long as he had the ability to delay her for a minute, that fake Yu Chu would definitely die. Go away, just scram. The 100 transformations demon elder punched him repeatedly at Xue Tanlang's chest. She couldn't kill him in such a short time, so she decided to send him flying away with punches and rescue her ally first. Suddenly a sound that sounded like ice breaking resounded from her back. A deadly, biting cold wind that penetrated straight to her bones blowed at her as a voice resounded, "If he's not your match, do you think I can be your match?" The 100 transformations demon elder turned around and found Shui Wuxia, whose mouth was dripping with blood standing right behind her, glaring at her coldly. She was so shocked that she shivered as she shouted in alarm, "Where's Marquis of Zi'ai? Did you kill him?" Shui Wuxia shook her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I only killed that slut called Luo Wei. If you don't mind, I can send you off to accompany him in his journey in afterlife. If you like eunuchs, I think he would be quite compatible for you." As Shui Wuxia spoke, the bloody queen red descended to the ground from the sky and let out a loud, mournful banshee scream. The 100 transformations demon elder felt like her eardrums were about to burst. Her head blanked as a shot of unbearable pain coursed through her head. The Reaper Mantis giant scythe slashed down like lightning, clamping down on the 100 transformations demon elder's body. As for the golden beast flying in the sky, it turned into a sharp sword and landed on Shui Wuxia's hands. Swinging the beautiful sword magnificently, she quickly slashed across the 100 transformations demon elder's neck. At the same time, barbarian cow Shadow Aman jumped from the high sky and kicked hard at the fake Yu Chu's chest, immediately knocking his demon's body away. Then, her strong fists smashed onto the fake Yu Chu's head like a meteor. At this time, the fake Yu Chu's defense had been completely broken, causing him to vomit a huge amount of blood. He roared loudly and struggled, sending Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Li brothers and Prince of Tianluo flying away. Just as he was about to get up, the Herculean rhinoceros beetle and lightning mammoth came onto him and crashed onto him with all their strength, breaking all of Yu Chu's bones. The fake Yu Chu collapsed down to the ground in pain. Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Prince of Tianluo and Li brothers was afraid that this fellow would still not die, hence they had also charged forward and clamped his body down. The fake Yu Chu who had turned into demon monster didn't stop struggling with all he had, but he had reached his breaking point. After Yu Bing's, Princess of Xian's and Barbarian Cow Shadow's consecutive attacks, his strength, mental and body had all crumbled down. Hui Tai Lang charged forward and clawed out his demon heart with its sharp claws. In the end, Princess Xian with her white tiger power and mighty sword Qi, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li brothers and Prince of Tianluo all managed to break a part of Yu Chu's body, successfully dismantling him to a few pieces. The fake third young master who had just broken his frozen state was frightened to death and tried to escape. He only cared about watching his back in case Shui Wuxia and the others will notice him. He tried running away with light steps, but he didn't realize that standing on top of a palace wall, the Thorny Flower Demoness was watching his surreptitious actions. Countless thorny flowers sprung up from the ground under her orders. Before the fake third young master could even scream, he was already swallowed inside a thorny flower. He struggled with all he had inside, but it was all futile. He only had one bad outcome, and that was to become a flower's fertilizer. Shui Wuxia didn't participate in killing the fake Yu Qiu. Instead, she raised the golden beast who had turned into a sword and break the demon abyss teleportation gate. Seeing the current situation, the two generals from Xia Jin Kingdom committed suicide in hopelessness. The demon generals still wanted to lead their army in attack, but Luo Hua City Mistress released the aurora in her hands and instantly killed a huge number of demon monsters. Even the demon generals were reduced to ashes. The newly promoted 100 Eyes Demon Elder from the Thousand Goblins sect had been turned into a lunatic by Yunan's spirit mirror. He attacked his comrade 100 Claws crazily, then exploded himself, killing his comrade and himself in the process. The only one who couldn't kill her opponent was Yu Yu. Her opponent was 100 Wings, but with Yu Yu's current abilities, the battle would only end up as a tie at the most. She was even at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Luo Hua City Mistress had been keeping an eye on her, hence she didn't suffer from any serious injuries. Yu Yu was also someone who specialized in healing skills. Her current fighting abilities were only acquired after training with Yue Yang for the past few days. Furthermore, her tsunami was also better suited to fighting in water. Her opponent was the 100 Wings Demon Elder who kept flying in the sky, of course she would be at a disadvantage. However, 100 Wings didn't stand a chance to the Bloody Queen. Before he escaped 2 kilometers away, the Bloody Queen had managed to catch up to him. With a whip of the Bloody Queen's flame whip, the 100 Wings Demon Elder's wings shattered to pieces and he fell to the ground. Bloody Queen swooped down, and as she let out a deafening banshee scream to knock 100 Wings unconscious, she stabbed her gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and silver-ranked eye destroyer dagger deep into 100 Eye's heart and forehead, killing him instantly. When Yue Yang returned from the Demon Palace back to the Yu Clan Castle, the great battle had all come to an end. As he surveyed the surroundings, he found that everywhere looked disastrous. The Yu Clan Castle was engulfed in smoke and almost all the buildings in the surrounding had crumbled flat to the ground, still burning in flames. Corpses scattered all over the ground and blood flowed everywhere. Yue Yang was even worried that they had been defeated during the fight at the beginning, but he suddenly heard a burst of joyful cheer from the Yu Clan Castle. He even heard Hui Tai Lang's unique howl. Yue Yang felt at ease immediately. This battle was finally finished. It was an extremely arduous battle, but the cheers could prove one thing. In the end, they had gained victory of the great battle. Xia Wen Li floated out from his body and obediently hugged Yue Yang's leg. Her small body tried to support him soundlessly, that no matter what, during battles or normal lives, she would always accompany him by his side. She would forever be by his side. The battle finally ended. Fatty Hai, Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo's summoning grimoires shone with the level-up glow one by one. The color of the glow in their grimoires were all different. Fatty Hai's summoning grimoire glowed with a green light, Shui Tanlang's with blue light, and Prince of Tian Luo's with white light. Amongst them, the weakest and lowest leveled one but also the fiercest and bravest in the fight, Fatty Hai, received the greatest reward. His iron-skinned rhinoceros ranked up from bronze ranked level 4 to silver ranked level 4, and it evolved from iron-skinned rhinoceros to silver-horned rhinoceros. If it leveled up and ranked up one more time, it would be able to evolve into one of the rarest beasts in the world, equal to the lightning mammoth in strength, the diamond rhinoceros. This evolution was very meaningful to Fatty Hai. His rhinoceros could finally stand on stage. Iron rhinoceros would usually stay as iron rhinoceros its whole life, but as long as it could evolve into silver-horned rhinoceros, it would have 99% chance of becoming a diamond rhinoceros. Hence, Fatty Hai really couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear with this evolution. Although he was seriously injured and was in so much pain that he almost couldn't stand, this battle was completely worth it. Ye Kong and the Li brothers were completely jealous of him. They didn't possess summoning grimoires, hence they wouldn't be able to gain experience and level up during battle. They also didn't have the ability to receive the rewards for the level up from the ancient laws. For example, Fatty Hai's iron rhinoceros had not only evolved into a silver-horned rhinoceros, it also gained a new ability, steel bones. Ye Kong was so jealous that he almost drooled. The difference between owning a grimoire or not lies in here. Shui Tanlang didn't reveal the reward for his level up, he continued to maintain his cool guy appearance. However, the joy that couldn't be concealed in his eyes was obvious for everyone to see. Seems like he got quite a nice reward. Prince of Tian Luo's element-type beast, Skyfire Meteor had leveled up too. However, it was a gold-ranked beast in the first place, hence it didn't evolve. Amongst the people, the one that leveled up the most was neither Shui Tanlang, nor Fatty Hai. It was Yu Bing. Her 100 Years Treant Defender had evolved into 1000 Years Treant General after leveling up. It had leveled up to silver ranked level 5 from bronze ranked level 5. 1000 Years Treant General was much bigger than 100 Years Treant Defender, and it also looked more human. It also possessed Ancient Tree's heart. Ancient Tree's heart was extremely important for treants, because as long as their Ancient Tree's heart was intact, a treant would never die. The 1000 Years Treant General had not only gained higher combat power, it had also gained stronger life force. Treant's evolution path was Treant Warrior, 100 Years Treant Defender, 1000 Years Treant General and 10,000 Years Ancient Tree King. Yue Bing's Treant was only one step behind from possessing the 10,000 Years Ancient Tree King, that no one else in this world had. With the tree's heart, it marked the start of the treant's ability to evolve more human-like, and become a holy beast. Xian, Luo Hua, Yu, and the others had all leveled up to different extents. Amongst them, Shui Wuxia, who killed innate rankers Kai Yang, Luo Wei, and also killed 100 transformations Demon Elder, acquired the greatest rewards. All the girls decided not to disclose how much they have leveled. All the demon monsters from the demon abyss had been completely annihilated. The elite soldiers from Xia Jin Kingdom had mostly died in the battle. The few who survived chose to surrender, while others who were afraid of punishment chose to commit suicide. The Yu clan members who sided with the fake Yu Chu chose to surrender, and most of the clan members and generals who opposed the fake Yu Chu and was imprisoned were all released. They immediately started to clean up the mess, healing people and putting out fire, saving their land. Yu clan guards like Lin Miao and Lin Lei who chose to follow Yue Yang in a heartbeat were seen as heroes now. Even the branch family's brothers had called them Big Brother Lin when they saw them. Their close relatives, for example their cousins, raised them up to the air excitedly. They felt that the Lin family's status in the Yu clan would be raised in the future. When Yue Yang, the innate ranker, took back the control as the Yu clan's leader, the Lin family would definitely grow more prosperous. Some of the clan guards who didn't manage to surrender in time lowered their heads in guilt. The clan guards who participated in killing the demon monsters were still better off, at least they had proven their loyalty at the last minute. Those who resisted until the end, even though nobody started to arrest them, they still stood at the side quietly, awaiting their time to be captured and punished. Everyone was members of the Yu clan, who was right and who was wrong, who was loyal and who had betrayed, it was obvious for everyone to see. Someone wanted to take advantage of the chaos and switch sides? That was completely impossible. When the two elders were released from the prison and saw how badly the Yu clan castle was damaged, the number of Yu clan members lying dead on the ground, they couldn't help but to shed their tears. This battle was definitely the greatest calamity that the Yu clan ever faced. Fortunately, under a situation where it was impossible to win, Yu clan had managed to overcome it. Because there was the Yu clan junior, third young master Yue Yang, who had miraculously turned the tides around. With his own strength, he had killed a number of innates and repelled the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian, and the shadow that they suspected was the Thousand Goblins sect leader. He had even pursued the Green Summit sect leader Duan Mu Longcheng and killed him in the demon abyss. If he had not come to the Yu clan castle, the Yu clan that had never fallen in the past thousands of years would probably be trampled to the ground. Right now, we only need to wait for brother to come back. Yu Bing knew that they would have to settle the matters with their clan, but she hated to manage the matters of their clan. Furthermore, she didn't know how to. On the other hand, Yu had gone to the castle's main courtyard and comforted the elderlies, women, and child who were frightened out of their wits. There were a few demon monsters who had invaded into the courtyard, but they were killed by second uncle Yue Ling and ninth master Yu Feng. Hence the Yu clan's elderlies, women, and child were all safe. It's all right, your brother will definitely return safely. Shui Wuxia wiped away the blood-staining Yue Yang's face softly, comforting her with a gentle voice. Woof. Hui Tai Lang gave the best reaction, it was the first to run out the door amongst the Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness and the others. Their master had returned. It could sense Yue Yang's unique, one and only kind of qi. The Bloody Queen and Thorny Flower Demoness could also sense his qi, but they were slower by a moment. Following behind Hui Tai Lang, they all flew over ecstatically. Forget about them, even Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, and the others who were seriously injured and was in the midst of being treated struggled to get up and ran out, wanting to welcome Yue Yang's return personally. The blood-soaked ascetic practice saint and the scholar accompanied Yue Yang as they stepped into the main door. They looked like they had just drowned in blood. Wounds lacerated all over their skin, but their expressions remained calm and unperturbed, as if the wounds on their skin was others not theirs. There were even a glimpse of pride on their faces. This was because after paying such costs, they were finally able to kill the two heavenly imperial guardians of Xia Jin, who were at the same rank as them. They were all heavenly imperial guardians, but De Xia's heavenly imperial guardians were stronger. The scars on their bodies now served as proof for having defeated the Xia Jin heavenly imperial guardians. Of course, they were a little embarrassed standing next to Yue Yang who was completely uninjured, but they had already known from the beginning that this brat was an abnormal existence, so they didn't feel very bad. In reality, it was not that Yue Yang was not injured. He had actually suffered serious injuries, but they had all been healed by the Nirvana flame, so they couldn't be seen anymore. The ascetic practice saint and the scholar knew that Yue Yang had fought with Duan Mu Longcheng, Shun Tian, and the others, but they didn't know that he had also fight against the great demon kings Baruth, Ha Xian, Ou Zhen, and two Lich kings Grun and Ma Fa. Otherwise, they would probably be so shocked that they have a heart attack. Actually, above everything else, Yue Yang had also managed to rescue the sealed, airhead Kylan girl who had a bad sense of direction. He had even seen the twin Phoenix sisters who were hidden inside another world in the Divine Grimoire. When the Kylan girl barged into the world inside the Divine Grimoire, she had been kicked out by the twin Phoenix sisters. Afterwards, the twin Phoenix sisters had accepted her and allowed her to enter the world inside the Divine Grimoire. Yue Yang had also realized his dream kidnapping the Kylan girl with a bad sense of direction. Initially, he had even wanted to negotiate it with the two Phoenix sisters. However, the two Phoenix sisters were still young, even younger than Xia Wen Li. They couldn't even speak, but when Yue Yang tried to align his thoughts with them, he felt some kind of dizziness as if his head was heavy and his feet was light. Nirvana flame engulfed his whole body, and he felt as if he was about to explode. With his current abilities, he wouldn't be able to communicate with the two Phoenix sisters. Of course, this was also because the two Phoenix sisters were still unable to control their own abilities. Yue Yang only tried to sense a little, but he had managed to understand a lot. With the help of the Kylan girl who had a bad sense of direction in translation, he had managed to understand quite a lot of things. For example, he knew that the Phoenixes and Kylan were all kind-hearted immortal beasts. They have a kind disposition, and they were also very intelligent. They possessed the purest natural hearts, so they would not initiate an attack on their enemies at normal times, unless those enemies posed as a danger towards them. Hence, if not for some people who harbored evil intentions towards Yue Yang, in normal situations, they would not have come out to fight. As for their origin, the Kylan girl was also unable to tell where the two Phoenix sisters had came from. However, she determined that Yue Yang was their dad. She even felt that Xia Wen Li was also his daughter. She didn't care about the difference in their races at all. This made Yue Yang felt really speechless. Furthermore, the Kylan girl liked Xia Wen Li a lot. She felt that the little Lamia Loli had a better temperament compared to the two Phoenix sisters. Xia Wen Li didn't have any objection with regards to her entering the world inside the Divine Grimoire. Furthermore, she wouldn't be like the two Phoenix sisters who had kicked her out. The Kylan girl didn't know that Xia Wen Li's true feelings was that as long as she didn't try to fight for her dad's attention, she was fine with anything else. Yue Yang was 80% sure that the Phoenix's eggs were inside the universal pouch that the old Daoist Priest had left him. However, he didn't know how they hatched afterwards. Maybe the Heavenly Sword Goddess had given it to him. He shouldn't care about this too much right now, because in the end, the Heavenly Sword Goddess would be his first wife no matter what. With her managing his household, Yue Yang would feel at ease. He felt that if that was the case, he could simply enjoy his blissful sexual life and leave all the matters to the Heavenly Sword Goddess to manage. If he had problems internally, he would ask his first wife Heavenly Sword Goddess to solve it. If he had external problems, he would ask his second wife Shui Wuxia to solve it. Phoenix Fairy Beauty promised to meet Yue Yang at another time, then waved her hands and left. If she didn't leave, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar would feel extremely nervous. Their hands were sweaty, their heartbeat increased, their temperature rises. This was not because she had enticed them, but it was because she was the infamous Tianfa, the demoness from Demon Palace who killed without blinking their eyes. She was De Xia and Tianluo Kingdom's 1,000 years arch-enemy. The good relationship between Yue Yang and Tianfa didn't mean that the ascetic practice saint and the scholar would let their guards down towards her, let alone see her as a friend. Hence, after the ascetic practice saint and the scholar finished their battle, Tianfa had given Yue Yang a small smile and immediately left. Yue Yang's return had hastened the Xiaijin Heavenly Imperial Guardian's death. Although Yue Yang didn't join the fight, the Xiaijin Heavenly Imperial Guardians immediately thrown into disorder when they saw his return. They immediately lost their will to fight. The ascetic practice saint had used this chance to unleash his ultimate move and finished his opponent. Then, he went over and helped the scholar and worked together to defeat the other Xiaijin Heavenly Imperial Guardian. In the end, they gloriously returned to the Yu clan castle and announced their grand victories. The old fox had also secretly teleported over. There wasn't a single scar on his body, but his contributions to this battle was only second to Yue Yang. This was because he had made use of his teleportation ability and changed the destinations of all the Demon Abyss teleportation portal to Xia and Tianluo to his own experimental battlefield of death. Without any innate rancors to disturb his plans, he had secretly maintained the safety of the two capitals all on his own. The old fox's spirit chi was completely depleted, and he was tired to death. His complexion was pale white as he teleported to the Yu clan castle. Raising his walking stick, he walked over to Yue Yang and was prepared to knock it on Yue Yang's head. This was because this rotten idea was Yue Yang's idea. Although it was very effective, if not for his abundant experience and the fact that he had break through a new level in his teleportation ability, the old fox felt that he would most probably die due to the depletion of his spirit chi. Thinking about it, he still feels some lingering fear until now. However, before he managed to knock his walking stick onto Yue Yang's head, Yue Bing had ran towards her brother with tears all over her face, rushing into his embrace. Of course, she was crying because she was happy. Seeing his brother return, Yue Bing felt that a huge burden in her heart had been lifted. Her brother was her sky. Without her brother, she wouldn't be able to imagine what would happen to her mother, sister, and herself. The Bloody Queen, Thorny Flower Demoness and Barbarian Cow Shadow all rushed to welcome their master, hugging him tightly. Hui Tai Lang happily snuggled against Yue Yang's legs. This special position was it alone, nobody would snatch it from it. Unable to hug Yue Yang and not daring to do anything to the two innate rancors, the ascetic practice saint and the scholar, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai was forced to hug the old fox instead. They raised him up and threw him into the air as they cheered. However, due to their exhaustion and injuries, their arms were too weak to catch the old fox who was thrown into the air when he fell back to the ground. Pow! The old fox pitifully crashed to the ground hard, almost fracturing his back. It was so painful that he screamed out miserably. In this battle, we have completely defeated our enemies and achieved a grand victory. History would definitely recorded your names. You guys had created a miracle that wouldn't happen twice. The safety of the kingdom, Yu Clan Castle were all safeguarded because of your hard work. The ascetic practice saint raised his arms and praised Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the other juniors who were soaked in blood. Victory, Yi! The Yu Clan Castle who had almost became ruins resounded with a deafening cheer. Everyone cheered out as much as they wanted, feeling proud of the victory that they have achieved this time. Princess Qian, Luo Hua City Mistress, Yinan and Shui Wuxia all stood at the side, away from the crowd as they quietly watched Yue Yang. Their expression were filled with softness and tenderness. They were all worried about his safety. They all wanted to hug him tightly too, welcoming his return. However, at this moment, they would give way to his friends and clansmen who were all cheering for him.